Dragon God Supreme Chapter 2854 to Chapter 2935. Young Master Nye Tian's aura. He even broke through to the ancient immortal realm. Has he been in seclusion all this time? This aura is too terrifying. It's dozens of times stronger than Lord Nye Wuqing. Is this the legendary ancient immortal? Young Master Nye Tian has broken through to the ancient immortal realm. Should we help him? Are you courting death? We can't fight against the experts of the sacred world. Young Master Nye Tian can't protect us. If young Master Nye Tian can defeat Feng Wuchen, it won't be too late for us to help. We can't act rashly. The experts of the immortal realm were shocked by Nye Tian's terrifying aura. They were terrified. Even so, they didn't dare to act rashly. Ancient immortal realm. In a domineering palace floating above the clouds. Protector Tian Hen, an ancient immortal cultivator, has appeared in the sacred world. A respectful voice entered Tian Hen's ears. Ancient immortal? Feng Wuchen? Protector Tian Hen opened his eyes and asked in a palace. No, it's Nye Tian. Nye Wuqing's grandson. Should we deal with him? A respectful voice sounded. No ancient immortal is allowed to appear in the lower realm. Kill him. Protector Tian Hen transmitted his voice. Understood. A respectful voice sounded again. In the gate of the ancient immortal realm, a man sneered. It wasn't easy to break through to the ancient immortal realm. What a pity. Although it's shameful to bully the weak, I like the feeling of bullying the weak. With that, the man entered the gate of the ancient immortal realm. Hell world. Nye Tian, who had broken through to the ancient immortal realm, retracted his power and opened his eyes. Two terrifying beams of light shot out. The power of the ancient immortal realm is indeed terrifying. Nye Tian sneered. He clenched his fists and felt the surging power. Nye Tian's eyes were filled with confidence. Cultivating for hundreds of thousands of years before stepping into the ancient immortal realm. It must be very satisfying, right? At this moment, an arrogant laughter sounded. A wisp of immortal chi turned into a person. An ancient immortal realm cultivator. Nye Tian appeared in the blink of an eye. He glanced at the man and said, Long Badian was right. It seems that the ancient immortal realm was suppressing the loser's breakthrough to the ancient immortal realm. You're right. The ancient immortal plane will never allow anyone from the lower worlds to break through to the ancient immortal plane, let alone ascend to the ancient immortal plane. The man sneered in a mocking manner as a terrifying power gathered in his palm. Given the strength of the ancient immortal world's cultivators, killing Nye Tian was as easy as crushing an ant. I know I can't ascend to the ancient immortal realm, but before you do, can you give me a chance to deal with Feng Wuchen? Deal with Feng Wuchen? To avenge your grandfather? The man retracted his power and smiled. Interesting. Then I'll give you 2 hours to live. Nye Tian glanced at the man and handed him a treasure. I was once from the ancient immortal world. I can see that you're a 6-star Xian immortal. This treasure is suitable for your cultivation. Take it as a token of my thanks. Spirit gathering ring? I didn't expect you to have such a treasure. The man was overjoyed and looked at the ring in his hand excitedly. The spirit gathering ring, as its name suggested, was a treasure that could gather spiritual energy. Swish, however, right at this moment, Nye Tian suddenly flashed behind the man, formed a seal with a single hand, and then slapped his palm onto the man's back. Boom, Nye Tian's fierce palm landed, and there was a loud explosion. However, that was all, and it didn't affect the man at all. Nye Tian, you're courting death. You're just an ancient immortal. Do you really think you can kill me with a sneak attack? The man sneered fiercely, his face full of disdain. I can't ascend to the ancient immortal world anyway. Even if I kill Feng Wuchen, I'll still die. I hate it when people talk to me with a superior attitude, including you, Nye Tian said expressionlessly. I wanted to give you a chance to kill Feng Wuchen, but it seems like there's no need for that, the man said fiercely and was about to activate his power to kill Nye Tian. However, the moment the man was about to activate his power, his expression changed drastically. What? This is the immortal trapping curse. Nye Tian said coldly, that's right. It's the immortal trapping curse. You bastard! How dare you use the immortal trapping curse on me? You're courting death. The man roared madly. The immortal trapping curse is only a low-level immortal curse in the ancient immortal world. However, it can seal the power of a profound immortal. You can't kill me, Nye Tian said coldly. He formed a claw with his hand, condensed a terrifying power, and slammed it towards the man. Bastard! Stop! The man roared in fear, and his eyes were filled with despair. He regretted giving Nye Tian a chance. In his fear, the man immediately sent a voice transmission to Tian Hen. Tian, boom, Nye Tian's attack was ruthless. When the claw landed, Nye Tian's figure had already appeared a few meters behind the man. Then, there was a loud explosion, and the cultivator from the ancient immortal world exploded into powder. He didn't even have time to scream before he was turned into ashes. The cultivator from the ancient immortal world would never have thought that Nye Tian would attack him. He would never have thought that he would die in the sacred world. Nye Tian made a grabbing motion, and the spiritual gathering ring flew over. Nye Tian actually dared to kill someone from the ancient immortal world. Wasn't he worried that his sneak attack would fail? The hidden messenger was surprised. This was something he had never expected. You died because of your stupidity and arrogance. Nye Tian said coldly before his figure disappeared. Master is still in seclusion. Nye Tian must have gone to the temple of Rakshasa. The messenger thought to himself. This is bad. Nye Tian killed someone from the ancient immortal world. He must have alerted Tian Hen. The messenger said anxiously. In a palace in the ancient immortal world, Protector Tian Hen only heard the word Tian and nothing else. Did something happen? Could it be Feng Wuchen? Tian Hen's face sank. He has guts to dare to kill someone from the ancient immortal world. In Tian Hen's opinion, only the energy within Feng Wuchen's body could kill someone from the ancient immortal world. In the sky above the temple of Rakshasa, Nye Tian's figure suddenly flashed. He's here. That terrifying aura is coming from this person. Ling Xiaoxiao frowned. Wild Leopard looked at Nye Tian seriously and said, he doesn't come with good intentions. Who is he? Why do I feel like he's coming for us? Long Nidian was confused as he looked at Nye Tian seriously. Long Tianqiu frowned and asked, you guys don't know him? Long Qinghun shook his head and said, I've never seen him before. We've never seen him before either. Lu Qingyang and the others shook their heads. None of them had seen him before. He should be coming for third brother. Feng Yuan guessed. Feng Xingxiong said seriously, most likely. Swish. Swish, swish. At this moment, Xianji, Yang Tianhan, Shangguan Baichen, and the other experts appeared. The experts from the Dragon God Temple, Mu Tianqi, Mu Qingfeng, and the other experts also appeared. Ancient Immortal Realm. Who is he? Long Shirshan asked. He didn't know anyone. Xianji said seriously, Nye Wuqing's grandson, Nye Tian. What? Nye Wuqing's grandson? Everyone was shocked when they heard Xianji's words. Their eyes widened. This ancient immortal expert was Nye Wuqing's grandson. End of chapter. Senior Xianji, you said he's Nye Wuqing's grandson? Why didn't I see him during the battle? With such terrifying strength, could it be that he was cultivating during the battle? Just to break through to the ancient immortal realm? In order to break through to the ancient immortal realm, he didn't even care about his own grandfather? Everyone was even more shocked. I'm afraid my husband already knew about this person's existence. My husband said he was going to meet someone. Could it be him? Ling Xiaoxiao guessed. I also neglected this person. Xianji frowned and said solemnly, but the spiritual energy in the immortal realm shouldn't be able to help him break through to the ancient immortal realm. No matter how talented he is, it's impossible. Nye Wuqing hasn't broken through to the ancient immortal realm after so many years. It's even more impossible for this kid. Old man can't figure it out. Shangguan Baichen shook his head slightly. If the spiritual energy in the immortal realm was enough to break through to the ancient immortal realm, Nye Wuqing and the others wouldn't have fought so hard to obtain cultivation methods. They could have just cultivated in seclusion. Nye Tian looked at Xianji and the others and said coldly, I was able to break through to the ancient immortal realm because I absorbed the blood essence of my grandfather and the other defeated cultivators. What? Blood essence? Xianxia and the others' expressions changed greatly. Shangguan Baichen said gloomily, no wonder. So he absorbed the blood essence of Niao Wuqing and the others. The blood essence of so many defeated cultivators can indeed help him break through to the ancient immortal realm. The power of the ancient immortal realm didn't suppress Nie Tian. It seems like Lord Emissary secretly took action, Yang Tianhan said solemnly. Nie Tian said coldly, I've lived for a long time. Family is not that important to me. What's important is power, great power. They're not as strong as Feng Wuchen. Even if I take action, I won't be able to change anything. Humph. Cold-blooded, heartless, and inhumane. Miao Qingqing frowned. Mingyu said coldly, in his eyes, power is more important than anything else. He only cares about himself. His ambition and desire are too great. What he said makes sense. Brother Feng's power is indeed terrifying. Even if he takes action, he'll be sending himself to his death. Only by finding a chance to break through to the ancient immortal realm can he have a chance of defeating Brother Feng. Mu Qingfeng said softly. I agree, Crimson Emperor said. Rather than sending him to his death, it was better to increase his strength and take revenge. What should we do? Can we deal with him? Long Xiaoyang asked seriously. Long Shihun shook his head, this person's strength is not something we can contend against. The strength of the ancient immortal realm was definitely not something that could be dealt with by the sheer number of true immortals. You're no match for me, Sect Master Dark Solitude, Nie Tian said expressionlessly. Tell Feng Wuchen to come out. After I kill Feng Wuchen, I'll kill you all. With the power of your blood essence, I should be able to ascend to the ancient immortal realm. Now that Nie Tian had broken through to the ancient immortal realm, Xianxia and the others were nothing in his eyes. Although Xianxia and the others' cultivation base had improved a lot with the help of spiritual energy, they had yet to break through to the ancient immortal realm. Even if they joined forces, they were still no match for Nie Tian. The difference in strength was too great. Big Brother Feng hasn't come out of seclusion yet. You came at the wrong time, Lu Qingyang said coldly. Seclusion? You want to rely on your own strength? Nie Tian's lips curled into a sneer. If Feng Wuchen doesn't come out in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, I'll kill you all. Feng Wuchen didn't kill me back then. This incense stick's worth of time can be considered as returning the favor. And giving you all a chance to live. With that, Nie Tian's figure disappeared. Lin Yu frowned and guessed, could he be the person Big Brother Feng mentioned before we returned to the God Realm? Xiao, will Chen Er be a match for him? Xiao Qingqing asked worriedly. Ling Xiao shook her head and said, we don't know how strong the power in my husband's body is. We also don't know if he can fight against an ancient immortal. Since Long Er didn't kill him back then, he must be confident. There's no need to be too worried. Long Tianqiu was not too worried. Feng Xingxiong said solemnly, we can only trust Chen Er now. An incense stick's worth of time passed in the blink of an eye. Nie Tian's figure once again appeared above the temple of Rakshasa. He was very punctual. However, Feng Wuchen did not come out of seclusion. Lu Qingyang said gloomily, this guy is really punctual. He's here right after an incense stick's worth of time. Long Xiaofeng said coldly, prepare for battle. Feng Wuchen hasn't come out of seclusion? Then I'll have to kill you first, Nie Tian said coldly as a cold murderous aura and terrifying power erupted. Nie Tian killed the cultivators from the ancient immortal world. He knew that the ancient immortal world had been alerted, and he did not have much time left. Buzz. Buzz, the power of the ancient immortal realm instantly caused the space of the entire sacred world to collapse. In the blink of an eye, it turned dark as unimaginably terrifying waves of air swept out. Whether it was the aura or the power, it was much more terrifying than Nie Wuqing. Nie Tian, I know I'm not your match, but I won't stand by and do nothing, Xianji said coldly as the terrifying power of a 9-star supreme true immortal erupted. Yang Tianhan, Shangguan Baichen, and the others also flashed into the sky and activated their power with all their strength, planning to join forces to fight against Nie Tian. Oh? Is that so? Nie Tian's cold face curled into an evil smile. Whoosh, boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Nie Tian attacked. In an instant, Xianxia and the other top true immortals spat out blood as their bodies shot out like cannonballs. I've already become a 9-star supreme true immortal. Is the difference still so big? I didn't even notice him attacking. Xianxia was shocked. The power of an ancient immortal is indeed terrifying. I feel like my body is about to be destroyed, and he hasn't even used his full strength. Yang Tianhan was also extremely frightened. In front of an ancient immortal, they were nothing. Nie Tian's speed was too fast. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others did not see him. How terrifying was his strength to defeat 5 powerful true immortals in an instant? How is this possible? It's too fast. I didn't see anything. Senior Xianxia and the others didn't even react. Senior Xianxia and the others were injured in an instant. The difference in power is too great. They can't resist at all. The leader hasn't come out of seclusion yet. None of us is his match. Everyone from the Temple of Rakshasa was shocked and terrified. They were all dumbfounded. Nie Tian's cold and murderous gaze swept across Ling Xiaoxiao and the others. He sneered and said, "All of you, come at me together. There are too few of you. It's too boring to end the battle in an instant." This bastard. Lu Qingyang gritted his teeth and cursed. His face was ferocious and murderous. "If you're not going to attack, I'm going to," Nie Tian said coldly. At the same time, Protector Tian Hen of the ancient immortal world had arrived in the sacred world again. "Protector, I sense the power of an ancient immortal. They are fighting. Should we attack immediately?" someone asked respectfully. Nie Tian wants to take revenge? "Let me see the power in Feng Wuchen's body and let him live a little longer," Protector Tian Hen said coldly. End of chapter. Boom. Nie Tian swooped down without hesitation, bringing with him a strong roar and an unparalleled aura. It was full of pressure, making everyone feel as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them. "He's here. Everyone, be careful." Mad Leopard shouted, his expression incomparably solemn as he fully activated the power of a 4-star supreme true immortal. Beta Yan gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Fight it out with him. Wait for the Alliance Master to come out of seclusion and revive us." "Let me try," Lu Wuhan said solemnly as his figure flashed out. 2-star supreme true immortal? You overestimate yourself. Nie Tian sneered disdainfully as he formed a claw with his hand and condensed a terrifying power. Whoosh, the profound moon sacred palace's protector had already rescued Xianxia and the others. Seeing that Lu Wuhan was about to attack, the protector said solemnly, "The palace master and the elders are seriously injured and can't fight anymore. They are not his match one-on-one. Don't be rash." Lu Wuhan was just a 2-star supreme true immortal. Even Xianxia couldn't withstand a single blow from Nie Tian, let alone Lu Wuhan. Ling Xiaoxiao frowned and said, "Wuhan, retreat quickly. Even Senior Xianxia and the others can't resist. Your poison probably won't work on ancient immortals. The 10,000 poisons profound energy that the Alliance Master gave me is very domineering. I want to try it. Everyone, give me your power." Lu Wuhan stared at Nie Tian fiercely as he activated the 10,000 poisons profound energy in his body. Bright green light flashed, and an incomparably domineering power burst out. The green cyclone instantly expanded like a storm. The terrifying energy aura gave people an extremely uneasy feeling. Feeling Lu Wuhan's terrifying power, the seriously injured Xianxia and the others all looked at him in shock. What kind of power is this? The aura is so violent. Even I feel a strong sense of danger. Xianxia said in shock. This kid actually has this kind of power. It's much stronger than Xingyuan. Yang Tianhan and the others were in disbelief. Wuhan's 10,000 poisons profound energy is very powerful. If we add our power, we might be able to hold him back, Long Shihun said solemnly as he injected his power into Lu Wuhan's body. Mad Leopard, Long Xiaofeng, and the others all attacked, and a terrifying power entered Lu Wuhan's body. In an instant, his terrifying power had reached the level of a 6-star supreme true immortal. This was already Lu Wuhan's limit. Toxic energy? I didn't expect there to be someone who cultivates poison attacks. This power is extremely domineering. Although it's not that strong, it's extremely poisonous. Eyebrows furrowed, Nie Tian stopped in his tracks. Apparently, he was afraid of the overbearing toxic power. Myriad poison extermination. Lu Wuhan let out a thunderous roar as he threw out a palm strike from afar. 100,000-meter-long cyan energy beam shot towards Nie Tian with unstoppable momentum. Humph. Nie Tian let out a cold snort and met the attack with his palm. Boom. Pooh. Nie Tian's fierce palm strike slammed into the cyan energy barrier. Even though it was hundreds of thousands of meters long, the impact still caused Lu Wuhan to cough up blood, his face turning extremely pale. Traceless. Lu Qingyang and the others turned pale with fright. However, Lu Wuhan had withstood it. Kid, although your poison power is overbearing, it's only at the level of a 6-star supreme true immortal. You're dreaming if you think you can defeat me, Nie Tian said coldly, his eyes flashing with disdain. Your poison can actually devour my power? Just as he finished speaking, Nie Tian's face suddenly changed as he noticed that his power was being crazily devoured by the poison. No wonder you could block my palm strike. Your poison power can actually devour power, Nie Tian said. Coldly, his eyes flashing with a ruthless killing intent. I know I can't defeat you in terms of power, but devouring power is only one of my advantages. Lu Wuhan sneered. The poison has already entered your body and will soon spread throughout your body. You will soon be able to enjoy the pain. What? Nie Tian's face changed again as he felt the overbearing poison enter his body. Gnashing his teeth, he said angrily, "Cunning brat. How dare you trick me?" Boom. Pooh. Nie Tian was furious. An even more terrifying power erupted, instantly shattering Lu Wuhan's cyan energy. Once again, Lu Wuhan coughed up blood and was sent flying. Wuhan. Lu Qingyang immediately dashed out. Nie Tian looked at his palm and found that a cyan cyclone was constantly drilling into his palm. It was very overbearing. This poison power is so overbearing that even ancient immortals can't stop it. This is definitely not an ordinary power. Nie Tian was secretly shocked. He actually succeeded in injecting the poison into Nie Tian's body. What kind of power is this? It's so overbearing. Xianxia and the others were shocked. Wuhan's power is so powerful. Nie Tian has been poisoned. Tianqing said in shock and ecstasy. It seems that Master doesn't need to do anything. Lu Wuhan's poison power is enough to kill him, Mo Xiantian said with a smile. Feng Qianyang shook his head and said, "Don't be happy too early." Old man's soul power sensed that the poison power has stopped spreading. It has been blocked by his ancient immortal power. That's right. Although Lu Wuhan's poison power is overbearing, it can't overcome the ancient immortal power in a short time. However, it has also restrained Nie Tian's power. If he uses too much power, it will speed up the spread of the poison power, Chu Tianshu said solemnly. Wuhan, good job. Lu Qingyang laughed happily as he supported the seriously injured Lu Wuhan. Nie Tian stared at the heavily injured Lu Wuhan with a ferocious gaze. He condensed the power of an ancient immortal in his palm and said coldly, "Brat, you're really something. However, if you want to rely on this little poison to kill me, you're underestimating an ancient immortal expert. Die." Buzz. Nie Tian fiercely blasted out his palm at the people on the square. A terrifying palm print hundreds of thousands of feet long smashed down. The attack was invincible and extremely destructive. Not good. Everyone, get out of the way. Azure Dragon hurriedly shouted. Xianji endured his injuries and shouted, "Everyone, run. You can't stop his power." The power of Nie Tian's palm was extremely terrifying. Although he didn't use his full strength, it was definitely not something that any of them could withstand. The people of the Temple of Rakshasa were terrified. The terrifying pressure made them unable to move. Whoosh! Rumble! However, at this moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly soared into the sky from the palace. It turned into a golden lightning bolt and instantly pierced Nie Tian's palm print, causing it to explode. Husband! Ling Xiaoxia was overjoyed. Long Tianqiu immediately said, "It's Longer's aura. Leader has come out of seclusion." Bei Duyan and the others were overjoyed and excited. Peak 8-star true immortal. How is this possible? Xianji and Yang Tianhan were dumbfounded. They were petrified on the spot. Feng Wuchen. Nie Tian frowned slightly and said coldly, "You finally appeared." End of chapter. 8-star supreme true immortal peak. Feng Wuchen has already reached this level? Long Xiaofeng's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Long Shihun said in shock, "He easily broke Nie Tian's power. This is Feng Wuchen's own power. When did he become an 8-star supreme true immortal peak? Am I seeing things?" Long Shitian's face was full of disbelief. "It can't be wrong, this is Brother Feng's power. This kind of invincible and overbearing power, there is no one else but Brother Feng." Long Xiaoyang was also shocked. Bailey Yufeng was dumbstruck. Isn't Brother Feng a 4-star supreme true immortal? How did he become an 8-star supreme true immortal? Where did he get the time to cultivate? 8-star supreme true immortal peak. He has risen by 4 stars. How did my husband's cultivation increase by so much? Ling Xiaoxiao was stunned on the spot, and her beautiful eyes widened to the extreme. Is this power really Brother Feng? How did he cultivate? This can't be real, right? Mu Qingfeng was dumbfounded. The terrifying power of the golden light shocked everyone present. Pairs of extremely shocked eyes looked at the palace where Feng Wuchen was. All of them were shocked by Feng Wuchen's overbearing and terrifying power. But how did Feng Wuchen's cultivation become an 8-star supreme true immortal peak? Feng Wuchen's alchemist realm had not broken through to the supreme true immortal realm, so it was impossible for him to have the help of the heaven-defying divine bead. No one dared to believe it was true, or even wanted to believe it. This terrifying increase was too abnormal. With just the power of a sword intent, he was able to defeat my attack. I didn't even notice the formation of the sword intent. The attack was also very sudden. This person's attainments in the field of sword Dao are unfathomable. Nie Tian frowned slightly. With just the power of a sword intent, Nie Tian did not dare to underestimate Feng Wuchen. "Feng Wuchen, come out and fight with me." Nie Tian said coldly, his cold eyes staring at Feng Wuchen's palace, surging battle intent erupting. Swish! Boom! As soon as Nie Tian finished speaking, a figure suddenly flashed out of the palace at a terrifying speed. Nie Tian's expression changed drastically. Then, with a loud boom, Nie Tian's body shot out like a cannonball. Nie Tian was secretly shocked. What astonishing speed! His speed has increased several times in an instant. He's definitely not any slower than a peak 9-star true immortal. Oh? Not simple at all. His speed and strength had erupted in an instant, and he could control them as he wished. Moreover, he had achieved perfection. Was he Feng Wuchen? I didn't think that there would be such an outstanding junior in the lower world. Protector Tian Hen was slightly shocked as he sized up the man who appeared. So fast. The expressions of the people from the Temple of Rakshasa changed at the same time. When the explosion sounded, they finally reacted and looked up at the sky with difficulty. Even I almost didn't see it clearly. The person that was the most shocked amongst the people present here was Xianji. As a 9th-star supreme true immortal, he was actually almost unable to see Feng Wuchen's figure clearly. Even Ye Tian didn't sense it? Too strong. When Ling Xiaoxiao and the others saw Ye Tian being blasted away, their hearts trembled again and again. Their hearts almost jumped out of their chests. One could imagine how terrifying Feng Wuchen's speed and strength were. Who could send an ancient immortal expert flying with a peak 8-star supreme true immortal expert? Big Brother Feng is too strong. I'm afraid he has already surpassed Senior Xianji. Lu Qingyang was dumbfounded as he stared at Feng Wuchen without blinking. Xianji shook his head coldly and said in shock, I don't have such terrifying speed. In terms of strength, Feng Wuchen has already surpassed me. I can't believe this is real. Shangguan Baichen's old face was extremely dumbfounded. He's really a monster. Tian Sha said in a daze. Everyone looked at Feng Wuchen as though they were looking at a monster. It was too shocking. Fortunately, I caught up. Above the void, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly as he looked at Nye Tian in the distance. Peak 8-star Supreme True Immortal. Feng Wuchen, you're really extraordinary. You've improved so much in such a short time. Nye Tian's cold voice sounded as he instantly teleported over from tens of thousands of meters away. Even after being hit by Feng Wuchen's punch, Nye Tian was not injured at all. It's a pity that I didn't break through to 9 stars. Feng Wuchen grinned with a calm expression. Husband, be careful. His strength is very terrifying. He injured Senior Xianxia with just one palm strike. His strength might not be the same as the strength in your body. Ling Xiaoxiao reminded him through voice transmission. Wife, don't worry. I'm confident that I can defeat him. Feng Wuchen transmitted with a smile. Come on, Feng Wuchen. Let me see if the strength in your body is stronger or if mine is stronger. Nye Tian burst out with a strong fighting spirit. He couldn't wait to find out how strong Feng Wuchen's strength was. Weng, weng. A domineering aura burst out. Feng Wuchen roared as he activated his ancestor of primordial beginning and eternal life realm strength. Resplendent golden light covered the sky as his aura and domineering strength surged out like a volcanic eruption. He took out the sage armor and his aura soared again. The space of the sacred world shook violently. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen's combat strength had surpassed the peak 9-star Supreme True Immortal realm. His aura was even more terrifying than Nye Wucheng's. Hiss, everyone from the Luosha temple sucked in a breath of cold air in fright, shocked to the extreme. He can actually increase his strength to such a level. He's almost stepped into the ancient immortal realm. Protector Tianhen, this kid is really terrifying. An ancient immortal realm cultivator said in shock. This is still not his true strength. Tianhen shook his head slightly and said, this person's physical body realm is extremely high. Within his domineering strength, there's also a violent and domineering strength. What? It's still not his true strength? The two ancient immortal realm cultivators were shocked. The strength that Feng Wuchen is using is exactly the same as the strength that I sensed back then. However, it's much weaker. However, this mysterious strength is relatively terrifying. I have never seen it before. Protector Tianhen thought to himself. He was very curious about what kind of strength it was. Why? Are you planning to use your strength to fight against me, an ancient immortal? Nye Tian asked with a frown. He felt that Feng Wuchen was looking down on him. Anger surged in his heart. Ancient immortals are strong. I should at least test it out, right? Feng Wuchen grinned. Shortly after, he stepped into the void and turned into a golden light as he shot out. Nye Tian's face turned gloomy as his face twitched violently. Swish. In the next second, Nye Tian flashed out with an even more terrifying speed. In an instant, he grabbed Feng Wuchen's throat and lifted him up. Then, he forcefully suppressed Feng Wuchen's domineering strength. Feng Wuchen, I don't care about your strength at all. It's easy for me to kill you. However, I'm looking forward to fighting with the strength in your body. Nye Tian said coldly. Nye Tian's speed was extremely terrifying. He was so fast that Feng Wuchen couldn't dodge. Seeing this scene, the experts from the Temple of Rakshasa were shocked and broke out in cold sweat. An ancient immortal expert was simply terrifying, whether it was in terms of speed or strength, they could definitely suppress any true immortal. Husband. Alliance leader. Long-er. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others couldn't help but shout out with faces filled with panic and worry. Feng Wuchen, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Take out the strength in your body and fight with me. Nye Tian barked coldly. His face was extremely gloomy as his cold killing intent locked onto Feng Wuchen. Hey, I'm here. Feng Wuchen gently patted Nye Tian's shoulder. Unknowingly, he had already appeared behind Nye Tian. Nye Tian's gloomy face suddenly froze. Feng Wuchen, who was being held by his throat, gradually turned into nothingness. What? Nye Tian was shocked as he exclaimed in his heart, sword intent materialization. I actually didn't see it. When did he? At this moment, everyone in the Temple of Rakshasa seemed to have been petrified. Their eyes were wide open in fear as they stood there motionless. Sword intent materialization. He actually used sword intent to materialize an avatar. Protector Tianhen said in shock, at such a young age, Feng Wuchen's sword Dao domain has actually reached such a realm. He's really not simple. The more Protector Tianhen looked, the more shocked he was. Protector, isn't sword intent materialization something that many people can achieve? This realm is something that many cultivators in our ancient immortal world can achieve. One of them asked respectfully. Protector Tianhen shook his head and said, "What are your eyes looking at? How many sword immortals have you seen that can instantly materialize an avatar using sword intent? Even I, the Protector, couldn't see it. I have never seen such a realm before. This isn't an ordinary sword intent materialization. The powerful sword Dao experts of the ancient immortal world can control their sword intent with their thoughts. However, Feng Wuchen's realm is something that they can't achieve." Protector Tianhen added. The two guards were confused. They didn't understand at all. However, they knew that it was very powerful. Above the void, Nie Tian turned around mechanically. He actually didn't know what happened. He actually didn't know when Feng Wuchen appeared behind him. Teleportation? Absolutely not. With Nie Tian's cultivation base as an ancient immortal, he would definitely be able to detect the faint air fluctuations caused by teleportation. Boom, the moment Nie Tian turned around, Feng Wuchen's iron fist smashed towards him. With a loud bang, the domineering power sent Nie Tian flying. Swish! Swish! Buzz! The corners of Feng Wuchen's mouth curled up slightly. With a wave of his hand, a dozen terrifying energy swords shot out from thin air, bringing with them sharp and ear-piercing sonic booms. Everywhere they passed, the space shook violently. Boom boom boom. Buzz. More than a dozen terrifying energy swords bombarded Nie Tian's body one after another. The destructive energy ripples engulfed Nie Tian, causing the space to shake even more violently. This isn't the power of the sword intent but the power of the sword moves. Sword intent and sword moves can be changed at will. Even if it's controlled with one's will, one would need time. But when Feng Wuchen executed it, it was as if the sword moves had long existed. Is this a super strong sword art or is it a sword Dao domain? Protector Tianhen frowned. As a top expert of the ancient immortal world, he actually couldn't tell if Feng Wuchen was executing a sword art or not. A storm swept out, and the terrifying energy ripples dissipated instantly. Boom! Nie Tian, who wasn't injured at all, turned into a bolt of lightning and shot over with a loud boom. His face was gloomy, and his aura was surging. He was incomparably powerful. The power that Nie Tian burst out with was even more terrifying. It was as though he was born with an innate deterrence that made others unable to resist. Feng Wuchen, you can't hurt me at all with this little bit of power. Don't play these useless tricks. I can't even feel the slightest bit of pain from your power. Since you aren't willing to use the power in your body, then I won't hold back, Nie Tian said coldly. Every word of his was filled with intense cold-killing intent. Is that so? Feng Wuchen grinned without any fear. Swish! In the blink of an eye, Nie Tian's figure suddenly appeared behind Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen was the first to sense it. He turned around and kicked out. Feng Wuchen, I'm quite confident in my speed. As soon as Feng Wuchen's foot landed, Nie Tian's cold voice came. From behind Feng Wuchen. He clenched his fists and punched down from above. Boom! The fierce punch directly knocked Feng Wuchen down from the sky. He turned into a black line that pierced through the sacred mountain and crashed into the sea below, creating a huge whirlpool. Swish! Swish, swish! Swish, swish! Swish! Nie Tian continued to attack with his palms. One after another, terrifying energy palm prints fell from the sky and bombarded the whirlpool. Deafening sounds of explosions were endless. The destructive energy ripples swept out without restraint, and the sea was stirred up wave after wave of enormous tsunamis. The destructive power was extremely terrifying. The scene was so spectacular and shocking that it made people feel endless fear. The people of the Temple of Rakshasa were terrified. Immortal magic. Immortal slaying demon destroying seal. Since you're not willing to use the power in your body, then die. Nie Tian said coldly. He raised his hand and formed a huge purple energy seal that was hundreds of thousands of feet wide. It was like a small planet. Buzz. Nie Tian waved his hand, and an unimaginably huge and terrifying energy seal fell like a huge meteorite, giving people a feeling of invincibility. Gulp, the people of the Temple of Rakshasa swallowed their saliva in horror, and their faces were incomparably pale. Ling Xiaoxiao clasped her hands in front of her chest, and her face was full of worry. Husband. Can Chen withstand such a terrifying power? Feng Jingxiong couldn't sit still, and his face was full of panic and worry. Chen Xiao Qingqing and Mother Dragon's hearts were about to jump out. They were extremely nervous and scared, and their bodies were trembling. Grand Primogenitor, will Long'er be okay? Long Tianqiu asked worriedly. Long Shihun said solemnly, Feng Wuchen has an undying body. He won't die. Don't worry too much. Even so, the difference between Lord Supreme's power and Nie Tian's is too great. He can't hurt Nie Tian at all. Lord Supreme has an undying body, but old man is worried about how long Lord Supreme can last, Chu Tianshu said solemnly, his eyes filled with worry. The moment Chu Tianshu said that, everyone started to worry. In the face of absolute power, even an undying body would die. Above the void, Protector Tianhen suddenly frowned and said, Ice element. An extremely domineering ice element. It has the power to shake one's soul. How can Feng Wuchen have such power? God-slaying arrogant sword. At this moment, a domineering sword light suddenly burst out of the surging sea and slammed into the huge energy seal. The sword light sliced through it. What? Nie Tian's expression changed drastically. He said in shock, this is, sword intent. Rumble. In the next moment, the huge and terrifying energy seal was split into two and exploded. The explosion resounded throughout the space of the sacred world. The sword intent destroyed the energy seal effortlessly. This is sword intent. Impossible. Nie Tian's eyes widened as he looked down at the sea below. He said in disbelief, Feng Wuchen can't have such power. His sword intent alone can break my immortal art. This is absolutely impossible. The power of sword intent. How is this possible? How can a cultivator from the lower realm display such a powerful sword intent? Protector Tianhen was shocked as his face stiffened. A sword intent broke the immortal art of an ancient immortal. An ancient immortal realm cultivator was dumbfounded as he couldn't believe it. Isn't this too strong? What level has Feng Wuchen's domain of sword Dao reached? Another ancient immortal realm cultivator said in shock as he was scared out of his wits. In the Temple of Rakshasa, everyone's face was filled with shock and fear. Everyone was dumbfounded. Did you see that? That sword light broke Nie Tian's immortal art in an instant. Long Nidian said with his eyes wide open. Ling Xiaoxiao said in shock, the sword light's power is terrifying. It's not inferior to the power of an ancient immortal. A sword light broke the immortal art of an ancient immortal expert? Azure Dragon said in shock as his face turned pale. Kuei-ing was frightened. Is that sword light the power of the sword intent? That's too scary. The sword light disappeared in a flash. I have never seen such a terrifying move. Lu Qingyang said in fear as his voice trembled. Feng Wuchen's domain of sword Dao has reached such a level? Xianji, Yang Tianhan, and the others were all in a vegetative state. The shock in their hearts was indescribable. Buzz. At the same time, the vast sea suddenly trembled as a terrifying chill swept out from the sea. The vast sea turned into a sea of ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just how terrifying was this ice attribute cold energy to be able to freeze this part of the sea? Hiss, everyone from the Luosha temple sucked in a breath of cold air. This scene was too shocking. Chill. Xianji was shocked as he was scared out of his wits. I also have the ice attribute, but I can't freeze the entire sea with just the cold air of the ice attribute. Yang Tianhan said in horror. I've never seen such a terrifying ice attribute power before. It's far more powerful than Saint Qi, and its aura is violent and ancient. Nie Tian said in shock. The strength of an ancient immortal is truly formidable. That punch from earlier on was truly painful. Within the ice sea, Feng Wuchen's faint laughter rang out. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen's figure emerged from the IC. To think that this lad is unscathed. No matter how strong his fleshly body is, even if he has the protection of the sacred armor, he shouldn't be able to withstand the power of an ancient immortal. Protector Tianhen frowned. Staring coldly at Feng Wuchen, Nie Tian said in a cold voice, "Feng Wuchen, it seems that you haven't used your full strength yet. I can't believe that you have such an unimaginable ice-attributed power in addition to your own mysterious power. Have you ever seen rain flying from the ground to the sky?" Feng Wuchen asked with a cold smile. Soon after, he waved his hand. Swish. Swish. Buzz. In an instant, tens of millions of ice swords appeared in the vast sea and soared into the sky. The sharp, ear-piercing sound almost burst everyone's eardrums. Child's play. Nie Tian's face was extremely gloomy. He could clearly feel that Feng Wuchen was toying with him. Soon after, he shouted, "Immortal technique. Tai Vedra." An energy shield that was dozens of feet wide enveloped Nie Tian. Boom. Boom. Buzz. Countless ice swords crazily bombarded Nie Tian's energy shield. Deafening explosions rang out one after another, and destructive energy ripples spread out mercilessly. It was an extremely spectacular and visually impactful scene, causing everyone to be dumbfounded. The vast sea continued to transform into ice swords. Under Feng Wuchen's control, they soared into the sky in an endless stream. This shouldn't be considered your full strength, right? Since you can break my immortal technique with just a strand of sword intent and withstand my attack, your strength should be at the level of an ancient immortal. Nie Tian said coldly. What? Brother Feng's strength has also reached the level of an ancient immortal? Lu Qingyang and the others were shocked. Immortal technique. Dual polarity wind explosion. Nie Tian roared fiercely, and a surging aura burst out. Terrifying wind attribute power was activated and swept across the sky. With Nie Tian as the center, an extremely huge and terrifying storm condensed, and easily engulfed Feng Wuchen's countless ice swords. It broke Feng Wuchen's ice swords effortlessly. Humph. Nie Tian snorted angrily and waved his hand. A storm that was hundreds of thousands of feet wide swept out and tore a huge crack in the ice sea. The terrifying storm engulfed Feng Wuchen in the blink of an eye. Feng Wuchen, I've lost my patience. If you don't use your full strength, don't blame me for attacking your people. Nie Tian said fiercely, and his cold killing intent increased several times in an instant. You want to see my true strength? Within the terrifying storm, Feng Wuchen's faint laughter could be heard. Before long, under everyone's terrified gazes, Feng Wuchen actually walked out of the terrifying storm. He wasn't affected at all, nor was he injured by the storm. He can ignore the wind attribute? Protector Tianhen frowned again. He felt that Feng Wuchen was very mysterious. How is this possible? My wind attribute power can't hurt him. Nie Tian was shocked. He looked at Feng Wuchen like he was looking at a monster, and his expression was a little stiff. This was an immortal technique executed by an ancient immortal expert. Feng Wuchen walked out just like that. How could he endure this terrifying storm? Where would he put his face? Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and the terrifying storm instantly turned into a small whirlwind in his palm. It was like an obedient pet, and the ice sea instantly turned into a turbulent sea. Nie Tian was dumbfounded. Everyone was also dumbfounded. Even Protector Tianhen from the ancient immortal world was dumbfounded. What kind of monster is this? Are you sure this isn't magic? Since you want to see it so much, I'll let you see it. The warm-up should be over. Feng Wuchen grinned. At the same time, he activated the ancestor of all fires. Fire attribute power. It's very terrifying. It actually made this protector's fire attribute submit. How is this possible? How can a lower realm's fire attribute power make this protector's immortal beast submit? At this moment, Protector Tianhen was scared out of his wits. He looked at Feng Wuchen with extreme fear. What kind of fire attribute is this? Nie Tian was shocked again. Xianxia, Yang Tianhan, and the others were completely speechless. Their faces were filled with fear. This was another power that they had never seen before. Myriad fires return. Feng Wuchen suddenly clasped his hands together and roared. White flames ignited on the surface of his body. His terrifying combat strength rose at a shocking speed, and his aura skyrocketed. Buzz. Buzz, the ancestor of primordial beginning and the strength of his eternal life realm fleshly body were fully activated. His strength rose again, and an incomparably domineering aura covered the heavens and earth. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen's combat strength broke through the ancient immortal realm, and it was still rising. The space trembled even more violently, and it looked like it was about to collapse. Ancient immortal realm. The moment Feng Wuchen's combat strength broke through the ancient immortal realm, Nie Tian's face changed. Young Master's combat strength has broken through the ancient immortal realm. So Lord Supreme has been hiding his true strength all this while. This aura isn't any weaker than Nie Tian's. It's extremely domineering. That terrifying ice sword attack was just a warm-up? Everyone in the Temple of Rakshasa exclaimed. How can his combat strength break through the ancient immortal realm? What kind of technique did he use? Xianxia exclaimed. Even though he saw it with his own eyes, he still couldn't believe it. This is too unbelievable. The difference in strength between a 9-star supreme true immortal and an ancient immortal is huge. He can actually step into the ancient immortal realm by using a technique to increase his combat strength. Shangguan Baichen was dumbfounded. Above the void, Protector Tianhen looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. He was speechless. However, in Protector Tianhen's heart, Feng Wuchen must be eliminated. Protector Tianhen could feel that Feng Wuchen would be a huge threat in the future. He would definitely be a destructive existence. Feng Wuchen erupted with his strongest strength. Faint golden and white flames covered the surface of his body. His aura was unique and terrifying. Feng Wuchen's figure slowly floated up into the void as he looked at the shocked Nie Tian. Feng Wuchen made a grabbing motion across the void and took out the Dragon God Sword. His aura soared once again, completely surpassing Nie Tian's. I believe that with my current strength, I don't need to use the energy in my body. What do you think? Feng Wuchen asked with a faint smile. Hearing this, Nie Tian slowly recovered from the shock. He still couldn't believe it and said, I didn't expect your combat strength to increase by so much. This is unbelievable. Show me your strength. I know that you're still hiding your strength. Since you want to fight with your full strength, then you should. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. A torrential battle intent burst out from him. I have to see if you really have the strength of an ancient immortal. Nie Tian said coldly. His eyes flashed with ferocity as he stepped on the void and shot out like lightning. Boom. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, Nie Tian's fist landed on Feng Wuchen's chest. With a loud bang, a violent and terrifying force rolled out in an unbridled manner, causing space to shake violently. However, such an earth-shattering punch was unable to push Feng Wuchen back even half a step. Strong. He was ridiculously strong. Everyone in the Temple of Rakshasa once again felt the impact of a 1,000,000 times critical hit. What a tough fleshly body. Nie Tian said with a slight frown as he slowly withdrew his fist. Not only was my punch unable to break through your defense, it even reflected my power back. You've indeed reached the level of an ancient immortal to be able to withstand my power with just your fleshly body. At this moment, the look in Nie Tian's eyes became fierce. Without the slightest fear, he grinned and said, You deserve my full strength. Feng Wuchen laughed coldly, You just broke through and your eyes tell me that you are very confident. I am really looking forward to it. Buzz. Nie Tian smiled arrogantly. Suddenly, an astonishing force erupted from his body. His aura skyrocketed, and a dazzling white light shot into the sky. Nie Tian's strength and aura skyrocketed, and a destructive wave swept out, causing the entire holy world to collapse. What a powerful force, Feng Wuchen thought to himself as he was forcefully pushed back by Nie Tian's terrifying force. Feng Wuchen, this force comes from the ancient immortal world. It's spiritual Yuan. Don't underestimate him. He's much stronger than you, the Sword Spirit Emperor said. Spiritual Yuan from the ancient immortal world? No wonder this aura is completely different from his previous aura. The pressure of this power is several times stronger, Feng Wuchen transmitted. There was excitement in his eyes. Is this Nie Tian's true strength? It's spiritual yuan. Xianxia was extremely frightened, and his voice trembled. Spiritual yuan from the ancient immortal world. Yang Tianhan exclaimed. Ancient immortal world's power? Long Shuling and the others were shocked. Nie Tian's strength skyrocketed. This force came from the ancient immortal world's spiritual yuan. Spiritual yuan was much stronger than Saint Yuan. I didn't expect Nie Tian to have spiritual yuan. What a surprise, Guardian Tianhen said in surprise. Nie Tian's strength and aura once again surpassed Feng Wuchen's. Come, Feng Wuchen, Nie Tian said excitedly. He swung his right hand, and a long spear appeared out of thin air. Terrifying spiritual yuan poured into the long spear, and the long spear shone with a dazzling white light. Master, the power of his weapon is able to suppress my power. Long Xinjian transmitted. An ancient immortal weapon from the ancient immortal world. This guy's power is extremely violent. Feng Wuchen grinned. He was not afraid of Nie Tian's terrifying power. Whoosh! Buzz! Nie Tian's lips curled into a sinister smile. He swept out the long spear in his hand, and a huge spear light shot out like a crescent moon. Its attack power was suffocating. Boom! Feng Wuchen stepped into the air and shot out like a bolt of golden lightning with the dragon god sword in his hand. With a loud boom, the sword slashed apart the spear light. Then, he charged towards Nie Tian at an extremely fast speed. Good timing. I won't show any mercy. Nie Tian shouted excitedly. He poured his spiritual yuan into the long spear, and shouted, Immortal art. Ninefold immortal vanquishing. As he shouted, Nie Tian swept out the long spear, and it looked like it could destroy the world. Whoosh! Buzz! The white spear light, which was hundreds of thousands of feet long, pierced through the air with an unstoppable force. It was extremely violent and destructive, as if it was going to destroy the entire sacred world. What a strong pressure. The power is indeed terrifying. Ordinary saint techniques can't resist it, Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Feng Wuchen's aura suddenly changed. He poured the ancestor of primeval into the dragon god sword, and the sword shone with a dazzling golden light again. It burst out with an extremely domineering sword light, and its terrifying aura soared rapidly. Heaven-destroying roaring sword. Feng Wuchen shouted and swept out his sword. The moment the sword light soared into the sky, its power crazily increased, and it became more and more powerful. In an instant, it increased by several times. Whoosh! Buzz! The golden sword light was domineering and sharp, and it was simply an invincible existence. What a strange technique. Its power increased by several times in an instant. Even immortal arts don't have such a terrifying existence. Nie Tian was shocked, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Rumble! Buzz! In the blink of an eye, the sword light and spear light collided and exploded. The explosion was deafening, and it shook the entire sacred world. Extremely destructive energy ripples rolled like a tsunami. In an instant, the destructive energy ripples spread to every corner of the sacred world. Countless cultivators were scared out of their wits, and they felt as if they had fallen into hell. What kind of technique is this? Its power is far above my immortal arts. This kind of attack power is actually so domineering. Nie Tian was shocked as he was forcefully sent flying by the destructive energy ripples. End of chapter. Guardian Tianhen, why do I feel that Feng Wuchen's technique is stronger than the immortal arts of the ancient immortal world? I also have the same feeling. Feng Wuchen's strength is not only terrifying, but his technique is also terrifying. It doesn't lose to the immortal arts of the ancient immortal world at all. The two guards of the ancient immortal world were terrified. That feeling was too real. How can a cultivator from the lower realm have such a peak-level immortal art? Guardian Tianhen was also dumbfounded. A terrifying technique that might not even exist in the ancient immortal world actually appeared in the lower realm. How could Guardian Tianhen not be dumbfounded? Nie Tian's immortal art can't defeat Feng Wuchen. Xianxia and the others were so shocked that their hearts almost jumped out. Only the people of the Temple of Rakshasa knew that their techniques could completely suppress immortal arts. However, Feng Wuchen's technique was even stronger than theirs. In a battle of immortal arts, Nie Tian will definitely lose. Chu Tianshu smiled faintly and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. It seems like our worries were unnecessary. Even if Nye Tian is in the ancient immortal realm, even if he has the power of the ancient immortal world, he will never be able to defeat Feng Wuchen. Long Shishuan's solemn face finally relaxed and revealed a smile. They had never seen Feng Wuchen's sword technique before. However, it was able to suppress Nye Tian. From this, they could see how terrifying it was. Feng Wuchen's sword made them feel completely relieved. Big brother Feng must have many terrifying techniques that he hasn't used yet. Lu Qingyang said excitedly with a face full of anticipation. Brother Feng's technique is much stronger than ours. Shan Tong's face was also filled with excitement and anticipation. At this moment, the people of the Temple of Rakshasa were also filled with anticipation and excitement. Nye Tian, who was far away, stabilized his body and stared at Feng Wuchen in shock. He said, "This is a peak-level immortal art of the ancient immortal world? No, it's impossible for Feng Wuchen to have such a technique. Even among the top experts in the ancient immortal world, there are very few people who have top ancient immortal techniques. It's impossible for Feng Wuchen to have it." Nye Tian didn't want to believe it, but the domineering offensive power and the suffocating aura made him believe that it was a top-grade ancient immortal technique. Seeing Nye Tian's shocked expression, Feng Wuchen sneered and said, "Are you shocked? Could it be that the owner of the power in Feng Wuchen's body is also an expert from the ancient immortal world?" Nye Tian guessed. This was the only plausible explanation. However, neither Nye Tian nor Protector Tian Hen knew that Feng Wuchen's technique had already surpassed the level of the ancient immortal realm. Ao Jian's mysterious soul. While Nye Tian was still in shock, Feng Wuchen once again let out an explosive roar. His sword intent soared to the heavens as another tyrannical and ferocious golden sword light shot out. Its power and speed were even more terrifying than before. Even its aura was much stronger than before. Damn it! A technique to suppress me? Come on! Nye Tian gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. His spiritual source surged crazily again as a white light burst out. Nye Tian stabbed his spear into the void as he stared at Feng Wuchen fiercely and shouted, "Immortal technique! Thunder soul sky roaring slash! Rumble! Buzz!" Thunder roared in the void, lightning dragons flashed, and heaven and earth shook as if a god had descended. An unimaginable aura covered the space of the holy world. Whoosh! Buzz! Nye Tian slashed down with his spear, and a terrifying thunder-attributed spear light that was hundreds of thousands of feet long burst out with the sound of tearing thunder and lightning. Its attack power was extremely terrifying. Rumble! Buzz! Puff! Under the shocked and excited gazes of the people of the Temple of Rakshasa, the two destructive forces fiercely collided and exploded with a deafening sound. Nye Tian spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and the destructive energy of the explosion was all directed towards Nye Tian. How is this possible? Nye Tian's expression changed dramatically as a strong sense of horror surged in his heart. In the blink of an eye, the energy ripples of the explosion engulfed Nye Tian. It was a completely overwhelming force. An absolute suppression of the technique. Big brother Feng. Good job. Don't give Nye Tian a chance. Seeing Nye Tian spit out blood and was completely at a disadvantage, Lu Qingyang shouted excitedly. Long Tianqiu, Feng Jingxiong, and the others of the older generation who had just ascended were all extremely shocked. What a powerful force. Nye Tian's immortal technique is no threat at all. Brother Feng. Kill him in one breath. Long Jianfeng shouted excitedly, and everyone kept shouting. In the two head-on clashes, Nye Tian was at a disadvantage. Everyone could see that Nye Tian was bound to lose. Buzz! The domineering primeval ancestor was injected into the dragon god sword, and the sword flashed with golden light, spreading out a suffocating and terrifying sword light. Nye Tian, with your physical body in the ancient immortal realm, the attack just now shouldn't have hurt you too much. Feng Wuchen sneered, and as soon as he finished speaking, he shot out with the dragon god sword in his hand. The golden lightning flashed, and wherever it passed, the domineering sword light forcefully dispersed the energy ripples. In the huge energy ripples, a terrifying force burst out, and a white light burst out. My strength has increased again. Feng Wuchen grinned. In the next second, Nie Tian rushed out of the energy ripples with the long spear in his hand. His speed was extremely terrifying, and his eyes were sharp and full of cold killing intent. Ding! Buzz! Nie Tian arrived in an instant, and fiercely slashed at Feng Wuchen with his spear. His attack was extremely violent. Feng Wuchen was not to be outdone, and he met it with his sword. With a crisp sound, the force of the collision surged violently. In the fierce head-on collision, Feng Wuchen's arm was numb. Although the power of the technique could suppress Nie Tian, the difference in strength was too great. The more terrifying the primeval ancestor's power was, the greater the difference in strength between the two was. Feng Wuchen, there are not many people who can hurt me. You are the first person who can force me to this point. Nie Tian shouted, and then roared, and his strength instantly skyrocketed. My strength has increased again. This is a magic treasure that can increase one's combat strength. Feng Wuchen's face sank. Boom! The power of Nie Tian's long spear soared in an instant, and with an explosion, Feng Wuchen was blown away. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Buzz! Nie Tian stepped on the void and chased after him like lightning. The long spear in his hand waved continuously, and a white energy slash burst out like a crescent moon, bringing with it a sharp and ear-piercing sonic boom. Feng Wuchen dodged one after another, and constantly used teleportation, and the terrifying energy slash bombarded the void one after another. Feng Wuchen, you can't run away. Nie Tian suddenly flashed in front of Feng Wuchen, and stabbed at Feng Wuchen's forehead with his long spear. His speed was so fast that it arrived in the blink of an eye. Feng Wuchen slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Nie Tian's spear pierced through Feng Wuchen's forehead, but his figure became illusory. Sword intent manifestation. Nie Tian's face suddenly became gloomy, and his heart exploded. This was the second time Nie Tian was fooled. But he didn't notice anything, as if Feng Wuchen's real body could transform into sword intent at any time, and he couldn't detect it at all. I also have a magic treasure that can increase one's combat strength. Feng Wuchen's laughter came, and immediately shouted, Sun Eye. With a thought, a ray of golden light flashed as the sun's eye shot out from Feng Wuchen's body. A golden pearl floated before Feng Wuchen, emitting an extremely powerful ancient aura. With the sun's eye out, Feng Wuchen's strength and aura increased once again. This was an ancient sacred artifact that had the ability to increase one's battle prowess. Speaking of which, this is my first time using the sun's eye. In the past, my cultivation was too weak to control it, and I never had the chance to use it. Feng Wuchen grinned. No matter how strong an ancient sacred artifact is, it's still far from an ancient immortal artifact. Nie Tian's face was filled with disdain. This isn't an ordinary ancient sacred artifact. You'll know in a while. Feng Wuchen sneered as he channeled the primordial ancestor's full power into the dragon god sword. Buzz! Buzz! Torrential sword intent spread to every corner of the sacred world. The sword light's power and aura instantly soared to unprecedented heights. What a powerful sacred artifact. I've never seen it before. I thought it was the Yin-Yang Pagoda, but the Yin-Yang Pagoda is still in the Dragon Temple. Long Qing said. We've never seen it before either. No matter how strong the young master's opponents were, they didn't use this sacred artifact. Long Nidian shook his head. Why do I feel that Big Brother Feng has all kinds of treasures? Lu Qingyang said. The more he looked, the more excited he became. This sacred artifact isn't any weaker than an ordinary grade 3 ancient immortal artifact. Nie Tian's is only a grade 1 ancient immortal artifact. The difference is huge. Protector Tian Hen frowned. Whoosh! Feng Wuchen gently swung the dragon god sword, and an energy sword formed by sword intent shot out like a bolt of golden lightning. The power of the sword intent skyrocketed. The power of the sword intent has increased by 3 times. Nie Tian frowned as his face turned extremely ugly. Nie Tian originally thought that he could suppress Feng Wuchen with a treasure that increased his battle prowess by 2 times. He didn't expect Feng Wuchen to have a treasure that increased his battle prowess by 3 times. Staring coldly at Feng Wuchen, Nie Tian thought to himself, this kid's attainments in the sword Dao are beyond my imagination. This is the first time I've seen sword intent turn into power, and it can even appear at any time and place. It's too strange. The power of Feng Wuchen's mantras far surpass immortal techniques. Now that he has a magic treasure that can increase his battle prowess by 3 times, it won't be that easy to defeat him. At most, both sides will be injured. Even if I can't defeat Feng Wuchen, I can at least severely injure him. Boom, Nie Tian casually swept out with his spear. With a boom, he easily shattered Feng Wuchen's sword intent. Feng Wuchen grinned and said, "How is it? My ancient holy artifact is not bad, right?" Nie Tian's face was grim, and he didn't say anything. "Nie Tian, it's time to end this battle." Feng Wuchen grinned. The surging sword essence surged like an avalanche, and the monstrous power soared to the highest point in an instant. "Indeed, it's time to end this," Nie Tian said coldly. He released all of his spiritual yuan and infused it into the long spear. The immeasurable power of the spear swept out like a tsunami, and the airwaves were like a storm. Buzz buzz. Nie Tian unleashed his greatest power, causing the space of the saint's world to collapse. Every corner of the saint's world could clearly sense the destructive power. Nie Tian waved the long spear and shouted, "Feng Wuchen, this time, I'll bet everything I have. Life and death are already destined for me. I killed someone from the ancient immortal world, and the ancient immortal world won't let me go. If I lose, I'd rather die in your hands." "What? You killed a cultivator from the ancient immortal world?" Feng Wuchen's face changed dramatically, and he was stunned. Nie Tian could kill a cultivator from the ancient immortal world? Are you kidding me? "Master, Nie Tian used the immortal trapping curse to seal the power of the cultivator from the ancient immortal world. That's why he could succeed." The messenger's respectful voice sounded. "So that's how it is. This guy has guts. It seems like he doesn't plan on living past today." Feng Wuchen thought to himself, and only then did he let out a sigh of relief. How is this possible? Nie Tian doesn't have the strength to kill Hongwu. That's impossible. An ancient immortal world cultivator said in shock. A mere ancient immortal can't kill a profound immortal. Hongwu is a 6-star profound immortal. He can kill an ancient immortal with a single finger. Another person shook his head in horror. Nie Tian was originally from the ancient immortal world. If he used the immortal trapping curse, it's not impossible. Protector Tianhen said coldly. He didn't expect the killer to be Nie Tian. It didn't matter if Nie Tian won or lost this battle. He was dead for sure. Nie Tian shouted, "Feng Wuchen, come. Show me your strongest immortal technique. I've kept my trump card, and I'm sure you have one too. Ancient immortal technique. Battle soul raises the sky." Nie Tian shouted and slammed his palm on the spear's handle. The spear shot out like a bolt of lightning. The surface of the spear instantly turned into a huge white energy. The terrifying power was close to the peak of the ancient immortal realm. The most terrifying power that had ever appeared in the sacred world. Rumble. The terrifying power exploded, and the dark void of the sacred world suddenly resounded with deafening thunder. Countless cultivators were frightened to the extreme. "Heavenly tribulation!" Xianxia exclaimed. "That's right. This is the ancient immortal world's heavenly tribulation. Nie Tian's power has already touched the heavenly tribulation." Yang Tianhan exclaimed. "Heavenly tribulation?" Ling Xiaoxiao and the others' faces changed drastically. They were so frightened that their bodies were trembling. They felt like they were suffocating. To be able to trigger the heavenly tribulation, one could imagine how terrifying this power was. The terrifying thunder was indeed the heavenly tribulation. However, it wasn't the real heavenly tribulation. It was just the heavenly tribulation that was triggered. Good. Feng Wuchen grinned. He looked extremely excited. This time, Feng Wuchen could completely let go of the battle. The Dragon God sword was placed in front of his chest. The ancestor of Primeval was injected into the Dragon God sword. The sword seemed to be burning with golden flames. The suffocating and domineering sword light energy surged wildly. The Dragon God sword buzzed and shook people's souls. Primal Chaos AO sword art. Sky splitting. Feng Wuchen roared and swung his sword. His chi swallowed the heavens and earth, surging violently. Whoosh. Buzz. A huge golden sword light burst out. With the help of the sun's eye, the power soared by more than 3 times. The bright golden light illuminated the dark void. The domineering power of the sword light was filled with invincible momentum as if it was going to split the sacred world in half. The domineering power of the sword light appeared, and the heavenly tribulation exploded one after another. At this moment, the spectators looked at the 2 destructive energies in horror. They all held their breaths, and their expressions were extremely nervous. Boom. Buzz. Puff. The destructive power of the spear collided with the domineering sword light. With a loud bang, an immeasurable amount of energy from the collision swept out violently, causing Ye Tian to spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the force of the collision spread out in all directions with the power to devour everything. The power of the spear light was suppressed by the sword light. Humph. Push it back. Ye Tian gritted his teeth and said angrily. His face was pale. Immediately, he sacrificed his blood essence. The power of the spear light skyrocketed and suppressed the sword light. The power of blood essence. You're really willing to part with it? Feng Wuchen gritted his teeth and channeled all his strength to resist. The Eye of the Sun and Feng Wuchen's sword technique had completely suppressed Nye Tian. However, as Nye Tian sacrificed the power of blood essence, the spear light's power was instantly suppressed. The power of blood essence. Long Shihan's face darkened. He's willing to sacrifice the power of an ancient immortal's blood essence. Long Xiaofeng and the others were shocked. I told you, Nye Tian shouted, I'll give you everything I have, including the power of blood essence. The spear light's power continued to increase, becoming more and more terrifying. Feng Wuchen's sword light was already at a disadvantage, and he could not hold on any longer. Feng Wuchen, unless you sacrifice your blood essence as well, you'll lose no matter how powerful your sword art is. But are you willing to do so? Nye Tian asked fiercely. He didn't care about his life anymore. Lose? Feng Wuchen sneered. It's too early to say that. Even without my blood essence, I can still defeat you. Humph. You're talking nonsense. Die. Nye Tian shouted angrily. He sacrificed all his blood essence, and the spear light's power skyrocketed. Nye Tian sacrificed all his blood essence. He was really throwing his life away. Is Nye Tian crazy? Yang Tianhan's eyes widened. He's going to die even if he uses up all his blood essence. Chu Tianshu said seriously, Nye Tian knows that the ancient immortal realm won't let him go. He's going to die for sure. Even if he uses up all his blood essence, he won't be able to kill Big Brother Feng. He'll still lose, Lu Qingyang said. Once he used up all his blood essence, Nye Tian would die for sure. Puff. The spear light's power completely suppressed Feng Wuchen's sword light. Feng Wuchen coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. Master. Quickly increase it to 4 times. Divine, I shouted through voice transmission. Quadruple. Feng Wuchen shouted. The Eye of the Sun flashed, and Feng Wuchen's power doubled again. The sword light's power increased to quadruple. The sword light's power, which was about to collapse, suppressed the spear light in the next second. What? Quadruple? That's impossible. Nye Tian was shocked, and his eyes almost popped out. Just as he was about to defeat Feng Wuchen's battle prowess suddenly doubled. How could Nye Tian accept this? Quadruple? How is this possible? Protector Tian Hen and the other 2 guards were also shocked. What kind of treasure could increase his power with quadruple? The ancient immortal world's ancient immortal artifacts did not exist. 4 times? Ling Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded. Miao Qingqing and Lu Qingyang were instantly petrified. They were so shocked that they were speechless. Heavens, heavens, heavens. How can Feng Wuchen's sacred tool increase his battle prowess by 4 times? Long Shirtian's old eyes bulged in shock. It can actually increase his battle prowess by 4 times. Alliance Master Saint weapon is too terrifying, isn't it? Yun Yuzi was dumbfounded, and his old face was extremely stiff. How is this possible? 3 times is already terrifying enough, but you can actually increase it by 4 times. Mu Qingfeng was scared silly. Everyone present couldn't believe it, but their combat power had indeed increased by 4 times. "Nie Tian, you've exhausted your blood essence. You've reached your limit. You're going to lose," Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile, as if he was certain that Nie Tian would lose. "What kind of magic treasure is this? How could it be increased by 4 times? Not even the ancient immortal artifacts from the ancient immortal realm can do that." Nie Tian was enraged. "Like I said, this sacred artifact of mine is no ordinary sacred artifact. This is a sacred artifact born from the creation of the heavens and earth. Ordinary ancient immortal artifacts are not even comparable to this sacred artifact of mine." Feng Wuchen smiled smugly. "Feng Wuchen, don't count your chickens before they hatch." Nie Tian roared furiously. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with killing intent. Enraged, Nie Tian quickly took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it. Buzz. Buzz, as soon as the medicinal pill entered his throat, it turned into an extremely terrifying heat that spread throughout his body, causing his strength to skyrocket again. Feng Wuchen's face fell as he said angrily, "A medicinal pill that can increase one's strength. Is this also a part of your strength?" "Feng Wuchen, this is a medicinal pill from the ancient immortal realm. I won't lose to you. Go to hell." Nie Tian roared, his face ferocious. Nie Tian's strength skyrocketed as he poured all of his strength into the long spear. The power of the spear light was replenished, and it suddenly skyrocketed, once again suppressing the sword light. 5 times. Feng Wuchen roared furiously. The sun eye once again burst forth with dazzling golden light, and the power of the sword light doubled again. What? Everyone present turned pale with fright and was dumbfounded. Puff, the sword light's power doubled again, and the spear light's power was forcibly suppressed. Nie Tian coughed up blood, and his injuries worsened. Rumble, as the sword light's power skyrocketed, it triggered the lightning in the sacred world once again. Lightning dragons flickered in the dark sky. 5 times. Nie Tian was dumbfounded, as though he had seen a ghost. Protector Tian Hen and the 2 guards were also petrified. They had never heard of a battle that could increase one's strength by 5 times. Even 4 times didn't exist, let alone 5 times, Feng Wuchen roared again. The sun eye once again burst forth with golden light, and the sword light's power doubled again. Nie Tian's body shook, and he started to doubt himself. Rumble, puff, the domineering sword light's power increased by 6 times, instantly destroyed Nie Tian's spear light. The ancient immortal spear broke into several pieces, and Nie Tian coughed up blood again. His injuries instantly worsened. With 6 times his strength, the sword light completely suppressed Nie Tian. Everyone was dumbfounded. They were scared out of their wits, and they started to doubt themselves. Rumble, bolts of lightning struck one after another, as though the heavens were roaring furiously. Whoosh, buzz. Buzz, the moment the spear light was destroyed, the domineering sword light's power shot towards Nie Tian, who was standing motionless and doubting himself. At that moment, the dazzling golden light lit up the entire dark space. It was like the light of dawn had lit up the dark land. 6 times. Nie Tian had completely given up on resisting. He was powerless to resist. Nie Tian, be on your way, Feng Wuchen said coldly, without the slightest bit of pity or mercy. Rumble, buzz. Buzz, in the blink of an eye, the sword light engulfed Nie Tian and exploded with a rumbling sound. Destructive energy ripples crazily devoured everything with earth-shattering power. The horrifying scene was so shocking that no one dared to look directly at it. At the instant of the explosion, Nie Tian was completely turned into ashes. This battle was definitely the most terrifying battle in the history of the sacred world. The entire sacred world had changed beyond recognition. Master, the temple of Rakshasa can't withstand this power. Xianxia shouted. The minds of everyone in the temple of Rakshasa went blank. They were all scared out of their wits. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Since people from the ancient immortal world are here, it's time to give them a warning, the Sword Soul Emperor said. The Sword Soul Emperor personally made a move and the energy ripples disappeared. All of this was like magic, disappearing just like that. In an instant, the saint world regained its calmness. But it was dead silent. Everyone was in a state of fugue. Lord Protector, the energy suddenly disappeared. A guard exclaimed in terror. Protector Tianhen frowned and said solemnly, such terrifying energy has already activated the lightning. Feng Wuchen definitely can't divert it in the blink of an eye. He doesn't have the ability to do so either. It must be the energy in his body. Lord Protector, Feng Wuchen is so strong and has such a terrifying treasure. We definitely can't let him live. Another guard said viciously. The owner of the energy in Feng Wuchen's body is probably at the ancient immortal emperor realm. Feng Wuchen has many mysterious powers, so we definitely can't let him live. Protector Tianhen said coldly. A vicious killing intent flashed in his eyes. Lord Protector, I will force the owner of the energy out. Then, Lord Protector will make a move. A guard requested. Do it. Tianhen said coldly. Xiao. Just at that moment, the messenger appeared and blocked the guard who was about to make a move. The appearance of the emissary scared the guard witless. The messenger said coldly, Protector Tianhen, you really don't place me in your eyes. You have violated the order of heaven and earth time after time. I don't dare. But, Lord Messenger, it is best if you don't care about the matters of the ancient immortal world. I have already reported your interference to the ancient immortal sovereign. Shouldn't you consider your own situation? Protector Tianhen said coldly. As the messenger who controls the order of heaven and earth, I have to take care of anyone who violates the order of heaven and earth. You have crossed the line and violated the order of heaven and earth. I will give face to the ancient god and not pursue this matter. If you don't leave, then don't blame me for being impolite. The messenger said coldly. He looked at the messenger with a vicious gaze and laughed coldly, is that so? Then, why don't you try? I don't believe you dare to kill me. Protector Tianhen, in the eyes of this emissary, you are no different from an ant given your cultivation base. Do you really think that this emissary doesn't dare to touch you? The emissary coldly spoke as his eyes flashed with killing intent. The emissary was someone from the Pangu world. There was no need to talk about Tianhen, who was only an ancient immortal emperor. Even if an ancient immortal reverend came, the emissary would be able to crush him to death with a single finger. Tianhen didn't care and wasn't threatened at all. He laughed coldly, Lord Messenger, I know that you are strong. However, there are ancient gods behind the ancient immortal world. Even the ancient gods of the Pangu world don't dare to offend them. If you have the guts, you can try and kill me. Let's see what the consequences are. The emissary slowly raised his palm and pointed it at Tianhen. He said in disdain, you have the ancient god behind you, but do you think I don't? You have repeatedly used the ancient gods of the ancient immortal world to suppress me. Do you have any respect for the ancient gods behind me? If I kill you, the Lord ancient god of the ancient immortal world won't dare to do anything to me. You are the one who wants to interfere in the matters of the ancient immortal world. You are the one who is ignoring the ancient gods. Protector Tianhen was furious. He wanted nothing more than to turn the emissary into ashes, but he didn't have the ability to do so. This is the sacred world and not the ancient immortal world. If you break the laws of the ancient immortal world, I won't care at all. The emissary said coldly. His attitude was firm and he didn't want to give in at all. Tianhen hollered in rage, you are courting death. I will ask you one last time. Are you going to scram or not? The emissary asked coldly. He had already gathered energy in his palm. If Tianhen didn't scram, he would attack. Very good. Don't regret this. Protector Tianhen hollered in rage and wanted to leave. Wait. Feng Wuchen's cold voice suddenly rang out. One could see Feng Wuchen floating over. Feng Wuchen? Protector Tianhen was stunned. The emissary looked at Feng Wuchen respectfully. Feng Wuchen looked at the emissary and then at Tianhen and the other two, ancient immortal world cultivators. I heard from the emissary that the ancient immortal world doesn't allow any cultivators from the sacred world to ascend. I also heard that the ancient immortal world will suppress those who reach the ancient immortal realm. You are right. People from the lower worlds don't have the right to step into the ancient immortal world. Your body should have strength that exceeds the sacred world, so you can forget about ascending. Protector Tianhen said coldly. Feng Wuchen shrugged, you don't have the right to decide. You don't have the right to decide where I, Feng Wuchen, want to go. Haha. Tianhen couldn't help but laugh out loud. He said in disdain, Feng Wuchen, don't think that your body is strong. Even if the emissary stops me and gives you a chance to ascend, you won't live for more than 2 hours in the ancient immortal world. Pa. Feng Wuchen suddenly waved his hand. With a loud slap, it landed accurately on Tianhen's face. This slap stunned Protector Tianhen. The 2 guards behind him shuddered and their souls flew out of their bodies. The emissary also looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. This slap was even more severe than killing Tianhen. Once this matter blew up, it would definitely alert the ancient god behind the ancient immortal world. The emissary was just trying to scare Tianhen. He really didn't dare to kill Tianhen. The ancient god behind the ancient immortal world wasn't someone that any ancient god would dare to offend. You dare to hit me? Tianhen was furious. His killing intent surged into the sky and his face was terrifyingly vicious. As the #1 expert under the ancient immortal sovereigns, he had a supreme status in the ancient immortal world. Countless experts served him respectfully. Now that he was slapped by a cultivator from the lower worlds, it was simply a huge humiliation. Feng Wuchen asked, why wouldn't I dare? You dare to attack me in the sacred world? You are courting death. Tianhen roared. The terrifying power of a 9-star ancient immortal emperor surged out. He wanted to kill Feng Wuchen with a single slap. Humph. The emissary snorted coldly. The terrifying aura caused Tianhen's mind to be shaken and he felt powerless. Pa. Pfft. At this moment, Feng Wuchen sent out another slap. The strength behind the slap was so great that Tianhen spat out a mouthful of blood. A 9-star ancient immortal emperor expert actually couldn't withstand the strength of Feng Wuchen's slap. Tianhen didn't even notice Feng Wuchen's attack. From this, one could see that the mysterious energy in Feng Wuchen's body was even more terrifying than Tianhen. Who do you think you are? So what if I hit you? Do you believe that I won't dare to kill you? Feng Wuchen said coldly. Tianhen was stunned. He didn't dare to say anything. He could already sense how terrifying that energy was. You still want to kill me? Do you have the ability? Is a 9-star ancient immortal emperor very impressive? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Pa pa pa. Pft pft. Feng Wuchen continued to slap Tianhen. Crisp sounds rang out as fresh blood spurted out. Tianhen's face was swollen like a pig's head. It was completely deformed. The 2 guards were so frightened that they peed their pants. Their bodies were trembling and their faces were pale. They were like zombies. Tianhen was completely enraged. He roared, if you have the guts, kill this protector. End of this chapter. As a top expert of the ancient celestial world, the #1 ancient celestial emperor, how could he allow others to humiliate him like this? Feng Wuchen. Let me tell you, if you dare to kill me, you will be making the entire ancient celestial world your enemy. You will be making the ancient god your enemy. Only death awaits you. Protector Tianhen roared in rage. To scare Feng Wuchen, he even brought out the name of an ancient god. Pa. Pft. Feng Wuchen slapped him viciously, causing a few of Protector Tianhen's teeth to fly out. They can't save you now. Otherwise, they would have come long ago. The messenger set up this barrier. Why don't you try shouting for help? Feng Wuchen laughed coldly. Bastard. Feng Wuchen. I will definitely not let you off. If you don't kill me, you can forget about ascending to the ancient celestial world. No one in the sacred world can think about ascending. Protector Tianhen roared in rage. He stared at Feng Wuchen with eyes filled with killing intent. It is too easy to kill you. 1 palm is enough. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Terrifying energy gathered in his palm as he punched towards Protector Tianhen's head. Seeing Feng Wuchen's palm, Protector Tianhen's expression changed drastically. At that instant, Protector Tianhen could clearly feel the terrifying strength. It was definitely not something he could handle. The killing intent in Feng Wuchen's eyes was also very real. He was definitely not joking and definitely not trying to scare him. "Sir, please spare me." Protector Tianhen was so frightened that he immediately knelt down. The two guards behind him opened their eyes wide. Was this still the mighty and unyielding protector that they knew? Was this still the #1 ancient celestial emperor expert under the ancient celestial ancestor? Was this still the high and mighty protector of the ancient celestial world? Protector Tianhen was still the same Protector Tianhen, he hadn't changed at all. However, Feng Wuchen gave Protector Tianhen a feeling that he was even scarier than the messenger. Feng Wuchen would slap anyone he disagreed with. He didn't care who you were at all. In any case, he would act first and report later. Protector Tianhen believed that Feng Wuchen would really dare to kill him. "Oh? Didn't you have a backbone just now?" Yelling and screaming, you even brought up the ancient immortal plane and the ancient gods to scare me. Now, in the blink of an eye, you're kneeling before me. Feng Wuchen's palm stopped as he laughed in shock, but that's true. His cultivation base has reached the ancient immortal emperor realm, it would truly be a pity if he died. This fellow isn't even afraid of me, the emissary. He actually knelt down in front of Master. The emissary was rather surprised and even a little in disbelief. This was the so-called instant cowardice. Sir is right. It would be a pity if he died. I have offended you earlier and I hope that you can forgive me. Protector Tianhen smiled apologetically and nodded. Feng Wuchen slowly withdrew his hand and grinned. To be honest, I don't really want to kill you. After all, we have no enmity between us, right? Right. Protector Tianheng nodded his head like a chick pecking rice. He felt much more at ease. When I ascend to the ancient immortal world in the future, I might need your help. Killing you is indeed not a good idea, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Sir is wise. Protector Tianheng nodded his head. I don't know much about the ancient immortal world, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. There are many experts in the ancient immortal world, and there are countless forces of various sizes. I will more or less offend some experts or forces. I will need your help when the time comes. Sir is right. Protector Tianheng nodded his head. But thinking about it, I feel like after you ascend, you will deal with me. After all, that is the ancient immortal world and you can use a lot of power. So, I feel like it is more appropriate to kill you. Feng Wuchen smiled. What? Protector Tianheng's expression changed and he nearly spat out blood. Feng Wuchen took such a huge circle and still wanted to kill him in the end. Don't worry, sir, I won't deal with you. I definitely won't. Protector Tianheng explained. His expression was one of terror. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Don't be afraid. Feng Wuchen smiled and passed something over. Sir, this is? Protector Tianheng didn't understand and asked anxiously. Feng Wuchen passed over a jade thumb ring. It was a green jade thumb ring and it was very beautiful. One look and one could tell that it wasn't an ordinary item. Protector Tianheng looked at it for a long time and didn't know what it was. He only knew that it was a top-grade jade stone. Ancient God Thumb Ring. The emissary's expression changed and he was shocked. The owner of the power in Master's body is actually an ancient god. He is the same as the ancient god behind the ancient immortal world and is also a titled ancient god. The green jade thumb ring is even stronger than the ancient gods of the ancient immortal world. The ancient god thumb ring was the symbol of an ancient god who had reached a certain cultivation realm. There were many ancient god experts but very few of them could reach the titled ancient god realm. There were only 8 ancient god thumb rings and they were ranked from lowest to highest: green, blue, purple, red, gold, white, and black. The titled ancient god with the black ancient god thumb ring was the strongest. The titled ancient gods of the ancient immortal world were only those with the green ancient god thumb ring and they had the lowest status. You don't recognize this but the ancient immortal venerables might. You can show this to the ancient gods of the ancient immortal world and you will know. Bring it back to me within 3 days or you will have to bear the consequences. At that time, you can consider if you want to deal with me. Go back. Feng Wuchen smiled. Yes. Sir. Protector Tianheng nodded respectfully. He didn't recognize the jade thumb ring in his hand and he left doubtfully. After the three of them left, the emissary asked, "Master, does this ancient god thumb ring belong to the senior and master's body?" "You recognize the ancient god thumb ring? That means that the ancient god behind you is also a titled ancient god?" Feng Wuchen asked. The emissary shook his head. "The ancient god behind me isn't a titled ancient god, but I have heard of the ancient god thumb ring. Each ancient god with the ancient god thumb ring is a terrifying existence. The titled ancient god with the black ancient god thumb ring is the strongest. I heard that there is only one person with the black ancient god thumb ring." "Only one person? That can't be right." Feng Wuchen frowned and thought to himself, "The Sword Soul Emperor gave me quite a few ancient god thumb rings. Other than the ugliest green thumb ring, the rest are all white and black. There are quite a few of them. Sword Soul Emperor, what is going on?" Feng Wuchen asked with a voice transmission. "They have been conferred titles. You will know in the future." The Sword Soul Emperor replied. "Master, does the ancient god thumb ring belong to the senior and master's body?" The emissary asked quickly. His expression was agitated and his eyes were filled with excitement. "No." Feng Wuchen shook his head. "Ah?" The emissary was shocked and he was disappointed. He asked again, "Then where did Master get the ancient god thumb ring? He couldn't possibly say that he picked up a titled ancient god thumb ring, right?" "Senior's disciple gave it to me." Feng Wuchen answered. "What? Say. Senior's disciple gave it to you?" The emissary's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was shocked beyond words. End of this chapter. The existence of an ancient god was already very terrifying. It was the supreme realm that countless cultivators in Panga Field dreamed of. The appearance of the ancient god ring frightened the emissary. It was the symbol of a titled ancient god. There were too few experts who could reach the level of ancient god. Every titled ancient god was an extremely terrifying existence. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were legends. But now, Feng Wuchen said that the ancient god with the cyan ring was the disciple of the senior in his body. How terrifying was that senior's identity? Go back. Do what you need to do. There is a reason for the existence of the order of heaven and earth. If you want to take care of it, then take care of it. Don't be afraid of anyone. I'll support you." Feng Wuchen grinned and disappeared. The words "I will support you" hit the emissary hard in his heart. The emissary did not dare to imagine how terrifying those words were. The emissary recovered from the shock. Even though Feng Wuchen had left, he still cupped his fists and thanked him excitedly. "Thank you, Master. That senior is actually more powerful than a titled ancient god. The cyan ancient god ring is enough to suppress the ancient gods of the ancient immortal world. With Master's support, I am not afraid of the ancient immortal world." The emissary was ecstatic. Feng Wuchen appeared in the temple of Rakshasa. The spectators in the square were still in a state of shock and horror. "Husband." Ling Xiaoxiao was the first to recover. She immediately went over and asked, "Husband, are you okay?" Feng Wuchen tapped Ling Xiaoxiao's nose and smiled faintly. "Wife, don't worry. I have an immortal body. How could anything happen to me?" "Young master, what magic treasure did you use just now? It can unleash 6 times the fighting strength." Long Nidian was suddenly awakened and asked quickly. "Feng Wuchen, are you sure that is a divine weapon?" Xianxia asked in shock. "Too terrifying. I have never heard of a divine weapon that can increase fighting strength to such a terrifying level. 6 times the fighting strength. Big brother Feng, why have I not seen you use it before?" Lu Qingyang also asked quickly. Those who were startled awake all looked at Feng Wuchen. The ancient sacred artifact, the Eye of the Sun, is a treasure from the beginning of the world. Because it is too powerful, I was too weak to control it in the past. Feng Wuchen explained. Yang Tianhan said in shock, "Even ancient immortal artifacts are not that scary. Not to mention 6 times, even 3 times is rare. 4 times and above, I have never seen it before. Are there very few in the ancient immortal world?" Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised. Shangguan Baichen said, "Only the big powers have powerful magic treasures with powerful attacks. The others only have twice as much at most." I see. Feng Wuchen nodded and said with a faint smile, all right, Nie Tian is dead. Let's all go back and work hard on our cultivation. Ascending to the ancient immortal world is just around the corner. Young Master Nie Tian is dead. What a terrifying power. Fortunately, we didn't make a move. Otherwise, we would have died. Feng Wuchen's strength has actually reached such a level. We spent hundreds of thousands of years to reach our current cultivation, but he reached it in less than a year. Feng Wuchen is a monster. Only death awaits us if we make an enemy out of him. The experts in the ancient immortal world still had endless fear on their pale faces. They were all secretly glad that they didn't make a move. If they made a move, with Feng Wuchen's character, he wouldn't leave any of them alive. Ancient immortal world. With the help of the elixir, Protector Tianhen's swollen face had already recovered. A guard gritted his teeth and said, Lord Protector, that little bastard Feng Wuchen is too arrogant. We can't let him go. He beat Lord Protector until your face is swollen like a pig's. Feng Wuchen. This Protector will not let you go. Protector Tianhen gritted his teeth. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. His eyes were almost spitting fire and his internal organs were rolling violently. Protector Tianhen was suddenly stunned. He looked at the guard fiercely and asked, What did you just say? Who were you calling a pig's head? No, no, no. Lord Protector, I didn't mean it that way. The guard was scared out of his wits. Bang, 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 Protector Tianhen punched and kicked. He was as ferocious as a tiger. He beat the guard until his face was swollen. If anyone dares to tell anyone about what happened today, I will kill him. Protector Tianhen roared. Lord Protector, don't worry. We won't tell anyone even if we are beaten to death. The two guards were scared out of their wits. Protector Tianhen said fiercely, keep a close eye on the sacred world. If Feng Wuchen ascends, report it immediately. Protector Tianhen, apart from looking good, there is nothing special about this ring. There is no aura at all. Is Feng Wuchen lying to us? A guard asked curiously. Protector Tianhen looked at the green ring in his hand and said solemnly, although there is nothing special about this ring, it shouldn't be simple. I have to study it. The power in Feng Wuchen's body is definitely at the ancient celestial ancestor realm. I have to report this to Lord Ancient Celestial Ancestor. The moment he said that, Protector Tianhen disappeared. When he appeared once more, he was back in the palace. What is this jade ring? Protector Tianhen looked at the green ring as he walked towards the main hall. Lord Protector, Lord Ancient Celestial Ancestor has orders for you to head to the main hall after you return. A guard said respectfully. Tianhen nodded and walked towards the main hall. Greetings Lord Ancient Celestial Ancestor. Protector Tianhen entered the main hall and knelt down respectfully. Ancient Celestial Ancestor looked at Tianhen and frowned, what happened to your injuries? Protector Tianhen had a supreme status and no one in the ancient celestial world dared to touch him, so how could he be injured? Protector Tianhen reported respectfully, Lord Ancient Celestial Ancestor, this is caused by the power in Feng Wuchen's body. Someone from the lower world killed our cultivators, so I headed over personally. Who knew that the power in Feng Wuchen's body had already reached the ancient celestial ancestor realm? Oh? Ancient celestial ancestor realm? Ancient celestial ancestor frowned and said solemnly, why would there be an ancient celestial ancestor realm expert in the lower world? Who died? Why is he willing to hide in the body of a cultivator from the lower world? I don't know. I can't sense the existence of that power. But since Feng Wuchen was able to injure me, it must be that power. Protector Tianhen shook his head. Right, Lord Ancient Celestial Ancestor, Feng Wuchen told me to pass this ring to you or Lord Ancient God. I don't know what it is. Protector Tianhen said and passed the green ring to Ancient Celestial Ancestor. Ring? Ancient Celestial Ancestor frowned and looked over. If he didn't look, he wouldn't know. But when he did, he was shocked. Ancient God ring. Ancient Celestial Ancestor's face changed and turned pale white. He was so frightened that his body trembled and he almost fell to the ground. Lord Ancient Celestial Ancestor. Looking at Ancient Celestial Ancestor's terrified expression, Protector Tianhen was stunned. This was the first time Protector Tianhen saw such a terrified expression on ancient celestial ancestor's face. Even when facing a strong opponent, he didn't show such an expression. What was the ancient god ring? Protector Tianhen was confused. Ancient god thumb ring. That's right. It's the ancient god thumb ring. The ancient immortal venerable's face was filled with fear as he carefully held on to the ancient god thumb ring. He was afraid that it would fall and shatter. Lord Ancient Immortal Venerable, what is the ancient god thumb ring? Protector Tianhen asked curiously. Although he didn't know what it was, he could tell from the ancient immortal venerable's terrified expression that it was extremely terrifying. The ancient immortal venerable's back was drenched in cold sweat as he said in fear, the ancient god thumb ring represents a titled ancient god expert. What? Titled? Titled ancient god? Tianhen's expression changed and his eyeballs nearly popped out. His body trembled violently and he was scared out of his wits. Although Tianhen didn't know what the ancient god thumb ring was, he had heard of titled ancient gods. Those terrifying experts were legendary figures in the Pengu world. Only titled ancient gods have the right to have the ancient god thumb ring. This green ancient god thumb ring has a higher status than our ancient god and is even stronger. The ancient immortal venerable said in fear. He no longer had the demeanor of an ancient immortal venerable. Stronger than our ancient immortal world's Lord Ancient God? Protector Tianhen's head buzzed and his pale face turned stiff. The ancient immortal venerable said in fear, our ancient god has the lowest status among the titled ancient gods. His ancient god thumb ring is green. Then there are the cyan, blue, yellow, red, gold, white, and black ancient god rings. The ancient god who has the black ancient god ring is the most powerful and has the highest status. There is only one such person in the entire Pengu realm. This green ancient god thumb ring must belong to the titled ancient god in Feng Wuchen's body. Gulp, Protector Tianhen swallowed a mouthful of saliva in fear. Only now did he realize that the terrifying power in Feng Wuchen's body wasn't from the ancient immortal venerable but a titled ancient god. He also finally understood why Feng Wuchen dared to humiliate him and even kill him. This was because Feng Wuchen did not care about the ancient gods behind the ancient immortal world at all. The ancient celestial venerable paced around in fear and said anxiously, Protector Tianheng, don't offend Feng Wuchen. Treat it as if nothing happened. If he wants to ascend, then let him. Including everyone that Feng Wuchen knows, we can't stop him. Otherwise, it will bring calamity to the ancient god and also bring destruction to our ancient celestial world. Don't let this matter leak out. We can't offend a titled ancient god. Otherwise, no one can save us. We can't afford to offend any titled ancient god, and neither can Lord Ancient God. Yes. Yes. Lord Ancient Celestial Venerable. Protector Tianhen replied in fear. This fear that came from his soul almost made him suffocate. This fear was enough to accompany Protector Tianhen for his entire life. What else did Feng Wuchen say? The ancient immortal venerable asked in fear. He said that we have 3 days to return the ancient god ring. Otherwise, we will have to bear the consequences. Protector Tianhen hurriedly said. We have to send it back in 3 days? The ancient immortal venerable calmed himself down and suppressed the fear in his heart. This time, we have offended that titled ancient god. Our lives are in the hands of that titled ancient god. Thinking back to what Feng Wuchen said, Protector Tianhen hurriedly said, Lord Ancient Immortal Venerable, since Feng Wuchen didn't kill me, it means that we haven't offended him too much. I will return the ancient god ring and apologize to him. Then, Feng Wuchen will pursue this matter. Right. We haven't offended him too much and there is still room for negotiation. Otherwise, Feng Wuchen wouldn't have asked you to bring the ancient god ring back. The ancient immortal venerable nodded his head in panic. He instantly heaved a sigh of relief like he had been pardoned. Protector Tianhen, go and prepare. I will report this matter to Lord Ancient God. The ancient immortal venerable said hurriedly before his body flashed and disappeared. Titled Ancient God. I actually offended a titled ancient god. Protector Tianhen was afraid just thinking about it. His body couldn't stop trembling. I can't move my body anymore. Protector Tianhen realized that his body wasn't listening to him anymore. He wanted to leave the hall, but he had lost consciousness. At this moment, the ancient immortal venerable appeared on top of a mountain peak. There was a huge plaza here. There was a huge array carved on the surface of the plaza. Pa. The ancient immortal venerable placed his palms together and chanted a chant. He then slammed his palm on the huge array and shouted, "Summon Lord Ancient God." Buzz. The huge array suddenly lit up with green light. The plaza started to shake violently. Immediately after, a horrifying aura spread out from the array. Greetings to Lord Ancient God. The ancient immortal venerable immediately knelt down and kowtowed. He was extremely respectful. Why did you summon this god? An old and majestic voice rang out. The ancient immortal venerable raised the green ancient god ring and said respectfully, reporting to Lord Ancient God, please take a look. Green ancient god ring. The aged voice suddenly sounded. There was no majesty at all. Shortly after, a black-robed old man appeared in the array. An unimaginably horrifying aura spread out from the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man was the titled ancient god that controlled the ancient immortal world. This was only a clone. The black-robed old man grabbed at the air and the green ancient god ring flew over. He said in shock, "It is indeed real. The titled ancient god ring." The black-robed old man's words confirmed the ancient immortal venerable's suspicions. The fear in his heart grew even stronger. Where did you get the ring from? The black-robed old man asked anxiously. His tone was filled with panic. It was obvious that he was trying his best to suppress the fear in his heart. It came from a junior called Feng Wuchen in the sacred world. He was the one who asked Protector Tianhen to bring the ring back for Lord Ancient God to see. The ancient immortal venerable said respectfully. You guys offended him? The black-robed old man asked in a deep voice. Yes, but we didn't know that he had the ancient god ring. Furthermore, we didn't offend him too much. There is still room for negotiation. The ancient immortal venerable replied in fear. How dare you? How dare you offend a titled ancient god? Are you trying to kill me? The black-robed old man hollered in rage. Although the green ancient god ring was only one level higher than green, it had the strength to suppress titled ancient gods. The black-robed old man's holler scared the ancient immortal venerable out of his wits. He felt like he had fallen into the 18 levels of hell. A titled ancient god was too terrifying. Lord Ancient God, please calm down. Feng Wuchen asked Tianhen to bring back the ancient god ring, which means that we still have a chance. I will think of a way to apologize. The ancient immortal venerable said in fear. Scoff. That better be the case. Otherwise, I won't be able to save all of you. I am not a match for a titled ancient god with the green ancient god ring. Immediately return the ancient god ring. Agree to any of his requests. The black-robed old man hollered in rage. His body disappeared like he had never appeared. The ancient immortal venerable heaved a sigh of relief. His body was trembling. He had never been so terrified in the ancient immortal world. The ancient immortal venerable said in fear, I hope that Feng Wuchen will pursue this matter. Otherwise, I will definitely die. Before Feng Wuchen ascended to the ancient immortal world, he had already frightened the ancient immortal reverend half to death. After offending Feng Wuchen, the ancient immortal reverend couldn't sit still. He was filled with fear and panic. Feng Wuchen in the sacred world naturally didn't know that the ancient immortal reverend was so terrified. After the war ended, the sacred world that had changed beyond recognition started to rebuild. To spend more time with his family, Feng Wuchen slowed down his cultivation. After all, Feng Xianxia and the others had just ascended. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Within the temple of Rakshasa, it was extremely quiet. Feng Qianyang was taking Ling Xiaxia's pulse. Everyone looked on quietly and waited for the results. Feng Wuchen was filled with nervousness and anxiousness. Mother Long, Xiao Qingqing, Feng Xianxia and the others were also nervous. Outside the hall, Lu Qingyang and the others were all waiting outside. All of them were extremely anxious. Why is there no movement at all? Are you not sure? This is really making me anxious. Lu Qingyang said anxiously. Why are you so anxious? Be quiet. Miao Qingqing scolded softly. She stared viciously at Lu Qingyang. Feng Yuan said softly, everyone, don't be anxious. Grand Elder and the others have just entered. However, right at this moment, Protector Tianhen appeared silently above the Temple of Rakshasa. He slowly floated down. Protector Tianhen's face was filled with fear. He prayed, Feng Wuchen, please don't hold it against me. Even the ancient god of the ancient immortal world was afraid of him, let alone them. Protector Tianhen was even more afraid of sending the ancient god ring back than meeting Yama. The Temple of Rakshasa was silent and there was no movement at all. This made Protector Tianhen feel weird. What are they doing? Protector Tianhen was confused. He floated behind everyone. Lu Qingyang and the others were all focused on the hall. They all tilted their ears and wanted to hear something. What are you all doing? Protector Tianhen asked softly. It was like he had never seen such a scene before. Shoo! Lu Qingyang and the others turned their heads. They placed their index fingers on their lips and told Protector Tianhen to be quiet. Over 1,000 people turned their heads at the same time. Protector Tianhen was so frightened that he immediately covered his mouth. He didn't dare to breathe loudly and he broke out in cold sweat. After offending Feng Wuchen Tianhen, Protector Tianhen's heart. How would he dare to create trouble, but what exactly was going on, he didn't dare to ask. However, Lu Qingyang and the others didn't seem to notice Protector Tianhen's unfamiliar face and continued to listen carefully. Heart. It's the pulse of pregnancy. Not long after, Feng Qianyang's excited and happy voice suddenly resounded in the grand hall. In the main hall, Feng Wuchen was overjoyed and asked excitedly, First Elder, is it really the pulse of pregnancy? Young Xianxia. Young mistress is pregnant. Feng Qianyang smiled happily. Tian. Xiaoxiao is pregnant. Tian be mothers. Haha. I have a grandchild to hug. Long Tianqiu laughed happily. Ling Xian also laughed excitedly, haha. That's great. That's great. I'm going to be a grandfather. This day has finally come. Feng Xingxiong was overjoyed. His eyes were wet. Feng Wuchen hugged Ling Xiaoxiao excitedly. Wife, did you hear that? You're pregnant. That's great. Looking at the excited Feng Wuchen, Ling Xiaoxiao blushed. She smiled happily, does husband like a boy or a girl? A girl. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. Stinky brat, don't hug so tightly. Be careful not to hurt the baby. Xiao Qingqing quickly scolded and pulled Feng Wuchen away. Mother, what kind of praise is there? Feng Wuchen said with reluctance. What do you know? Xiaoxiao finally got pregnant. How can she not be careful? Xiao Qingqing glared at Feng Wuchen. Mother Dragon smiled happily, Xiaoxiao, from today onwards, you can't cultivate anymore. You must focus on nurturing the baby. I know. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled and nodded. Mother is right. Focus on nurturing the baby. I'll accompany my wife. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. Ling Muyan smiled happily, we just have to wait patiently for the little life to be born. At this moment, cheers could be heard outside the hall. Everyone was overjoyed. So Feng Wuchen is going to be a father. Protector Tianhen finally understood. He thought to himself, I came at the right time. Feng Wuchen probably won't do anything to me on such a joyous day. I say, who are you? What are you doing at the Temple of Rakshasa? At this moment, someone finally saw the unfamiliar Protector Tianhen. Lin Yu asked curiously. Everyone's gazes swept over. Who are you? Report your name. You dare to barge into the Temple of Rakshasa. Are you tired of living? Lu Qingyang shouted coldly. Long Nidian and everyone else stared at Protector Tianhen warily. They couldn't see through his cultivation and they didn't even know when he appeared. It was obvious that he was a really strong expert. Don't misunderstand. I don't mean any harm. I am here to find Feng Wuchen. All of you didn't let me speak. Protector Tianhen smiled and explained. Who are you? Why are you looking for Alliance Leader? Crimson Emperor asked. He then told Luanshan to report to Feng Wuchen. I am from the ancient celestial world. I am here to return something to Feng Wuchen. Protector Tianhen explained. He then took out the ancient god ring. Protector Tianhen didn't dare to offend any of them. He instantly turned from a protector to a subordinate. Ancient celestial world? Everyone was shocked. No wonder they didn't sense anything. Who knew that he was from the ancient celestial world? Protector Tianhen laughed. Yes, I am from the ancient celestial world. I am here to return this to Feng Wuchen. Seeing that Protector Tianhen didn't mean any harm and was instead polite, Lu Qingyang took the ring and asked, what is this? Softer, softer. Tianheng hurriedly reminded. His expression was one of extreme panic. Lu Qingyang tossed it and said, this ring is not bad. It is quite exquisite. Seeing Lu Qingyang's actions, Protector Tianhen was terrified. He panicked, stop tossing it. Don't break it. Protector Tianhen was about to cry. Alliance Leader is out. Huan Yang said. Everyone opened up a path for him. Big Brother Feng, this fellow said that he is from the ancient celestial world and wants to give you. Lu Qingyang turned his head and said to Feng Wuchen while tossing the ring. Kacha. Before he could finish his words, his thumb ring fell to the ground. Kacha, it shattered into pieces. Finished, it is all over. The ancient god ring is broken. I am dead for sure. Protector Tianhen was petrified. Intense fear surged into his heart. The thing that he didn't want to see the most had really happened. Big Brother Feng, this is a jade thumb ring. I accidentally broke it. This jade thumb ring is too careless. Lu Qingyang awkwardly scratched his head and smiled. Looking at Protector Tianhen's terrified expression, everyone realized that this jade ring had a really terrifying background. Dragon God Supreme will continue to be updated on the forum. There will be no advertisements on the forum, so please bookmark and recommend the forum. If you like Dragon God Supreme, please bookmark Dragon God Supreme. This person came from the ancient celestial world. A broken jade ring actually made him so terrified. This jade ring shouldn't be simple. Long Tianzhou frowned as he looked at the terrified Tianheng. Isn't this just a normal jade ring? I don't see anything special about it, so why is he so terrified? Lei Tianyan frowned and asked curiously. Bailey Tianjing shook his head, there is no spiritual energy and it isn't a treasure. Old man also can't see anything special about it. Green jade rings are really rare. Although it is a jade item, it is the best of the best. The owner of this jade ring definitely has some status. Man Jintian said solemnly. As the president of the Merchant Association, his eyes were really sharp. Moreover, his identity is really terrifying. Huang Yan added. Tianheng was petrified and his face was filled with fear. Anyone could see that. Just as everyone was wondering why Protector Tianhen was so frightened, the next scene shocked everyone. Sir, this. I didn't break it. I didn't break it. Sir, please spare me. Sir, they all saw it. He was the one who broke the ancient god ring. It has nothing to do with me. Please spare me. The petrified Tianheng suddenly knelt down and begged in fear. Tears flowed down his face. Seeing Tianheng kneel down in fear, everyone from the Temple of Rakshasa was stunned. An ancient celestial world cultivator actually knelt down for Feng Wuchen. Was there a need for an expert from the ancient celestial world to be so terrified? It was just a broken jade ring, so was there a need to be so terrified? Sir, please spare me. Tianheng cowed out and begged. Looking at Protector Tianhen who was begging in fear, Ling Xiaoxiao asked curiously, Husband, is this jade thumb ring very precious? Feng Wuchen smiled, it isn't precious. It is just a really pretty jade ring. Really pretty jade ring, Tianheng was stunned when he heard that. This was the ancient god ring of a titled ancient god. Big Brother Feng, it doesn't look like it, right? To be able to scare the experts of the ancient immortal world to such an extent, this jade thumb ring is definitely not simple. Miao Qingqing did not believe that this was an ordinary jade thumb ring. Big Brother Feng, did I get into trouble? Lu Qingyang asked worriedly. He also felt that this jade thumb ring was not ordinary. Feng Wuchen patted Lu Qingyang's shoulder and said with a smile, "It's fine." Lu Qingyang couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. But at the same time, he was even more curious about what the jade ring represented. After all, it could make the experts of the ancient immortal world so terrified that they even kowtowed and begged for mercy. "Chen what exactly is this jade thumb ring?" Xiao Qingqing asked anxiously. Everyone looked at Feng Wuchen curiously. This is the jade thumb ring of the ancient gods of the Panga realm. From low to high, there are 8 colors: green, cyan, blue, purple, red, gold, white, and black. Each color represents a transcendent status and is the symbol of the ancient gods, Feng Wuchen explained with a smile. Panga realm? Ancient gods? No one had heard of this before, so they were even more curious. "Young master, what is an ancient god?" Long Yan asked. The Panga realm is above the ancient immortal world. The strongest experts of the Panga realm are the ancient gods, and the ancient gods are above the ancient gods. Only the ancient gods are qualified to obtain the ancient god ring. The ancient god ring represents supreme status and authority, Feng Wuchen explained. Hiss, after hearing Feng Wuchen's words, everyone was so shocked that they took a deep breath. Although they knew that the jade thumb ring was not simple, no one knew that it had such a terrifying origin. No wonder Protector Tianhen was so terrified. How could a small ancient immortal world dare to offend the ancient gods of the Panga realm? Feng Jingxiong said with horror, "I didn't expect this ordinary jade thumb ring to have such a terrifying origin. This jade thumb ring is the symbol of the ancient god. How terrifying." Long Nidian and the others were dumbfounded. "I actually broke the ancient god ring of an ancient god. Didn't I offend that ancient god?" Lu Qingyang was so frightened that his face turned pale. Offending such a horrifying existence was simply a huge disaster. This person sent the jade thumb ring back. Could the owner of the energy in young master's body be the owner of this jade thumb ring? Which means he is the ancient god of the Panga realm. Long Nidian guessed. "That's right," Feng Wuchen said with a smile. "My lord, please spare my life. I did not break it. I am here to return the ancient god ring and apologize to my lord. I hope that my lord can forgive me," Protector Tianhen said with fear and despair. "Get up. It is just an ancient god ring. It is not a big deal," Feng Wuchen said indifferently. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord." Protector Tianhen thanked Feng Jingxiong repeatedly. It was as if he had been pardoned and returned to heaven from hell. "Big brother Feng, won't that ancient god pursue this matter?" "This is the symbol of the ancient god," Lu Qingyang asked worriedly. "Since the ancient god ring has been given to me, then I am in charge." Feng Wuchen smiled. It was just an ancient god ring, so Feng Wuchen didn't care about it at all. He looked at Protector Tianhen and Feng Wuchen asked, "How is it? Did you show the ancient god ring to the ancient god?" Protector Tianhen said respectfully, "Ancient Celestial Venerable has shown it to the ancient god." The ancient Celestial Venerable said that to make up for our mistakes, Lord, and all of you will ascend to the ancient celestial world. So are you still planning to deal with me? Feng Wuchen smiled and asked. Protector Tianhen was so terrified that his legs went soft. He knelt down once more and said in terror, "Sir, stop joking. How would I dare to deal with you? I am already extremely grateful that you spared my life." Even that ancient god was terrified, much less Protector Tianhen. Even if he was given 10,000 guts, he wouldn't dare to deal with Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. "All right, get up." "So, the ancient celestial world isn't going to interfere?" Long Qinghun asked. "We won't interfere," Protector Tianhen said respectfully. While speaking, Protector Tianhen took out a storage ring and said respectfully, "These are some treasures of the ancient celestial world that will help you and your cultivation. I hope that you will accept them. I will remove the seal on the holy world and restore the spiritual energy of the holy world." The moment he said that, Protector Tianhen formed a seal with one hand and removed the seal easily. In just a short while, the spiritual energy in the air started to strengthen at a terrifying speed. Numerous cultivators in the holy world could feel that the spiritual energy had become terrifying. It was at least dozens of times stronger. That is more like it. Feng Wuchen nodded his head in satisfaction and told Lu Qingyang to keep the storage ring. Seeing that, Protector Tianhen was at ease. Go back and tell the ancient celestial ancestor that I won't pursue this matter. Feng Wuchen smiled. That is great. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Protector Tianhen thanked him emotionally and disappeared right away. He didn't dare to stay for even a moment as he was afraid that Feng Wuchen would change his mind. Dragon God Supreme's chapters will continue to be updated and there won't be any advertisements. Please bookmark and recommend Dragon God Supreme. If you like Supreme Dragon God, please collect Supreme Dragon God. Phew. That's great. It's finally settled perfectly. If Feng Wuchen ascends to the ancient immortal world, I have to stay away from him. It's too dangerous. In the future, if any idiot dares to provoke Feng Wuchen, don't come looking for me. A titled ancient god is too terrifying. After returning to the ancient immortal world, Protector Tianhen let out a sigh of relief. However, his face was still filled with fear and his face was still pale. Thinking back to the moment when the ancient god ring broke, Protector Tianhen was about to go crazy. After Protector Tianhen left, the messenger appeared out of nowhere. To think that the #1 ancient immortal emperor expert under the ancient immortal sovereigns would be so afraid. The messenger smiled. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, more than a year had passed. In more than a year, the Temple of Rakshasa and the Dragon God Sacred Hall had given birth to many true immortals and supreme true immortals. They had become the strongest existences in the sacred world. In the year that the seal on the sacred world was lifted, many true immortals were born in the various regions of the sacred world. Countless cultivators' cultivation soared. Many geniuses rose up and the strength of various forces increased. There were already many forces that were stronger than the martial spirit sacred hall. The overall strength of the sacred world was much stronger compared to a year ago. In this year, the profound moon sacred hall Xianxia and other peak experts had successfully ascended to the ancient immortal world. In the Temple of Rakshasa, the happy laughter of Long Tianqiu and the others could be heard frequently. She looks like Xiaoxiao. She will definitely be a beauty in the future. Grandma is so happy. I wonder which family's child will benefit from this. Xiao Qingqing smiled happily. In Xiao Qingqing's embrace, there was a white and tender baby. Ling Xiaoxiao gave birth to the little angel and it was exactly 1 month old. She was named Xiaoxiao Feng. Quick, let me hug her. Our baby's eyes are so beautiful. Her little mouth is exactly the same as Xiaoxiao's. Mother Long was filled with joy and her face was full of smiles. Mother, you've already taken turns to hug her for 2 hours. Let me hug her, Feng Wuchen hurriedly said. He could only look at her and not hug her. His heart was filled with anxiety. Chen'er, Xiaoxiao still needs you to take care of her. Don't worry about Xiaoxiao, Xiao Qingqing said. On the bed, Ling Xiaoxiao covered her mouth and snickered. Alliance Master, we have to line up if we want to carry Xiaoxiao, right? We've been queuing for 4 hours. You have been holding her for a month. Chaos God lifted his lips. He looked upset. Big brother Feng, we've already agreed that you have to line up to carry Xiaoxiao. Even the Alliance Master can't cut the line. Hurry up and line up. Otherwise, we'll wait until night time. We've already waited for a month. Miao Qingqing smiled proudly. Young master, I can't help you with this. I haven't held a baby for 100,000 years. Xiaoxiao is an angel of the dragon gods. Nidian rejected. Long Qinghun, Beida Yan and the others turned their heads away and pretended not to see anything. Feng Wuchen turned his head and looked outside the hall. There was a long line leading to the square under the stairs. His face turned green when he saw the people lining up. He had to line up to carry his daughter. Was she still his daughter? Qingyang, come out, Feng Wuchen scolded. I won't come out even if you beat me to death. Auntie Long and Auntie Xiao are here, and Uncle Long and Uncle Feng are also here. I don't believe you'd dare to touch me, Lu Qingyang said with a fearless look. You're dead tonight. Feng Wuchen said ruthlessly. Lu Qingyang smiled proudly. He wasn't threatened at all. Third brother, lower your voice. Don't scare Xiao. Feng Yuan glared at him. Li Moyang, what are you doing here? Feng Wuchen scolded in a low voice. Li Moyang shrugged and said with a smile, Supreme Lord, the Dragon God Temple and the Temple of Rakshasa are one family. There's nothing wrong with us coming to see the little angel. Besides, the Grand Ancestor has ordered us to protect the little saintess of the Dragon God Temple. We can't let anyone hurt the little angel. Supreme Lord, the Grand Ancestor has just appointed us as the little saintess bodyguards. We'll protect the little saintess all day long. Zhao Wuya smiled proudly. Feng Wuchen. As if they had heard the commotion in the hall, the crowd outside the hall protested loudly. Feng Wuchen felt helpless. Supreme Lord, if you don't line up, you'll have to wait until nightfall. The Grand Ancestor and the others will be here soon. Ge Feng said with a smile. Brother Feng. As soon as Ge Feng's voice fell, the voices of Shan Tong and Long Xiaoyang came from above the temple of Rakshasa. I can finally hug the little saintess of our dragon gods. Long Shihun laughed happily. Hearing the voices of Long Shihun and Shan Tong, Feng Wuchen sighed helplessly. Days passed. No matter how hard Feng Wuchen tried to restrain himself, the lightning tribulation was getting closer. In more than a year, even if Feng Wuchen didn't cultivate much, his cultivation base had reached the pinnacle of the ancient immortal realm. He couldn't suppress it anymore. Husband, how much longer? Ling Xiaoxiao hugged Xiaoxiao and asked, looking at the lightning tribulation in the void. Feng Wuchen hugged Xiaoxiao and kissed her gently. He said softly, in a few days. I can't bear to part with my little darling. If I can't watch little Xiaoxiao grow up, she'll definitely blame me. Xiaoxiao was just born a month ago. Feng Wuchen couldn't bear to part with her at all. However, there was nothing he could do. Feng Wuchen had already wasted more than a year. He still had important missions that he had to complete. Don't worry, husband. Our daughter will be fine. The 100 great ancient emperors in the reincarnation pagoda are waiting for you to save them. For us, you must have wasted more than a year, Ling Xiaoxiao said with a smile. She understood Feng Wuchen's current feelings very well. Wife, I've abandoned you every time. Now, I've even abandoned our daughter. Right. Feng Wuchen was about to say something when Ling Xiaoxiao covered Feng Wuchen's mouth. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled and said, Husband, Xiaoxiao has been very happy and satisfied this year. Don't worry, husband. I'll tell our daughter that her father is a very impressive expert, a hero respected by countless people. I don't wish for husband to become an ungrateful and untrustworthy person. Thank you, wife. Feng Wuchen was extremely touched. A few days later, in the void of the sacred world, the heavenly lightning continued to strike, as if the heavens were angry. The heavenly lightning continued to roar. The experts of the sacred world all knew that someone was going to ascend to the ancient immortal world today. When Feng Wuchen ascended, all the experts of the various forces in the sacred world came to watch. Their gazes all landed on Feng Wuchen. The strongest expert in the sacred world was going through a tribulation. They definitely could not miss it. Bratfang's cultivation can no longer be suppressed. What a perverted brat. Long Shitian said. Long Shihun smiled faintly. If it wasn't for Xiaoxiao and the little saintess, Feng Wuchen would have ascended long ago. Buzz buzz. The terrifying power that had been dormant for a long time suddenly erupted from Feng Wuchen's body. It instantly shook the space of the sacred world. An incomparably domineering power and might swept out like a tsunami. Rumble. Above the void, dark clouds gathered and quickly condensed into a huge thundercloud vortex. Dragon God Supreme will continue to be updated in the bar. There are no advertisements in the site. Please collect and recommend the bar. If you like Dragon God Supreme, please collect Dragon God Supreme. Feng Wuchen unleashed a terrifying power that triggered the heavenly lightning of the holy world. The huge thundercloud vortex flashed with a bright golden light and emitted a suffocating and terrifying aura. If one wanted to ascend to the ancient immortal world, they had to be strong enough to resist this terrifying power. What a terrifying heavenly tribulation! He's even more powerful than when the other experts ascended. He is indeed much stronger. Seems like it is because Lord Supreme's cultivation is too strong. Lord Supreme is too strong. The heavenly tribulation can't do anything to him. Just watch. The strongest person in the holy world is about to ascend. If it wasn't for Lord Supreme, we wouldn't have such powerful spiritual chi, let alone reach the true immortal realm. The onlookers discussed in low voices. On the square of the temple of Rakshasa, Ling Xiaoxiao looked at Feng Wuchen with tears in her eyes. Mother Dragon hugged Ling Xiaoxiao and smiled. Don't worry, Long'er will come back. Ling Xiaoxiao nodded. Sigh, we just descended for a year, and Chin'er is going to a stronger world. Xiao Qingqing's eyes were filled with sadness. Mother, it's not like third brother won't come back. Won't he come back when we're in the divine world? Feng Yuan smiled. Chin'er has more important things to do. He sacrificed so much for us. We should be happy. Besides, we won't be apart for long. Xiaoxiao is still young. Chin'er will come back. Feng Jingxiong smiled. Long Tianqiu smiled happily. That's right. We should be happy that Long'er has ascended to the ancient immortal world. Feng Wuchen ascending to the ancient immortal world is the pride of the dragon gods. Long Shirhan nodded happily. Long Xiaofeng frowned. The heavenly tribulation is coming. The heavenly tribulation shouldn't be a problem for the Alliance Master. Yi Tianqing said as he looked at the thundercloud vortex. When Senior Xianji and the others ascended to the ancient immortal world, the heavenly tribulation couldn't do anything to them. It's even more so for the young master. Long Nidian wasn't worried at all. Rumble. Another earth-shattering thunder roared. The huge thundercloud vortex had already condensed a terrifying heavenly tribulation. It's here. Shan Tong frowned. At this moment, everyone quieted down and looked at the huge and terrifying thundercloud vortex. It's finally here. Feng Wuchen's expression was calm. He looked down at Ling Xiaoxiao and Feng Xiaoxiao and smiled. When it was time to leave, Feng Wuchen finally realized how reluctant he was. After all, he had a daughter. Rumble. Rumble. The heavenly tribulation. Was the heavenly iming. Feng Wuchen stood proudly in the air. In front of the enormous heavenly thunder, he seemed extremely small. The power of the first heavenly tribulation had reached the ancient immortal realm. Ordinary ancient immortals couldn't resist it at all. Seeing the terrifying heavenly lightning strike down again, countless cultivators were still extremely terrified. They were all scared out of their wits. Seeing that Feng Wuchen didn't move, Lu Qingyang said anxiously, his palms sweating, Brother Feng, are you not going to resist it? Shan Tong frowned. Brother Feng, what are you doing? Do it. You're making me anxious. Can't you see the heavenly tribulation? Bailey Yufeng said anxiously. He stared at Feng Wuchen without blinking. Everyone was puzzled and nervous. Xianji and Yang Tianhan had to give it their all in the face of such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. But Feng Wuchen didn't seem to see it. Seeing that the heavenly tribulation was about to hit Feng Wuchen, everyone's heart was in their mouths. Rumble. Rumble. In an instant, the terrifying heavenly tribulation struck Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen still didn't move and didn't resist. Seeing this scene, everyone was scared out of their wits. Husband. Ling Xiaoxiao was so scared that her delicate body trembled, and her pretty face was pale. Brother Feng. Alliance leader. Lord Supreme. Everyone couldn't help but shout. They were terrified and panicked. Long Tianqiu and Feng Jingxiong were also panicking. Even if they knew that Feng Wuchen had an immortal body, they didn't know if he could withstand the power of the heavenly tribulation. However, in the next second, a scene that shocked countless cultivators happened. The terrifying heavenly tribulation struck Feng Wuchen, but Feng Wuchen wasn't injured at all. He still didn't move. Instead, the heavenly tribulation's power quickly disappeared. In just a moment, the first heavenly tribulation's power disappeared before it could spread out. Shocking, incomparably shocking, everyone was dumbfounded. What's going on? Did the heavenly tribulation's power disappear? Or was it absorbed by Feng Brat? Long Shirtian's face was full of shock and puzzlement. No, Feng Wuchen didn't absorb the heavenly tribulation's power, but the heavenly tribulation's power dissipated by itself. Azure Dragon's old eyes widened in shock. Young master's physical body is too terrifying. He blocked the heavenly tribulation's power with just his physical body. Long Nitian's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe it. How is this possible? Blocking the heavenly tribulation's power with just his physical body? Everyone's heart was greatly shocked. Long Tianqiu gritted his teeth and scolded, "Can't the stinking brat resist it a little? It's really frightening. The heavenly tribulation's power can't hurt Chen Er at all. No wonder he didn't make a move." Feng Jingxiong was completely relieved. Is Alliance leader sincerely trying to attack us? Everyone from Crimson Emperor was dumbstruck. Countless cultivators who were watching the battle were completely stunned. Feng Wuchen's power was more terrifying than they imagined. Rumble. Buzz. After the first heavenly tribulation disappeared, the second heavenly tribulation struck down ferociously. The sound of thunder roared crazily. Facing the second terrifying heavenly tribulation, Feng Wuchen still didn't move an inch. The terrifying heavenly tribulation struck Feng Wuchen's body and still disappeared in an instant. Feng Wuchen was unscathed. Countless spectators were shocked once again. They looked at Feng Wuchen in horror as if they were looking at a monster. Rumble. Buzz. The third heavenly tribulation's power was 3 times stronger than the previous 2. It was hundreds of thousands of feet in size and carried the power to destroy everything as it blasted toward Feng Wuchen. Humph. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and snorted softly. In the next second, a scene that shocked countless cultivators happened again. Following Feng Wuchen's cold snort, the tens of thousands of heavenly tribulation's power directly collapsed before they could hit Feng Wuchen. When they were still a few meters away from Feng Wuchen, everyone present was greatly shocked by the scene. The entire place was dead silent. Everyone was petrified. What kind of monster was transcending tribulation? With a cold snort, he blew away the most terrifying heavenly tribulation's power. What kind of terrifying strength was this? The 3 terrifying bolts of lightning hit an iron plate. In the past, no matter who it was, the terrifying bolts of lightning could severely injure an ascender. Xianxia, Yang Tianhan, and the others, even after ascending to the ancient immortal world, were still severely injured by the bolts of lightning. But when it came to Feng Wuchen, the bolts of lightning were completely useless. Feng Wuchen stood there motionlessly, allowing the bolts of lightning to strike him. The most terrifying bolt of lightning was even blown away by Feng Wuchen's light snort. The tribulation passed so easily. How could the bolts of lightning of the sacred world not lose face? When had they been so embarrassed? No matter how terrifying the bolts of lightning of the sacred world were, they were nothing in front of the ancestor of lightning. When the bolts of lightning dissipated, the power of the thundercloud vortex also disappeared. Then, a golden light shot down from the vortex, enveloping Feng Wuchen. This was the spiritual energy of the ancient immortal world, baptizing Feng Wuchen. The deathly silent space suddenly exploded, and exclamations filled the 9 heavens. Alliance Master's strength is too terrifying. Such terrifying bolts of lightning are as weak as ants in front of Alliance Master. Beta Yen said in shock and fear. I've never seen such a terrifying tribulation. He didn't even take the bolts of lightning seriously. Yi Tianwei was dumbfounded. Shan Tong said in shock, Brother Feng has always been like this. He won't give up until he scares people to death. Brother Feng is a monster. His physical body is too terrifying. Long Qi's eyes bulged out, and his face was filled with shock and disbelief. Countless cultivators exclaimed in shock. Everyone felt that the bolts of lightning were too weak. Of course, it wasn't because the bolts of lightning were too weak, but because Feng Wuchen's strength was too terrifying. Everyone, my daughter was just born not long ago. Her name is Xiao Feng. I believe the news has already spread. When she grows up in the future, if she is naughty and causes trouble, I hope everyone can forgive her. If the trouble is too serious, a small punishment is necessary. Feng Wuchen thanked everyone. Feng Wuchen looked at everyone and smiled. Feng Wuchen's words were filled with love for his daughter. Xiao Feng was a little saintess the moment she was born. Her status in the Temple of Rakshasa and the Dragon God Temple was absolutely terrifying. She was the treasure of everyone. In the sacred world, who would dare to touch Xiao Feng, Feng Xiaoxiao possessed the purest bloodline of the dragon gods, and her talent was extremely high. Coupled with the terrifying cultivation resources of the Luosha temple, Feng Xiaoxiao would definitely become an existence that would shock the entire sacred world once she started cultivating. Terrifying geniuses were not easy geniuses. Wife, it's been hard on you. Feng Wuchen smiled at Ling Xiaoxiao. His eyes were filled with reluctance to part with his wife and daughter. Husband, take care. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled as tears rolled down her cheeks. Long Tianqiu smiled happily. Longer, don't worry and ascend to the ancient immortal world. We will take care of Xiaoxiao. Everyone, take care. Feng Wuchen smiled. His figure slowly flew towards the golden whirlpool before disappearing. Big brother Feng, wait for us in the ancient immortal world. Lu Qingyang roared. All right. Feng Wuchen's voice rang out from the golden light. Ancient immortal world, in a majestic palace floating in the clouds. Reporting to Protector Tianhen, Feng Wuchen has ascended. A guard reported in fear. He ascended so quickly? Protector Tianhen's expression changed. Fear appeared on his face. He quickly ordered, pass down my orders. Whoever dares to offend Feng Wuchen will have to wait for death. With that, Protector Tianhen disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already in the main hall of the palace. Protector Tianhen reported respectfully, reporting to Lord Immortal Sovereign, Feng Wuchen has ascended. Ascended? Lord Immortal Sovereign's expression changed drastically. He said in shock, pass down my orders. None of the forces under us are to offend Feng Wuchen. Yes. Lord Immortal Sovereign. Protector Tianhen accepted the order respectfully before disappearing in a flash. Lord Immortal Sovereign's face was pale. He was panicking as he thought to himself, when Feng Wuchen ascends to the ancient immortal world will definitely be in chaos. He has a titled ancient god behind him. We must not make him our enemy. What Feng Wuchen didn't know was that because of his ascension, a transcendental force in the ancient immortal world was in chaos. Gate to the ancient immortal world. Feng Wuchen's figure was transported into a white space. It was boundless. What powerful energy. My saint energy has completely transformed into spiritual energy. This should be the mystic immortal realm that Hall Master Xianxia mentioned. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Feng Wuchen's current cultivation was already at the one-star mystic immortal realm. There was only a space-time gate in front of Feng Wuchen. This should be the gate to the ancient immortal world. Feng Wuchen guessed. He scanned his surroundings and said, I can't sense any aura. It seems like no one is guarding it. Feng Wuchen entered the gate to the ancient immortal world in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already in a brand new world from the gate to the ancient immortal world. A massive and terrifying aura of spiritual energy surged towards him. The magnitude of the spiritual energy shocked Feng Wuchen. As expected of the ancient immortal world. The spiritual energy of the immortal pistol is getting stronger. Feng Wuchen thought to himself as he scanned the surroundings of the ancient immortal world. The ancient immortal world was completely different from the sacred world and the divine world. This was a true immortal realm. There was a boundless sea of clouds and countless majestic mountains. Numerous majestic mountains were suspended above the clouds. All sorts of majestic palaces were suspended above the clouds. Other than that, Feng Wuchen saw many cultivators riding on clouds, flying on swords, and even riding on all sorts of mounts. Feng Wuchen knew that these were all immortal techniques. Feng Wuchen could be said to be extremely proficient in immortal techniques. The ancient immortal world is truly a true immortal realm. It is completely different from the divine world and the sacred world. Feng Wuchen thought to himself as he felt a brand new world. Greetings, Lord Feng. A respectful voice entered Feng Wuchen's ears. Feng Wuchen turned his head and smiled faintly, so it's you. This person was the guard that followed Protector Tianhen to the sacred world. He was a 7-star Xian immortal. Lord Feng has just arrived in the ancient immortal world. Protector Tianhen has ordered this subordinate to guide Lord Feng. The guard said respectfully. His face was filled with fear. There's no need for that. You can return. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Then, he flew away. The guard heaved a sigh of relief. His back was already drenched in cold sweat. When he first arrived in the ancient immortal world, Feng Wuchen intended to take a look around. Feng Wuchen had some understanding of the ancient immortal world from Xianxia. The realms in the ancient immortal world were divided into 8 realms: Xian Immortal, Ancient Immortal General, Ancient Immortal King, Ancient Immortal Monarch, Ancient Immortal Emperor, Great Luo Golden Immortal, Ancient Immortal Emperor, and Ancient Immortal Reverend. Each realm was divided into 1 to 9 stars. The spiritual energy is abundant. The cultivation speed of my primordial spirit avatar is extremely shocking. With the help of the spatial ring, it shouldn't be difficult for me to break through to the 2-star Xian Immortal realm. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Feng Wuchen, now that you have ascended to the ancient immortal world, you must remember what this great emperor said. You cannot borrow our strength. You can only rely on yourself. We will only act when necessary. The ancient immortal world is extremely important for you to ascend to the Pangu world. The Sword Soul Emperor reminded. Sword Spirit Emperor, don't worry. I didn't forget. Feng Wuchen replied with a smile. What do you plan to do next? Sword Spirit Emperor asked. I don't know. I'm not familiar with this place and I don't know where to go. I'm not in the mood to think about this. Let's just look around. Feng Wuchen said. He was still thinking about his wife and daughter. His daughter was just a month old and as a father, Feng Wuchen left her side. Feng Wuchen felt really bad. He felt like he was a bad father. Your daughter is taken care of by your wife and parents. What are you worried about? Sword Spirit Emperor replied. Sword Spirit Emperor, do you have children? Do you know the guilt of not being able to take care of your own children? Feng Wuchen asked. I've never married in my life. I've only pursued the Tao and stronger domains and profoundness. Sword Spirit Emperor replied. That's why you don't understand. Feng Wuchen sighed. Sword Spirit Emperor really didn't understand, so he shut up. There are so many factions in the ancient immortal world. Feng Wuchen flew. Although he didn't know where he was, he saw many factions. The ancient immortal world is much bigger than the saints' world. There are countless cultivators and geniuses. Sword Spirit Emperor replied. Sword Spirit Emperor, are you familiar with the ancient immortal world? Feng Wuchen asked. I've been here for a while, so I know a little about it. Sword Spirit Emperor replied. Then, he told Feng Wuchen about the ancient immortal world. The ancient immortal world was split into 3 regions. They were the ancient immortal domain, the immortal god domain, and the ancient heavenly court. The 3 regions were divided. Feng Wuchen was in the ancient immortal domain. Which region is the strongest? Feng Wuchen asked curiously. The ancient heavenly court. Sword Spirit Emperor replied, the ancient heavenly court is the strongest and the region that the ancient immortal sovereign values the most. I don't think the ancient immortal sovereign will dare to offend me. Feng Wuchen smiled. A titled ancient god thumb ring was enough to scare an ancient immortal venerable to death. Unknowingly, Feng Wuchen came to a mountain, intending to test the strength of a Xian immortal. After all, he had just ascended to the ancient immortal world. Feng Wuchen did not know how strong a Xian immortal was. Boom, the primordial ancestor was activated. Feng Wuchen punched the mountain under his feet. With a loud explosion, the mountain under his feet exploded. The mountain trembled and large amounts of rocks rolled down. Yes, that was all. Feng Wuchen was stunned. So weak? What's going on? With my strength, I can't even destroy a mountain? Feng Wuchen couldn't believe it. The space in the ancient immortal world is much stronger than the sacred world. The mountains in the ancient immortal world have been nourished by spiritual energy for a long time, making them hundreds of times harder than the sacred world. The spiritual energy contained in the herbs and natural treasures is also immense. Even the ancient immortal emperors can't do anything to some of the stronger herbs, the Sword Spirit Emperor said. I see. Feng Wuchen nodded. Brat, you've got guts. A mere 1-star Xian immortal dares to behave atrociously in my territory and disturb our cultivation. Are you tired of living? At this moment, a voice filled with anger and killing intent was heard. Immediately, a wisp of green immortal chi transformed into a figure. It was a tall and skinny man. He was slightly older than Feng Wuchen. He wore a black robe and his hair was disheveled. He looked like a hooligan. Swish. Swish, swish. More than 10 figures appeared one after another. They stared at Feng Wuchen fiercely. I'm sorry. I just wanted to test my strength. I didn't mean to disturb your cultivation. I'll leave immediately, Feng Wuchen apologized awkwardly. Do you think you can come and go as you please in my territory? The tall and skinny man said fiercely. He grabbed the air and a huge saber appeared out of nowhere. A powerful aura swept across the area. He was a 3-star immortal general. His strength was enough to crush Feng Wuchen. The tall and skinny man obviously didn't intend to let Feng Wuchen go. Sword Soul Emperor, you're not going to do anything in this situation? Feng Wuchen asked. You won't die, Sword Soul Emperor said emotionlessly. Big brother, Lady Ice Dance needs a handsome man to cultivate. This brat looks pretty good. We can offer him to Lady Ice Dance in exchange for some treasures, Akan quickly said. Lady Ice Dance? Feng Wuchen was stunned. He asked in confusion, what do you mean by needing a handsome man to cultivate? That makes sense. The tall and skinny man nodded slightly. He then shouted, capture him alive. I won't resist. You don't have to do anything. But can you tell me what it means to need a handsome man to cultivate? Feng Wuchen asked. Anyway, the difference in strength was too big. He had no chance of winning. Consider yourself lucky. Enjoy it when the time comes, Akan scolded. This beautiful fairy, can you tell me more clearly? Feng Wuchen looked at a lady in green and asked. The lady in green didn't say anything, but her face was already red. I understand. Seeing the lady in green blushing, Feng Wuchen guessed. Hee, kid, Lady Ice Dance is a great beauty. She likes handsome men the most. A tall and sturdy man said with a gloating smile. You have good taste. Feng Wuchen nodded. Take him away. The leading man shouted. I just came to the ancient immortal world and I'm already being sold. The strongest expert in the sacred world has such an unbelievable experience. Feng Wuchen smiled bitterly. The leading man sneered, brat, you got off easy. Feng Wuchen shook his head helplessly and said, it's dangerous to be handsome. After an hour, Feng Wuchen was brought to a huge snowy mountain by the 3 men. Swish. A wisp of white immortal chi transformed into a lady in white. She wore a veil and said coldly, this is the sacred place of the Snowwind Valley. No one is allowed to trespass. Leave immediately. We are here to deliver a handsome man to Lady Ice Dance. The tall and thin man said respectfully. Oh? A handsome man? A clear, cold, and arrogant voice rang out. A beautiful figure appeared. It was a woman dressed in red brocade. She was so beautiful that she seemed to be bubbling with bubbles. The lady had long hair and her posture was elegant and noble. She was the Valley Master of the Snowwind Valley, Ice Dance. She is indeed a great beauty. However, compared to my wife, she is still lacking. Feng Wuchen sized her up calmly and didn't look at her for long. Ice Dance's face was cold. She glanced at Feng Wuchen and waved her hand. Some treasures flew out. I am very satisfied. Ice Dance said coldly. I really don't know where your luck came from. Brat, enjoy it. We don't even have a chance. The 3 men raised their eyebrows at Feng Wuchen. Who asked me to be handsome? Feng Wuchen shrugged. Juner, send him to my room. Ice Dance said coldly. Yes. Valley Master. Juner said respectfully. Send you to your room? Feng Wuchen was stunned and asked, is there a need to be so fast? Don't we need to know each other? Don't we need to talk about life? Dragon God Supreme will continue to be updated in the bar. There are no advertisements in the bar. Please bookmark and recommend the bar. If you like Dragon God Supreme, please bookmark Dragon God Supreme. Snowstorm Valley's Palace. Juner, your Valley Master doesn't look like a fickle woman. Why would she have such a hobby? Feng Wuchen asked curiously. You're shameless. Juner glared at Feng Wuchen. Even asking a question is shameless? Feng Wuchen's face stiffened. Who did he offend? He was sold for no reason and called shameless for no reason. He had just descended to the ancient immortal world and he had to start with bad luck. Who set the rules? Soon, Jun'er brought Feng Wuchen to the palace. Are all the people in Snowstorm Valley women? Feng Wuchen asked. He looked around and saw masked women. If you're not blind, then yes, Jun'er said coldly. When they arrived at the square, the commotion attracted Feng Wuchen's attention. Lady Ice Dance, you chose so many men. You must like the feeling of riding the clouds, right? I'm definitely a choice that will make you want to die. Lady Ice Dance, I'm the most handsome man in the spirit immortal world. People call me Diamond Drill. You can't go wrong with choosing me. Lady Ice Dance doesn't like your little worms. Lady Ice Dance, my big one. My big one. Don't use your worms to disgust me. Lady Ice Dance likes you? Go and die. In the square, more than 10 men kept shouting. There were even a few bare-chested men showing off their muscles. What kind of place am I in? Feng Wuchen was stunned. More than 10 men shamelessly threw themselves at her. Where was the dignity of men? Shameless. Feng Wuchen couldn't help but curse. Isn't Lady Ice Dance in the palace? Why hasn't she come out after so long? We are all handsome men who have been carefully selected. I can't wait any longer. Hey, look. Who's that pretty boy? Why did he go in first? Does Lady Ice Dance like pretty boys? That kid isn't as handsome as me. Why did Lady Ice Dance choose him? Could it be that his Vajra drill is stronger than mine? Seeing Jun'er leading Feng Wuchen to the main hall, the dozen or so men looked at him with strange gazes, as if they were ferocious beasts that wanted to eat him alive. Feng Wuchen didn't even look at him, and even put on a confident posture. Stinking brat. Stop. Tell me your name. I want to compete with you. A tall and skinny man really didn't like Feng Wuchen and couldn't help but shout angrily. There's no need to compete. You guys have been queuing here for so long, yet you haven't been able to enter. This means that Lady Ice Dance doesn't like tacky people like you. As for me, I was directly sold here, so I can enter. Is there a need to compete? Feng Wuchen said with a superior smile. Stinking brat, how dare you humiliate us? You must be tired of living. Stinking brat. When you've had enough fun, you'll die. What a smug brat. The dozen or so men were so angry that they wanted nothing more than to chop Feng Wuchen's little brother to pieces. Jun'er stopped in her tracks and swept her cold eyes over. In that instant, the dozen or so men felt as if their hearts had been crushed by a mountain and almost stopped beating. That feeling was too terrifying. That gaze was too terrifying. Tell them to scram. Jun'er said coldly and led Feng Wuchen into the main hall. The dozen or so men looked as if they had seen a ghost and instantly ran away. Her ability to escape was definitely top-notch. So powerful. She looks like an ordinary maid, but in that instant, her aura and feeling completely changed. Feng Wuchen frowned and thought to himself. He could feel the change in Jun'er in that instant. The seemingly ordinary maid in front of him had terrifying strength. This Jun'er's cultivation is at least at the immortal king realm, and like me, she can completely hide her aura. That Lady Ice Dance's cultivation should be even stronger. Wind Snow Valley's strength is not weak. Feng Wuchen guessed. Ancient Demon Child. Feng Wuchen immediately used the Ancient Demon Child to check Jun'er's cultivation. When the Ancient Demon Child was activated, Feng Wuchen realized that there was a seal in Jun'er's Sea of Qi that sealed her aura. 6-star Ancient Immortal King. So that's how it is. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. A few minutes later, Jun'er brought Feng Wuchen into a room on the second floor of the main hall. Ice Dance was already waiting for him. Her skin was as white as snow, and her beautiful face was flawless. Such a cold beauty would make anyone's heart flutter. Taking a closer look, although this Lady Ice Dance is already a withered flower, she still has her charm. Feng Wuchen evaluated in his heart. Sister Ice Dance, I brought him here. But this person is too shameless. Just kill him and find another one. Jun'er said coldly. She couldn't wait to cut Feng Wuchen in half. How am I shameless? I just asked a question, and you say I'm shameless. I'm a normal person, right? Can't you be reasonable? Feng Wuchen said in annoyance. You. Juner glared at Feng Wuchen angrily. She turned her head away and said angrily, "Humph. I don't want to talk to you." Juner, you can leave first. Xianxia said indifferently. Juner didn't say anything else. She didn't have any doubts and left the room. Take off your clothes. Xianxia said indifferently. Her cold face didn't have any ripples. What? Take off my clothes? Feng Wuchen was shocked. This cold beauty is a pervert, right? She's starting so soon? Doesn't she want to know about my past? She should at least ask for my name, right? Does she have to be so direct? No, I can't let my wife down. I won't do it even if I'm beaten to death. Seeing Feng Wuchen's imagination running wild, Xianxia moved closer. A charming smile appeared on her cold face. Don't worry, I'll definitely make you feel like dying. That feeling, do you know? What are you trying to do? Feng Wuchen took a few steps back. Cold sweat dripped down. This reverse situation shouldn't happen. What kind of melodrama is this? Xianxia grabbed at the air. A powerful suction force that Feng Wuchen couldn't resist sucked him over. Xianxia followed up with a palm strike on Feng Wuchen's chest. What a powerful force. Is this crazy woman planning to force herself on me? I'm the supreme of the holy world. Feng Wuchen was shocked. I can't use the Sword Spirit Emperor's power, but the Sword Spirit Emperor doesn't plan to make a move. It's over. Am I, Feng Wuchen, going to be ruined by a withered woman? His illustrious reputation is gone. Feng Wuchen was only a one-star Xian immortal. He couldn't resist at all. His clothes were forcefully pulled off by Xianxia. Feng Wuchen panicked. No. Stop it. What a comfortable feeling. This cold aura can actually nourish my power and make it stronger. The panicked Feng Wuchen was stunned. What a powerful physical body. Very good. You've passed the test. Xianxia smiled indifferently. She revealed a charming smile. Passed the test? What do you mean? Feng Wuchen was stunned. He was confused. What's going on? Didn't you want to make me that? What the hell is this crazy woman talking about? What passing the test? What being his woman? What the hell is this? Did I agree? Feng Wuchen was dumbfounded. He felt that he had met a crazy woman. You can leave first. Get to know Snow Wind Valley better. Bingwu smiled. Hey, you haven't told me what you mean. What passing the test? What being your woman? Didn't you ask me if I agreed? I didn't agree from the start. Feng Wuchen was shocked. Did Feng Wuchen agree? Feng Wuchen then said firmly, I already have a wife. Even if you get my body, you won't get my heart. What does it have to do with me whether you have a wife or not? I bought you and you passed my test. Naturally, you're my woman. I don't need your agreement. You're just a one-star mystic immortal. Bingwu looked at Feng Wuchen with a smile. Can you still be reasonable? If not for the fact that you're a woman, I would have beaten you up long ago. Feng Wuchen said angrily with a fierce look. Have you ever seen a rude and unreasonable woman being reasonable? Bingwu smiled and said, It's your fortune to be chosen by me. I like handsome men because I'm looking for people with strong bodies. It's not a matter between men and women. You're thinking the wrong way. Also, I've never seen a one-star mystic immortal beating up an immortal king. Why don't you let me see it? Feng Wuchen's face turned gloomy and flushed red. He was really thinking the wrong way. You're the only man in Snow Wind Valley. Don't worry and stay here. I won't treat you unfairly. You can leave now. Juner will arrange things for you. Bingwu smiled indifferently. Her words seemed calm but it carried an irrefutable tone. The only man in Snow Wind Valley. How happy was that? Did she know about Ling Xiaoxiao? Can you stop me if I want to leave? Don't underestimate me. I'm just a one-star mystic immortal. Feng Wuchen grinned. If you have the ability, I won't stop you. Bingwu smiled confidently. A mere one-star Xian immortal, Bingwu really didn't put him in her heart. When the ancient demon imp executed it, Feng Wuchen discovered that Bingwu was actually an 8-star ancient immortal king. Bingwu was the same as Juner. Both of them were able to completely conceal their auras. This was most likely due to their ancient immortal techniques. You are very beautiful, and countless people like you. The Wind Snow Valley is indeed a place that countless men dream of, but that doesn't include me. Although I am not a good person, and I also like beautiful women, I have a wife and a child, so I won't stay in this place. Goodbye. Feng Wuchen smiled proudly, and immediately used his teleportation to leave. On Bingwu's beautiful face, the corners of her mouth curled into a faint smile. However, Feng Wuchen, who was about to teleport away, was stopped at the edge of the Blizzard Valley. Illusory Array. Feng Wuchen frowned and thought to himself, the ice and snow aura has covered the energy aura of the illusion array. No wonder I didn't notice it. The illusory array was extremely powerful, and Feng Wuchen couldn't break it at all. Feng Wuchen tried to activate his space-time divine power, but he still couldn't leave. Even the space-time divine power is useless? Feng Wuchen was stunned on the spot, and he couldn't believe it. Feng Wuchen's space-time divine power was integrated with the space-time energy. Logically speaking, no array or space should be able to trap Feng Wuchen. What's going on with this illusory array? Even the space-time divine power is useless? Feng Wuchen was secretly shocked. The space of an illusory array is ever-changing. Even if you have the inheritance of the Xianxia Emperor and are proficient in countless powerful arrays, your strength is still too weak. The space-time divine power can't break the illusory space set up by the spiritual energy of the ancient immortal world. The Sword Spirit Emperor transmitted his voice. Feng Wuchen was in complete despair. Your movement technique isn't bad. I'll give you 3 chances. If you can escape, I won't stop you. But if you can't, you have to stay here obediently. Otherwise, I'll let the female disciples of the Wind Snow Valley eat you. Bingwu's graceful body appeared. Feng Wuchen was proficient in countless arrays, and could break even the most powerful ones. But first, he had to be strong enough. Clearly, Feng Wuchen's strength wasn't enough to break this illusory array. Sword Spirit Emperor, are you still not going to make a move? With my strength, I can't break this illusory array. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice. The Sword Spirit Emperor ignored him. Sister Bingwu, this person is shameless. Why did you let him stay? Juner appeared and asked in confusion. In short, she was unhappy with Feng Wuchen. I say, what's wrong with you, little girl? How did I offend you? You keep calling me shameless. Do you really want me to be shameless for once? Do you believe that I won't strip naked in front of you? Feng Wuchen said in annoyance. You. Juner was so angry that her face turned red. She was going crazy. What about me? No matter how normal a person is, they would be driven crazy by you. You want to see shameless? I'll show you enough now. Feng Wuchen said as he was about to take off his clothes. Ah! Juner screamed and quickly covered her eyes. Haha! Feng Wuchen suddenly laughed. He didn't take off his clothes. Feng Wuchen was just scaring Juner. I'm so angry. I'll kill you, you shameless bastard. Juner exploded in anger. She realized that she was teased by Feng Wuchen and wanted to kill Feng Wuchen. Juner. Bingwu quickly stopped her. Sister Bingwu. Juner grumbled, he's a shameless villain. Leaving him alive is a disaster. Rumble. Buzz buzz. At this moment, a loud sound suddenly came and the Snow Wind Valley shook violently. What's going on? Feng Wuchen asked curiously. Sister Bingwu, that bastard must be here again. Juner frowned and said coldly. A cold murderous aura spread out. Bingwu, you're mine. No one can touch you. Otherwise, I'll kill everyone in the Snow Wind Valley. An exasperated roar sounded. Bingwu frowned slightly and a trace of seriousness appeared on her face. See, you're right. I'm a disaster. Let me go quickly. Otherwise, if this person rushes in, I'll be dead. Feng Wuchen grinned. You. Juner gnashed her teeth in hatred. She couldn't wait to bite off Feng Wuchen's flesh bit by bit. Alright, Juner, don't lower yourself to his level. Bingwu stopped her. Humph. Juner glared fiercely at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen regained his seriousness and said with a faint smile, alright, I'll stop joking with you. Although I'm not a good person, I can see that you have no evil intentions. Although I don't know why you're doing this, I really don't want to stay. I'm only a one-star mystic immortal and can't help you much. This person is stronger than you. It won't take long for him to break the illusion array. Feng Wuchen was speaking the truth. You still have 2 chances. Bingwu said with a faint smile. She wasn't worried about the people attacking the Snowwind Valley. Boom, boom, boom. Buzz, buzz. Outside the Snowwind Valley, a man was crazily attacking. Explosions sounded continuously, and the terrifying power had already penetrated the illusion formation and spread into the valley. Bingwu. Let me tell you, if I can't get it, no one can. The monstrous roar sounded again. I'll give you an hour. If you can't get out after 2 chances, you're mine. Bingwu said domineeringly, treating Feng Wuchen's words as air. This guy is a 9-star ancient immortal king. The power of the illusion formation is getting weaker and weaker. You're not his match. Even if you get my man, we'll still die. Why bother? Feng Wuchen shook his head helplessly. Bingwu grinned and said, there's not much time left. Don't think that you can take the opportunity to escape after the illusion formation is broken. In front of an ancient immortal king, you can't escape. Seeing that Bingwu did not give up, Feng Wuchen gritted his teeth and said angrily, don't think that I can't get out. A small illusion formation can't stop me. Bingwu sneered confidently, it's impossible for you to get out. My illusion formation is not an ordinary illusion formation. What do you want me to do? Just say it. Feng Wuchen admitted defeat. With his current strength, he really couldn't get out. Looks like you've given up. Bingwu smiled, from today onwards, you're my man. You're my man. Feng Wuchen shrugged and said, I said, even if you get my man, you won't get my heart. Even if I can't get out, I won't admit that I'm your man. Who wants your heart? Shameless. Juner scolded and rolled her eyes at Feng Wuchen. Since you don't want my heart, and I'm only a 1-star Xian immortal, why do you want my man? Feng Wuchen asked curiously. No matter how strong a 1-star Xian immortal's body was, what was the use? Boom, boom, boom. Buzz, buzz. The illusion formation was constantly being bombarded, and its power was getting weaker and weaker. A large crack had already appeared, and it could break at any time. Sister Bingwu, the illusion array won't last much longer, Juner said worriedly, looking anxious. Let the Wind Snow Valley sisters leave through the secret passage. I will support the illusory formation first, Bingwu ordered calmly. She looked at Feng Wuchen and said, you go with Juner and the others. Sister Bingwu, if we leave, wouldn't Snowwind Valley fall into the hands of that bastard? Snowwind Valley is no more. What's the point of keeping this shameless person alive? Juner asked. Could there be some kind of treasure inside the Snowstorm Valley? Feng Wuchen secretly guessed. Don't ask so many questions. The illusory formation can't hold on much longer. Hurry up and take the sisters away, Bingwu said solemnly. She hurriedly channeled her spiritual yuan into the illusory formation. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and leave. Juner yelled at Feng Wuchen, completely treating Feng Wuchen as a burden. Feng Wuchen shrugged his shoulders and quickly caught up. Ice dance, how dare you resist? You can't support the illusory formation with your strength. How dare you find a wild man behind my back and fight against me for this wild man? Today, except for you, everyone in the Snowwind Valley will die. A cold angry shout was heard, filled with killing intent. Sigh, I got into trouble for no reason. What's wrong with me? Could it be that someone is secretly cursing me? Hearing the man's angry shout, Feng Wuchen felt extremely helpless. Just because he tested the strength of a 1-star mysterious immortal, a series of unlucky things happened one after another. Bingwu's pretty face was extremely cold. She said indifferently, Han Yekong, don't think that I don't know what your true objective is. I know very well what kind of person you are. Your objective is the grade 6 ancient immortal artifact of the Snowwind Valley. You spent 8 years to get close to me. Isn't it to obtain the grade 6 ancient immortal artifact so that your Scarlet Blood Immortal Palace can enter the ancient immortal Emperor's faction? Humph. So what if I am? Since you already know, don't think that you can escape from me today. I have waited for this day for too long. Han Yekong's cold voice was heard. Han Yekong, if my father and 2 elders weren't killed, would you dare to behave atrociously in the Snowwind Valley? Bingwu said coldly. Since you already know, I don't mind telling you. The death of your father and 2 elders was caused by an 8-star ancient immortal duke expert that I invited. For this, the Scarlet Blood Immortal Palace had to use a lot of treasures. Han Yekong sneered. What? Bingwu's expression changed drastically. She said in grief, you bastard, it was you who killed my father and 2 elders. There are many factions eyeing the grade 6 ancient immortal artifact. I originally thought that the death of your father and 2 elders would greatly reduce the strength of the Snowwind Valley and attract the attention of other factions. I thought that you would accept me and at least the Scarlet Blood Immortal Palace would protect you. However, I didn't expect that you would use my protection to secretly find a wild man. The more Han Yekong spoke, the angrier he became. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, puff, Han Yekong was extremely furious. His attacks became more ferocious and violent. His terrifying power bombarded Bingwu, causing her to spit out blood. Bingwu's strength was almost exhausted. Her injuries were not light and she could no longer support herself. The illusion array had already begun to collapse. Although there was only a 1-star difference in cultivation level, the difference in strength was huge. Bingwu. No matter how much you resist, no one can save you today. No one dares to go against the Scarlet Blood Immortal Palace within a few hundred miles. Not only do I want you, but I also want the grade 6 ancient immortal artifact. Haha. Han Yekong shouted angrily and laughed wildly. Despicable and shameless villain. Bingwu cursed. Crack. Under Han Yekong's crazy attacks, the illusion array finally shattered. Swish, a figure shot down like lightning and arrived in front of Bingwu in the blink of an eye. It was Han Yekong. Humph. Ice dance, from today onwards, you belong to me, Han Yekong. Haha. Han Yekong laughed wildly. Bingwu took out a cold sword and stared coldly at Han Yekong. She said angrily, don't even think about it. Is that so? Han Yekong sneered and said, don't you doubt why I know so much? Don't you doubt why I came here today? Your sister Bing Shuang is much smarter than you. Bing Shuang? Bingwu's face sank. Sister, I'm really sorry. At this moment, an arrogant laughter came from the palace. The person who came was an absolute beauty. She was wearing a stunning green qipao. She was Bingwu's sister, Bing Shuang. Jun Feng Wuchen, and dozens of Snowwind Valley disciples were all trapped by a powerful energy rope. Bing Shuang walked step by step to Han Yekong's side and allowed him to embrace her. She was extremely charming. Han Yekong said arrogantly, Bingwu, your sister has served me very well these 2 years. Bing Shuang, you dare to betray Snowwind Valley. Father and the elders were killed by him, did you know that? Bingwu shouted angrily. She could not believe that her usually obedient sister had betrayed Snowwind Valley. Sister, of course I know. I was the one who told Brother Han the news. Bing Shuang smiled charmingly. What? Bingwu instantly fell into a bottomless abyss. Bingwu could not believe that her own sister was one of the murderers of her father. This? How could this be? Second Miss is actually one of the murderers of Valley Master and Elder. Jun and the rest were all stunned, none of them dared to believe it. This is not true, not true. Bingwu shook her head in a daze, her face was extremely pale. This was her own sister, how could Bingwu accept this? Bing Shuang, why? Why did you do this? Bingwu screamed, her heart was in pain, the betrayal of her family made her feel so much pain that she wished she was dead. Sister, you are too foolish. Scarlet Blood Immortal Palace is powerful, and Brother Han is the young master with outstanding talent. Who wouldn't like such a talented man? Brother Han likes you. If you had agreed to Brother Han, would Snow Wind Valley have fallen to such a state? The law of the jungle, it was you who taught me. Bing Shuang smiled charmingly, her jade-like hands gently sliding on Han Yekong's chest. That action was simply too seductive. Han Yekong's face was filled with a satisfied smile. He was extremely arrogant and looked down on everything. Bing Shuang, you have been deceived by him, do you know that? Bing Wu shouted angrily, her cold gaze sweeping towards Han Yekong. Bing Wu said angrily, what kind of bewitching potion did you feed my sister? What did you do to her? Han Yekong shrugged and sneered, Bing Wu, you have to ask your sister about this, it has nothing to do with me. Bing Shuang smiled charmingly, sister, this is all my wishful thinking. The person I like must be a heaven's pride, isn't Brother Han a heaven's pride? Since you don't want him, of course I won't miss this opportunity. Brother Han's yang qi combined with my yin qi, you don't know how happy it is, these 2 years, every day, I wanted to die. When Bing Shuang said this, Feng Wuchen felt goosebumps all over his body, it was simply disgusting. Bing Wu froze on the spot, was this still her sister? Bing Shuang's words and actions made Bing Wu feel very unfamiliar. Bing Wu realized that she did not understand her sister at all. Betraying Snow Wind Valley, killing father and elder, just to become Han Yekong's woman? Bing Wu could not believe that all of this was true. That's right. If I become Brother Han's woman, I will be the young mistress of the Red Blood Celestial Palace. Once Brother Han gets the Grade 6 ancient fairy artifact from the Snow Wind Valley, the Red Blood Celestial Palace will have the opportunity to become an ancient Celestial Emperor faction. At that time I will be able to trample all the factions that once bullied me under my feet. Bing Shuang said fiercely. The fierceness in her beautiful eyes came from her bones. No one would have thought that all of this was a conspiracy between Bing Shuang and Han Yekong. Feng Wuchen shook his head. Betrayal is one thing, but you actually joined forces with others to kill your own father and an elder. You sold your body in exchange for a superior position. And you say it so confidently. Even Mo Ling wasn't so vicious back then. You've lived for so long that you can meet all kinds of people. You've really ruined my worldview. Who's talking? Frost asked coldly, her cold eyes sweeping over Feng Wuchen and the others. Stinking brat, stand out for me. Han Yekong glared at Feng Wuchen and roared, are you the wild man that Ice Dance found? Feng Wuchen was the only man here, so he had no choice but to admit it. Are you happy now? You don't have the strength, yet you insisted on keeping me here. I've been screwed over by you. Feng Wuchen grumbled. His right hand formed a seal behind his back and he walked out. I'm sorry. Ice Dance felt extremely guilty. After all, she hadn't expected Frost to be a traitor. Ice Dance is wild man, you'll die a miserable death. Han Yekong sneered. His eyes narrowed, flickering with ruthless killing intent. You already knew why Ice Dance was looking for a handsome man, didn't you? Feng Wuchen smiled indifferently. You're very smart, but your life is too short. Han Yekong smiled viciously. He immediately condensed a powerful energy in his palm, planning to kill Feng Wuchen with one slap. Feng Wuchen shrugged. You're born this smart. Even I have a headache. Big brother Han, don't kill him yet. Sister searched for him for so long before deciding to keep him alive. He must be able to activate the immortal curse. Frost hastily said. Stinking brat, I'll let you live for a while longer. Han Yekong sneered. He was extremely disdainful. All of you, leave quickly. I'll stop him. Ice Dance hastily said. She planned to risk her life to protect the Snow Wind Valley's people. Ice Dance, you're not my match. If you obediently obey me, I'll spare the Snow Wind Valley's people. Otherwise, I'll give them all to the Scarlet Blood Celestial Palace's disciples to enjoy. Han Yekong shouted coldly. Sister, I don't mind if you and I serve Big Brother Han together. You'll only become a slave while I'll be the high and mighty young madam. Frost proudly sneered. Wishful thinking. Ice Dance angrily shouted. Can you be any more disgusting than this? This Han Yekong doesn't look like a good person. He's thinking about other women in front of you. His words are all bullshit. When he's done playing with you, he'll toss you aside sooner or later. You still want to be the young madam? Dream on, I've never seen such a stupid and vicious woman like you. Feng Wuchen couldn't stand it anymore and rebuked her without any trace of politeness. When Feng Wuchen said this, Han Yekong and Frost's faces instantly became gloomy and hideous. Especially Han Yekong, his eyes were bloodshot and his killing intent soared to the sky. How dare you humiliate me? Frost exploded in anger. Stinking brat, you're tired of living. I'll cripple you first. Han Yekong shouted angrily and rushed toward Feng Wuchen. Let's see if you're capable. Feng Wuchen sneered. Soon after, he grabbed Ice Dance's hand and disappeared. Slap. Han Yekong's palm fell. Before he could retract his palm, a crisp slap sounded. He was slapped in the face. Bastard. Han Yekong was furious. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. He didn't even notice the slap that was coming toward him. Slap. Ah. Immediately after, a slap landed on Frost's pretty face. The slap was so strong that Frost cried out in alarm. Who are you? How dare you hit me? Get out here. Frost shouted in exasperation. Slap. That's right, you're the one I'm hitting. You shameless **stards. Feng Wuchen slapped Bing Shuang again. At the same time, a primordial spirit avatar appeared out of thin air and disappeared with Jun-Er and the rest. Seeing Feng Wuchen and Ice Dance disappear, even Jun-Er and the rest disappeared, Frost quickly shouted, Brother Han. They ran away. Despicable stinking brat. I won't forgive you. Han Yekong was completely enraged. A powerful force burst out crazily. Unfortunately, Feng Wuchen, Ice Dance and the rest had all disappeared. I can't sense Ice Dance's aura. What kind of movement technique did this stinking brat use? Han Yekong gritted his teeth and said angrily, his face twitching violently. Brother Han, they can't have run far. Jun-Er and the rest have the imprint of my immortal curse on them. Frost said coldly and angrily, her eyes filled with viciousness. He used teleportation and spacetime divine power at the same time. A minute later, Feng Wuchen had already brought Bing Wu and the rest to a deep mountain. This is the divine power of the spatial laws? Jun-Er exclaimed, looking at Feng Wuchen in shock and disbelief. You're just a one-star mystic immortal, how can you have spatial laws? Bing Wu asked in shock. This isn't spatial laws, it's just a type of divine power. It's not even as strong as spiritual yuan. Feng Wuchen curled his lips. Suppressing the shock in her heart, Bing Wu said, thank you for saving us. Feng Wuchen shrugged, no need to thank me, I'm just saving myself. After saying that, Feng Wuchen formed a mysterious seal with one hand, and the immortal curse that trapped Jun-Er and the rest instantly disappeared. Seeing this, Bing Wu and Jun-Er were shocked again. This was an immortal curse cast by an immortal king, and Feng Wuchen, a one-star mystic immortal, had easily removed it. Since when did a one-star mystic immortal have such ability? Why didn't Feng Wuchen remove the illusion formation when they were in Snowstorm Valley? Alright, the immortal curse has been removed, and the imprint has disappeared. It'll be difficult for them to find you. She's no longer your sister, so be careful of her. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, ignoring the shock of Bing Wu and the rest. Jun-Er looked at Feng Wuchen as if she was looking at a monster, and said, how can you cast the immortal curse of an immortal king? What can't a shameless person do? Feng Wuchen rolled his eyes. I'm not talking to you. Jun-Er turned her head away angrily. The dozens of Snowstorm Valley's female disciples were secretly laughing. Looking at the equally shocked Bing Wu, Feng Wuchen asked, now, shouldn't you tell me what's going on? Why did you capture the handsome man? After a moment of silence, Bing Wu said, the Snowwind Valley's grade 6 ancient immortal artifact is sealed in the altar, and it was left behind by my mother when she was still alive. Ever since my father and the elder died, the surrounding factions have been keeping an eye on the Snowwind Valley. If it wasn't for the Scarlet Blood Celestial Palace, they would have already taken action. In order to not rely on the Scarlet Blood Celestial Palace, I plan to take out a grade 6 ancient immortal artifact and revive the Snowy Wind Valley. However, there is a powerful and mysterious lightning attribute restriction in the altar, and it requires a person with a powerful fleshly body and no evil intent to break it. But there are very few people like that, and they all come for me. You're the only one who doesn't. Your eyes are very clear, and there's no blasphemy in them. The more you want to leave, the more I believe that the person I'm looking for is you. Someone with a strong physical body and no evil thoughts? Feng Wuchen frowned and quickly thought, could it be the heart of good and evil? How do you know it's the heart of good and evil? Ice Dance asked in shock, her expression stiffening again. The restriction of the heart of good and evil is not known by many people in the celestial capital region. Juner and the others looked at Feng Wuchen in confusion. How could a one-star mystic immortal know about the existence of the heart of good and evil? That's not right. If it's the heart of good and evil, it doesn't have any lightning attribute. Moreover, it doesn't require a person with a strong physical body. It only requires a person with a kind heart to break the restriction. Feng Wuchen said, shaking his head. I'm not too sure about this. Ice Dance shook her head. Forget it. It has nothing to do with me anyway. I'm just a one-star mystic immortal, and I don't want to get into trouble. Let's part here. See you again. Feng Wuchen shrugged his shoulders and was about to fly away. Hey, you're already mine. Didn't you agree? Moreover, you have to help me open the altar and get the grade 6 ancient immortal artifact. Ice Dance said quickly. Lord Ice Dance, when did I agree? Han Yekong will definitely send someone to guard Snowwind Valley. Won't I be courting death if I go back? Feng Wuchen was angry at the mention of this. He had offended Han Yekong for no reason. Then you don't care about our lives? Ice Dance said incoherently. When Ice Dance said this, Feng Wuchen almost fainted from anger. Feng Wuchen placed his hand on Ice Dance's forehead and smiled bitterly. You're not crazy. Are you making fun of me? Don't you know that I'm a one-star mystic immortal? You want a one-star mystic immortal to protect you, an 8-star ancient immortal king? And you, a 6-star ancient immortal king. Any one of your disciples can easily defeat me. Han Yekong is a 9-star ancient immortal king. He can kill me with a slap. Are you trying to send me to my death? As the young master, Han Yekong is already a 9-star ancient immortal king. His father must be an ancient immortal monarch. How can he defeat him? Ice Dance was speechless. Thinking about her experience, a strong sense of grievance and helplessness welled up in her heart. Tears of helplessness flowed from Ice Dance's beautiful eyes. A cold beauty actually had a weak side. Young mistress. The two female disciples quickly went forward to comfort her. I say, why are you like this? Our young mistress is already sad enough. It's fine if you don't comfort her, but you're still making sarcastic remarks. Are you trying to take revenge? Juner criticized Feng Wuchen. If I want to take revenge, do I still need to save you? Feng Wuchen was about to cry. I just descended to the ancient immortal world. Why are there so many unlucky things happening? Feng Wuchen was extremely depressed. Juner, he's right. We shouldn't have let him protect us. Instead, we're the ones who harmed him. The Scarlet Blood Immortal Palace is too strong. They're second only to the ancient immortal emperor. Ice Dance said with a face full of self-blame. I don't care. You have an agreement with young mistress. You can't ignore it. In any case, you have to help open the altar. Juner said with a rude and unreasonable look. When we were in the Snowwind Valley, you said that I'm the root of disaster. Who knows, I might bring you more trouble. You can just find a kind-hearted person to break the seal. Feng Wuchen said unhappily. You. Juner exploded in anger. She shouted angrily, are you still a man? Do you want to try? Feng Wuchen asked back. Shameless. Juner scolded. Her beautiful face instantly flushed red. Looking at the helpless and sad Ice Dance, Feng Wuchen sighed and said, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that I'm really powerless. If I had the ability, I would have killed Han Yekong just now. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Thank you for saving us. Ice Dance thanked him sincerely. I don't care. I'm just a nameless junior. He can't find me. You can't fight against the Scarlet Blood Immortal Palace. Leave the immortal capital first. Feng Wuchen shrugged. He wasn't worried that Han Yekong would find him for revenge. Where do you plan to go? Ice Dance asked. Her beautiful eyes looked at Feng Wuchen, who was still calm. I don't know. Let's meet again if we have the chance. It's fate that brought us together. We can be considered friends. I'll give you some treasures to help you cultivate. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. He handed Ice Dance a few spatial rings and flew away. What's your name? Ice Dance asked. Feng Wuchen. Bingwu called out Feng Wuchen's name. Her beautiful eyes were looking at Feng Wuchen as he left with a sense of relief. Thank you, Feng Wuchen. Bingwu's heart was filled with gratitude. If it wasn't for Feng Wuchen, Bingwu didn't dare to imagine what would happen to them. Sister Bingwu, we can't go back to the Snow-Wind Valley. Where should we go? Juner asked blankly. She didn't know where to go. We can't go back to the Snow-Wind Valley. My only family is my grandfather. Let's go and find my grandfather. If we survive, there's hope for everything. Bingwu smiled. Miss, what about the grade 6 ancient immortal artifact? If it falls into Han Yekong's hands, I'm afraid we won't have the chance to get it back. A female disciple asked worriedly. Feng Wuchen is right. It's never too late to take revenge. With enough strength, we can definitely get back Mother's things. Bingwu smiled optimistically. Looking at the 6 spatial rings in her hand, Bingwu smiled and said, although Feng Wuchen is only a 1-star mystic immortal, he gives me a very strong feeling. His movement technique, divine power, easily broke the immortal curse, and even knows how to seal. This person is definitely not simple. After hearing Sister Bingwu's words, I also feel that Feng Wuchen is very mysterious. Juner nodded. These storage rings must be very special. I've never heard of storage rings that can help in cultivation. Let's go and leave the immortal capital as soon as possible. Bingwu smiled. In the future, Bingwu and the others would know how powerful the storage rings that Feng Wuchen gave them were. On a mountain peak, Han Yekong and Bing Shuang flew over. Brother Han, we're late. The imprint of the immortal curse has disappeared. Bing Shuang's face was extremely gloomy. The fiery red palm print on her face was a great humiliation to her. Preposterous. Han Yekong was furious. He immediately sent a voice transmission and ordered, immediately send someone to track Bingwu's whereabouts. They definitely haven't left the immortal capital. Bing Shuang said viciously, we can't let them go. Preposterous. That brat ran away. How are we going to obtain a grade 6 ancient immortal artifact? Han Yekong gritted his teeth in anger. Don't worry, big brother Han. I have a way to get a grade 6 ancient immortal artifact. There are so many cultivators in the immortal capital. With a grade 6 ancient immortal weapon, the Scarlet Blood Celestial Palace will join the ranks of the ancient immortal emperors sooner or later. At that time it will be very easy to find them. Bing Shuang sneered. That makes sense. Han Yekong nodded and smiled, Shuang'er is really smart. When we go back, we have to take good care of her. Big brother Han, you're so naughty, Bing Shuang said. Haha. Han Yekong laughed excitedly. What? Don't you feel bad that you can't help? The Sword Spirit Emperor laughed. That's not entirely true. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, I just sympathize with Bingwu. Her own sister betrayed her, and she was one of the murderers of her own father. Why is there such a big difference between sisters? The human heart is hard to fathom. The Sword Spirit Emperor laughed, no matter who it is, you have to be careful. You just came to the ancient immortal world and your cultivation is weak. You have to be even more careful. I know. That's why I want to leave the immortal capital as soon as possible. That pair of bitches will definitely not let me go. Let's find a place to cultivate first. Feng Wuchen shrugged. It was too important to raise one's cultivation when one just came to the ancient immortal world. A few days later, Feng Wuchen left the immortal capital. With Feng Wuchen's speed, it took him a few days to reach the immortal capital. Needless to say, the ancient immortal domain was huge. Sword Spirit Emperor, where is this? Feng Wuchen came to an uninhabited mountain peak and asked. Southern Immortal Domain. The Sword Spirit Emperor replied, the ancient immortal domain is divided into north, south, east, and west. The immortal capital is just a small place in the southern immortal domain. Let's cultivate here. After confirming that there was no one around, Feng Wuchen found a hidden place and entered the divine ring. Feng Wuchen, I'm leaving. Before the next great emperor is unsealed, you can only rely on yourself. The Sword Spirit Emperor's voice came. Feng Wuchen was stunned. Sword Spirit Emperor is leaving? The Sword Spirit Emperor nodded slightly. It's time to leave. Thank you for your guidance during this time. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and thanked him. He was somewhat reluctant to leave. After all, the Sword Spirit Emperor had accompanied Feng Wuchen for more than a year. He was the oldest great emperor. Under the Sword Spirit Emperor's guidance, Feng Wuchen had completely comprehended a more powerful realm and profound meaning of the Sword Tao. Feng Wuchen's current understanding of the Sword Tao and profound meaning was something that even titled ancient gods could not compare with. You're the most talented Sword Tao genius I've ever seen. Cultivate well and you'll definitely surpass me. You're our only hope. Alright, see you in the Panga domain. The Sword Spirit Emperor smiled faintly. His body turned into countless light spots and disappeared. Seeing the Sword Spirit Emperor disappear, Feng Wuchen was a little disappointed. Master, when are you going to help us become ancient immortal artifacts? Becoming a grade 1 ancient immortal artifact can help you increase your battle strength. Long Xinjian asked. Let's wait a while. Feng Wuchen said faintly, the most important thing now is to improve my cultivation. After I break through, I'll go to the nearby immortal cities to take a look. His primordial spirit avatar had been cultivating. Due to the abundant spiritual energy, Feng Wuchen's cultivation increased rapidly. It would not take long for him to break through to the 2-star Xian immortal realm. Due to ascending to the ancient immortal world, the 100 times spiritual energy in the divine ring had turned into spiritual energy. Feng Wuchen extended his palm. The immortal pistol grew rapidly and released a huge amount of spiritual energy. The immortal pistol is getting stronger. With the help of the immortal pistol's spiritual energy, my cultivation speed will definitely be faster. Feng Wuchen smiled in anticipation. He immediately sat down and cultivated. Currently, Feng Wuchen could only rely on the immortal pistol to cultivate. But it was enough. Red Blood Immortal Palace. A bunch of good-for-nothings. All useless trash. What's the use of having you? Han Yekong was furious. His face was hideous. Bam. Bam. Bam, bam. Bam. Bam, the furious Han Yekong kicked each of his disciples. The 6 disciples spat out blood and flew a few meters away. For a few days, they sent out many disciples, but they could not even find a trace of Feng Wuchen. It was fine if they could not find him, but they could not break free from the imprisonment of thousands of people. How could Han Yekong not be angry? A disciple said in fear, Young Master, we've searched the entire immortal capital. We've also asked all the major factions, but we can't find any trace of Bing Wu. Young Master, they might have already left the immortal capital. Another disciple said in fear. Big Brother Han, that kid's movement technique is impressive. When we chased after him, we wasted a lot of time. I'm afraid they might have already left the immortal capital. Bing Shuang guessed. Send more people to search. If you can't find him, your head will roll. Han Yekong shouted angrily. Big Brother Han, I know a place. Bing Shuang said coldly. Where? Han Yekong asked. Grandfather? Han Yekong frowned and said, Immortal Soul World's Wind Snow Immortal Palace? That's right. Other than my grandfather, she has no other place to go. Only my grandfather can protect their lives. Bing Shuang said coldly. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a vicious cold light. Wind Snow Immortal Palace's strength is on par with Red Blood Immortal Palace. If Bingwu goes to Wind Snow Immortal Palace, it won't be easy to deal with her. Your grandfather must know what we did. I'm afraid he won't let it go. Han Yekong said gloomily. That's why we have to get the 6th grade ancient immortal artifact as soon as possible. Once Uncle Han gets the 6th grade ancient immortal artifact, he won't be afraid of my grandfather anymore. Bing Shuang sneered. In her eyes, her family was not as high as her status. Yes, Shuang'er's words make sense. Continue to send people to break the shackles. People with strong physical bodies and good intentions. Han Yekong laughed happily. He hugged Bing Shuang and kissed her fiercely. Bing Shuang laughed and said, "Brother Han, I've already thought about this and made preparations. We might not fight with my grandfather." "Oh? What preparations?" Han Yekong asked curiously. "If my grandfather knows that my father and elder were killed by Bing Wu, what do you think will happen? There's some distance between a mortal soul world and a mortal soul world. No matter how fast they run, it'll take them a few days. It's not as fast as sound transmission runes." Bing Shuang sneered. Han Yekong heard this and laughed, "Haha. Shuang'er is so smart." Choosing Shuang'er was the right choice. "Brother Han, I have to go to the Wind Snow Immortal Palace to have a look. I can't let my sister ruin my plan. This time, I want her to completely fall into the abyss." Bing Shuang sneered as a sinister light flashed in her beautiful eyes. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Han Yekong as she laughed, "Before I destroy her, I will definitely let Brother Han have a taste of her." "Haha. Good. Good." Han Yekong laughed excitedly. He was looking forward to it. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Bing Wu and Juner had arrived at Wind Snow Immortal Palace. "We're here. This is Wind Snow Immortal Palace. I haven't seen grandfather for many years." Bing Wu laughed happily. Her heart was filled with joy and anticipation. What a powerful aura. I didn't expect Sister Bing Wu's grandfather's Wind Snow Immortal Palace to be so powerful. Juner was shocked. It was their first time. Swish, a strand of immortal chi transformed into a human figure. It was a middle-aged man dressed in white. The white-clothed man was Bing Wu's uncle, Ouyang Hao. "Uncle." Seeing the white-clothed man, Bing Wu shouted in joy. "Take them all down." Ouyang Hao's face was cold as he gave the order. In an instant, dozens of guards appeared in a flash. Before Bing Wu could even feel happy, they were all taken down by the people from the Wind Snow Immortal Palace. They did not even know what was going on. Not long after, Bing Wu was brought into the main hall. She felt the strange gazes from the elders and upper echelons. Humph. The faces of the elders turned ugly. They were very disappointed with Bing Wu. "Uncle, what are you doing? Why did you capture us?" Ice Dance asked, puzzled. "Humph. You still have the nerve to ask? Don't you know what you've done?" An old and majestic voice resounded in the hall. Then, a beam of white light transformed into a black-robed old man. The old man's face was full of wrinkles. He was awe-inspiring even without being angry. This person was the palace master of the Wind Snow Immortal Palace, Ouyang Tianjing. He was Bing Wu's grandfather. His body emitted an extremely powerful aura. He had already reached the realm of a 6-star ancient immortal monarch. With an ancient immortal monarch overseeing the palace, one could see how powerful the Wind Snow Immortal Palace was. "Grandfather, what are you talking about?" Bing Wu did not understand. Her face was filled with innocence. Ouyang Tianjing's face was ashen. He snorted coldly, "Humph. Shuang'er told me everything. You plotted to kill your own father and 2 elders. You even wanted to remove the altar and seize the grade 6 ancient immortal artifact. You even recruited men into the Wind Snow Valley. You have thrown away your parents' face. What? You think grandfather is old and does not know anything? What?" Bing Wu's eyes widened. She did not expect Bing Shuang to be the first to complain. No wonder the elders and upper echelons in the main hall ignored her. No wonder they looked at her with strange gazes. In the past, they all doted on her. "Bing Wu, do you have anything else to say?" Ouyang Hao asked coldly. After saying those words, Bing Wu said in pain, "Grandfather, uncle, you have watched Bing Wu grow up. Don't you know Bing Wu's character? I did not do those things." "Humph. Are you doubting your grandfather for being blind?" Ouyang Tianjing said in a deep voice. His face was getting uglier. "Bing Wu does not dare." Bing Wu was extremely disappointed. Her tears kept falling. Her heart had already fallen to the bottom. She originally planned to rely on her grandfather. She did not expect such a thing to happen. It was hard for her to accept. Bing Shuang was the first to complain. Bing Wu knew that it was useless to say anything. Bing Wu did not expect her own sister to be so heartless. She did not even recognize her own family. Grandfather, father, cousin is not that kind of person. I believe cousin. A beautiful young lady rushed into the main hall and helped the sorrowful Bing Wu up. The young lady was Ouyang Xian, Ouyang Tianjing's granddaughter. Humph. Take her away. Before Shuang'er returns, she is not allowed to leave the room. Ouyang Tianjing snorted. Within the divine ring, Feng Wuchen stretched his body and felt the strength that had become stronger. So comfortable. I broke through to 2-star Mystic Immortal in a month. I am not far from 3-star Mystic Immortal. Feng Wuchen laughed happily. Buzz buzz. Just as Feng Wuchen finished speaking, the unmoving reincarnation pagoda suddenly shook violently. An incomparably terrifying power and aura suddenly erupted. Resplendent green light flashed and covered the space within the divine ring. The terrifying air wave was filled with a destructive aura as if it came from the primordial world. This aura was extremely violent and filled with a terrifying baleful aura. The reincarnation pagoda has been unsealed. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. He suddenly turned his head with a face full of anticipation. Feeling this inestimable terrifying power, Feng Wuchen was surprised and happy. What a terrifying aura. It is even stronger than the Sword Soul Emperor. It actually has the aura of an ancient beast. Brat, continue cultivating for half a month. You should be able to break through to 3-star Mystic Immortal. Why don't you cultivate? An old and slightly hoarse voice came from the reincarnation pagoda. Senior, cultivation is important, but the alchemist realm is also important. My current alchemist realm has just stepped into the Mystic Immortal realm. Feng Wuchen laughed happily as he looked at the 15th level of the reincarnation pagoda. Dozens of primordial spirit avatars were currently absorbing soul crystals to increase their soul power. A black-robed old man with white hair and a face full of wrinkles slowly floated out. Senior, how should I address you? Feng Wuchen sized up the old man and asked excitedly. Demon Emperor. The old man smiled. Oh? Seems like you already know who I am. Demon Emperor Great Emperor was slightly surprised. Senior Yuancher and the others told me. Feng Wuchen was very excited. Demon Emperor Great Emperor's unsealing means that Feng Wuchen's Dragon God's bloodline power can be improved. When the time comes, his combat strength will increase tremendously. Once the bloodline is improved, the Dragon Gods will surpass many ancient beasts and become the race with the strongest bloodline. Feng Wuchen was very excited just thinking about it. Looking at Feng Wuchen's excited expression, Demon Emperor Great Emperor laughed and scolded, "Good little brat, your head is only thinking about improving your bloodline power." Feng Wuchen smiled calmly and said, "How can I not think about it? Even in my dreams, the improvement of my bloodline power will increase the strength of the Dragon Gods. My combat ability will definitely be stronger. The Dragon Gods will also be able to surpass more powerful races. My cultivation speed will definitely be faster." Haha. Demon Emperor Great Emperor laughed happily and said, "Little brat, you are honest." Feng Wuchen laughed happily and said, in front of Demon Emperor Great Emperor, "How can this junior dare to lie? Isn't that an insult to Demon Emperor Great Emperor's intelligence? That is disrespectful to Demon Emperor Great Emperor. This junior will not play this little trick." Haha. Demon Emperor Great Emperor laughed again, obviously very satisfied with Feng Wuchen. Demon Emperor Great Emperor, what is your true body? Feng Wuchen asked curiously. The first demon beast after the creation of the world must be very powerful, otherwise it would not be the ancestor of countless demon beasts, and even more impossible to become the strongest existence. Demon Emperor Great Emperor smiled faintly and said, "This Great Emperor's true body is 9 Heavens Underworld Luan." 9 Heavens Underworld Luan? Feng Wuchen frowned, he has never heard of it, but it sounds very scary. It is a kind of bird beast, but it is very powerful. For this great emperor to meet you, it can be considered fate. Emperor Yuancher trusts you so much, this great emperor has no reason to not believe you. This great emperor's inheritance." The demon emperor great emperor laughed happily. Then, with a flick of his finger, a green halo of light entered Feng Wuchen's forehead. A huge amount of information rushed into Feng Wuchen's head. It felt like it was about to explode, and even Feng Wuchen couldn't stand it. The inheritance of the demon emperor was the innate divine skill of the ancient beast and the control of its bloodline. In Feng Wuchen's mind, when the world was first created, there were many terrifying ancient beasts. They were huge in size and fed on the spiritual qi of the world. They were born with terrifying strength. Among them, there were 10 that were the most terrifying. The other beasts could only be slaughtered in front of them. When Feng Wuchen saw the appearance of the 9 heavens underworld Luan and the shocking scene of thousands of beasts kneeling down, Feng Wuchen felt as if his heart was crushed by a mountain and almost stopped beating. He had never seen such a shocking and terrifying scene before. As expected of the great demon emperor. That kind of indescribable domineering aura and power was simply unrivaled. Is that green giant bird the 9 heavens underworld Luan? It was the ancestor of all beasts. No matter how powerful the beasts are, they all have to kneel down. What kind of terrifying beasts are these? They can destroy a world with a wave of their claws. What kind of terrifying power is this? This black giant ape destroyed the starry sky with a single punch. Just seeing this scene was enough to scare Feng Wuchen to death. His back was soaked in cold sweat, and he was frightened to death. These terrifying beasts made Feng Wuchen feel that they were more terrifying than any ancient god or titled ancient god. Even if Feng Wuchen had never seen a titled ancient god, he had that kind of feeling. However, Feng Wuchen's feeling was correct. The demon emperor great emperor smiled faintly and said, "The beasts you see are the most powerful ancient beasts at the beginning of the world. Their existences are higher than titled ancient gods." This great emperor conferred them the title of Pangu Guardian Demon Emperor. Although Feng Wuchen's heart was shocked by the inheritance information, he could still hear the demon emperor great emperor's words. "Little brat, this great emperor's bloodline fused with your dragon god's bloodline to create a stronger bloodline for you. This is my special care for you." The demon emperor great emperor smiled faintly. As the bloodline power fused, a huge amount of heat surged out crazily. Feng Wuchen's bloodline power became more and more terrifying, and his cultivation soared crazily. 3-star Xian Immortal. 4-star Xian Immortal. 5-star Xian Immortal. In an instant, Feng Wuchen's cultivation soared to the 5-star Xian Immortal realm. Little brat's cultivation is too weak. Although the bloodline fusion has made him stronger and has surpassed this great emperor's bloodline, he can't use it. Cultivation will have to be done slowly. The demon emperor great emperor thought to himself. Although that was the case, Feng Wuchen's bloodline power had increased by dozens of times, and his aura was more intimidating. After a long time, Feng Wuchen slowly opened his eyes. He immediately felt the changes in his bloodline. My bloodline power has become so much stronger. 5-star Xian Immortal. My cultivation has increased by 3 stars. After checking, Feng Wuchen was extremely shocked, and his eyes widened to the extreme. The demon emperor great emperor smiled faintly. The bloodline fusion has gone smoothly. The bloodline in your body is the fusion of the underworld Luan and the dragon gods. Your bloodline is stronger than this great emperor, but because your cultivation is too weak, you can't use the true power of your bloodline. In the future, as your cultivation grows stronger, your bloodline power will also become stronger. Great, thank you demon emperor great emperor. Feng Wuchen thanked him excitedly. Your bloodline has changed, and the bloodline of the dragon gods will also become stronger. The demon emperor great emperor smiled. Great! Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. When the time comes, I will help my wife to increase her bloodline power. The Rakshasa race will also increase their bloodline power. The divine monkey race and mad leopard will also increase their bloodline power. Oh right, demon emperor great emperor, you just said that Pangu protector demon emperor, can I summon them? Feng Wuchen quickly asked. With the inheritance of the demon emperor great emperor, Feng Wuchen already knew the method to summon Pangu protector demon emperor. Of course, but Emperor Xianxia has ordered that you can't use our power. If you want to summon Pangu protector demon emperor, wait until your cultivation reaches a certain level. The demon emperor great emperor smiled faintly. Hee, it's good that I can summon them, but I can't use them now. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. Demon Emperor, Great Emperor, after being sealed for so long, do you want to go out and see the ancient immortal world? No need to go out, this Great Emperor can also see it. The Demon Emperor, Great Emperor smiled faintly. After chatting for a while, Feng Wuchen left the divine ring. The power of a 5-star Xian immortal is indeed strong. If I have the heaven-defying divine pearl, I can definitely break through to the ancient immortal general realm. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself, it's been so many days, I wonder how Bing Wu and the others are doing. Forget it, I'll go and get some ancient immortal stones first. After that, I still need to make heaven-defying God Pearl and ancient immortal world pills. I can't waste time. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. In order to increase his combat power, Feng Wuchen's first step was to increase his cultivation, and the second step was to upgrade Dragon God Sword and Saint Armor and other Saint weapons to ancient immortal weapons. Immortal Cloud City, Immortal Soul World. Although my current level as an alchemist is low, refining an ancient immortal artifact is definitely not a problem. Upgrading the Dragon God Sword to an ancient immortal artifact is a piece of cake. All I need to do is to buy some refining materials from the ancient immortal world. Feng Wuchen smiled confidently. After all, he had obtained the inheritance of Emperor Peerless. He was proficient in all 4 fields of alchemy. The ancient immortal tools in the ancient immortal world were divided into 9 grades. First grade ancient immortal tools were the worst, while 9th grade ancient immortal tools were the strongest. Master, are you planning to use Saint Origin stones to buy materials from the ancient immortal world? Dragon Xianxia asked. Feng Wuchen's face changed when he heard this. He was shocked. I don't have any spirit origin stones? Do you have any? The Glass Lake Saint Armor asked. Feng Wuchen was speechless. Master, I have a good idea. Dragon Xianxia said. Feng Wuchen asked. What is it? Exchange. With treasures? Master, you can forge ancient immortal weapons and use them to exchange for the materials you need, Long Xianxia said. Good idea. Feng Wuchen nodded and walked into the city. Immortal Cloud City was located in the south of the Immortal Soul World. There were many cultivators in Immortal Cloud City. Their cultivation base ranged from profound immortal to ancient immortal king. It was rare to see experts with high cultivation base. The materials that Feng Wuchen needed, other than spirit origin stones, were very cheap and could be bought in any shop. Low-grade ancient immortal tool materials could be found everywhere. Little brother, you are an alchemist, right? What materials do you need? A middle-aged man asked politely in a shop that specialized in selling materials. Feng Wuchen smiled. I do need some materials, but I don't have any spirit origin stones. No spirit origin stones? The man's smile disappeared instantly. Before Feng Wuchen could finish, he waved his hand impatiently. Get lost if you don't have any spirit origin stones. Don't disturb my business. What bad luck. Go. Shopkeeper, let me finish. I can refine ancient immortal tools in exchange for materials. Feng Wuchen quickly said. No. Get lost. Get lost. The shopkeeper scolded impatiently. An ancient immortal artifact is inferior to a spirit stone? Of course not. Ancient immortal artifacts were worth thousands of times more than spirit source stones. The shopkeeper obviously didn't believe Feng Wuchen's nonsense. You can't even take out spirit origin stones, how can you call yourself an alchemist? You don't have any spirit stones and you want to buy refining materials? I say, brother, are you planning to rob me? Refining ancient immortal artifacts in exchange for refining materials? Do you think the shopkeeper is a fool? A man mocked. Alchemists don't have spirit stones? I've never heard of it. Who doesn't have a few spiritual origin stones? Brat, I think you're looking for trouble, right? Another man sneered and stared at Feng Wuchen contemptuously. You can tell just by looking at his poor appearance. Don't think that you're so great just because you're a little handsome. Hurry up and scram, the poorest alchemist. A young woman said with a look of disdain. The poorest alchemist? Someone actually dared to say that Feng Wuchen was the poorest alchemist? Feng Wuchen was about to explode with anger. However, it wasn't good for him to lose his temper. He didn't care about these people's faces. Helpless, Feng Wuchen could only go to another shop. "Shopkeeper, I'll refine an ancient immortal artifact for you. How about you give me some refining materials?" Feng Wuchen went straight to the point. "What kind of ancient immortal artifact can you refine? Who knows if you're an alchemist? Scram if you don't have spirit stones. How can you be an alchemist? I've never seen an alchemist who doesn't have spirit stones." "I know you're a liar," the shopkeeper said with disdain. A dignified supreme of the holy world was actually called a liar by a shopkeeper. "Oh? Refining an ancient immortal artifact in exchange for materials? What a generous alchemist. But why can't I see that you have soul power? If you're really an alchemist, why don't you have spirit stones?" A sarcastic voice sounded. When the shopkeeper heard that, he shouted angrily, "You're really a liar. Why aren't you scramming? Brat, you've got guts. You even dared to trick me into coming here. Do you know where this place is? Refining an ancient immortal artifact? With just you?" An arrogant young man sneered disdainfully. "An alchemist without soul power. This is the first time I've heard of one. Kid, you'll offend many alchemists by coming here to cheat. If you don't scram, you might lose your life. Pretending to be an alchemist? You're simply courting death." In the shop, a few alchemists mocked. Many passers-by were attracted. Whether it was cultivation or soul power, Feng Wuchen hid them all. No one could see through them. "Dragon God Sword, is this your rotten idea?" Feng Wuchen asked in a low voice. He was furious. Dragon Xinjian was speechless. "Master, there's another shop opposite," Divine Eyes transmitted. Feng Wuchen's face was extremely ugly. He was really angry. He turned around and walked towards the other shop. Gritting his teeth, he said angrily, "What the hell? I don't believe it. This kid really doesn't give up. Does he think he can just go to another shop? Does he think the shopkeeper is an idiot?" Someone mocked. "Shopkeeper Li, don't be fooled by this kid." An alchemist laughed, waiting to see Feng Wuchen make a fool of himself. Many people were waiting to see Feng Wuchen make a fool of himself. In an instant, many people on the street heard the news and came over. They all heard that a swindler had appeared in Immortal Cloud City and was even pretending to be an alchemist. "Little brother, if you don't have spirit stones, I advise you to leave," a tall and thin man said with a cold face. Seeing Feng Wuchen coming from the opposite shop, the shopkeeper also knew. An ancient immortal general alchemist sneered, "Kid, don't say I didn't warn you. Although there aren't any powerful alchemists in Immortal Cloud City, there are still many alchemists. They can tell if you're an alchemist or not with just a glance. If you want refining materials, you can use other treasures to exchange for them. But if you want to cheat refining materials, be careful that you don't leave Immortal Cloud City alive." A glance? Are you sure? Feng Wuchen coldly swept his gaze over, his expression extremely unsightly to behold. Upon seeing Feng Wuchen's cold gaze, the ancient immortal general alchemist sneered, "What's wrong? You don't seem to be convinced." "Not convinced? You misunderstood. You aren't worthy." Feng Wuchen mercilessly spoke. Feng Wuchen was enraged. He didn't care so much. "Brat, what did you say? Say it again if you have the guts." The man was instantly enraged. He stared at Feng Wuchen with a fierce gaze as he clenched his fists, ready to attack at any moment. "I said you aren't worthy." Feng Wuchen's expression didn't change. He ignored the man's fierce gaze. Tit for tat. This brat's temper isn't small, and his guts aren't small either. "Big brother Zhao, cripple this brat." An alchemist coldly laughed. "What a backbone. What a tough bone. I wonder if his life is tough or not. This brat really has guts. It's a pity that he won't be able to live." The surrounding crowd mocked, completely treating Feng Wuchen as a clown. "Stinking brat. You're courting death." The man's face was extremely gloomy. The aura of a 7-star ancient immortal general spread out and locked onto Feng Wuchen. "You'll know in a while whether I'm courting death or not," Feng Wuchen said coldly and walked toward Manager Li. The man stared fiercely at Feng Wuchen and said, "I'd like to see what you're capable of." Bang! Feng Wuchen flipped his palm, and a treasure emitting a powerful spiritual aura smashed on the table, causing a spiderweb-like crack to appear on the table. "Manager, I don't have any spiritual origin stones, but please open your dog eyes and see if this is enough," Feng Wuchen said coldly. Everyone's eyes fell on the gem on the table that was emitting a green light. Dark green celestial crystal. Manager Li exclaimed when he saw it, and his eyes widened. It's a dark green celestial crystal. The supreme treasure of an ancient immortal king. This brat actually has such a treasure. A dark green celestial crystal is enough for an ancient immortal king to break through 1 star of cultivation. 50 million spiritual origin stones can buy a dark green celestial crystal. The onlookers were extremely shocked, and their eyeballs were about to fall out. Who would dare to believe that a person who couldn't even take out spiritual origin stones would have a dark green celestial crystal? Is it enough? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Yes, it's enough. Manager Li nodded excitedly. Celestial spiritual stone, 1,000-year-old celestial jade, purple gold sand, heavenly black star stone, 4 of each of these materials. In addition, prepare a set of everlasting ice soul, 1,000-year-old black iron, extreme spirit warm jade, 1 set each. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Yes, yes, yes. I'll prepare it right away, Manager Li said respectfully and quickly went to prepare it for Feng Wuchen. His heart was blooming with joy. Feng Wuchen's cold gaze swept across the crowd. He said coldly, "Why aren't you laughing? Weren't you laughing happily just now? You spent all your time mocking others. No wonder you're at this level. Your talent is mediocre, and you don't work hard. You're arrogant and complacent. You think you're great just because of a small achievement? You can forget about improving your alchemists in your lifetime. Stinking brat, how dare you insult an alchemist? You must be tired of living. Humph. Don't think you're amazing just because you have dark azure immortal crystals. If you dare to offend us, do you think you'll be able to leave alive? Brat, you're really arrogant. Mediocre talent? Arrogance and complacency? Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? How difficult is it to cultivate as an alchemist? Even if you're a genius, it's already very impressive for you to be able to break through to the ancient immortal king realm at our age. You're not an alchemist. Just based on what you said, I can kill you. Feng Wuchen's words instantly enraged the alchemists and the crowd. All of them wanted to kill Feng Wuchen. However, since Manager Li had already received Feng Wuchen, they naturally wouldn't make a move at this time. At the very least, it wouldn't be too late to make a move after Manager Li completed the transaction. What a snob! Feng Wuchen added in the end, ignoring the anger of these people. Feng Wuchen's words directly enraged the crowd. All of them gritted their teeth and wanted to swallow Feng Wuchen alive. Soon, Manager Li gathered all the refining materials that Feng Wuchen needed and returned more than 20 million spiritual origin stones to Feng Wuchen. These refining materials are not expensive except for the immortal spiritual stones, Millennium Dark Iron, and Supreme Spirit Warm Jade. Manager Li smiled politely. Feng Wuchen glanced at the ancient immortal general alchemist beside him and said coldly, "If you're not convinced by what I said just now, then open your eyes and take a good look." Poof, with a thought, the world-cleansing soul fire was activated. Feng Wuchen's palm lit up with a purple flame, exuding an ancient and incomparably overbearing aura. Purple flame. The aura of the flame is very strong. The true Samadhi fire can't be compared to it at all. Even the beast fire of a powerful immortal beast isn't this terrifying. What kind of flame is this? Why do I feel an ancient aura? Seeing the appearance of the world-cleansing soul fire, the crowd was shocked and even frightened. Feng Wuchen immediately activated the Ancestor of Souls. With a wave of his hand, immortal spiritual stones, Millennium Dark Iron, Supreme Spirit Warm Jade, and dozens of other refining materials flew into the purple flame. Is this soul power? What an overbearing aura. It's incomparably vigorous. What kind of soul power is this? Why is his soul power different from ours? And why do I feel that my soul power is afraid? Doesn't refining need a furnace? Is he refining just like that? The appearance of the ancestor of souls frightened the few alchemists. They could clearly feel the soul power in their body kneeling down. At this moment, they finally realized that Feng Wuchen was not simple. This kid is not simple. Manager Li was also dumbfounded by what he saw. Feng Wuchen's palm moved as if he was performing magic. A fine ancient immortal sword was refined, exuding an extremely powerful aura. Artifact creation. 5th grade ancient immortal weapon. An ancient immortal Lord Realm alchemist. Everyone present was shocked to the extreme. All of them widened their eyes in extreme fear. All of them were scared out of their wits, and all of them were trembling. Feng Wuchen casually displayed a skill, and it was enough to shock them to such an extent. Manager Li secretly rejoiced that he did not offend Feng Wuchen. Otherwise, the consequences would be terrifying. To be able to refine a 5th grade ancient immortal weapon in an instant, he's definitely an ancient immortal Lord Realm alchemist. An alchemist said in extreme fear. An ancient immortal Lord Realm alchemist has appeared in our immortal Cloud City. To be able to refine a 5th grade ancient immortal weapon, he's definitely an ancient immortal Lord Realm alchemist. Everyone shouted in excitement and shock. That ancient immortal General Realm alchemist was so scared that he was in a vegetative state. Although there were many alchemists in the immortal Cloud City, the highest cultivation realm was only at the ancient immortal King realm. Now that an ancient immortal Lord Realm alchemist had appeared, how could they not be shocked? Feng Wuchen swept his cold gaze over and said coldly, "Do you think you're worthy enough to make me feel unconvinced? You can see it with a glance? Just based on your cultivation realm?" The alchemist was so scared that his entire body trembled and he directly knelt down. His face was pale and bloodless as he said in fear, "Lord, please spare my life. This lowly one knows his mistake. This lowly one has eyes but failed to see. Please forgive me." Feng Wuchen did not care at all. Who said that alchemists must have spiritual origin stones? Who said that those without soul power are not alchemists? Is it wrong to say that all of you are snobbish? And insulting all of you? Are all of you worthy? Feng Wuchen's cold gaze swept across the crowd. "Lord, please spare our lives. It's all our fault for being snobbish and blind. Please spare our lives. Lord, please spare our lives. We know our mistake. We won't dare to do it again." The alchemists knelt down and cowed out in fear. They were so regretful that their intestines turned green. Offending an ancient immortal Lord Realm alchemist was definitely courting death. "All of you are not qualified to die in my hands. Killing all of you will only dirty my hands." Feng Wuchen mocked mercilessly. The manager of the shop opposite was scared silly. He actually dared to call an ancient immortal Lord Realm alchemist a liar. Feng Wuchen bought a lot of ancient immortal stones from Manager Li as he would need them in the future. When Feng Wuchen walked out of the shop, everyone retreated to the side in fear. Before he left, Feng Wuchen glanced at the shopkeeper of the opposite shop. With just a glance, the shopkeeper was so scared that he trembled and almost fell to the ground. Not only did he miss a big deal, he even offended such a terrifying alchemist. After Feng Wuchen left, everyone heaved a sigh of relief as if they had been pardoned. Their backs were already drenched in cold sweat. Too terrifying. He's actually an ancient immortal Lord alchemist at such a young age. We really looked down on him. I didn't expect him to be able to completely hide his soul power. Fortunately, he didn't pursue the matter. Otherwise, we would all be dead. We won't look down on anyone in the future. Who exactly is he? There doesn't seem to be any major forces near Immortal Cloud City. I also haven't heard of any ancient immortal Lord alchemists. Everyone had a face full of fear. When they recalled how they mocked Feng Wuchen just now, they felt as if they had fallen into hell. They were secretly glad that Feng Wuchen didn't pursue the matter. "Shopkeeper Yang, you missed out on a 5th grade ancient immortal artifact," Manager Li said with a faint smile. Shopkeeper Yang swallowed a mouthful of saliva in fear and said with a trembling voice, "So be it. It's good enough that I can keep my life." Although he said so, Shopkeeper Yang was already regretting it to the point that his intestines turned green. If he had agreed to Feng Wuchen's request, not only would he have obtained a 5th grade ancient immortal artifact, he would even have the chance to befriend Feng Wuchen, an ancient immortal Lord alchemist. He would definitely be able to soar in the future. Such a great opportunity was ruined by him just like that. Not long after Feng Wuchen left, the news quickly spread throughout Immortal Cloud City and even to the various forces in the surroundings. An ancient immortal Lord Alchemist? And a young man at that? Wouldn't that be an extremely terrifying genius? But I've never heard of such a person in the nearby forces. Could he be a disciple of a major force? Quickly send someone out to find out. We must invite the ancient immortal Lord Alchemist back. If we can make friends with this person, we will definitely have a chance to join the great forces. To be able to forge a grade 5 ancient immortal artifact, one has to be at least an ancient immortal lord level artificer. Not only that, he might not even be able to forge it. Yet, this person is able to forge an artifact with a single thought. Such a powerful artificer, I must make friends with him. For a time, the powers around the Immortal Cloud City all sent people out to find out more about this ancient immortal Lord Alchemist. It was a pity that no one knew Feng Wuchen's background. They didn't know his name, so they didn't know where to find him. And Feng Wuchen was completely unaware of all of this. At this moment, Feng Wuchen had successfully forged the Divine Dragon Sword, the Glazed Lake, the Divine Eye, the Divine Dragon Gauntlet, and other Saint weapons into grade 5 ancient immortal weapons. With Feng Wuchen's current alchemist level and the help of the Soul Ancestor, he could barely forge a grade 5 ancient immortal artifact. Master, I can feel that the Divine Dragon Sword is now filled with power. The Divine Dragon Sword said excitedly. Feng Wuchen said with a smile, the grade of the ancient immortal artifact has indeed increased its power by a lot. With my current combat strength, fighting against a 7-star Xian immortal is not a problem. I can even fight against an 8-star Xian immortal. This was just Feng Wuchen's conservative estimate. If he used a cultivation technique to raise his cultivation, it would be a different story. Master, with the Divine Eye, I'm afraid that even a 9-star Xian immortal would not be your match. The Glazed Lake said. I will only know after I try. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. If he really encountered a 9-star Xian immortal, Feng Wuchen would not be afraid. Little brat, your cultivation is still very weak now. You have been through many worlds, I believe you don't need this great emperor to remind you, right? You have already attracted the attention of many people. The Demon Emperor said. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen nodded and said with a smile, Demon Emperor, don't worry. I understand. But I was forced to do that. But sometimes, I have to intimidate others. Otherwise, it is not my style. With that, Feng Wuchen flew away. Although Feng Wuchen did not want to cause trouble now, he was definitely not afraid of it. It was just that he wanted to develop wretchedly. When he was fully developed, it would be the time when Feng Wuchen would shock the ancient immortal world. I have to find a good place to stay. Otherwise, it will delay my cultivation time. Feng Wuchen said in his heart. A few days later, Feng Wuchen arrived at a city in the east of the immortal soul world. Since he was unfamiliar with this place, Feng Wuchen could cultivate without worry. Looking at the city below, Feng Wuchen said with a smile, I will stay in this city for now. It is slightly stronger than the Immortal Cloud City. There are also many forces nearby. Master, on the way here, I saw so many cultivators with mounts. Even the ancient immortal generals have mounts. Master, don't you want to get one? How awe-inspiring. Long Xinjian transmitted. Too ostentatious, there is no need. Feng Wuchen shook his head and was about to descend. Master, quickly look to the north. Hupulu suddenly said, as if he had discovered something amazing. Feng Wuchen turned his head and looked to the left at a mountain peak floating in the clouds. On the peak of the mountain, there was an ice palace. Wind Snow Immortal Palace? Feng Wuchen was stunned. Bing Wu and Juner's figures instantly appeared in his mind. This mountain is too similar to the Wind Snow Valley, right? Could it be related to the Wind Snow Valley? Feng Wuchen guessed. Master, this is not just similar, it is the Wind Snow Valley. Long Xinjian exclaimed, as if he had seen something. That's right. It must be the Wind Snow Valley. I actually ran into her in the Immortal Soul world. Feng Wuchen saw a familiar figure. Bing Shuang. Bing Wu's sister, Feng Wuchen did not hesitate to descend into the city to avoid being discovered by Bing Shuang. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. At the very least, it would delay Feng Wuchen's cultivation time. Master, do you want to change the location? That vicious woman will not let you go. Moreover, this is the Wind Snow Immortal Palace. There is a 6-star ancient immortal lord expert in this palace. Nian Luanqi transmitted his voice. If that vicious woman is here, could that Han Yekong be here as well? Qilin transmitted his voice. I have wasted the past few days. Feng Wuchen smiled bitterly. His cultivation was too weak and he could not use the power of the reincarnation pagoda. Feng Wuchen could not fight against Bing Shuang at all. Sigh, let's go. Feng Wuchen shook his head helplessly and flew away. Boom. However, right at this moment, an explosion sounded from the Wind Snow Immortal Palace. A beautiful figure flew out from the Wind Snow Immortal Palace. Juner? Feng Wuchen recognized Juner at a glance. Immediately after, Bing Shuang turned into a white light and slammed her palm on Juner's chest. Master, it's that vicious woman. Long Xinjian transmitted his voice. Feng Wuchen's face darkened. Boom. Pfft. Juner's strength was no match for Bing Shuang. With a loud explosion, Juner spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. Juner, tell me honestly. Where is that stinking brat? If you don't tell me, I will kill you. Bing Shuang said coldly, her beautiful eyes flickering with viciousness. Juner really didn't know where Feng Wuchen was, and neither did Bing Wu. You're still so stubborn even at death's door. You guys conspired with that brat to kill my father and 2 elders. You should have thought of today's outcome. Bing Shuang said coldly, her cold killing intent locked onto Juner. In Bing Shuang's vicious eyes, the killing intent was very real. From this, it could be seen that Bing Shuang wasn't just trying to scare her, she would really kill Juner. Humph. You're the one who complained first, slandering Sister Bing Wu. You and Han Yekong conspired together and you still have the face to accuse others. The ones who killed Valley Master and 2 elders were you and Han Yekong. We were all blind. Juner shouted angrily. Bing Shuang cried anxiously, Grandfather, Uncle, look, she's still slandering me. You guys know about the matter between Bing Wu and Brother Han. Back then, Father and the elders agreed to this marriage, but Bing Wu didn't agree. I like Brother Han, but Bing Wu didn't agree, and now she's slandering me. Because of this matter, Bing Wu has always held a grudge in her heart. She started to ignore me, alienate me, and even the disciples of Snow Wind Valley insulted me. I saw all of this, but I never thought that Bing Wu would conspire with others to kill Father and the elders. Now you're even slandering me. Isn't your heart made of flesh and blood? You're so cruel and unscrupulous. You can even do such a crazy thing. Seeing Bing Shuang inverting right and wrong, and speaking as if it was the truth, Juner was so angry that she clenched her teeth, her gums bleeding. Bing Shuang. You're really good at inverting right and wrong. I never thought that you're such a vicious woman. You're too far from Sister Bing Wu. Juner clenched her teeth, her entire body filled with killing intent. Ouyang Tianjing's old face was gloomy as he shouted angrily, Juner, I'll give you one more chance. Where's that brat? Tell me and I'll spare your life. What bullshit Wind Snow Immortal Palace, Ouyang Tianjing. You're really blind. You can't differentiate between right and wrong, the older you get, the more muddle-headed you are. Wind Snow Immortal Palace will be destroyed by your hands sooner or later. Juner clenched her teeth and scolded. Since no one would believe her, instead of explaining, she might as well scold. Ouyang Tianjing's face turned gloomy. How dare you? A little maid actually dares to insult the palace lord. An elder shouted angrily. So what? So what if it was insulting? He's going to die anyway. Juner was not afraid in the slightest. Since that's the case, I'll kill you first. You had a part to play in killing my father and the elder, right? If I am not wrong, you are the one who leaked the information about the whereabouts of my father and the elders. Bing Shuang said with a vicious sneer. She released a powerful force and shot it out without hesitation. This vicious woman seems to want to interrogate me about my whereabouts, but in fact, she wants to kill me. Feng Wuchen's face was gloomy to the extreme as he saw Bing Shuang's true purpose. The viciousness of the frost far exceeded Feng Wuchen's imagination. If that's the case, it's very likely that Bingwu has been locked up, Long Shinjian transmitted. Ice dances in the Wind-Snow Immortal Palace. Evil Frost complained first. With her viciousness and schemes, dealing with Ice Dance is too easy, Feng Wuchen said with a frown. He had already sensed Ice Dance's aura. Looking at Bing Shuang's vicious smile and the indifference of Ouyang Tianjing and the rest, Juner no longer held any hope. Sister Bing Wu, Juner is not willing. Not willing to let you be slandered. Not willing to let Bing Shuang, this vicious woman, succeed. Unfortunately, Juner is powerless and has to leave first, Juner said in her heart as tears of sadness rolled down her cheeks. Facing the powerful Wind-Snow Immortal Palace, Juner knew that resistance was futile and had given up. In front of such a powerful force, she was too small. Bing Shuang's speed was astonishing. In a few breaths, she had already arrived in front of Juner. Juner, go to hell. Bing Shuang sneered viciously. She condensed an air blade in her hand and mercilessly stabbed it towards Juner's heart. Since when did Shuang'er become so vicious? Ouyang Hao said with a frown. However, he did not stop her. Obviously, he also felt that Juner was related to the murder of the Wind-Snow Immortal Palace. Ouyang Tianjing and the rest did not stop her as they watched coldly. Bing Shuang, you will definitely suffer retribution. You will die a horrible death. Juner scolded. Is that so? Then I will kill all of you one by one. I will not let you feel lonely. Bing Shuang sneered viciously. In the next moment, just as the frost air blade was about to pierce Juner's heart, Juner suddenly disappeared into thin air. What? Bing Shuang's face changed. Disappeared. Ouyang Tianjing and the rest were shocked. They did not notice anything and only felt a weak air fluctuation. Ouyang Hao frowned and coldly shouted, Who is it? Come out. Over here. Feng Wuchen's light laughter rang out in the Wind-Snow Immortal Palace. Juner was right beside Feng Wuchen. Ouyang Tianjing, Ouyang Hao and the rest immediately looked towards the palace square. On the Wind-Snow Immortal Palace square, many disciples of the Wind-Snow Immortal Palace flashed and sealed the square. They looked at Feng Wuchen vigilantly, waiting for the order to attack. What astonishing speed. Even I did not notice. Ouyang Hao frowned deeply. Ouyang Tianjing sized up Feng Wuchen and solemnly said, His movement technique is very good. Old man has never seen it before. Who is this boy? You really appeared. I knew you would appear. Bing Shuang sneered, Grandfather, uncle, he is the one who conspired with Bing Wu to kill father and the elders. Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled. A vicious woman with a heart as poisonous as snakes and scorpions. Boy, you dare to show yourself. I admire your courage. Unfortunately, your hero saving the beauty is going to fail. Bing Shuang sneered viciously. Oh? Is that so? Feng Wuchen's face did not change. He was not afraid at all. This person hides deeply. I can't see the depth of his cultivation. Great Elder frowned. He did not dare to underestimate Feng Wuchen. Ouyang Hao solemnly said, Not simple. Feng Wuchen? Juner stared at Feng Wuchen with her eyes wide open. It took her a long time to wake up. Her beautiful face was dull and filled with disbelief. Juner could not believe that the man in front of her was really Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen actually appeared at this time and saved her at the critical moment. Fate is really a wonderful thing. We meet again. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. It's really you. Juner realized that this was not a dream. It was really Feng Wuchen. Looks like you guys didn't go very well. What happened? Why is the Wind-Snow Immortal Palace so similar to the Wind-Snow Valley? Feng Wuchen asked curiously. Sister Bing Wu's mother is from the Wind-Snow Immortal Palace. That old bastard is Sister Bing Wu's grandfather. Bing Shuang was the one who complained first. Sister Bing Wu was locked up. They only believed Bing Shuang. Juner said with grief and indignation. I see. I understand. Feng Wuchen nodded. He finally understood why the Wind-Snow Immortal Palace was so similar to the Wind-Snow Valley. If I wanted to run for my life, I wouldn't have shown myself. If I left at this time, wouldn't I be struck by lightning? Furthermore, I can't let others slander me for no reason, right? Feng Wuchen shrugged, not caring about life and death. You will die, I don't want to harm you again. Juner said anxiously. She knew that she could not escape today and did not want to implicate Feng Wuchen. Miss Juner, although you have a bad opinion of me, I have a good impression of you. Feng Wuchen said with a smile, giving Juner a reassuring look. Seeing Feng Wuchen's calm appearance, his eyes gave her a sense of security, making Juner feel inexplicably relieved. Juner did not know why this inexplicable relief came about. This was the first time she felt such a warm and comfortable feeling. It was very strange. Since you're here, don't think about leaving. Bing Shuang said coldly, her vicious eyes staring at Feng Wuchen like a poisonous snake. Feng Wuchen slapped her twice. How could Bing Shuang forget the great humiliation? Feng Wuchen looked at Bing Shuang and said with a faint smile, Miss Bing Shuang, this is the second time we've met, but I have to use the word disregard to describe you. Describing you as a snake and scorpion is disrespectful to the snake and scorpion. Bing Shuang's face was incomparably gloomy as she said coldly, I've already seen your cunning in the Blizzard Valley. Unfortunately, it doesn't work in the Blizzard Immortal Palace. Today is the day you die. I don't think so. Feng Wuchen smiled confidently. Who are you? Are you also involved in killing the Blizzard Valley Master and the two elders? Yang Hao asked coldly. The power of a 3-star ancient immortal monarch realm slowly increased. Seeing Yang Hao's hostility, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile, everyone must have misunderstood, things are not what you think. Looking at Ouyang Tianjing, Feng Wuchen said again, Palace Master Ouyang, don't you know what kind of people Bing Wu and Bing Shuang are? Why would you rather believe Bing Shuang than Bing Wu? Isn't Bing Wu your granddaughter? If Bing Wu had told you first, would you have believed her completely? Ouyang Tianjing frowned. Thinking about it carefully, he indeed did not believe Bing Wu. He even treated Bing Wu's explanation as nonsense. What? Are you here to quibble? No matter how cunning you are, this is the Wind Snow Immortal Palace, you can't escape. Bing Shuang said coldly, directly using cunning to describe Feng Wuchen, undoubtedly deepened Ouyang Tianjing and the rest's vigilance towards Feng Wuchen. Naturally, the words of a cunning person could not be trusted. It had to be said that Frost was indeed very scheming. Grandfather, this person is extremely cunning. Brother Han and I have both suffered losses at his hands. Father and the two elders' deaths were planned by him and Bing Wu. Quickly kill him. Bing Shuang looked at Ouyang Tianjing and said. Feng Wuchen sneered, oh? Are you in such a hurry to kill me? What? Are you planning to silence me so that the dead can't testify? You. Bing Shuang's beautiful face instantly turned sinister, her vicious gaze was filled with cold killing intent. She could not wait to tear Feng Wuchen to shreds. Bing Shuang suppressed her anger and said gloomily, the enmity of killing my father is irreconcilable. I can't wait to tear you to shreds right now. Juner sneered, I think you have a guilty conscience. Feng Wuchen continued to laugh, to be honest, my strength is indeed no match for any of you. The reason why I'm here is to prove my innocence. Since you're Bing Wu's grandfather, you shouldn't be fair. Otherwise, I would think that you're siding with Bing Shuang. We indeed did not believe Bing Wu. Ouyang Hao frowned. Humph. I will definitely not side with anyone. Ouyang Tianjing said solemnly, his deep old eyes looking at Bing Shuang. Sensing Ouyang Tianjing's gaze, Bing Shuang felt slightly guilty and immediately said, how can you prove that you and Bing Wu are innocent? Juner said coldly, what evidence do you have to slander Bing Wu? Isn't it just your side of the story? Ouyang Tianjing, I'm not wrong when I say that you're old and muddle-headed. Without any evidence, you don't even believe your own granddaughter. You don't even want to listen to any explanation. Do you know how disappointed and sad Bing Wu is? If I had a grandfather like you, I'd rather cut off all ties. Juner's words were sonorous and powerful, filled with a feeling of victory, not giving anyone any room to refute. Although Juner's words were disrespectful and rude, it was not without reason. Miss Juner is really eloquent. Well said. Feng Wuchen laughed. Many people in Immortal City know about the Snow-Wind Valley. How can I believe Bing Wu? Ouyang Tianjing said solemnly. Juner said coldly, you've lived for so long. Haven't you heard that what you see with your own eyes might not be true? Furthermore, you're just sending people to investigate. What can you find out? Ouyang Tianjing was silent. Ouyang Hao and the three elders were also silent. Shuang, you're really not lying? Ouyang Tianjing looked at Bing Shuang and asked, with a sharp aura. Bing Shuang was shocked and panicked. She immediately said, Grandfather, how can I lie to you? Shuang has never lied since young. Grandfather, don't believe their words. They are very cunning. Shuang, to be honest, you just came back today. Uncle feels that you're a stranger. Of course, people grow up. Maybe you became ruthless because of your father's death. That's understandable. But Uncle only believes in the truth. Ouyang Hao said. Uncle, you must believe me. They are the ones who harmed father and the elders. Frost was so anxious that she was about to cry. She looked sad because she was not believed. Her acting was very good. I hope so. Ouyang Tianjing snorted. Obviously, he was already suspicious. Brat, do you have evidence? Ouyang Tianjing asked. I don't have evidence. Feng Wuchen shrugged his shoulders. No evidence? Bing Shuang was completely relieved. She immediately sneered, then what you said is nonsense. If it can be solved with a few words, who will return my father's life? Seeing Bing Shuang's proud look, Feng Wuchen sneered, I haven't finished speaking. I really don't have evidence. But I have a way. Do you dare to go to Wind Snow Valley with me? Feng Wuchen, you really have a way? You have to think carefully. If Ouyang Tianjing and the rest don't believe you, you know the consequences. Juner said softly. Don't worry. Feng Wuchen smiled confidently. Ouyang Tianjing, Ouyang Hao and the rest looked at Bing Shuang. Good. The innocent will be innocent. I want to see what tricks you have up your sleeves. If you can't prove it, I'll kill you to avenge my father and the elders. Bing Shuang said coldly. If I can't prove it, you don't have to do it. I'll twist my head off for you. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. He was very confident. The more confident Feng Wuchen was, the more nervous Bing Shuang was. Wind Snow Valley is now a member of the Red Blood Fairy Palace. Bing Shuang thought to herself. A sinister look flashed in her beautiful eyes. Palace Master Ouyang, three elders, you guys go with us. Please release Bing Wu and the others first and bring them along. Feng Wuchen looked at Ouyang Tianjing and said. Ouyang Tianjing nodded at Ouyang Hao and the latter immediately went to do it. Lady Frost, I hope you won't regret it. Feng Wuchen grinned. I'm afraid the one who will regret it is you. Frost stared at Feng Wuchen viciously. The panic from before had disappeared. Feng Wuchen? Not long after, Bing Wu and the other disciples of the Wind Snow Valley flew over. When they saw Feng Wuchen, they were shocked. It's really you. Why are you here? Bing Wu asked in shock. She couldn't believe her eyes. Feng Wuchen smiled, I just happened to pass by. Coincidence? Frost sneered in disdain. Kid, I hope you didn't lie to me. Ouyang Tianjing said solemnly. Feng Wuchen smiled, don't worry, Palace Master Ouyang. Frost? Seeing Frost, Bing Wu's face changed. She then asked, Feng Wuchen, what happened? Let's go to the Wind Snow Valley first. I'll tell you later. Let's go. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and took the lead to fly in the direction of the celestial capital. The immortal soul world is a few days away from the celestial capital. Frost thought to herself. She stared at Feng Wuchen viciously. This vicious woman suddenly calmed down. Seems like she has thought of another vicious plan. I'm afraid the trip to the Wind Snow Valley won't be so smooth. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Frost's viciousness was the scariest among all the women that Feng Wuchen had met. Her methods were vicious and she didn't recognize anyone. She was extremely scheming. Feng Wuchen, what's going on? Why did you ask my grandfather and the others to go to the Wind Snow Valley? Bing Wu asked anxiously. To check out the situation. Feng Wuchen smiled. Along the way, Feng Wuchen told Bing Wu what had happened, which made Bing Wu even more disappointed in her own sister. Red Blood Celestial Palace. In one of the palaces, Han Yekong's face was extremely gloomy as killing intent spread out from his body. Bingwu really went to the Wind Snow Immortal Palace. Han Yekong narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Xianxia is so worried, it seems that kid really has a way. However, this is also a good opportunity. We can use that brat to activate the altar and snatch the grade 6 ancient immortal artifact. Han Yekong sneered as a vicious killing intent flashed in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Yekong took out a talisman and injected his energy into it. The talisman glowed with a golden light. Big Brother Hua, I'm afraid I'll have to ask for your help once more. Immortal Soul Realm's Wind Snow Immortal Palace's Ouyang Tianjing is in the Wind Snow Valley. Han Yekong said to the rune. The rune immediately dissipated. 1 billion spirit yuan stones. I'll help you kill him. A low voice sounded in Han Yekong's ears. What? 1 billion spirit source stones? Han Yekong's expression suddenly changed, and he angrily said, preposterous. How dare you demand such an exorbitant price just to kill a person? However, Han Yekong couldn't think of a better idea. Han Yekong took out a voice transmission talisman again and said, Big Brother Hua, can you reduce the price? 1 billion spirit source stones, even the Red Blood Immortal Palace can't afford it. However, there was no reply for a long time. Damn it. Hua Tianling. Don't let me get hold of your weakness, or I'll make you wish you were dead. Han Yekong exploded. He gnashed his teeth and clenched his fists. If the Red Blood Immortal Palace and the Wind Snow Immortal Palace were not on par with each other, and Han Yekong didn't want both sides to suffer losses, he wouldn't have hired a killer. To hire a killer, one had to pay a sky-high price. It wasn't that the Red Blood Immortal Palace couldn't afford 1 billion spirit source stones, but once they did, the Red Blood Immortal Palace's disciples would have a hard time cultivating. However, 1 billion spirit source stones was worth it for a grade 6 ancient immortal artifact. The value of a grade 6 ancient immortal artifact was far more than 1 billion spirit source stones. Big Brother Hua, 1 billion it is. Come here in 2 days and make the necessary preparations. Han Yekong sent another voice transmission. No problem. Hua Tianlang replied straightforwardly. It was so easy to earn spirit source stones. 1 billion spirit source stones. I know this bastard. It's no different from not knowing him. Han Yekong gnashed his teeth and said angrily. He was so angry that his internal organs were churning violently. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Feng Wuchen, Bing Wu, and the others had arrived at the immortal capital's Wind Snow Valley. Han Yekong and a dozen Red Blood Immortal Palace's disciples had been waiting for a long time. Han Yekong. Bing Wu's pretty face became extremely cold, and the anger in her heart burst out instantly. Don't be rash. Feng Wuchen reminded her. Juner quickly pulled Bing Wu and shook her head at her. Big Brother Han, how is it? Bing Shuang sent a voice transmission to him. Don't worry, everything is arranged according to Shuang'er's instructions. Han Yekong sent a voice transmission with a smile, and his eyes wandered unscrupulously on Bing Wu's body. He glanced at Feng Wuchen fiercely, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Fortunately, there was enough time. Bing Shuang was completely relieved, and a proud smile appeared on her pretty face. That was the arrogance of having everything under control. Junior Han Yekong greets the Wind Snow Palace's palace master and the 3 elders. Han Yekong hurriedly cupped his fists respectfully, and was very polite, like a gentleman. Young Master Han. Ouyang Hao cupped his fists in return. Ouyang Tianjing nodded slightly, and looked at Feng Wuchen, and said, Feng Wuchen, let's start, I don't want to waste time. Okay. Feng Wuchen nodded. Feng Wuchen, if you can't prove it, I will kill you with my own hands. Bing Shuang sneered, as if she had a card up her sleeve. She looked confident. It seems that you have made sufficient preparations. Feng Wuchen smiled. Feng Wuchen, what method do you have? If it doesn't work, won't we be harming you? Bing Wu asked anxiously, and her pretty face was filled with worry. In order to prove my innocence, it doesn't matter even if I die. Feng Wuchen smiled, and immediately walked to the square of the Wind Snow Valley. As soon as he finished speaking, the divine power of time was activated, and Feng Wuchen intended to reverse the flow of time in this area, so as to reveal the truth. 5-star mystic immortal. Han Yekong's eyes flashed with disdain. A puny mystic immortal dares to be my enemy, you are courting death. Bing Shuang sneered disdainfully in her heart. What a strange power, this is not spiritual source, it is a power weaker than spiritual source. Ouyang Tianjing thought to himself. A 5-star mystic immortal can be so calm and unruffled. If it was someone else, they would have been scared witless. Ouyang Hao thought to himself. However, Bing Wu and Juner were different. Bing Wu and the rest's faces were filled with endless shock and disbelief. When did Feng Wuchen become a 5-star mystic immortal? It had only been a few days, and he had broken through from a 1-star mystic immortal to a 5-star mystic immortal. Ancient Year Ring. Feng Wuchen bellowed, and a black crescent-shaped ring appeared out of thin air, and the divine power of time was injected into the ring. This is a 5th-grade ancient immortal artifact. When the ancient year ring appeared, Han Yekong's expression changed drastically, and his eyes widened. He was shocked in his heart. This kid actually has a 5th-grade ancient immortal artifact. It's a 5th-grade ancient immortal artifact. Ouyang Hao, the 3 great elders, and Bing Wu all exclaimed in shock. A mystic immortal has a 5th-grade ancient immortal artifact. How is this possible? Bing Shuang's face stiffened in disbelief. Even I don't have a 5th-grade ancient immortal artifact. Who is this kid? Ouyang Tianjing was both shocked and curious. Everyone, look carefully, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. With that, under Feng Wuchen's control, the time in the square started to flow backward rapidly. The scene was like a movie rewinding at lightning speed. Is this time reversal? Great Elder's eyes almost fell out of their sockets. He was extremely shocked. How is this possible? Is this the power to control the flow of time? Ouyang Hao was shocked. There's such a miraculous power. Ouyang Tianjing was also shocked. Time reversal? Bing Wu, Juner, and the others were dumbfounded. They were extremely stunned. Is he really a mystic immortal cultivator? Why does he feel so powerful? This brat actually has such power. He can control time. No wonder he said he had a way. Han Yekong was also stunned. He was petrified and did not move. Bing Shuang was panicking and could not speak. If time was reversed, Ouyang Tianjing and the rest would definitely know the truth. Because too many days have passed, it will take some time. Everyone, please wait patiently. Everyone will see what happens. When the time comes, you will know who's lying. Feng Wuchen smiled and looked at the panicking Bing Shuang. Miss Bing Shuang, you seem to be panicking. Feng Wuchen smiled. I'm just shocked that you have the power to control time. I'm waiting to see the truth. Bing Shuang suddenly woke up and said with a guilty conscience. Juner said coldly, I think you're just afraid. Afraid that everyone will see the truth. Your mouth is yours. Can't you say whatever you want? Bing Shuang said coldly and glanced at Juner with a venomous gaze. Brother Han, quickly ask Hua Tianlang to kill my grandfather and the rest. We can't let them see it. Bing Shuang transmitted her voice. She could no longer sit still. Even with Hua Tianlang's help, Bing Shuang was still worried. Otherwise, she could wait for the truth to come out. Frost did this to leave a way out for herself. Even if Hua Tianlang failed, he could still interrupt Feng Wuchen. As long as the truth did not come out, Frost still had a chance. Brother Hua, make your move. Kill Ouyang Tianjing and the others. Han Yekong immediately transmitted. Brother Han, if you can't take out 1 billion spiritual metastones, don't blame me for being ruthless. After all, I've risked my life for you. Hua Tianlang's voice could be heard. Then, a terrifying aura suddenly shrouded Snowwind Valley. A 9-star ancient immortal lord fighting against a 6-star ancient immortal lord and a formless ancient immortal lord was considered risking his life. Han Yekong was once again enraged. Don't worry, Brother Hua. I, Han Yekong, am a man of my word. I will never go back on my words. Han Yekong replied. Swish, a black cloaked figure shot out like lightning, the cold killing intent locked onto Ouyang Tianjing. 9-star ancient immortal monarch. Ouyang Tianjing, Ouyang Hao, and the others' expressions changed greatly. Oh no. Ouyang Hao panicked. Sure enough, he has made his move. Feng Wuchen sneered in his heart. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Obviously, he had already sensed the existence of this person. Grandfather, it's him. He's the one who killed father and the two elders. It must be Feng Wuchen's scheme. He also wants to kill grandfather and the others. Frost quickly said, pretending to be terrified. When Bing Shuang said that, Bing Wu and Juner immediately looked at Bing Shuang. The truth is out, right? Feng Wuchen looked at Bing Wu and said with smile. Ouyang Tianjing, Ouyang Hao, and the three elders also looked at Frost as if they had discussed this beforehand. Feng Wuchen, thank you. Bing Wu said gratefully. Everyone, let's attack together. Avenge Snow Wind Valley Master. Han Yekong suddenly shouted. He circulated his power with all his strength and was the first to rush up. Overestimating your capabilities. Hua Tianlang said disdainfully. He waved his hand and a burst of power sent Han Yekong flying. Brother Han. Frost was greatly alarmed. He immediately flew up and took the opportunity to avoid the battle. Brother Hua, you're too heavy-handed. Han Yekong transmitted his voice filled with pain. If I didn't, wouldn't I be exposed? Hua Tianlang transmitted his voice. He immediately increased his speed and rushed towards Ouyang Tianjing. Humph. Ouyang Tianjing coldly snorted. He circulated his power as a 6-star ancient immortal lord and attacked together with the three elders. A mere 5-star and 6-star ancient immortal lord, I don't put you in my eyes. Hua Tianlang sneered contemptuously and increased his speed again. His terrifying speed was so fast that Ouyang Tianjing and the rest could not keep up with it with their naked eyes. It was also very difficult for them to capture the exact location of his aura. Grandfather, be careful. Bing Wu shouted worriedly. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Hua Tianlang had already appeared behind Ouyang Tianjing. It was very sudden and Ouyang Tianjing did not even have time to react. Boom. PFFF. Hua Tianlang punched out. With a boom, the terrifying power caused Ouyang Tianjing to vomit blood. His body was sent flying like a cannonball. The terrifying punch heavily injured Ouyang Tianjing. What terrifying speed! Ouyang Tianjing was incomparably shocked. Facing a 9-star ancient immortal lord expert, Ouyang Tianjing did not even have the chance to attack. Grandfather! Palace Master! Bing Wu and the three elders turned pale with fright and could not help but shout. Bing Wu flew out in panic. Big Brother Hua! Well done! Quickly kill him! Han Yekong was overjoyed and transmitted his voice excitedly. Who exactly are you? Ouyang Hao shouted angrily and rushed forward in anger. A mere 3-star ancient immortal lord, you don't deserve to know. Hua Tianlang said disdainfully. His figure flashed and sent out a palm strike. Ouyang Hao was sent flying while vomiting blood. Unable to withstand a single blow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Boom boom boom. PFFF PFFF PFFF. Hua Tianlang's figure flickered like a ghost, leaving behind a large number of clear afterimages. However, in a few blinks of an eye, the three elders were also sent flying by him. Hua Tianlang's attacks were ruthless, and they were all heavily injured with a single blow. In just a few blinks of an eye, the upper echelons of Wind Snow Immortal Palace were all defeated. Big Brother Hua, quickly kill them. Don't give them any chance. Han Yekong transmitted his voice excitedly. He was extremely happy. Brother Han, after killing them, Red Blood Immortal Palace can annex Wind Snow Immortal Palace and obtain many treasures. Moreover, you will also obtain a 6th grade ancient immortal artifact. Its value is far more valuable than 1 billion spiritual metastones. Hua Tianlang transmitted his voice with a smile. Big Brother Hua, as long as you kill them, I will give you 2 billion spiritual metastones. Han Yekong suppressed his anger and transmitted his voice. All right. It's a deal. Hua Tianlang transmitted his voice with a smile and immediately rushed towards the heavily injured Ouyang Tianjing. Stop. Grandpa, be careful. At this time, Bing Shuang was still acting, pretending to be very flustered. Sister Bing Wu, be careful. Juner screamed in panic. Bastard. Ouyang Hao was furious, but he was seriously injured and had no strength to get up. Palace Master. The three elders were also helpless. Ouyang Tianjing, go on your way, there won't be any pain. Hu Tianlong's mocking sneer sounded, and his figure arrived in an instant. If you want to kill my grandpa, you have to kill me first. Bing Wu stood in front of Ouyang Tianjing, not afraid of death. I'm not interested in women, and I won't show mercy to women. Hu Tianling said coldly, and threw a palm at Bing Wu without any hesitation. Brother Hua, don't kill her. Han Yekong immediately transmitted his voice, looking extremely nervous. Hu Tianling ignored him, and had no intention of stopping. Whoosh! Just as Hu Tianlong's palm was about to hit Bing Wu and the seriously injured Ouyang Tianjing suddenly disappeared. Boom! Buzz buzz! Hu Tianlong's palm landed, and with a loud explosion, it caused the space to buzz and even distort. It could be seen how terrifying the power of this palm was. However, it missed. Oh? Kid, your movement technique is not simple. Hu Tianlang was slightly surprised, and his gaze swept towards the Snow-Wind Valley's plaza. There, Feng Wuchen had already rescued Bing Wu and Ouyang Tianjing. It could be said that it was a close call. This is the strange movement technique from that time. He can teleport very far away. Han Yekong frowned, his face incomparably gloomy. If Feng Wuchen did not intervene, Ouyang Tianjing would definitely die. Why would he intervene? It's just a Xian immortal. How would he dare to intervene? Doesn't he know that the opponent is a 9-star ancient immortal lord? Bing Shuang's expression changed. Obviously she did not expect Feng Wuchen to intervene. Feng Wuchen saving people, didn't this mean that the lie was exposed? What do you mean? You want me to kill people, and now you want to save people? Hu Tianlang asked coldly. No one expected that a mere Xian immortal would dare to intervene. Feng Wuchen sneered, alright, there's no need to act anymore. The true immortal has already appeared. Palace Master Ouyang, even if I don't turn back time, I'm sure you already have the answer in your hearts, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Ouyang Tianjing, Ouyang Hao and the three elders were silent, they already had an answer in their hearts. Shuanger, you've disappointed grandfather too much. Grandfather has loved you since you were young, I never thought that you would want grandfather to die. Ouyang Tianjing's face was filled with disappointment and regret. Grandpa, just because Feng Wuchen saved you, you suspect me? Frost asked viciously. Since she had already exposed herself, there was no need to pretend anymore. Before this, we already knew the answer, Ouyang Hao said with difficulty. What? Frost's vicious face changed again. Looking at Bing Shuang, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Miss Bing Shuang, I have to say that you are very smart. Everything is well planned and flawless. As long as Palace Master Ouyang and the others die, we will be yours. Unfortunately, you were too confident and neglected a small problem. You made a mistake that you shouldn't have made. What small problem? Frost asked coldly. Juner said coldly, no one knows who killed the Valley Master and the two elders, but you were able to immediately say that he killed them. With Feng Wuchen's help, it's more than enough to prove it. Frost's face was cold and sinister. She didn't expect that she would have neglected a problem that she shouldn't have. Frost, you inverted right and wrong. The guilty party complained first. Now you have nothing to say, right? Juner said coldly. Frost, I never thought that you would become like this. You've disappointed me too much. Bing Wu had already given up on Frost. So what if you know the truth? Yes, that's right. Father and the elders were killed by me and brother Han. So what? None of you can leave here alive today. Frost said viciously, her expression turning crazy. Brother Hua. Kill them. Leave Feng Wuchen alive. Han Yekong suddenly roared. Kid, although your movement technique is powerful, your speed is still too slow. A mere 5-star mystic immortal dares to interfere in my business. You must be tired of living. Hu Tianlang said viciously, his terrifying killing intent locked onto Feng Wuchen. Before his voice died away, Hu Tianlong's figure had already appeared behind Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen, be careful. Bing Wu and Juner's expressions changed drastically, and they shouted at the same time. With a thought, Feng Wuchen used instant transmission and disappeared in a flash. In an instant, Feng Wuchen was already above the void. Although your movement technique is powerful, there's a weak aura fluctuation. In terms of speed and strength, I'm far superior to you. Hu Tianlong's disdainful sneer sounded behind Feng Wuchen again. Feng Wuchen used instant transmission again, but every time he appeared, Hu Tianlang would immediately appear behind Feng Wuchen. Kid, even if you try 10,000 times, the result will still be the same. I'm not going to play with you anymore. I'm very interested in your mysterious power and 5th grade ancient immortal weapon. Hu Tianlang sneered and directly attacked with his palm. The power of Hu Tianlong's palm was very terrifying, and it was enough to turn Feng Wuchen into a bloody mist. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Feng Wuchen grinned coldly. Oh? Is that so? Hu Tianlang was even more disdainful. Boom. Buzz. However, Hu Tianlong's palm still landed on the air, and a loud explosion shook the void, and terrifying energy ripples swept out like an angry wolf. This is sword intent manifestation. Hu Tianlong's face was filled with shock, and he said in his heart, how is this possible? He's just a mere Xian immortal, how can he comprehend such a supreme realm of sword Dao? Sword intent is an invisible existence, just like Qi, but when the realm of sword Dao reaches a certain level, sword intent can transform into a form of energy, but this is impossible even for an ancient immortal venerable. It's even more impossible for a Xian immortal. Hu Tianlong's heart was in turmoil. Something that even an ancient immortal venerable could not do, but a 5-star Xian immortal did it. Who would dare to believe it? You've been tricked. Feng Wuchen laughed proudly, you're faster than me, how can I not know? This is a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain, fool. Ouyang Tianjing and the rest are gone. Bingwu is gone too. Han Yekong roared, his face was extremely ugly. How is this possible? How did they all suddenly disappear? Is this something that a Xian immortal can do? Bing Shuang's face was filled with confusion, she did not dare to believe it. Brother Hua, don't let them escape, they must have escaped back to the Wind Snow Immortal Palace. Han Yekong shouted anxiously. Hu Tianlong's face was gloomy, and he said angrily, they can't escape. Brother Han, the matter has been exposed, Ouyang Tianjing and the rest are heavily injured, now is the best time to take over the Wind Snow Immortal Palace, quickly send the news back to the Red Blood Immortal Palace. Bing Shuang quickly said. The error-free chapters of Dragon God Supreme will continue to be updated on the Handmade Bar. There will be no advertisements on the website, so please bookmark and recommend the Handmade Bar. If you like Dragon God Supreme, please bookmark Dragon God Supreme. Oh? Are Ouyang Tianjing and the rest heavily injured? In the main hall of the Scarlet Blood Immortal Palace, the palace master's face was filled with astonishment. Shortly after, she transmitted a message, Kong good job. You guys stop Ouyang Tianjing and don't let them leave the immortal capital. Also, you must take back the grade 6 ancient immortal artifact. I will immediately bring people to the Wind Snow Immortal Palace. Father, don't worry. Even if they run away, they can only return to the Wind Snow Immortal Palace. Ouyang Tianjing and the rest are heavily injured, they are no threat. Han Yekong's voice transmitted over. If we can get a 6th grade ancient fairy artifact and annex the Wind Snow Fairy Palace, the Red Blood Fairy Palace's power will surely increase greatly. At that time, we will be able to suppress many factions, and we won't be far from joining the ranks of the ancient Fairy Emperor's factions, the Red Blood Fairy Palace's master thought excitedly. Pass down my order. All ancient fairy kings and ancient fairy monarchs of the Red Blood Fairy Palace will immediately follow me to the Wind Snow Fairy Palace of the Fairy Soul Realm. The master of the Red Blood Fairy Palace ordered. Many of the Red Blood Celestial Palace's experts gathered quickly, and under the orders of the Red Blood Palace's master, they charged toward the Celestial Soul Realm's Wind Snow Celestial Palace. Brother Han, how are you? Frost asked. That bastard Hu Tianlang is so heavy-handed, but he has already consumed a healing pill. I hope he can stop Ouyang Tianjing and the others. My father has already brought people to the Wind Snow Immortal Palace. Everything is still under our control. Han Yekong said. Don't worry, Ouyang Tianjing and the rest are already heavily injured. They won't be able to escape this calamity. Bing Shuang sneered. Han Yekong narrowed his eyes and said coldly, this time, not only will I take over the Wind Snow Immortal Palace, but I will also seize the Grade 6 ancient holy artifact. That brat Bing Wu will not be able to escape from me. Bing Shuang's eyebrows furrowed as a vicious light flashed across her beautiful eyes. She smiled and said, Brother Han, don't worry. This time, we will not fail. Hua Tianlang gave chase at full speed. His speed was as fast as lightning, and he disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Are you planning to leave the immortal capital? It seems that Brother Han has guessed correctly. Although it's a waste of time, it's worth it for 2 billion spiritual origin stones, Hua Tianlang sneered. What kind of technique is this kid using? His movement technique was completely different from before. His aura disappeared in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was already far away. A mere Xian immortal actually has such an ability. Hua Tianlang was secretly shocked. At the same time, he became more and more interested in Feng Wuchen. Due to the strange movement, even Hua Tianlang, a 9-star ancient immortal lord, would need some time to catch up to him. Xian immortals who were born and raised in the ancient immortal world would never have such a miraculous movement technique, let alone control time. Feng Wuchen was not a cultivator born and bred in the ancient immortal world. As expected of a 9-star ancient immortal lord. His speed is truly terrifying. He can still catch up to me even when I use instant transmission and spacetime transference. Feng Wuchen was secretly alarmed. He could already sense that Hua Tianlang was rapidly closing the distance between them. Feng Wuchen, it's useless for us to escape back to the Wind Snow Immortal Palace now. We will only harm the disciples of the Wind Snow Immortal Palace. Grandfather and the others are seriously injured and can no longer fight, Bing Wu said worriedly. Juner also hurriedly said, Feng Wuchen, let's find a place to hide first. Their injuries are so serious. I'm afraid they won't be able to hold on for long. Feng Wuchen was currently leading them to the Immortal Soul World's Wind Snow Immortal Palace. Don't you have any healing pills? Feng Wuchen asked. An elder smiled bitterly and said, we have already taken the pills, but they are basically useless. There are no alchemists in the Wind Snow Immortal Palace. Although there are many low-level alchemists in the ancient immortal world, they are useless to us. We want to rope in ancient immortal King Realm alchemists, but we can't afford to raise them. Therefore, there are very few pills. Most of them are left in the Wind Snow Immortal Palace. Ouyang Hao replied with difficulty. Ouyang Hao's words made sense. Feng Wuchen had seen many low-level alchemists in the Immortal Cloud City. They were basically useless to him. That guy's cultivation is extremely high. We can't hide. Even if we can, if we don't return, the Wind Snow Immortal Palace will be in more danger. Han Yekong and Bing Shuang won't just kill us. Feng Wuchen said solemnly. You're saying that they want to annex the Wind Snow Immortal Palace? Ouyang Tianjing was the first to react. His pale face was extremely gloomy. It's possible. Previously, I heard that the Red Blood Immortal Palace wanted to squeeze into the ancient Immortal Emperor realm. In order to do so, their cultivation must reach the ancient Immortal Emperor realm and their own forces must be powerful. You guys are seriously injured. It's the best time for them to annex you. Feng Wuchen nodded. Preposterous. That damned girl Bing Shuang. She's so vicious. An elder clenched his teeth and cursed. Humph. What's the use of regretting now? Who asked you to not believe in Sister Bing Wu? Juner said unhappily. Alright, Juner, don't say too much. Bing Wu pulled Juner and shook her head slightly. Wu-er, it's all grandfather's fault. Grandfather shouldn't have listened to Bing Shuang's words. Grandfather also didn't expect Bing Shuang to become so vicious and merciless. She doesn't even recognize her own family. Ouyang Tianjing said regretfully. Bing Wu said with a smile, Grandfather, you don't have to blame yourself. Even I didn't expect Bing Shuang to become like this. Now that things have come to this, it's not important anymore. The most important thing now is to think of a way to deal with this 9-star ancient immortal master. None of us are his match. Palace Master Ouyang, do you know any experts who can contend against him? Feng Wuchen asked. That guy slowed down. As expected, he's planning to attack the Wind Snow Immortal Palace. Feng Wuchen frowned. Ouyang Tianjing shook his head helplessly and sighed. The Wind Snow Immortal Palace has some relations with a few forces. However, it's impossible for them to help against a 9-star ancient immortal master. With the Wind Snow Immortal Palace's strength, they don't have the qualifications to know an ancient immortal emperor expert. If one doesn't reach that level, they don't have the qualifications. Feng Wuchen, I'm sorry. I've implicated you again. Bingwu felt extremely guilty and her face was filled with awkwardness and embarrassment. Forget it. I'm born with bad luck. Feng Wuchen felt helpless. He couldn't use the power of an emperor, so he couldn't do anything. A few days later, Feng Wuchen brought Bingwu and the rest to the Wind Snow Immortal Palace. In the main hall, Ouyang Tianjing and the rest immediately consumed elixirs to heal their injuries. Hua Tianlang also arrived at the Wind Snow Immortal Palace. Can't run away? A mere Wind Snow Immortal Palace is nothing in my eyes. Hua Tianlang sneered and slowly landed on the square. His gaze landed on Feng Wuchen and he sneered, Kid, you're really something. A mere mystic immortal has been using movement techniques for a few days and your strength hasn't been depleted at all. I'm really curious. You have quite a few treasures on you. This guy actually has his eyes on me. Feng Wuchen smiled bitterly. Feng Wuchen, grandfather, and the rest will probably take a long time to recover from their injuries. Do you have any ideas? Bingwu asked anxiously. I'm just a mystic immortal. What can I do? Feng Wuchen shrugged helplessly. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. At this moment, a powerful aura approached rapidly, followed by dozens of sounds of control breaking. The people from the Scarlet Blood Immortal Palace are here. Bingwu's face changed. Hanfei is quite fast. Seems like I don't need to do anything. Looking at Feng Wuchen, Hua Tianlang sneered, Feng Wuchen, are you going to follow me back obediently, or do you want me to capture you and Bingwu? You might be able to survive, but it's hard to say for the others. Feng Wuchen shrugged and did not say anything. I'm not in a hurry. Let's watch the show first. I like to watch the fear and helplessness of the weak. Seeing that Feng Wuchen did not say anything, Hua Tianlang crossed his arms in front of his chest, not in a hurry to make a move. In Hua Tianlang's eyes, Feng Wuchen was already in the bag, and there was no way he could escape. Waves of powerful auras approached rapidly, and the experts of Wind Snow Immortal Palace sensed it. With the arrival of powerful enemies, 3 ancient immortal lords and dozens of powerful ancient immortal king disciples of Wind Snow Immortal Palace flashed out. Including the other disciples, there were thousands of people. Although Wind Snow Immortal Palace was not a big force, its scale was not small either. The old man in the lead was the Punishment Hall Elder of Wind Snow Immortal Palace. He stared coldly at the void and said solemnly, All disciples, prepare for battle. Punishment Hall Elder. Bingwu bowed respectfully. Bingwu, we have wronged you. Listening to Bing Shuang's words caused the palace master and elders to be seriously injured. The Punishment Hall Elder quickly said with an apologetic face. Bingwu shook her head and said indifferently, Now is not the time to talk about this. We have to think of a way to defend against the enemy. In the main hall, Ouyang Xian was burning with anxiety. She was guarding Ouyang Tianjing and the others and could not leave the main hall. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Soon, 13 ancient immortal lords and more than 50 ancient immortal kings led by Hanfei appeared. Waves of fierce and terrifying auras enveloped Wind Snow Immortal Palace. 7-star ancient immortal lord, even stronger than your grandfather. This person should be the palace master of Red Blood Immortal Palace. Feng Wuchen frowned and guessed, sizing up Hanfei and the others. Bingwu nodded and said gravely, That's right, this aura belongs to him, Hanfei, the Scarlet Blood Fairy Palace's palace master. You were right, they plan to annex the Wind Snow Fairy Palace. All of the ancient celestial kings and above from the Red Blood Celestial Palace have come. Together with this unknown 9-star ancient celestial master, we have no chance of winning, Juner said worriedly. Her pale face was filled with fear. High up in the sky, Han Fei and Hua Tianlang looked at each other and nodded. Han Fei's gaze swept over the wind snow immortal palace's punishment hall elder and the others, and said in a dignified manner, "Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. Those who submit, kneel." Han Fei, you are really shameless. Taking advantage of the fact that the palace master and the others are seriously injured, you want to annex our wind snow immortal palace. The torture hall elder said fiercely with a gloomy face. It seems that if I don't kill 1 or 2 people and make you all afraid, no one will be willing to submit. Han Fei laughed coldly, ignoring the existence of the disciplinary hall elder. The disciplinary hall elder was merely a 3-star ancient immortal monarch. Why would Han Fei care about him? After Han Fei spoke, the Scarlet Blood Celestial Palace's protector Baiyu immediately attacked. Whoosh! Baiyu was a 5-star ancient immortal monarch, and her strength was ferocious. Her figure instantly appeared on the square of the wind snow immortal palace and rushed toward the torture hall elder like a ferocious tiger. The torture hall elder's face was solemn as he said in a deep voice, "Attack." This battle was unavoidable. No matter who the opponent was, they could only fight with their lives on the line. The 3 ancient immortal monarchs unleashed their full strength and rushed toward Baiyu at the same time. The difference in strength is too big. There is no chance of winning. Feng Wuchen frowned and thought to himself. Just as expected. Whoosh! Whoosh! Boom! 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 Baiyu's body suddenly disappeared, and in the blink of an eye, the 3 ancient immortal monarchs of the torture hall elder spurted out blood at the same time. Their bodies shot out like cannonballs and slammed into the stairs. The torture hall elder. Bing Wu's pretty face changed drastically as she rushed out in a panic. The torture hall elder. The thousands of disciples of the Wind Snow Immortal Palace were shocked and terrified. This is bad. The battle has begun. Grandfather and elder's injuries have just recovered a little. With so many experts attacking, the torture hall elder and the rest can't stop them. What should we do? Grandfather and the rest's injuries are too serious. They will need at least half a month to recover. Now that the enemy is attacking, there is no other way. In the main hall, Ouyang Xian became more anxious and worried when she heard the sounds of battle. Ouyang Tianjing and the rest naturally noticed it, but there was nothing they could do. They had just recovered from their injuries and were unable to fight. The 3 ancient immortal monarchs were unable to withstand a single blow from Baiyu. With the 3 ancient immortal monarchs defeated, the psychological defense of the disciples of the Wind Snow Immortal Palace instantly collapsed. I will say it again. Those who obey me will prosper and those who resist me will die. Those who submit, kneel down. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. Han Fei said coldly as his majestic aura swept out. Demon Emperor, is there any way? If this continues, many people will be killed. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice and asked anxiously. The Demon Emperor did not respond. Obviously, he did not intend to intervene. He would only intervene when necessary. No one from the Wind Snow Immortal Palace knelt down. No one was willing to submit, even if they were terrified. Very good. You have backbone. I hope you won't regret it. Protector, kill the 3 of them first, then enter the main hall and kill Ouyang Tianjing and the rest. Han Fei sneered, his eyes flashed with killing intent. Protector Baiyu, leave Feng Wuchen and Bing Wu alive. You can do whatever you want with the rest. Hua Tianlang laughed softly. Baiyu nodded and was about to rush out again. Demon Emperor, you have seen the situation. Isn't it necessary? Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice anxiously. He was extremely helpless. I don't care about such a small matter. Don't you know how to call for help? The Demon Emperor replied snappily. Call for help? Feng Wuchen was stunned and transmitted his voice. Emperor Yuanshi didn't forbid this? You can't use our strength. He didn't say that you can't call for help. Calling for help won't affect your cultivation. The Demon Emperor transmitted his voice. Then it's easy. Feng Wuchen grinned. He was extremely happy in his heart. It was like a gentle breeze and drizzle. Seeing that Baiyu was about to attack, Feng Wuchen suddenly shouted, Wait. What? You want to attack this protector? Baiyu coldly swept her gaze towards Feng Wuchen. Brat, I advise you not to interfere, lest you bring trouble upon yourself. I'm just reminding you out of kindness. Hua Tianlang sneered disdainfully. Ignoring Hua Tianlang, Feng Wuchen looked at Han Fei and smiled faintly. Can I call for help? Feng Wuchen, do you know any experts? Juner was stunned at first, then anxiously asked. A glimmer of hope ignited in her heart. Feng Wuchen slightly shook his head. I don't think so. Call for help? Han Fei sneered. Kid, did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? Do you think it's possible? We can't give our enemies any chance. A mere Xian immortal, who can you call for help? Are you here to die? Hua Tianlang sneered. Haha. What did he say? He actually said to call for help. What a joke. Brat, are you calling for help to die? If you could call for help, would you still need to run for your life in the immortal capital? We have been looking for you for several days. How strong can a mere profound immortal be? The ancient immortal kings of the Scarlet Blood Immortal Palace all laughed and mocked. Protector Tianhen, can I trouble you to send an ancient immortal emperor expert to the immortal soul world's Wind Snow Immortal Palace? Feng Wuchen immediately sent a message to Protector Tianhen. When they were in the sacred world, Feng Wuchen said that he might find Protector Tianhen for help. In a majestic palace, Protector Tianhen, who was cultivating, suddenly trembled and opened his eyes. Feng Wuchen? This is bad. Did something happen? If it implicates me, I will kill them all. Protector Tianhen's face changed and turned pale. He was so frightened that his liver and guts were about to explode. Protector Tianhen's fear of Feng Wuchen had already been imprinted in the depths of his soul. Protector Tianhen would rather offend an ancient god expert than offend Feng Wuchen. The terror of a titled ancient god is too terrifying. Yes, yes, yes. I will send someone over immediately. Protector Tianhen replied respectfully. Shortly after, he shouted, Fan Shaoqing, I don't care what you are doing now. Go to the immortal soul world's Wind Snow Immortal Palace and help a person called Feng Wuchen. Do not provoke him. Otherwise, I will make sure you die without a burial ground. Also, find out who offended Feng Wuchen and report to me immediately. Listen to Feng Wuchen's orders. Did you hear that? The sudden shout scared Fan Shaoqing so much that he broke out in a cold sweat and was scared witless. What's wrong with Protector Tianhen? Who is this Feng Wuchen? Why is Tianhen so afraid of him? Fan Shaoqing was terrified. He could hear an intense fear in Protector Tianhen's voice. It was a fear that came from the depths of his soul. Reporting to Protector Tianhen. I'll head over immediately. Fan Shaoqing didn't dare to think too much. After replying to Protector Tianhen, he immediately set off. Within the palace, Protector Tianhen paced back and forth in fear. His body couldn't help but tremble. Who is it? Do you want to kill me? Protector Tianhen's face was vicious. He was furious and his killing intent surged. He looked back at the Wind Snow Immortal Palace. At this moment, the eyes of all the disciples of the Wind Snow Immortal Palace fell on Feng Wuchen. It was as if Feng Wuchen had become their only hope of survival. Feng Wuchen, do we need their permission to call people over? If you don't shout, we'll all die. Hurry up and shout. Juner shouted anxiously, feeling like she was about to be angered to death by Feng Wuchen. Guardian, don't waste time. Do it. Han Fei sneered, ignoring Feng Wuchen. Baiyu coldly glanced at Feng Wuchen. Her figure suddenly flashed out with shocking speed, leaving behind after images. Brat, come with me obediently. If you continue watching, you'll only feel pain and sadness. Hua Tianlang sneered as he looked at the calm Feng Wuchen. She's not here yet? Feng Wuchen frowned. He immediately activated the ancestor of all fires in his body. He used teleportation and instantly flashed away. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen suddenly appeared in front of Bing Wu and the disciplinary hall elder. White flames gathered on his fist as he punched towards Baiyu. A 5-star mystic immortal dares to. What? What kind of flames are these? How can there be such a terrifying aura? Baiyu's face instantly changed from disdain to fear. Although it was the strength of a 5-star mystic immortal, but you didn't dare to touch it. She forcefully retreated and blasted out a palm. Boom. The terrifying power forcefully destroyed Feng Wuchen's white flames. White flames? This ancient aura has a terrifying aura. What kind of flames are these? Why does this brat have so many treasures on him? Hu Tianlong's face changed drastically. He was so frightened that his heart trembled. The aura is very violent and terrifying. Where did this brat get these white flames? Han Fei was also frightened. The disciplinary hall elder, Bing Wu, Jun and the rest were all stunned. A 5-star mystic immortal actually scared a 5-star ancient immortal lord away. Brat, although your flames are terrifying, your strength is too weak. Your flames won't be able to do anything to me from a distance, Baiyu said coldly. She gathered a terrifying power in her palm and was about to attack. Stop. At this moment, a majestic voice rang out in the void. It made one's soul tremble. An extremely terrifying aura that was far above the ancient immortal lord realm descended from the sky. An ancient immortal lord expert. Hu Tianlang, Han Fei, and the rest's faces changed drastically. Fear instantly appeared on their faces. Baiyu, who was about to attack, was locked down by the terrifying aura. She vomited blood from the shock as she retreated. Finally, she knelt down on one leg to support herself. He's here. Feng Wuchen finally felt relieved. Ancient immortal lord expert. Bing Wu, Jun and the other disciples were stunned once again. Above the wind snow immortal palace, a figure flashed and appeared. It was a man dressed in luxurious black brocade. He exuded the aura of an expert. This person was Fan Xiaoqing. His cultivation had reached the 5-star ancient immortal lord realm. His strength was extremely terrifying. Fan Xiaoqing. Upon seeing the person, Hu Tianlong's expression changed again. Intense fear surged into his heart. Fire Cloud Immortal Palace's palatial lord, Fan Xiaoqing. Why is he here? Could it be that Feng Wuchen called him here? Han Fei's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets from fear. Fire Cloud Immortal Lord. The disciplinary hall elder and the rest were also shocked. Fire Cloud Immortal Palace was an ancient immortal lord faction. Not only was the individual powerful, but the faction was even more powerful. The reason why everyone was alarmed was not only because of Fan Xiaoqing's powerful strength, but also because of the terrifying faction behind Fan Xiaoqing. Fan Xiaoqing slowly descended as his gaze swept across Hu Tianlang, Han Fei, and the rest. Following that, he looked at the people from the Wind Snow Immortal Palace. I'm Fire Cloud Immortal Palace's palatial lord, Fan Xiaoqing. I wonder which one of you is Feng Wuchen, Lord Feng? Fan Xiaoqing asked Bing Wu and company respectfully. Feng? Lord Feng? Everyone present felt their hearts tremble once again as huge waves surged in their hearts. Hu Tianlang swallowed a mouthful of saliva in horror and said, he was called here by Feng Wuchen? How can a mere mystic immortal know such a powerful person? What qualifications does he have? Fan Xiaoqing actually addressed him as Lord Feng? Han Fei was scared out of his wits. The heavily injured Baiyu looked at Feng Wuchen in disbelief. Bing Wu, Jun and the disciplinary hall elder were all stunned. What was Feng Wuchen's identity? I am. Feng Wuchen said. He guessed that Fan Xiaoqing was sent by guardian Tianhen. Greetings to Lord Feng. If Lord has any instructions, as long as it's within my jurisdiction, I will obey Lord Feng's orders. Fan Xiaoqing immediately cupped his fists and bowed at Feng Wuchen. His attitude was extremely respectful. When Fan Xiaoqing said that, Hu Tianlang, Han Fei, and company were completely frightened into vegetative states. Their faces were filled with horror and despair. Hu Tianlang immediately fled for his life. Without Lord Feng's orders, no one is allowed to leave. Fan Xiaoqing's cold and indisputable voice sounded. It was filled with awe. At the instant Hu Tianlang fled, Fan Xiaoqing immediately sensed it. Immediately, he grabbed at space and forcefully pulled the escaping Hu Tianlang back. How is this possible? Hu Tianlang was extremely horrified. He had already used his movement technique to escape, but he was instantly pulled back. Bam! Pua! Fan Xiaoqing struck out with his palm. The powerful force caused Hu Tianling to vomit blood as his face instantly turned pale. In Fan Xiaoqing's eyes, a 9-star ancient immortal lord was no different from an ant. No one has ever escaped from me. You are no exception. If you dare move again, I don't mind killing you directly, said Fan Xiaoqing sternly. His terrifying aura left Hu Tianling in awe. Hu Tianling was extremely horrified and did not dare fart. Han Fei and company did not dare move. They even held their breaths. The heavily injured Ouyang Tianjing, Ouyang Hao, and company were alarmed by the terrifying aura. The moment they walked out of the hall, they saw an extremely horrifying scene. Fire Cloud Immortal Asgard's palatial lord Fan Xiaoqing. Ouyang Tianjing's face was filled with horror. What terrifying strength, said Ouyang Hao with a trembling voice as his body trembled. This Feng Wuchen actually knows Fire Cloud Immortal Asgard. Ouyang Xian's eyes nearly popped out. The Grand Elder said in horror, Fan Xiaoqing actually addressed Feng Wuchen as Lord. Who is Feng Wuchen? Shock. It was a shock that stirred up tumultuous waves in his heart. Lord Feng, no matter who it is today, as long as you give the order, I will kill them. It doesn't matter how many people there are. I can even wipe out the faction behind them and everyone related to them, said Fan Xiaoqing respectfully. He knew that the young man in front of him was absolutely not to be trifled with. He had to agree to all of his requests. The moment Fan Xiaoqing said that, Hu Tianling, Han Fei, and company gave up resisting in despair. They were so regretful that their intestines turned green. Feng Wuchen was not someone they could afford to offend. Feng Wuchen casually called for someone to crush them all. Offending Feng Wuchen was no different from courting death. Feng Wuchen, kill him. My father and the 2 elders died in his hands. Bingwu quickly pointed at Hu Tianling and said. He definitely had to take revenge for killing his father. Don't let Feng Wuchen, Han Fei, Han Yekong and Bing Xuan go either. Juner added on. Her heart was filled with hatred. That kind of refreshing feeling was like taking a cold bath on a hot summer day. It was so refreshing that it felt like flying into the sky. Looking at the terrified Hu Tianling, Feng Wuchen smiled and said, Hu Tianling, this is what I called. Didn't you look down on me? Why are you so scared now? Feng Wuchen, don't kill me, this is all Han Yekong's idea, he gave me spirit source stones, that's why I helped. This time, he even promised to give me 2 billion spirit source stones, that's why I agreed to help. I can hand over all the spirit source stones, please don't kill me. Hu Tianling was terrified. If I kill you, I can still get spiritual origin stones, right? Fan Xiaoqing, do it. Feng Wuchen sneered. No. Feng Wuchen, I'll kowtow to you, don't kill me. Hu Tianling kowtowed in fear and despair, he was so scared that he started crying. Bang. Puff. Fan Xiaoqing didn't hesitate at all, he slammed his palm on Hu Tianlong's head, killing him on the spot with a muffled bang. After taking off Hu Tianlong's storage ring, Fan Xiaoqing flashed over and respectfully handed it to Feng Wuchen. Lord Feng, this is his storage ring. Lord Feng, the Scarlet Blood Immortal Palace is willing to pay 2 billion spirit source stones. This is my storage ring, there are enough spirit source stones inside. Han Fei was terrified, he quickly took off his storage ring and handed it over with both hands. Lord Feng, here is my storage ring. And mine, please spare our lives, Lord Feng. Feng Wuchen grabbed the air, and a few storage rings flew over. He smiled, I have so many spirit source stones in such a short time, I won't be afraid of being laughed at for not having spirit source stones in the future. Hey, where's your storage ring? Feng Wuchen looked at Baiyu and asked. My lord, here it is. Baiyu hurriedly took off her storage ring. Bingwu and Juner were speechless. Bingwu, I won't interfere in the grudge between the Scarlet Blood Immortal Palace and the Wind Snow Immortal Palace. You can decide how to deal with them, I just want to prove my innocence this time. Feng Wuchen looked at Bingwu behind him and smiled. Fairy Bingwu, I'll listen to your orders. Fan Xiaoqing said respectfully, he knew how to do things. Fairy Bingwu, please spare our lives, we know we were wrong, please give us a chance to live, I'll kneel before you. Han Fei said in fear. Please spare our lives, Fairy Bingwu. By you, the three elders, and the many ancient immortal kings all knelt down. Sister Bingwu, kill them all. Juner hurriedly said, without any pity or sympathy. Ah? No, I swear that the Scarlet Blood Immortal Palace won't dare to offend you again. I'll even submit to the Wind Snow Immortal Palace. Please spare my life. Han Fei was scared out of his wits when he heard that. He hurriedly kowtowed and begged for mercy. Submit? Feng Wuchen nodded slightly and said with a smile, Bingwu, if you don't want to kill so many people, that's not a bad idea. Bingwu turned around and looked at Ouyang Tianjing and the rest. Ouyang Tianjing said, it's up to you. Bingwu nodded and said, Feng Wuchen, we'll do as you say. Seeing Bingwu nod, Han Fei and the rest instantly heaved a sigh of relief, as if they had been pardoned. Just now, they had walked through the gates of hell. That feeling of death was too terrifying and too real. Thank you, Fairy Bingwu. Thank you, Fairy Bingwu. Han Fei and the rest thanked her gratefully. Bingwu said coldly, I can spare your lives, but Han Yekong is the mastermind, he must die. Bing Shuang is my sister, as her sister, I won't kill her, but I'll imprison her. What? Han Fei's face was instantly filled with despair. Palace Lord, consider the big picture. Young Master's death can be exchanged for our Scarlet Blood Immortal Palace. Palace Lord, Young Master definitely can't be saved, or else all of us will die. The elders spoke one after another. In order to survive, they didn't care about Han Yekong's life or death. Han Fei, it's good enough that you're still alive. Juner said coldly. There's no room for discussion, or else all of you will die. Bingwu said coldly. She was incomparably domineering. This was already the biggest concession she could make. Han Fei and the rest were silent. Since there's no objection, then it's decided. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, Fan Xiaoqing, thank you. Lord Feng, you're too polite, this is what your subordinate should do. Fan Xiaoqing smiled respectfully. There's nothing here, I won't waste your time, you can go back first. Fire Cloud Immortal Palace, I'll remember it. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Yes. Lord Feng. Your subordinate will take his leave. Fan Xiaoqing said respectfully, his figure disappearing into thin air. The crisis was finally resolved, and Bingwu was completely relieved. Ouyang Tianjing and the people from Wind Snow Immortal Palace also heaved a sigh of relief. Send people back to capture Han Yekong and Bing Shuang. Otherwise, none of you will be able to leave. Bingwu said coldly. If she didn't see Han Yekong die with her own eyes, Bingwu wouldn't let the people from Scarlet Blood Immortal Palace off so easily. By you, go back and capture the two of them. The Great Elder ordered in horror. Yes. Bai Yu didn't dare to delay, and quickly flew away. Feng Wuchen, you saved us again. Thank you so much. Bingwu looked at Feng Wuchen and thanked him. Today, it was all thanks to Feng Wuchen. Otherwise, the people from Wind Snow Immortal Palace who didn't submit would die. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, you're welcome. Feng Wuchen, who are you? Fire Cloud Immortal Palace is very powerful in Immortal Soul World. How do you know him? Juner asked curiously. I don't know him. This is the first time I met him. Didn't you see him too? He doesn't know me. Feng Wuchen shook his head. Don't know him? Han Fei and the rest were dumbfounded. But thinking about it, if he knew him, why would Fan Xiaoqing ask who Feng Wuchen was? What was the relationship between them? If you don't know him, why would he help you? Juner didn't believe it at all. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, it might be related to that matter. It happened a long time ago. I once met an old man who needed a powerful alchemist. I just happened to know the residence of a powerful alchemist. Later on, I helped that old man by leading the way. This time, I'm looking for him to return the favor. I see. But no matter what, I still have to thank you. Bingwu smiled without any doubt. After all, Feng Wuchen was only a Xian immortal. Your grade 5 ancient immortal artifact was also given by that old man? Juner asked curiously. No, it was given by that alchemist. Feng Wuchen smiled. Little brother Feng Wuchen, thank you for saving our lives. If it wasn't for your help today, Wind Snow Immortal Palace would have suffered heavy casualties. Ouyang and the rest walked down and thanked him. Palace Lord Ouyang, there's no need to be polite. Now, the matter. Han Fei and the rest. I'm leaving now. Feng Wuchen smiled and cupped his fists. Feng Wuchen, are you leaving so soon? Where are you going? Ice Dance quickly asked. The world is my home. We can go anywhere. Let's meet again if fate wills it. Feng Wuchen smiled and flew away. Take care. A smile appeared on Bing Wu's pretty face, but there was a strange brilliance in her beautiful eyes. Feng Wuchen is very outstanding. Although he's only a 5-star Xian immortal, he gives off a very powerful feeling. He's definitely not simple. I've never seen a junior who can remain so calm in the face of a powerful enemy. Ouyang Tianjing smiled faintly. His evaluation of Feng Wuchen was extremely high. When we first met in Wind Snow Valley, Feng Wuchen was kidnapped. At that time, he was only a 1-star Xian immortal. But in less than half a month, he became a 5-star Xian immortal. Is this something a human can do? Juner said. Thinking back to the storage ring that Feng Wuchen gave, Bing Wu secretly guessed, could it be related to that storage ring? The storage ring that Feng Wuchen gave is definitely not simple. It wouldn't take long for Bing Wu and the others to know how terrifying the storage ring Feng Wuchen gave them was. What? In less than half a month, his cultivation increased by 4 stars? How is this possible? Ouyang Tianjing, Ouyang Hao and the rest were shocked. What kind of terrifying cultivation speed was this? Even a super genius couldn't be so terrifying, right? It was simply unimaginable. Main Hall of Fire Cloud Immortal Palace. Fan Xiaotian appeared in a flash. He immediately transmitted a message to Protector Tian Hen, Lord Protector, Lord Feng's matter has been settled. Lord Feng is very satisfied. Did Feng Wuchen mention me? Protector Tian Hen's panicked voice could be heard. He didn't. Fan Xiaotian transmitted a message. He could feel that Protector Tian Hen seemed to be disappointed. But what Fan Xiaotian didn't know was that Protector Tian Hen acted as if he had been pardoned. Well done. When we return, I will reward you with an Ancient Immortal Emperor pill to help you break through to 6-star Ancient Immortal Emperor. Protector Tian Hen transmitted a message. That's great. Many thanks, Lord Protector. Fan Xiaoqing thanked him emotionally. What is the background of this Lord Feng? I only helped him a little and Protector Tian Hen actually rewarded him with an Ancient Immortal Emperor pill. Fan Xiaoqing was both excited and shocked. He was very curious about Feng Wuchen's identity. Lord Protector, who is that Lord Feng? Fan Xiaoqing asked curiously. Knowing too much won't do you any good. In short, you just need to know that you can't offend this person. The person behind him is too terrifying. Protector Tian Hen transmitted a message. He didn't say too much and he didn't dare to say too much. Yes, yes, yes. Fan Xiaoqing was already drenched in cold sweat. He knew the weight of Protector Tian Hen's words. After leaving the Wind Snow Immortal Palace, Feng Wuchen came to another city. I have already wasted a lot of my cultivation time. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. Windfire City wasn't far from the Wind Snow Immortal Palace. It was considered the central region of the Immortal Soul World. There were many big and small factions scattered around Windfire City. It was very convenient for Feng Wuchen to get the various ingredients and herbs that he needed. Feng Wuchen bought a restaurant in Fenghua City and became a shopkeeper who didn't do anything. Firstly, he could cultivate there. Secondly, it was lively. Thirdly, he could secretly nurture experts. By buying a restaurant, he could easily find outstanding geniuses. Although Feng Wuchen just ascended, he already planned to secretly nurture the dragon soul. If I want to attract a large number of customers, I have to work on the wine. Feng Wuchen thought to himself in the owner's room of the restaurant. Brat, in terms of wine, this emperor has a pretty good suggestion. Demon Emperor suddenly transmitted a voiceover. Demon Emperor, tell me about it. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. Whether the wine tastes good or not isn't important. To a cultivator, the most important thing is to be able to raise their cultivation. You will definitely earn a lot from selling wine. Demon Emperor transmitted a message. Of course, I know that. But brewing wine isn't that easy. It requires a lot of time, not to mention good wine. Feng Wuchen smiled helplessly. Brat, I don't need you to brew wine. Why don't you just buy it? You have 8 attributes. You can just mix the 8 attributes and some herbs into the wine. This isn't something that an ordinary attribute can do. Demon Emperor transmitted a message. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? As long as it can raise my cultivation. Feng Wuchen's eyes lit up. He was extremely excited. Feng Wuchen ordered the restaurant manager to buy a large amount of wine. Feng Wuchen was in charge of injecting the 8 attributes and herbs. The next day, Wind Restaurant opened for business. The big signboard only had the word wind. 8 attribute wine. 8 attribute wine that can raise cultivation. The waiter shouted at the door. 9 heavens divine emperor. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The name of the 8 attributes wine had become popular in Firestorm City. Now, Windstorm Restaurant had become a little famous in Firestorm City. Its business was booming every day, and many cultivators from all over the immortal soul world came to visit. Just to drink a mouthful of the 8 attributes wine. The so-called 8 attributes wine referred to the 8 attributes of the wine. As long as one drank the wine of the corresponding attribute, one's cultivation could be improved. Although the name 8 attributes wine doesn't match the wine, it's fanatical. Profound immortals and ancient immortal generals can improve their cultivation after drinking it. Even ancient immortal kings can improve a lot. Not bad, not bad. The 8 attributes wine is really amazing. It's not inferior to elixirs. More importantly, it's cheaper than elixirs. I really don't know who the owner of this Windstorm restaurant is. He can actually brew such a powerful 8 attributes wine. Take the fire attribute wine for example. It loosened my bottleneck on the same day. This trip is really not in vain. Many forces want to inquire about the owner of the restaurant and seek cooperation. Even the ancient immortal emperor's forces were rejected. Even the ancient immortal emperor's forces refused. It shows that the person behind Windstorm Restaurant is definitely not simple. The 8 attributes wine is very effective. In just half a month, it's equivalent to 3 years of my cultivation. I'm not far from breaking through to the 8-star profound immortal realm. I'm afraid many forces have their eyes on it, but they don't dare to make a move. In the restaurant, cultivators from all over the immortal soul world were full of praise. Because the owner of Windstorm Restaurant was so mysterious that he dared to reject the ancient immortal emperor's forces, ordinary people didn't dare to cause trouble here for fear of getting into trouble. In just half a month, Feng Wuchen had made a lot of money. In the storage rings of Hua Tianling and Han Fei, there were more than 10 billion spiritual origin stones. Ordinary people and forces couldn't take out such wealth. In order to avoid being targeted by big forces, Feng Wuchen's 8 attributes wine was only effective for profound immortals and ancient immortal generals. Although it was helpful for ancient immortal kings, it wasn't much. Even so, the 8 attributes wine had become the most popular product now. Shopkeeper, give me 3 jugs of fire attribute wine. Shopkeeper, I want 4 jugs of wind wine. Ice wine, fill my gourd, it doesn't matter how many spiritual origin stones. The restaurant was very lively. Aside from the seats being full, there was also a large group of cultivators lining up to buy the 8 attributes. Immortal Ancient Immortal King. Ancient Immortal King Immortal Palace. As long as you have spirit origin stones, you can have as many as you want. The shopkeeper smiled happily. Shopkeeper, I am a disciple of the Heaven and Earth Immortal Palace. The Palace Lord ordered me to buy the 8 attributes. He needs the Wind Restaurant to provide him with the 8 attributes for half a year. After half a month of cultivation, Feng Wuchen broke through to 1-star ancient immortal general with the help of the 5 times spatial ring and spiritual energy that surpassed the ancient immortal world. The 5 times spatial ring is really powerful. Only half a month has passed in the outside world and my cultivation has already stepped into the ancient immortal general realm. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. He was very satisfied with the results of his cultivation. You have the help of the immortal pistol. Compared to others, your cultivation speed is faster. With Emperor Yuanzhi's powerful cultivation technique and primordial spirit avatar, your cultivation speed is naturally several times faster than geniuses. Not to mention, you have the 5 times spatial ring. Demon Emperor. There are many things to do next. I'll leave the primordial spirit avatar to increase my cultivation. Although it's not as fast as in the sacred world, at least I can continue to increase my cultivation. Then, I'll split 6 primordial spirit avatars to increase my soul power. Hopefully, I can break through to ancient immortal general realm as soon as possible. Feng Wuchen smiled. While increasing his cultivation, he couldn't let his alchemist realm fall behind. The restaurant's business is really good. I believe that it won't be long before the 8 attributes wine will spread throughout the immortal soul world and even the entire ancient immortal domain. Looking at the restaurant's booming business, Feng Wuchen was very happy. The 8 attributes wine must have attracted the attention of many forces. Before they find out who the owner of the restaurant is, they won't make a move easily. However, I have to be careful. The dragon soul has to be developed quickly. Otherwise, they will target me sooner or later. Feng Wuchen thought. The 8 attributes wine of the restaurant had attracted the attention of many forces. If he didn't have enough strength, the restaurant would be in danger sooner or later. Even in the ancient immortal world, there was no lack of cultivators who killed and robbed. My cultivation is too weak. It won't be easy for me to establish the dragon soul. After all, powerful geniuses and experts won't submit to the weak. Moreover, I need to provide a huge amount of cultivation resources. The herbs are also a problem. Hualing Tian and the others probably won't ascend so quickly. Feng Wuchen sighed helplessly. Although the dragon soul in the sacred world was already very strong, it still needed to nurture more people. In a short period of time, Hualingshan and Long Nidian wouldn't ascend so quickly. Lu Qingyang and the others also didn't plan to ascend in a short period of time. They needed to help their own people cultivate and grow stronger. Feng Wuchen could only rely on himself now. Let's not worry about that for now. I have to find a suitable person. Their talent doesn't have to be high, but they have to be loyal. Only then can I be at ease. Once I find someone, the cultivation resources will be much easier, Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. Master, can't Juner do it? Dragon Xinjian's voice came. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, the dragon soul has to be mysterious. Although Juner's talent is good, she's from Bingwu. Moreover, I don't plan to find her. Absolute loyalty. You need to find those who are in trouble. The reward is loyalty, but it's not absolute. The Demon Emperor said. Feng Wuchen nodded and curled his lips. Where am I going to find it? It's not every day that I can meet a genius who's in a desperate situation like Xiao Wutian. The dragon soul can't be rushed. You've just ascended to the ancient immortal world. You have plenty of time to find a suitable person. The Demon Emperor said. That's all I can do. I'll go and get some herbs first. Firestorm City's herb shop has no more herbs to sell to me. The ancient immortal world doesn't have a merchant guild, and there's no force like the sacred tower. I still need to go to each herb shop. How troublesome. Feng Wuchen said helplessly. After all, he needed a lot of herbs. One herb shop was not enough. After leaving Firestorm City, Feng Wuchen started to go to other cities to buy herbs. He also wanted to see if he could find a suitable candidate for the Dragon Soul. The error-free chapters of Dragon God Supreme will continue to be updated on the Handmade Bar. There will be no advertisements on the website, so please bookmark and recommend the Handmade Bar. If you like Dragon God Supreme, please bookmark Dragon God Supreme. In 3 days, Feng Wuchen searched all the nearby cities and bought all the herbs and treasures in every medicine shop. The herbs could be used to concoct a lot of pills, but the amount of treasures couldn't be used to concoct a Xian Immortal Realm Heaven-defying bead. The Heaven-defying bead required a huge amount of treasures, not to mention the Heaven-defying bead that Feng Wuchen planned to concoct. Feng Wuchen had just arrived in the ancient immortal world, so he wasn't familiar with the sources of herbs and treasures. What a waste of my time. There are too few treasures. How can I concoct a heaven-defying bead? There's no place that sells large amounts of herbs and treasures nearby. Feng Wuchen was helpless. He had wasted 3 days. Feng Wuchen felt that it was a mistake to choose to stay in Firestorm City. Little brat, you can ask some forces, especially those with ancient immortal sovereigns. They won't make things difficult for you if you have no enmity with them. The Demon Emperor transmitted his voice. I can only try. Feng Wuchen nodded. Little brat, if you really can't do it, you can go to the immortal Shadow Mirage. It's located in the center of the 3 major regions. It's a training ground for cultivators in the ancient immortal world. Many ancient immortal sovereigns and ancient immortal sovereigns often appear in the immortal Shadow Mirage. If you're lucky, you can find immortal grade herbs. It's very precious. The Demon Emperor transmitted his voice. Immortal Shadow Mirage? A place for cultivators in the ancient immortal world? Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised and asked curiously, Demon Emperor, are immortal grade herbs very powerful? Let me put it this way. No matter what kind of herb it is, the ancient immortal sovereigns don't dare to touch it directly. If you can obtain immortal grade herbs, it's definitely a great supplement for your cultivation, especially for ancient immortal sovereigns and ancient immortal sovereigns. It's even more powerful than ancient immortal sovereign realm pills. The Demon Emperor transmitted his voice. Ancient immortal sovereigns don't dare to touch it directly? Forget it. The more terrifying the existence, the harder it is to find it. I don't want to waste time. Feng Wuchen shrugged and dismissed the idea. Little brat, there are countless herbs and treasures in the immortal Shadow Mirage. The mounts of cultivators in the ancient immortal world all come from the immortal Shadow Mirage. The Demon Emperor smiled faintly. It's too far away. Given my current cultivation base, I don't think I can find many treasures there. It's too much of a waste of time. At the very least, I have to be at the ancient immortal king realm. I'll go when I have the time. Feng Wuchen wasn't in the mood to go now. Rather than wasting time in the celestial shadow illusory realm, it was better to find a powerful force to test it out. The Demon Emperor. An hour later, Feng Wuchen found a force with an ancient immortal emperor overseeing it, the mystic royal palace. Immortal sovereign. This is the strength of a 2-star ancient immortal emperor, Feng Wuchen mused. Even before reaching the mystic royal hall, he could already sense the terrifying aura of an ancient immortal emperor. Clearly, this person wasn't someone from the mystic royal hall. What's the matter? A disciple asked politely. Because he couldn't tell how deep Feng Wuchen's cultivation base was, he didn't dare to be disrespectful. I'm Feng Wuchen. I have some matters that I wish to discuss with your palace lord or elders. I hope you can inform them. Feng Wuchen politely smiled. A disciple hesitated for a moment. After that, he said, since you are a guest, please follow me. Because something happened today, the palace lord and elders are both free. It's just that the situation is a little special. I can't guarantee if the palace lord and elders would meet you. Many thanks. Feng Wuchen followed the disciple into the immortal Shadow Mirage. Before they even arrived at the plaza, Feng Wuchen heard a heart-wrenching roar of anger. Xianxia, why? I love you so much. Why did you do this to me? Why did you betray me? Why? A male roared with a heart-tearing and lung-splitting roar. He was grieving to the extreme. What happened? Feng Wuchen asked. He could tell that the woman he loved had betrayed him. I shouldn't have told you about this. But since you are here, I can't hide it from you. Eldest senior brother and Lu Xianxia were lovers that everyone envied. But who would have thought that Lu Xianxia would follow a genius young lord half a year ago, heartlessly abandoning eldest senior brother? Today, that young lord came specially to humiliate eldest senior brother. That disciple sighed. We can't afford to offend an immortal emperor. That disciple added. Oh, I see. Feng Wuchen nodded. Mo Linger's figure appeared in Feng Wuchen's mind. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing again. Very quickly, that disciple brought Feng Wuchen to the plaza. The palace lord and elders of the immortal ancient palace, as well as many disciples, were watching. In front of an immortal emperor, the palace lord and elders of the immortal ancient palace didn't dare to act recklessly. In addition, it wasn't an enemy, but a love affair. They couldn't interfere. Big brother Jianchou, I'm sorry. I should have told you earlier. Although you are a genius of the immortal ancient palace, you can't give me what I want. Although Lu Xian'er felt guilty, she still hardened her heart. Lu Xian'er was indeed very beautiful. Her exquisite face was flawless, and she had an elegant temperament. She wore a light blue dress, and her figure was graceful. I can give you anything you want. What do you want? Xianzhou roared. Xianzhou, it's true that you can't give Xian'er what she wants. Even if you are the eldest disciple of the immortal ancient palace, your talent is inferior to mine. If you want to step into the immortal emperor realm, I'm afraid you will need hundreds or even thousands of years. You might never be able to reach the immortal emperor realm. Xian'er can't wait for you. This young lord can make the Lu clan stronger in 3 years, surpassing the immortal ancient palace, and even becoming an immortal emperor realm power. I'm afraid you will never be able to do that. The young man beside Lu Xian'er was dressed like a scholar. He was wearing a luxurious white brocade. He was handsome, elegant, and cultured. He gave off the feeling that he was an expert filled with righteousness. This young lord is here today to tell you to give up. Don't disturb Xian'er in the future. Also, thank you for taking care of Xian'er for the past few years. As compensation, this young lord will reward the immortal emperor realm medicinal pills and heavenly treasures to the immortal ancient palace. The young man said indifferently, with a trace of arrogance. Who wants your charity? I don't need your pity. Xianzhou roared, staring at the young lord fiercely. How could a man's pride be trampled on by others so easily? Xian'er, just for the sake of making the Lu clan stronger, you are willing to give up our relationship of so many years? Is our relationship so worthless in your heart? You are so heartless. Xianzhou said sorrowfully. Their relationship of so many years was so fragile. In front of great strength, our relationship is indeed worthless. I was ignorant in the past. I didn't know I would meet a stronger expert. Big brother Xianzhou, I can only say sorry. Lu Xian'er said heartlessly. Lu Xian'er's words were like 1,000 swords piercing through Xianzhou's heart. Not only did this hurt Xianzhou's pride, but it was also an insult to Xianzhou. Xianzhou could not believe that Lu Xian'er would say such heartless words. Lu Xian'er's beauty was indeed worthy of an ancient immortal emperor. She was qualified to pursue a better man. Xianzhou clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Blood was flowing out of his gums. One could imagine how sad and angry he was. He was unwilling to accept this. Because someone was stronger than him, he could not even protect his beloved. Xianzhou, you can't win against me. Stay in the mystic royal palace and cultivate. If you have any trouble in the future, you can come and find me anytime. The ancient immortal emperor said indifferently. Haven't you insulted me enough today? Xianzhou shouted angrily. Even a fool could see that the ancient immortal emperor wanted to humiliate Xianzhou so that Xianzhou would give up. The ancient immortal emperor smiled proudly and said, I'm just being kind. I don't want you to be too sad. Xianzhou, we'll never meet again. We'll break off all ties. Lu Xian'er said heartlessly. The guilt and self-blame in her heart seemed to have disappeared. Xianzhou, did you hear that? Xian'er is no longer yours. Don't disturb Xian'er in the future. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. The ancient immortal emperor said with disdain in his eyes. Xianzhou was just a 3-star ancient immortal emperor. Why would Ji Hongyun care about him? Young Lord Ji Hongyun, since Lu Xian'er has decided to follow you, she'll break off all ties with Xianzhou. Please take her away. The mystic royal palace master said indifferently. He could not bear to see Xianzhou being humiliated like this. Mystic royal palace master, I've troubled you. I'll take Xian'er away now. Goodbye. Yi Hongyun said proudly. In front of Xianzhou, she pulled Lu Xian'er into her arms and flew away. Yi Hongyun. Just you wait. I, Xianzhou, will return today's humiliation tenfold. Xianzhou roared. His eyes were bloodshot. Xianzhou was already trying his best to restrain his anger. He knew that the difference between them was too great. If he made a move now, he would only suffer a great loss. Hearing this, Yi Hongyun stopped and turned her head to glance at Xianzhou, who was fuming with rage. She laughed arrogantly. Xianxia, seeing how unyielding you are, this young mistress shall give you a chance. You can come and look for this young mistress anytime. However, this young mistress has to remind you that the gap between us will only grow bigger and bigger. If you stay in the Mystic Emperor Hall, you will never be able to surpass this young mistress. Nothing is absolute in this world. At this moment, Feng Wuchen suddenly said. Oh? Are there no absolutes in this world? This young mistress is looking forward to it. Yi Hongyun smiled in surprise and looked at Feng Wuchen. Do you want to die? If we offend Yi Hongyun, we will all die. The disciple who brought Feng Wuchen in was incomparably terrified and hurriedly whispered. The mystic sovereign hall master and everyone else turned to look at Feng Wuchen. They wanted to know which disciple was so courageous. However, when they saw Feng Wuchen, they discovered that he was an unfamiliar face. They didn't recognize him at all. Who are you? You are not a disciple of our Mystic Emperor Hall. Who let you in? A disciple shouted. Clearly, he was worried that Feng Wuchen would harm them if he offended Yi Hongyun. Hall Master, Elder, he is not a disciple of our Mystic Emperor Hall. Another disciple shouted. Reporting to Hall Master, he said that he has something important to discuss with Hall Master and Elder. This disciple brought him in. That disciple hurriedly reported. Junior brother Liu. Why did you let anyone in? A disciple reprimanded angrily. Forget it. The Mystic Sovereign Hall Master said indifferently. Greetings to the Mystic Sovereign Hall Master and 3 elders. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists politely. The Mystic Sovereign Hall Master nodded and said, let's talk later. Brat, since you are not a disciple of the Mystic Emperor Hall, may I know who you are? Yi Hongyun sized up Feng Wuchen and asked. I'm just a nobody. I can't be compared to young Lord Yi. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Looking at the furious Xianxia, Feng Wuchen said, there's no need to waste time on someone who doesn't know how to cherish relationships. Even if you love her, it won't bring you any results. Xianxia, this kind of woman isn't worthy of you. She doesn't deserve your love. Doesn't deserve my love? Xianxia's expression changed as he stared at Feng Wuchen. How dare you humiliate me? Lu Xian'er's beautiful face instantly turned gloomy. Brat, you have guts. Xian'er is already this young lord's fiancé. How dare you humiliate this young lord's fiancé? Do you know the consequences? Yi Hongyun's expression also turned gloomy as a ruthless killing intent flashed in her eyes. Hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the Mystic Emperor Hall changed drastically. They were all trembling with fear. Was Feng Wuchen trying to kill them all? Did he not know the terrifying strength of the ancient immortal emperors? Although Feng Wuchen's words were very satisfying, they still had to see who the other party was. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. It's over. We'll all die if we offend young Lord Yi. Junior brother Liu, who had brought Feng Wuchen in, was scared out of his wits. This brat is courting death. Does he want to drag us down with him? An elder was furious and his old face was extremely gloomy. The Mystic Emperor Hall Master frowned and said, I can't see through this person's cultivation. If he dares to say this, perhaps he's not afraid of Yi Hongyun. Unafraid of Yi Hongyun's threat, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Young Lord Yi, you don't have to be angry. Lu Xian'er can heartlessly abandon Xianxia. Sooner or later, she will also heartlessly abandon you because there are many geniuses in the ancient immortal world who are stronger than you. Don't you think so? Nonsense. Why would I abandon young Lord Yi? Lu Xian'er was furious. She couldn't wait to tear Feng Wuchen's mouth apart. Yi Hongyun's face was extremely gloomy. Feng Wuchen's words were not only a warning to him, but also a form of contempt in his eyes. The Mystic Emperor Hall Master and the 3 elders were so frightened by Feng Wuchen's words that they broke out in cold sweat. Don't say any more. Do you want to get all of us killed? The disciple beside Feng Wuchen was about to cry. He pulled Feng Wuchen's sleeve in panic. He really regretted bringing Feng Wuchen in. What nonsense is this brat talking about? Could it be that he has a grudge against us? Does he want to get our Mystic Emperor Hall killed? Bastard! Is he crazy? Does he want to die? The disciples of the mystic Emperor Hall looked at Feng Wuchen with murderous gazes. I'm just speaking the truth. If young Lord Yi doesn't want to hear it, I won't say it. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. There was no change in his expression. Aren't you afraid that this young lord will kill you? Yi Hongyun said coldly. He really admired people who didn't fear death. Feng Wuchen circulated his spiritual source and smiled faintly. I'm just an ancient immortal general. Young Lord Yi shouldn't lower yourself to kill me, right? This isn't good for young Lord Ye's reputation. One-star ancient immortal general? Feeling Feng Wuchen's aura, everyone in the mystic royal palace, including the palace master, was dumbfounded. They all stared at Feng Wuchen with their eyes wide open. A one-star ancient immortal general dared to go against an ancient immortal emperor? How was this a lunatic? This was simply an idiot. The mystic royal palace's palace master was guessing that Feng Wuchen's cultivation was not below Yi Hongyun's. Who would have thought that he was just a one-star ancient immortal general? Any random disciple of the mystic royal palace would be able to crush Feng Wuchen. They did not know where Feng Wuchen got his guts from. Did he not even think of a way to act cool? The mystic royal palace was dead silent. Everyone's heart fell into an ice cellar. Yi Hongyun and Lu Xianxia were also looking at Feng Wuchen as if they were looking at an idiot. No matter how hard they racked their brains, they could not figure out where a mere one-star ancient immortal general got the guts to offend an ancient immortal emperor. Young Lord Yi, are you really going to kill me? That would be beneath your dignity. If this were to spread out, wouldn't I become a joke? Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Yi Hongyun was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Seeing Feng Wuchen's harmless smile as if he was mocking her, Yi Hongyun wanted nothing more than to tear out Feng Wuchen's tendons and bones. This person's eyes do not have any trace of fear. Instead, he is fearless. He is not afraid of me at all. This person is either an idiot or the person behind him is very powerful. Yi Hongyun thought to herself. Feng Wuchen was not an idiot. As an ancient immortal emperor, Yi Hongyun had never seen an ancient immortal general so daring. The more Feng Wuchen behaved like this, the more Yi Hongyun was worried. There is no one in the ancient immortal world that I don't dare to offend. So what if I kill a mere ancient immortal general? Yi Hongyun said coldly. Her eyes flashed with viciousness as she was about to kill Feng Wuchen. Young Lord Yi, you have been in the limelight today. I am magnanimous, so there is no need to pursue this matter any further. He is just an ancient immortal general, and it is beneath his dignity. Just treat it as giving face to the old man. I hope young Lord Yi can stop. The mystic royal palace master quickly said. Big brother Yi, forget it. Today, the mystic Emperor Hall has already lost all face. I heard from Xianxia that the mystic Emperor Hall still has an old palace lord who hasn't exited seclusion for many years. I'm afraid his strength isn't any weaker than young Lord Yi. There's no need to alarm him because of this brat. This brat isn't qualified to die in your hands. Killing him would only dirty your hands. Yi Hongyun nodded slightly and said coldly, Humph. Brat, consider yourself lucky today. You won't be so lucky next time. Xianxia, this young lord will give you a chance. You can do it any time. Yi Hongyun said coldly. She then brought Lu Xianxia away. Brother Yi, send people to watch the mystic royal palace. We must not let this person leave alive. Lu Xianxia said viciously as she looked at Feng Wuchen. Xianxia, don't worry. This person won't live past today. I will send people to deal with him immediately. He is just a mere one-star ancient immortal general. Yi Hongyun said coldly. After Yi Hongyun and Lu Xianxia left, the disciples of the mystic royal palace started to curse Feng Wuchen. They wanted nothing more than to spit on Feng Wuchen and drown him alive. If it wasn't for Xianxia, the disciples of the mystic royal palace would have already beaten Feng Wuchen up. Brat, who are you exactly? Why did you come to the mystic royal palace? The mystic royal palace master frowned. Because of Feng Wuchen, a disaster had almost happened. I am Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, I came to the mystic sovereign hall today to purchase some natural treasures. You almost killed us and you still have the face to buy treasures? We are not selling. Get lost. The mystic royal palace does not welcome you. You are not qualified to enter. That's right. Get lost. If you don't leave, don't blame us for being impolite. Humph. A mere ancient immortal general dares to be so arrogant. Do you know the consequences of offending Yi Hongyun? All the disciples shouted angrily as they stared at Feng Wuchen with murderous eyes. Feng Wuchen looked at Xianxia and said, Xianxia, I am speaking the truth. You are in the same situation as me. I was once abandoned by someone I loved. You? Xianxia looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Everyone in the mystic royal palace was stunned. Feng Wuchen nodded. I can feel the pain. This is also the reason why I couldn't endure it. I know the consequences of offending an ancient immortal emperor, but a man must have dignity. Sometimes, even if I say it out loud, death is nothing. A man without dignity is no different from death. Hence, even though I know I might be killed, I don't care. A man must have dignity, must have backbone. As Feng Wuchen said this, everyone in the mystic royal palace quietened down. No one scolded Feng Wuchen anymore. Instead, they admired him. Waves of warmth flowed in their hearts. That's right. A man without dignity, what's the point of living? Only by personally experiencing it could one truly understand the heart-wrenching pain of having one's heart twisted by a knife. There was no such thing as empathy in the world. If a needle didn't pierce your body, you would never know what it was like. Brat, this person is the best choice for the dragon soul. The demon emperor transmitted his voice. That's right. He's the one I'm looking for. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice. Feng Wuchen had already decided that Xianxia was the best choice for the dragon soul. Back then, when the person I loved schemed against me, everyone was watching. They saw me being humiliated, but I couldn't do anything. I couldn't change anything. I lost the face of my entire clan. Everyone saw me as a joke. A man's dignity was trampled on mercilessly. Such a woman is not worthy of your love. She's not worthy. Feng Wuchen said solemnly. Senior brother, he's right. Lu Xian'er is indeed not worthy of your love. You don't need such a woman. A female disciple agreed. That's right. Senior brother, she doesn't care about our many years of relationship. She doesn't cherish it at all. A disciple said. Another disciple comforted, Senior brother, you don't have to be sad. Lu Xian'er is so heartless. You should work harder to cultivate and surpass Yi Hongyun. Let Lu Xian'er regret abandoning you. Jianzhou's face was filled with sadness. He was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. Feng Wuchen came in front of Jianzhou and smiled, only trash would be defeated by a woman. I hope you're not one of them. Jianzhou's body shook violently. Alright, let's not talk about it anymore. Let Xianzhou be alone. Let's go back. The mystic royal palace master said solemnly. He was worried that Xianzhou would never be able to recover from this setback. Feng Wuchen's words instantly changed the impression and attitude of the disciples of the mystic royal hall towards him. All of them were filled with admiration. This had nothing to do with one's cultivation. Even the mystic royal hall master and the elders were moved by Feng Wuchen's words. Mystic royal hall master, with my status, I don't have the qualifications to enter the mystic royal hall. However, I really need some treasures. I've been to many cities but it's still not enough. Hence, I hope that the mystic royal hall master can help me. Feng Wuchen said politely. Been to many cities? The mystic royal hall master was slightly stunned. He asked, why do you need so many treasures? You don't need so many for cultivation, right? You're just an ancient immortal general. How many treasures do you need? An elder asked in confusion. All the disciples looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Feng Wuchen pretended to be embarrassed and said, I'm a mystic immortal realm alchemist. Aren't I trying my best to raise my soul force? Hence, I need to refine more treasures. I only need low-grade treasures. You're also an alchemist? Why can't old man see your soul force? The Grand Elder asked in shock. As an ancient immortal monarch, he actually couldn't sense the soul force ripples in Feng Wuchen's body. Feng Wuchen circulated his soul force and said with a smile, I can conceal my aura. I didn't expect Brother Feng to be an alchemist too. I'm an ancient immortal general now. A disciple laughed happily. I see. The mystic royal hall master nodded and said, on account of what you said earlier, Grand Elder, sell some treasures to him. Many thanks, mystic royal hall master. Feng Wuchen clasped his fists and thanked. Not long later, the Grand Elder brought Feng Wuchen to the treasury. Feng Wuchen, although the mystic royal hall isn't a major power, we aren't weak either. We have plenty of low-grade treasures. How many do you need? The Grand Elder asked with a smile. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, First Elder, sell me all the low-grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures that you don't need. Sell all of them to you? The Great Elder was shocked. He asked, Do you have so many spiritual metastones to buy them? Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and a storage ring flew out. He handed it to the First Elder and said with a smile, There are 1 billion spirit yuan stones in the storage ring. You should buy it. What? 1 billion? Grand Elder's eyes widened as he stared at Feng Wuchen in shock. A mere ancient immortal general actually had 1 billion spirit source stones. The entire mystic royal palace was only worth a few billion. Shocked, the First Elder hurriedly took a look, and as soon as he did, he was stunned once more. There really were 1 billion spirit source stones. Ordinary ancient immortal generals were like beggars when compared to the mystic sovereign palace. But Feng Wuchen, the beggar, stunned the First Elder. This was not the end. Feng Wuchen took out another storage ring and said with a smile, First Elder, this storage ring has 2 billion spirit source stones. Since the mystic royal palace has so many heavenly materials and earthly treasures, why don't you sell some of them to me as well? I don't need to waste time looking for them in the future. What? 2 billion? How is this possible? The First Elder was so shocked that his body trembled. He looked at Feng Wuchen as if he was looking at a monster. Was this the amount of spirit source stones that an ancient immortal general could take out? What kind of joke was this? An ancient immortal general could take out 1 billion spirit source stones, and that was enough to shock countless people. But Feng Wuchen could actually take out 3 billion spirit source stones. How terrifying was that? The First Elder checked again. There were indeed 2 billion spirit source stones, which added up to 3 billion spirit source stones. Where did you get so many spirit source stones? This is 3 billion spirit source stones. The First Elder asked in shock. He was still dumbfounded. Of course I earned it. With my strength, I can't snatch it. Feng Wuchen smiled as he guessed the First Elder's thoughts. Earned it? The First Elder was shocked again. He was so shocked that he almost peed in his pants. He said in shock, Even the Mystic Emperor Palace didn't earn as much as you, right? Are all the juniors now so terrifying? Could this kid be from some terrifying faction? The more the First Elder thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Cold sweat broke out on his back. The First Elder couldn't figure out how Feng Wuchen, an ancient immortal general, could earn so many spirit source stones. He could only guess that Feng Wuchen most likely came from some powerful faction. It was the first time he saw such a terrifying ancient immortal general. The First Elder actually felt pressure coming from Feng Wuchen. This was definitely not an illusion. Could it be that the young master of some powerful faction deliberately sealed his cultivation and came out to train? That must be it. That must be it. The First Elder was more and more certain. After all, Feng Wuchen wasn't even afraid of Yi Hongyun. While the First Elder was dumbfounded and in disbelief, he quickly prepared the treasures for Feng Wuchen. In the end, he only accepted 1 billion spirit source stones from Feng Wuchen. The Mystic Emperor Palace also needed to leave some for their disciples to cultivate. Many thanks, First Elder. Feng Wuchen thanked him happily. At least he didn't come here for nothing. After the transaction, Feng Wuchen left the treasure vault, leaving behind the dumbfounded First Elder. When he came back to the plaza, the other disciples all dispersed. No one disturbed Xianxia. Xianxia still had a sad and dispirited expression. His beloved ran away with someone else. No one would be able to accept it. I can understand how you are feeling now. Back then, I suffered more than you. Such a woman isn't worth it. Feng Wuchen patted Xianxiao's shoulder lightly. So many years of feelings. How can she let go so easily? I really don't understand. Is the feeling between us really worthless to her? Why is she so heartless to me? Xianxia said dispiritedly. Indeed, it's not easy to let go. Feng Wuchen nodded. But you have to face it bravely. You can't be dispirited or give up. This will only make Yi Hongyun and Lu Xian'er look down on you. You will never be able to make a comeback. You will become the loser and help them. Are you willing to do this? Of course not. Xianxia gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with viciousness. Then you should pull yourself together and cultivate hard. Defeat Yi Hongyun. Feng Wuchen smiled. Defeat him? Xianxia said self-mockingly. I was just saying it out of anger. Yi Hongyun is the young master of a major power. He has abundant cultivation resources. The Mystic Emperor Palace can't compare to him. Moreover, I'm just a 3-star ancient immortal lord. It's impossible for me to catch up to him. You don't have to console me. What if I can help you? Feng Wuchen looked at Xianxia and asked. You can help me? Xianxia shook his head. How can an ancient immortal general like you help me? I appreciate your kind intentions. You can leave now. I'm serious. Feng Wuchen said seriously. I can help you. I can even help you surpass him within 3 years. You can really help me? Xianxia frowned. He could tell that Feng Wuchen wasn't joking. I can help you, and I can even help you surpass him within 3 years. Feng Wuchen's words replayed endlessly in Xianxiao's mind. Xianxia stared blankly at Feng Wuchen as he left. He muttered, within 3 years? Is he messing with me? He's just an ancient immortal general. What right does he have to spout nonsense? What right does he have to make me believe him? Xianxia naturally hoped that it was true, but reality told him that it was impossible for Feng Wuchen to help him. Surpassing Yi Hongyun within 3 years? That was nonsense. If Feng Wuchen really had that ability, would he only be an ancient immortal general? Could he buy a treasure worth 1,000,000 yuan with one? That was impossible. But I have no other choice but to believe him now. The Mystic Royal Palace can't possibly have enough resources to help me surpass Yi Hongyun. My cultivation technique and immortal art are already far behind. Feng Wuchen, are you really not lying to me? Can you really help me surpass Yi Hongyun within 3 years? I can't let go of today's humiliation. Yi Hongyun, I'll definitely repay you tenfold. Lu Xian'er, since we've severed all ties, from today onwards, I, Xianxia, will no longer have you in my heart. I'll make you regret what you did today. Xianxiao's blood was boiling as he roared madly in his heart. Xianxia had already decided to believe Feng Wuchen this time. He could only choose to believe Feng Wuchen. Because only Feng Wuchen could help him now. Who is this Feng Wuchen? Why did young Lord Yi ask us for help? With young Lord Yi's cultivation, wouldn't he be able to eliminate Feng Wuchen with just a finger? What do you know? Who is young Lord Yi? Isn't it beneath him to kill a 1-star ancient immortal general? How is that kid qualified to die in young Lord Yi's hands? This Feng Wuchen has guts to provoke young Lord Yi. He must be tired of living. Why do you care so much? Since there are benefits to be gained, don't disappoint young Lord Yi. In the future, you might even be able to curry favor with young Lord Yi. Outside the Mystic Emperor Palace, more than 10 ancient immortal generals were already guarding Feng Wuchen. They were clearly not Yi Hongyun's people, and were just rogue cultivators that she had randomly found. Swish, at this moment, a person flew out from the Mystic Royal Palace. It was Feng Wuchen. There aren't many natural treasures, and I still need to provide them for the dragon soul to cultivate. I can only refine ordinary heaven-defying divine beads. Although the effects aren't very strong, that's all I can do now. Feng Wuchen thought. Without enough natural treasures, Feng Wuchen could only reduce the consumption, thus weakening the effect of the heaven-defying divine bead. Of course, this was only temporary. Master, are you so sure that Xianxia will come looking for you? That guy has suffered quite a blow, and I'm afraid he won't be able to recover from this setback. Long Xinjian transmitted his voice. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, I don't know, but the only one who can help him now is me. The Mystic Emperor Palace doesn't have the ability to help him surpass Yi Hongyun, unless there's a powerful expert helping him, or he has a fortuitous encounter. This is unlikely. If he's willing to endure this kind of humiliation, then Master has misjudged him. Xinyan transmitted his voice. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Xianxia's talent is not bad, and he's also the eldest disciple of the Mystic Emperor Palace. He mainly cultivates the wind attribute. If we nurture him, he will definitely become a fierce general in the ancient immortal world. Swish. Swish, swish. At this moment, more than 10 cultivators flew over and intercepted Feng Wuchen. Each of them had an aggressive aura. Brat, you're Feng Wuchen? The leading 5-star ancient immortal general asked coldly, his eyes were filled with ferocity. That's right, I am. Feng Wuchen nodded without any change in his expression. Since you admit it, then we'll send you on your way. The 10 ancient immortal generals circulated their energy and charged forward. Yi Hongyun, oh Yi Hongyun. You want to kill me with these useless soldiers? Aren't you underestimating me, Feng Wuchen? Feng Wuchen shook his head helplessly and instantly activated the Ice Soul Ancestor. Swish, swish. Swish. Swish, Feng Wuchen shot out like lightning. The domineering and terrifying Ice Soul Ancestor instantly froze the 10 ancient immortal generals into ice cubes wherever it passed. In the blink of an eye, the Ice Soul Ancestor burst forth and vanished. Other than the 2 5-star ancient immortal generals who survived, the rest of the 10 ancient immortal generals were all dead. The 2 of them were scared out of their wits and directly turned into vegetative state. Instantly killing more than 10 ancient immortal generals, was this really the strength of a 1-star ancient immortal general? Go back and tell Yi Hongyun that. I, Feng Wuchen, am a vengeful person. This time I'll remember it first. Feng Wuchen didn't stop and couldn't be bothered to waste time. He directly flew back to Firestorm City. After returning to Firestorm Inn, Feng Wuchen immediately entered the Divine Ring and started refining the ancient immortal general grade heaven-defying divine beads. With the cultivation of his primordial spirit clone, even if Feng Wuchen hadn't broken through to become an ancient immortal general grade alchemist, Feng Wuchen could still refine ancient immortal general grade heaven-defying divine beads with the help of the Ice Soul Ancestor. After spending a few days to buy natural treasures and herbs, Feng Wuchen used them all up in just a few hours. Looking at the heaven-defying divine beads, Feng Wuchen smiled with satisfaction. The harvest is not bad. In a few more days, I should be able to break through to become an ancient immortal general grade alchemist. I'll leave these pills for shopkeeper Mu and the rest to cultivate. With a thought, Feng Wuchen left the Divine Ring. Feng Wuchen was just about to hand the pills over to shopkeeper Mu when he saw a familiar face on the first floor. It was none other than the head disciple of the Mystic Emperor Palace, Xianxia. He came so quickly? I thought he would need a few days. I didn't expect him to come in just a few hours. I like his decisiveness. Feng Wuchen revealed a happy smile. Divine Eyes transmitted, seems like Master didn't misjudge him. Shopkeeper Mu, bring him up. Feng Wuchen transmitted. Yes. House Lord. Shopkeeper Mu said respectfully and personally brought Xianxia up to the 3rd floor. Feng Wuchen was already waiting on the balcony of the 3rd floor. House Lord, your guest. Shopkeeper Mu said respectfully. House Lord? Xianxia's expression changed greatly as he stared at Feng Wuchen with wide eyes. Shopkeeper Mu, these ancient immortal pills are for you. Cultivate well. I believe in your ability. When do you think you can expand the inn? It's fine as long as it's within the immortal soul world. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and passed a few jade bottles to Shopkeeper Mu. Many thanks, House Lord. Shopkeeper Mu was overwhelmed by the favor and immediately expressed his gratitude. After Shopkeeper Mu left, Xianxia sat down and asked, Brother Feng, are you the owner of Feng Inn? Feng Inn was already quite famous now, and its name had shaken the entire immortal soul world. It wasn't strange that Xianxia knew about it. But what shocked Xianxia was that the owner of the famous Feng Inn was actually an ancient immortal general cultivator. Why? Don't I look like one? Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Since Xianxia was here, Feng Wuchen didn't plan to hide it. That's not it. I just don't dare to believe it. Xianxia's heart shook again. The owner of Fengyun was indeed Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen smiled. After all, I'm just a one-star ancient immortal general, right? Excellent wine of the wind attribute, please. Feng Wuchen smiled politely and poured a cup for Xianxia. Many thanks. Xianxia expressed his gratitude and downed the cup. Feng Wuchen, can you really help me? Xianxia asked anxiously as he stared at Feng Wuchen. This was what he was most concerned about. The existence of Wind Restaurant gave Xianxia hope. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, of course I can help you, but you need to give me time. Yi Hongyun is strong and the gap between us is too big. I know I need a lot of time and I can wait. But what makes you think I can trust you? With just Wind Restaurant, I might not be able to surpass Yi Hongyun in 3 years. Xianxia said seriously. Xianxia knew how difficult it was to cultivate. Although the 8 attributes were strong, they were of no help to the ancient immortal Lord Realm. Even if Xianxia soaked in wine every day, he might not be able to increase his cultivation. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, the spirit essence stones of the ancient immortal world are too precious. Everything needs spirit essence stones. Wind Restaurant is just a way to earn spirit essence stones. Then what makes you think I can trust you? Xianxia asked. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, because I am Feng Wuchen. Brother Feng, don't keep me in suspense. This matter is very important to me. Xianxia smiled bitterly. Swish, Feng Wuchen flicked his finger, and a ray of golden light suddenly shot out and instantly entered between Xianxia's brows. Before Xianxia could react, a large amount of information flooded his mind. This was a powerful wind attribute cultivation technique. Seeing the information in his mind, Xianxia was stunned and looked at Feng Wuchen in disbelief. This is a top-grade ancient immortal technique. Xianxia exclaimed but quickly covered his mouth, afraid that others would hear him. A huge wave of emotion surged in his heart. His heart pounded wildly, and he felt as if he could barely breathe. Seeing Xianxia's shocked expression, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, not bad. It's very suitable for you to cultivate. However, it might be a little difficult to cultivate. The power of the spell is very strong. You should believe me now, right? Xianxia nodded like a chick pecking rice and said with a shocked expression, believe. Trust me. Xianxia was incomparably shocked. Feng Wuchen's existence had completely overturned his view of ancient immortal generals. He had never seen such a terrifying ancient immortal general. Who is Feng Wuchen? I've never seen such a terrifying technique before. Even the supreme forces wouldn't be able to take out such a terrifying technique. This is a top ancient immortal technique. I've heard that even the ancient immortal venerables don't have it. How could Feng Wuchen have such a terrifying cultivation method and technique? I've only just met him. Such a terrifying treasure is enough to make countless experts fight to the death for it, and he's giving it to me just like that. Doesn't your heart ache at all? Also, is he really only an ancient immortal general? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xianxia was shocked to the extreme, feeling as though his heart was being crushed by a mountain. He also felt that Feng Wuchen was definitely not as simple as an ancient immortal general. Even if Feng Wuchen told him that he was a one-star ancient immortal general, Xianxia would not believe it. I'll give you another treasure while I'm at it. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly as he took out a 5-time space ring and handed it to Xianxia. I have a storage ring. Xianxia shook his head in a daze. This is a storage ring. It will help you cultivate. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Seeing Xianxia's comical look, Feng Wuchen found it funny. Buzz buzz. Hearing the word storage ring, Xianxia's heart raced several times faster as his eyes stared at the exquisite storage ring. He can't be the descendant of the ancient immortal venerables, right? Purposely sealing his cultivation to train? A terrifying top immortal technique, and a storage ring. Other than the ancient immortal venerables, who else in the ancient immortal world could take out such a thing? Xianxia felt suffocated. It felt like a dream. Was he unlucky to the extreme? Was his dogshit luck descending upon him? He must be the descendant of the ancient immortal venerables. There must be a terrifying expert secretly protecting him. Otherwise, why would he dare to provoke Yi Hongyun for the sake of a man's dignity? The more Xianxia thought about it, the more certain he was, just like the Grand Elder. Keep the storage ring well. You will know how powerful it is in the future. Feng Wuchen smiled. Suppressing the shock and horror in his heart, Xianxia asked, Feng Wuchen, you are the descendant of the ancient immortal venerables? Young lord? Or? Hearing Xianxia's question, Feng Wuchen was stunned. Why do you ask? Feng Wuchen asked. Xianxia drank another cup of wine and said boldly, these terrifying treasures, other than the ancient immortal venerables, who else could take them out? This is only the second time we met, and you gave them to me. If you say you are not, who would believe you? I feel like I fainted from sadness and am dreaming. Feng Wuchen smiled bitterly, I really am not. Then where did you get such terrifying cultivation methods and immortal arts? Don't tell me you got them from some cave, that's impossible. Xianxia did not believe him at all. You are right. Feng Wuchen grinned. Xianxia rolled his eyes, forget it, if you don't want to say, I won't force you. I shouldn't have asked this. Anyway, thank you. Looking at Feng Wuchen, Xianxia said solemnly, Feng Wuchen, you must have some other reason for helping me. I am not stupid, this is the second time we met, you wouldn't give me these treasures. You are very smart. Feng Wuchen smiled, I do have other things. What things? Xianxia was very curious. What could a 3-star ancient immortal monarch like him help Feng Wuchen with? If it was something difficult, Feng Wuchen could have just given these terrifying peak-grade immortal arts to an ancient immortal lord. Wouldn't that be safer? Feng Wuchen smiled, I plan to establish a power, but I don't know who to look for. Until I met you in the Mystic Emperor Hall, I felt that you are the best candidate. I need enough loyalty. Establish a power? The best candidate? Xianxia stared at Feng Wuchen with wide eyes. Feng Wuchen smiled, that's right. Also, the power I establish will only exist in the dark and not in the eyes of others. I will only act when necessary. Are you sure you want to look for me? Xianxia asked in astonishment. Why? You don't believe in your own ability? Feng Wuchen smiled. But I am now a disciple of the Mystic Emperor Hall. Xianxia smiled bitterly. This doesn't affect you being a disciple of the Mystic Emperor Hall. Feng Wuchen shook his head lightly. Xianxia considered for a moment. After that, he said, in order to surpass Yi Hongyun, you have helped me so much. I am not an ungrateful person. I promise you. Very good. The power I establish is called Dragon Soul. Currently, there is only you. Your mission is to expand the power of the Dragon Soul. Weaker geniuses can do it, but they must listen to your orders. You don't have to worry about anything else. Also, they must be loyal. Those who are not loyal will only end up dead. Feng Wuchen solemnly said. Dragon Soul? Xianxia's expression became serious as he took it seriously. Xianxia was very clear that Feng Wuchen was not only building the Dragon Soul. While helping him, he was also giving him a chance. Xianxia could feel that as long as he seized this opportunity, he would have endless glory and the chance to trample Yi Hongyun under his feet. Xianxia, you are now the commander of the Dragon Soul. The Dragon Soul will be under your control in the future. Can you do it? Feng Wuchen looked at Xianxia and asked. I can do it. I will do my best. Xianxia said firmly, his eyes filled with confidence. Feng Wuchen smiled with satisfaction, very good, I'll leave the Dragon Soul to you. I hope you won't disappoint me. Don't tell anyone about this, including the profound Emperor Palace Master and the others. Don't worry, I will take advantage of this opportunity. I know that you are helping me not only for the Dragon Soul, but also to give me a chance to surpass Yi Hongyun and trample him under my feet. I will definitely not miss it. Xianxia said solemnly, his eyes filled with ferocity. There wouldn't be a second chance like this. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, I'm relieved that you can think like this. Yi Hongyun. Just you wait, I will soon surpass you. The humiliation you gave me today, I will definitely return it to you 10 times over. Xianxia said fiercely in his heart. Xianxia would never forget Yi Hongyun's high and mighty attitude in the profound Emperor Palace. He would never forget how Yi Hongyun humiliated him in public. Xianxia would never forget Lu Xian'er's heartless abandonment. Lu Xian'er is nothing. Everything you have in the future will be beyond her reach. I know you need time, but I hope you can let it go as soon as possible. I'll give you half a month. After half a month, I hope to see the dragon's soul. Feng Restaurant also needs someone to secretly guard it, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Xianxia frowned and said, give me 3 days. I only need 3 days. When the time comes, I will strengthen the dragon's soul as quickly as possible. I know quite a few people, and they are all decent people. I should be able to find a group of people in a short period of time. You can find anyone you want, but you have to be absolutely loyal. I don't want to kill them personally in the future. Feng Wuchen reminded him again. Xianxiao's expression was solemn as he said solemnly, I understand. Feng Wuchen, thank you for giving me this chance. I have no way to repay you, but from today onwards, my life is yours. I don't want your life, you just need to help me strengthen my dragon soul. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. With a wave of his hand, the grade 5 ancient immortal artifact that he had forged earlier appeared out of thin air. He continued, this sword is for you. It should be stronger than yours. Grade 5 ancient immortal weapon. You're giving it to me? Xianxiao's eyes narrowed as he was overjoyed. As a sword cultivator, Xianxiao dreamed of owning a grade 5 ancient immortal artifact. What was going on today? Could it be that after being heartlessly abandoned by a woman, one's luck would explode? If it wasn't a terrifying ancient-era cultivation technique, then it would be a grade 5 ancient immortal weapon or a spatial treasure. These were all things that Xianxiao didn't dare to imagine in the past. But now, in the blink of an eye, he had everything. Feng Wuchen, this is the sword that you forged? Aren't you a mystic immortal realm alchemist? You can forge grade 5 ancient immortal weapons? Xianxiao asked in shock. As soon as he asked the question, he regretted it. He was afraid of Feng Wuchen's answer. Every time Feng Wuchen answered, it was like a mountain crashing into his young heart. Feng Wuchen said with a smile, you will know in the future. Keep the sword well and go back first. Cultivate your cultivation technique and technique properly. Using the spatial ring to cultivate can save you a lot of time. Twice the amount of time. Spatial treasures are very precious and rare. Even big forces might not have them. Xianxiao asked in surprise. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said with a smile, 5 times. This is a spatial ring with 5 times the time. Cultivating in it for 5 days is equivalent to 1 day outside. You have 5 times more cultivation time than others. What? 5 times? Xianxiao was so shocked that his body trembled. His eyes widened and almost fell out. A spatial treasure with 2 times the time was already very precious and rare. Xianxiao was already very satisfied. But what he didn't expect was that the spatial treasure that Feng Wuchen gave him was 5 times the time. You're not joking, right? There's a spatial treasure with 5 times the time? I've only heard of 3 times the time in the ancient immortal world. How can there be 5 times? I've never heard of it before. Xianxiao was shocked. He was extremely confused and couldn't believe his ears. 3 times the time was already very terrifying. He had never heard of 4 times the time, let alone a spatial ring with 5 times the time. Feng Wuchen gave him the feeling that he had never seen the world before. Looking at Xianxiao's shocked expression, Feng Wuchen said with a smile, you'll know when you go back to cultivate. I should be able to help you break through to the 4-star ancient immortal lord realm soon. A spatial ring with 5 times the time isn't enough. But you should cultivate first. I'll give you powerful treasures in the future to help you raise your cultivation. Go back and cultivate well. If you like to drink the 8 attributes, you can take them back. Feng Wuchen smiled and left. Looking at Feng Wuchen's back, Xianxiao was still in a daze. Huge waves were rolling in his heart, and he had no intention of stopping. What was going on today? Who is Feng Wuchen? Is he really not the descendant of the ancient immortal lord? A mere 1-star ancient immortal general actually makes me feel that he's very scary, Xianxiao thought to himself. His back was already soaked in cold sweat. In front of Feng Wuchen, even if he knew that Feng Wuchen was a 1-star ancient immortal general, Xianxia still felt that he was facing a colossal monster. That feeling of being crushed was too real. In the divine ring. I hope the dragon soul can grow stronger as soon as possible. The reputation of the 8 attributes is getting bigger and bigger, and the surrounding forces are already getting restless. They're constantly sending people to spy on us. I'm afraid they'll make a move soon. If there's no force to suppress us, the Wind Restaurant won't be able to survive. Feng Wuchen sighed and shook his head. Brat, you should raise your strength first. The stronger you are, the better. The Demon Emperor's voice rang out, and his figure floated over. Feng Wuchen nodded and smiled. I've indeed delayed a lot of my cultivation time. But since the dragon soul has been confirmed, I believe that Xianxia will develop quickly. I can also cultivate without worry. After saying that, Feng Wuchen took out an ancient immortal general realm heaven-defying divine pearl and smiled. The effect of this heaven-defying divine pearl is ordinary. It should be able to raise my cultivation by 2 stars. I should be able to break through to 4-star or 5-star ancient immortal general after cultivating for a while. When you break through, this great emperor will also be leaving. The Demon Emperor smiled faintly. I won't let you down. I'll raise my cultivation as soon as possible and ascend to Pangu domain. Feng Wuchen smiled. This great emperor won't disturb your cultivation. The Demon Emperor laughed. He was very assured of Feng Wuchen. In a majestic palace. Outside the palace, a person appeared in a flash and said respectfully, reporting to young master, we failed. Failed? Yi Hongyun's surprised voice came from the palace. There are so many people, and they can't deal with a 1-star ancient immortal general? What kind of trash did you find? They can't even handle such a small matter. At the end of the sentence, her voice became cold. Reporting to young master, it's not that they are trash, it's that they didn't even have the chance to make a move. Young master, please come out and take a look. This subordinate has never seen such a powerful ice attribute energy before. The man reported in fear, his back was drenched in cold sweat. Never seen it before? A strand of immortal chi condensed into a figure. It was Yi Hongyun. Seeing Yi Hongyun appear, the man immediately said respectfully, reporting to young master, according to them, Feng Wuchen activated an extremely terrifying ice attribute energy. Before they could make a move, they were instantly frozen. Terrifying ice attribute energy? Yi Hongyun frowned slightly. Young Lord Yi, it's true. We don't know what kind of ice attribute power it is. Before we could react, we were all sealed in ice. The others are all dead. Only the 2 of us survived. One of them said in horror. Feng Wuchen also said that he will remember this debt. Another person added. Yi Hongyun looked at the frozen cultivators and touched the ice with her hand. She frowned and said, there's still a strand of ice attribute energy left. It's indeed not an ordinary ice attribute energy. Although the remnant aura is very weak, I can feel the dominance of the ice attribute. Young master, do you know what ice attribute energy it is? Even a 5-star ancient immortal general couldn't withstand it when activated by a 1-star ancient immortal general. The man asked curiously. Yi Hongyun shook her head slightly and said, to be honest, this young master has never seen it before. After pausing for a moment, Yi Hongyun continued, bring them down first and track down Feng Wuchen's whereabouts. This young master also wants to know what ice attribute energy it is. Understood. This subordinate will take his leave. The man replied respectfully. Feng Wuchen, oh Feng Wuchen, this young lord has truly underestimated you. A mere ancient immortal general actually dares to threaten this young lord? Even so, this young lord will slowly play with you. I won't let you die too quickly. No matter where you hide, this young master will find you. This young master will let you know how foolish it is to provoke this young master. The corners of Yi Hongyun's mouth curled up into an evil smile. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. After taking care of his own matters, Xianxia began to take action. The first thing he did was to find the practitioners he knew and pull them into Dragon Soul. There were a total of 6 people, and all of them were ancient immortal lords. After ordering the 6 of them to head to Windy Fire City's Feng restaurant, Xianxia continued to move. In order to repay Feng Wuchen, Xianxia decided that other than training time, He would spend the rest of his time recruiting people to strengthen his dragon soul as soon as possible. He would not disappoint Feng Wuchen. At the same time, some of the forces near Windy Fire City had also begun to take action. After observing in secret for so many days and even sneaking into the restaurant, they wanted to find the formula of the 8 attributes. However, they could not find anything. As time passed, they slowly lost their patience and began to send people to Feng Restaurant to cause trouble. They had not found out who was behind Feng Restaurant, so they did not dare to be too arrogant in case they offended someone they should not offend. However, it was a pity that they came at the wrong time to cause trouble. Those who came to cause trouble were all severely injured by the 6 ancient immortal lords. They flew out of the restaurant one by one. If it was not for Xianxia's quick arrangements, Feng Restaurant would be in trouble. Feng Restaurant immediately sent out an ancient immortal lord expert. It could be considered as letting others see Feng Restaurant's strength. If they did not have some strength, how would they dare to sell such a treasure of the 8 attributes? After a few times, the surrounding third-rate forces became completely obedient. After the news of Feng Restaurant being overseen by an ancient immortal lord expert spread out, some forces with ancient immortal lords did not dare to act rashly. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. Xianxia found more than 10 practitioners, all of whom were ancient immortal kings. One had to admit that Xianxia was indeed very dedicated. The dragon soul was slowly growing. He believed that it would not be long before it could be famous in the immortal soul world. In the divine ring. Boom! The peaceful space was suddenly broken by an explosion. A domineering and tyrannical force swept out violently. Very good. I have finally broken through to become a 5-star ancient immortal general. My strength is getting stronger and stronger. Feng Wuchen slowly opened his eyes. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. In a month's time, Feng Wuchen's cultivation had increased by 5 stars. Such a terrifying increase would definitely leave countless cultivators in the ancient immortal world in the dust. Not only that, Feng Wuchen had also broken through to the ancient immortal general realm in the alchemist realm. His soul power had increased greatly. Not bad. You have broken through to become a 5-star ancient immortal general faster than you expected. An old voice laughed faintly. This was not the voice of the demon emperor, but another emperor. Feng Wuchen stood up and stretched his body. He smiled comfortably. It is indeed fast. It has not been long since I ascended to the ancient immortal world. If it was someone else, they would not have broken through to become a 5-star mystic immortal. A ray of blue light transformed into a black-robed old man. The old man had white hair and a face full of wrinkles. His body emitted an extremely tyrannical aura, giving off a feeling of invincibility. This person was the Ghost Emperor. The Ghost Emperor's strength was terrifying. He was known for his speed. Among the 10 great emperors, he was the fastest. Whoosh! The moment the Ghost Emperor appeared, Feng Wuchen's figure instantly turned into a golden stream of air and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a golden stream of air and appeared behind the Ghost Emperor. Hee, not bad, not bad. You have already grasped quite a bit of my movement technique. The Ghost Emperor laughed happily. This is all thanks to the Ghost Emperor's guidance. Otherwise, with such a powerful movement technique, even I would have to spend a lot of time. Feng Wuchen smiled. Ghost Emperor, what do you think will happen when the Ghost Shadow Wind is combined with instant movement? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. The speed will naturally increase by a lot. Moreover, it can cover up the weak airflow caused by instant movement. The Ghost Emperor nodded. Feng Wuchen smiled happily, that's right. The Ghost Shadow Wind is too powerful. It won't cause any airflow fluctuation. Amidst his happiness, Feng Wuchen suddenly thought of something. He quickly asked, oh right, Ghost Emperor, I have received so many inheritances from the great emperors. There is a hazy feeling in the depths of my mind. It feels like all the inheritances of the great emperors are mixed together. It's blurry, as if I am trying to comprehend something. However, I can't put my finger on it. What is going on? The Ghost Emperor shook his head and smiled, this great emperor doesn't know. You will have to comprehend it yourself. This great emperor can't help you. AI, forget it. Let's take it slow. With my current cultivation, it's impossible for me to comprehend it. Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled. I wonder how the dragon soul is doing. Ghost Emperor, I will go out and take a look. With a thought, Feng Wuchen left the divine ring. Shopkeeper Mu, what's the matter? Feng Wuchen asked indifferently. The moment he appeared, he noticed that Shopkeeper Mu was outside the room. House Master, you've finally appeared. Shopkeeper Mu panicked. Recently, many powers have sent people to cause trouble, but they were all repelled by a mysterious ancient immortal lord. I don't know if they are also here for the 8 attributes. Feng Wuchen opened the door and walked out. He smiled. They are our people. Don't worry. Just take care of the restaurant. Don't worry about anything else. I see. Shopkeeper Mu heaved a sigh of relief. Feng Wuchen sensed that there were more than 10 people guarding the restaurant. He found so many people so quickly. Jianzhou really didn't disappoint me. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. Shopkeeper Mu, prepare some wine for me. Feng Wuchen smiled. Then, he went to the balcony on the 3rd floor. After breaking through to the 5-star ancient immortal general realm, Feng Wuchen was in a good mood. He also wanted to have a drink. Feng Wuchen, the people I recruited still don't know your identity. Jianzhou's voice sounded in Feng Wuchen's ears. It's a secret for now. Feng Wuchen transmitted. If there's nothing else, let them cultivate. The third-rate powers won't make a move. The stronger powers don't care about the 8 attributes. Feng Wuchen came to the balcony on the 3rd floor. Just as he sat down, a pleasant voice sounded in his ears. Can I sit here? Hearing this, Feng Wuchen looked up and smiled. Fairy, please sit. Thank you. The woman thanked him politely. The woman was wearing a white dress. Her skin was white like the snow of early winter. Her beautiful face was flawless. The woman's beauty could be said to be on par with Bing Wu. They were both devastatingly beautiful. Shopkeeper Mu quickly served the 8 attribute wine. I am Feng Wuchen. How should I address you, fairy? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. Although he was looking at the woman, he was merely admiring her beauty and had no other intentions. Mo Yanran of the Mo family of the Firestorm City. Mo Yanran smiled sweetly. At first glance, one could tell that she was a lively and cheerful person. So it's Fairy Mo. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and poured a cup of wine for Mo Yanran. He continued, Fairy is a 6-star ancient immortal king, so I'm afraid the 8 elements won't be of much use. Just call me Miss Mo. I heard that the wine here is called 8 attributes. Drinking it can improve one's cultivation. I just came out of seclusion today, so I wanted to try it. I also made an appointment with some friends. They will be here soon. Mo Yanran smiled happily, and then quickly drank a small cup. Feng Wuchen chuckled and asked, How do you feel? As soon as Feng Wuchen's voice fell, Mo Yanran spat out a mouthful of saliva onto Feng Wuchen's face. Feng Wuchen was dumbfounded. Seeing this scene, Mo Yanran quickly apologized, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I don't know how to drink. I just wanted to try it. In the end, I'll wipe it for you. I'm really sorry. While speaking, Mo Yanran took out a handkerchief to wipe the wine on Feng Wuchen's face. However, this scene was coincidentally seen by a few young masters and daughters who had rushed to the Windstorm restaurant. Big brother Xia, isn't that Sister Yanran? Why is she wiping another man's face? A beautiful woman pointed at the balcony on the 3rd floor of the Windstorm restaurant with a face full of disbelief. Yanran. The man who was called Big Brother Xia raised his head. The moment he looked up, his face darkened, and a fierce look flashed across his eyes. It's really Yanran. Who is that man? Why is he with Yanran? A young master also recognized Mo Yanran. Am I seeing things? Yanran is wiping another man's face? Big brother Xia hasn't even touched Yanran's handkerchief. Another woman was also extremely shocked. Xia Shang, the power behind the Windstorm restaurant is not weak. Previously, there was a troublemaker who was seriously injured by an ancient immortal lord expert. Don't cause trouble. Someone quickly reminded. At this moment, Xia Shang's face was gloomy. He angrily rushed into the windstorm restaurant and went straight to the balcony on the third floor. Soon, Xiaoshang and the other four arrived at the balcony. Yanran, who is he? Xiaoshang asked with a sullen face, staring fiercely at Feng Wuchen. Seeing Xiaoshang's gloomy face and the strange looks of the other four people, Feng Wuchen guessed that something bad had happened. Feng Wuchen was secretly helpless. Brat! How dare you take advantage of our big brother Xia's beloved? Are you tired of living? A young master stepped on a chair and said arrogantly. A toad wants to eat swan meat? Why don't you look at yourself in the mirror? Are you worthy of Sister Yanran? It's your fortune to be able to speak with her. A beautiful woman said with disgust. Feng Wuchen looked at the white brocade he was wearing. He did not see how poor he was. Brat, who are you? Which power do you belong to? Another young master asked coldly, full of hostility toward Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen said. Indifferently, a rogue cultivator. A rogue cultivator? You have guts to touch our big brother Xia's woman. The young master sneered. Big brother Xia, Qiushui, don't misunderstand. I just drank 8 attributes. It was too disgusting, so I sprayed it on his face. You know that I can't drink. Mo Yanran quickly explained, her face turning red. Obviously, she felt embarrassed that others saw her wiping Feng Wuchen's face. But in the eyes of others, it was not the case. Misunderstanding? Yanran, it's not that I want to criticize you, but of all people, you chose a trash like him? Aren't you afraid of embarrassing the Mo family? Qiushui glanced at Feng Wuchen with disdain. Brat! Say it. What did you do to Yanran? A young master shouted angrily, as if he wanted to beat Feng Wuchen up. Feng Wuchen shrugged and said, I didn't do anything. I'm telling the truth. I can't drink, so I sprayed it on his face. Mo Yanran explained again. You can't drink, but you still drank? You even wiped his face for him. Yanran, have you known each other for a long time? You know I like you, but you're still with another man. Xiaoshang was so angry that his face turned green. Before Xiaoshang could finish, Mo Yanran said angrily, Enough. You don't need to care about my business. Who I know is my business. Anyway, it's not what you think. It has nothing to do with him. It was not easy to come out, but she did not expect it to be so embarrassing. Mo Yanran's words made Xiaoshang even angrier. Mo Yanran actually defended Feng Wuchen. You've misunderstood. Miss Mo is telling the truth. We don't know each other. Feng Wuchen explained. Do you think we'll believe you? Qiushui said with disgust, glaring at Feng Wuchen fiercely. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, If you don't believe me, then forget it. I won't disturb you. I'll leave this seat to you. I'm sorry. Mo Yanran's face was apologetic. It's okay. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and was about to get up and leave. Brat, did I allow you to leave? A young master stopped Feng Wuchen and looked at him coldly. Gurujing. What are you doing? Seeing Gurujing being so arrogant and rude, Mo Yanran was really angry and immediately scolded him. Mo Yanran angrily stepped forward and pushed Gurujing away. Although it was just a small matter, it was indeed Mo Yanran's fault for spitting wine on Feng Wuchen's face. This already made her very embarrassed. Now that her friends came and wanted to deal with Feng Wuchen, she felt that her image was completely destroyed. This instantly ignited Mo Yanran's anger. I'm really sorry. I took your seat and caused you to be misunderstood. Mo Yanran apologized again. She was extremely embarrassed. It's okay. Feng Wuchen smiled and left magnanimously. He didn't care about Xiaoshang and the others at all. Feng Wuchen didn't take Gurujing's threat seriously at all. Compared to him, Xiaoshang and the others didn't know anything and kept targeting Feng Wuchen. They were too petty. Xiaoshang's face became more and more gloomy. The more he saw Mo Yanran siding with Feng Wuchen, the more unhappy he was. Seeing Feng Wuchen's smug look, Gurujing gritted his teeth and said angrily, This brat doesn't take me seriously at all. A young master quickly stopped Gurujing and said in a low voice, This is Feng restaurant. Don't cause trouble. Humph. Why are you pretending to be a gentleman? Just looking at you makes me feel disgusted. Qiu Shui said with disgust and looked at Feng Wuchen, who was leaving with disgust. Humph. Brat, you're lucky today, but this matter won't end here. Guru Jing stared coldly at Feng Wuchen. Although Xiaoshang didn't say anything, his fierce eyes were staring at Feng Wuchen. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, as if he couldn't wait to eat Feng Wuchen alive. Looking at Mo Yanran, Qiu Shui said again, Sister Yanran, who is he? Be careful not to be fooled by him. He's not a good person. He tricked you into wiping his face. Who knows what else he'll trick you in the future? That's right, Yanran. He's just pretending to deceive you. This kind of person is useless except for using flowery words to deceive women, another woman said. Enough. My good mood has been ruined by you. Mo Yanran's face was cold as she glared at Xiaoshang and the others. She didn't have the face to stay any longer and left angrily. The two girls didn't know what was going on. They kept saying that Feng Wuchen was a liar. Weren't they indirectly saying that Mo Yanran was a fool? It would be strange if Mo Yanran wasn't angry. Sister Yanran. Qiu Shui and Qiu Shui chased after her. Yanran. Yanran. Xiaoshang hurriedly chased after them. At the same time, he turned back to look at Guru Jing and Yi Shiwen. His ferocious eyes explained everything. Don't follow me. Mo Yanran shouted angrily. She was completely furious. That kid left the restaurant. Tang Qing, send someone to keep an eye on him. If we don't teach him a lesson, he won't know the consequences of being arrogant in front of us. He dares to touch Brother Xiao's woman. He's courting death. Guru Jing said coldly. Looking at Feng Wuchen walking on the street, Tang Qing smiled and said, as long as he leaves the restaurant, dealing with arrogant people like him will be our pleasure. Brother Xia seems to want to kill him. Let's capture him first and hand him to Brother Xia. Brother Xia must want to cripple him personally. Guru Jing said coldly. I'll send someone to keep an eye on him. He won't be able to run out of Wind and Fire City. Tang Qing sneered. Not long after leaving the restaurant, Feng Wuchen sensed that someone was secretly following him. Master, someone is following us. Seems like they sent them. Long Shinjian's voice came. Feng Wuchen said lightly, ignore them. Feng Wuchen didn't care and pretended not to know. Not long after, Feng Wuchen arrived at a medicine shop. Shopkeeper Liu, are there any treasures recently? Feng Wuchen just entered the medicine shop and asked with a smile. Seeing Feng Wuchen appear, shopkeeper Liu quickly went up to him and said with a happy smile, so it's little brother Feng. I've kept all the herbs and treasures for you. Wind and Fire City's medicine shop is also here. They've all been prepared for you. Many thanks, shopkeeper Liu. Feng Wuchen expressed his gratitude. Obviously, he had already discussed with the shopkeeper of Wind and Fire City's medicine shop. Once there were herbs and treasures, they would all be given to Feng Wuchen. Shopkeeper Liu took out a storage ring and handed it to Feng Wuchen. He smiled happily and said, there aren't many herbs and treasures. Feng Wuchen received the storage ring and smiled faintly, it's fine. As long as there are herbs and treasures, keep them for me. The more precious, the better. I'll come over when I have time. I also hope that shopkeeper Liu can help me make a trip to the nearby cities and forces. As long as they are willing to sell, I'll buy as many as they have. You want as many as you have? Isn't your appetite a little too big? With so many herbs and treasures, can you use them all up? If you buy them all, what about others? At this time, a slightly dissatisfied voice sounded. Feng Wuchen frowned and turned around to look. A young woman and a black-robed old man were looking at Feng Wuchen. The young woman was in her early 20s. She wore a white dress and was very beautiful. Her delicate face had a hint of arrogance and she was looking at Feng Wuchen with dissatisfaction. Ancient Immortal Emperor Realm Alchemist. Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised. He could tell that the old man was a powerful alchemist with a glance. His soul force was extremely powerful and vigorous. Feng Wuchen didn't expect to meet an Ancient Immortal Emperor Realm Alchemist in Wind Fire City. The woman in her early 20s was also an alchemist. Moreover, she was an Ancient Immortal King Realm Alchemist. Are the two of you also looking to buy herbs? Shopkeeper Lu asked politely. He bought all the herbs in the nearby cities. What else do we need to buy? Xian said angrily. Her attitude was a little rude. This? Shopkeeper Lu said awkwardly, as a businessman, we naturally try our best to satisfy the customer's request. We can't possibly reject the customer, right? I'm really sorry. The old man smiled faintly and said, Shopkeeper Lu, you've misunderstood. This old man brought his granddaughter out to train. He wanted to guide her in alchemy and buy some herbs. He didn't have any other intentions. However, the herbs in the nearby cities were all bought by someone. After hearing what you said, we knew that it was you who bought them. Humph. Even my grandfather doesn't need so much. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can compare to my grandfather? Xian said angrily. The more she looked at Feng Wuchen, the more she disliked him. Yuner, don't be rude. The black-robed old man immediately scolded. Then, he smiled at Feng Wuchen and said, Little brother, Yuner speaks without thinking. I hope you can forgive her for offending you. Senior, you're overthinking. I didn't take it to heart. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. He wouldn't lower himself to the level of a young woman. Xian's soul power was tyrannical, and she didn't show any mercy. Xian's soul power was already a threat to Feng Wuchen. Facing the threat, Feng Wuchen's eyes flashed with a cold light. He activated the ancestor of soul power, planning to teach Xian a lesson. Xian might be a young lady in her early 20s, but she was so ruthless. Moreover, Feng Wuchen didn't have any relationship with her, so he wouldn't spoil her. What kind of soul power is this? No, it's even more terrifying than soul power. Feeling the tyrannical soul power from Feng Wuchen, the old man's face instantly changed, and his heart beat wildly. Little brother, please show mercy. The old man hurriedly shouted. Things happened too suddenly, and the old man couldn't care less. He forcefully injected a strand of soul power into Xian's body. Boom. PFFF. 2 strands of soul power instantly collided. Even with the help of the old man's soul power, Xian was still shaken to the point that she spat out a mouthful of blood. The soul power she activated was instantly destroyed by Feng Wuchen. Even the soul power injected by the old man dissipated at the same time. Yuner. The old man was shocked, and his soul almost left his body. Feng Wuchen didn't move, and there wasn't any change in his expression. The moment Feng Wuchen made his move, the old man spoke, and Feng Wuchen withdrew a portion of the ancestor of soul power. Otherwise, Xian's life wouldn't be guaranteed. Seeing this scene, Shopkeeper Lu hurriedly hid, and his heart was filled with fear. This old senior seems to be alone, but why is he here in Firewind City? How is this possible, his soul power? Xian's face was pale as she looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. Xian couldn't believe it. Even with the help of her grandfather's soul power, she was still injured by Feng Wuchen. What kind of soul power is this? It can actually ignore the soul power of the old man, an ancient immortal emperor. The old man's heart trembled, and cold sweat broke out. He was incomparably shocked. The old man had never seen such a terrifying soul power. The moment they exchanged blows, he clearly felt that his soul power didn't exist. He had never encountered such a situation before. Thank you for showing mercy, little brother. Ignoring his shock, the old man hurriedly cupped his fists and thanked Xianxia. Feng Wuchen said coldly, Little girl, I'm not looking down on you, but you don't have the qualifications for me to look down on you. I didn't want to bicker with you, but you're really unreasonable. Your family didn't teach you well, so I'll teach you how to respect others. You. Xian instantly exploded with anger. As a genius alchemist, how could she bear to be humiliated in such a manner? The old man hurriedly pulled Xian and said, It's all old man's fault for not teaching him well. Yuner. Why aren't you apologizing to little brother? The old man scolded Xian angrily. After all, it was indeed Xian's fault. Both parties were free to buy and sell. Feng Wuchen was willing to buy, and the medicine shops in the surrounding cities were willing to sell. Xian couldn't attack Feng Wuchen because she couldn't buy the medicine. Not only was this rude, but it was also very unreasonable. This kind of young mistemper was spoiled. Grandfather, why should I apologize? He injured me. He humiliated me and wants me to apologize? Xian said arrogantly, her face full of grievance and unwillingness. Apologize. The old man angrily shouted, his face extremely ugly. Xian didn't know how terrifying Feng Wuchen was, but how could the old man not know? The old man's angry rebuke immediately frightened Xian, and she also realized something. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Xian held back her grievance and apologized. It was definitely the first time she saw the old man so angry. Although Xian was very unwilling, she still apologized. The old man hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Little brother, this girl has been spoiled and impatient. If she has offended you, I hope you won't take it to heart. When we return, old man will definitely discipline her severely. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Old senior, it's best that you stop cultivating the art. Your soul body is about to die," Feng Wuchen said indifferently. The old man was very polite, so Feng Wuchen wouldn't take it to heart. Seeing Feng Wuchen leave, the old man's face was already stiff, as if he had been petrified. He could tell? The old man's heart trembled, he couldn't believe it. Soul body is about to die? Xian was stunned, and her heart was instantly filled with anger. This was clearly cursing her grandfather. Xian wanted to chase after him to clarify, but she was stopped by the old man. Grandfather, is he very powerful? Why is grandfather so afraid of him? With grandfather's realm, who has he been afraid of in the immortal soul plane? Who has the Shinra temple been afraid of? After Feng Wuchen left, Xian asked curiously. She could naturally see the reason why the old man wanted her to apologize. You should have felt his soul power just now. Forcefully suppressing the shock in his heart, the old man said solemnly. At the same time, he urged his soul power to heal Xian's injuries. And, it's indeed very powerful. I've never seen this kind of soul power. Has grandfather seen it before? Xian nodded. The old man said solemnly, grandfather has also never seen this kind of soul power. Its existence is above soul power. This person's soul power is very terrifying. Even grandfather felt a strong sense of danger. This kind of soul power is extraordinary. Even if grandfather's realm is higher than his, that soul power can still hurt grandfather. Grandfather's soul power is no threat to him. The old man was an ancient immortal emperor realm alchemist. Not to mention the immortal soul plane, even in the southern immortal domain, he had a certain amount of prestige. This was the first time he felt such a strong sense of danger from a junior. What shocked the old man even more was that even with his experience, he didn't know what kind of soul power Feng Wuchen was using. What? Even with a higher cultivation base, I can't block that kind of soul power? Xian's beautiful eyes widened as her heart trembled. Thinking back to how she was injured by the old man's soul power, only then did she dare to believe it. The old man nodded, this person's background is terrifying. You absolutely cannot offend him. Earlier, he already showed mercy or you would already be dead. Grandfather wouldn't be able to save you. Even if grandfather acted personally, I'm afraid I would still die. He isn't wrong in this matter. You are the one who is unreasonable and even dared to act so ruthlessly. In the future, you have to change this bad temper of yours. If you meet this person in the future, you must not offend him. If there's a chance, it would be for the best if you can get acquainted with him. It would be of great help to you in the future. Although Feng Wuchen was only an ancient immortal general realm alchemist, the terror of the ancestor of soul force wasn't something that could be suppressed just because of one's cultivation base. As long as Feng Wuchen was willing, even ancient immortal emperors would have to die. I understand, grandfather. Xian's lips twitched. Let's go and take a look at the wind inn. The old man calmly spoke. How did he see through it? Not many people know about the condition of the old man's soul body. The old man was secretly puzzled. Seeing the two of them leaving, shopkeeper Lu finally dared to come out. He muttered, Shinra Temple's palace lord, Dongfeng Wushan. It's really him. The #1 alchemist in the immortal soul plane. I didn't expect him to be so afraid of little brother Feng Wuchen. Shopkeeper Lu's heart was filled with shock. The palace lord of the Shinra Temple, the #1 alchemist in the immortal soul world, was actually so fearful of a young man and even asked his granddaughter to apologize. Luckily, it was only shopkeeper Lu who saw it. If others saw it, the immortal soul world would definitely be shaken. "Master, what's wrong with that senior soul?" Long Xinjian asked curiously. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, "There's a problem with the technique he's cultivating, causing his soul to be severely damaged. He should have been stuck at the ancient immortal emperor realm for many years because of the technique. If not for the ancient demonic eye, I wouldn't have been able to tell. If not for his sincere apology, I wouldn't have reminded him. If he continues to cultivate that technique, he will definitely die within a month. Since there's a problem with the technique, why does he still cultivate it? With his cultivation level, it's impossible that he doesn't know." Divine Eyes asked. Feng Wuchen shrugged and said, "How would I know? Maybe there's another reason." As for the reason, Feng Wuchen didn't care at all. After all, it had nothing to do with him. However, just as Feng Wuchen was about to return to Feng Restaurant, the people who were secretly monitoring him stopped him. They were the guards of the Tang family sent by Tang Qing. There were a total of 6 of them. The leader of the guards was a 5-star ancient immortal king. His strength was far above Feng Wuchen. "Kid, come with us. My young master wants to see you," the man in the lead said coldly and threateningly. Glancing coldly at the 6 of them, Feng Wuchen asked expressionlessly, "Who sent you? Come back with us and you'll know. Don't force us to make a move," the man in the lead said fiercely. If Feng Wuchen didn't cooperate, he would make a move. "If your young master wants to see me, let him come. I'm at Feng Restaurant," Feng Wuchen said coldly, ignoring the man's threat. "Humph. Since you're courting death, don't blame us." The man in the lead's face darkened. Just as he was about to make a move, the 6 of them were instantly stunned. Feng Wuchen suddenly and strangely disappeared right before their eyes. The 6 of them didn't even have time to react. Where is he? Why did he disappear? What's going on? The 6 of them were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had encountered such a strange thing. "Quick, go back and report to the young master." The 6 of them ran away in fear. At this time, Feng Wuchen had already returned to Feng Restaurant. "Grandpa, look, it's him. That person just now, he also came to Feng Restaurant." As soon as Feng Wuchen entered the restaurant, Ziyun saw him. Dongfang Wushan looked at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen also noticed them. "Little brother, we meet again. Would you do me the honor of having a drink with this old man?" Dongfang Wushan smiled indifferently and was very polite. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen said softly, "All right." With the lesson just now, Ziyun didn't dare to be rude in front of Feng Wuchen. She didn't even dare to look directly at Feng Wuchen. She was still a little nervous. Dongfang Wushan gave Feng Wuchen a cup of fire attribute wine and asked with a smile, "Old man, Dongfang Wushan, how should I address you?" "Feng Wuchen." Feng Wuchen smiled. Dongfang Wushan nodded and smiled. "The 8 attributes have already spread throughout the immortal soul realm. I heard that it can help Xian immortals and ancient immortal generals improve their cultivation." "It's true." Old man also came because of curiosity. "The 8 attributes are indeed good wine." Feng Wuchen drank a cup and smiled. "If Senior Dongfang likes it, you can take some back. Although the effect is ordinary, it's still very helpful for Xian immortals and ancient immortal generals." "Hee, of course." Dongfang Wushan smiled and nodded. Yanran. Yanran. Xiaoshang and Qiu Shui chased them to the Mo residence, but Mo Yanran stopped them at the door and ordered the guards not to let them in. "Why are you stopping us? Get out of the way!" Qiu Shui shouted at the guards. "Young Master Xia, Lady Qiu Shui, I'm sorry. I can't let you in. I don't dare to disobey Mrs. orders." The guards smiled bitterly. Although they were Mo family guards, they didn't dare to offend Xiaoshang. After all, their status was there. "Yanran is too much. We're doing this for her, but she's so cruel to us because of another man. If we're really cheated, I don't care," Qiu Shui said unhappily. "Alright, stop talking," Xiaoshang said with a sullen face. "Big brother Xia, we're doing this for Sister Yanran. Since she doesn't want to see us, why are we still here? I have a temper too. Another girl said angrily and turned to leave. Young Master Xia, I think you should go back first. It'll be troublesome when the family head comes out. The Mo family guard smiled bitterly. Big brother Xia, let's go. When the family head comes out, we'll be in trouble. Xiao Shui panicked and quickly pulled Xiaoshang away. Brat. I won't forgive you. Xiaoshang said viciously in his heart. His face was gloomy as he left angrily. The more Xiaoshang thought about it, the angrier he became. How could Xiaoshang bear to wipe the face and explain for a man he didn't know? Tang Qing. Gurujing. Did you catch him? Xiaoshang asked through voice transmission. His voice was filled with anger. Big brother Xia, we didn't catch him. However, he said that if you want to see him, go to Feng Restaurant. He lives there. Gurujing's voice came. Big brother Xia, Feng Restaurant has an ancient immortal lord expert. We can't offend them. Tang Qing reminded him through voice transmission. Then ask them for him. It's not like our Xia family doesn't have an ancient immortal lord expert. Do you think our three great families are afraid of Feng Restaurant? Xiaoshang said angrily through voice transmission. He was so angry that he couldn't bear it. Big brother Xia seems very angry. Tang Qing shook his head. Gurujing spread out his hands and said, who wouldn't be angry that the woman he likes is so close to another man? Moreover, Big brother Xia has a bad temper. Let's go to the Feng Restaurant. The Feng Restaurant has refused to cooperate with us, so we can take this opportunity to see the strength of the Feng Restaurant. My father and the elders are still dissatisfied with the Feng Restaurant because of this. With the Xia family helping us, we have nothing to fear. Feng Restaurant won't become enemies with our three great families because of him. Tang Qing nodded. 10 minutes later, Xiaoshang, Gurujing, and Tang Qing returned to Feng Restaurant again. They brought dozens of ancient immortal kings with them. Shopkeeper Mu. Hand over that brat on the 3rd floor. Xiaoshang entered the restaurant and shouted at Shopkeeper Mu with a fierce face. Young Master Xia, Feng Restaurant has rules. We have to ensure the safety of those who drink in Feng Restaurant. I hope young Master Xia won't cause trouble in Feng Restaurant. Shopkeeper Mu smiled. Our three great families don't want to become enemies with Feng Restaurant. However, I must ask for him today. If Feng Restaurant doesn't agree, don't blame us for being impolite. It's not like our three great families don't have ancient immortal lords. Xiaoshang threatened. So you're looking for me? I'm here. Feng Wuchen suddenly said. Feng Wuchen is on the 1st floor of the restaurant. This is the location chosen by Dongfeng Wushan. Hearing Feng Wuchen's voice, Xiaoshang and the other two turned their heads at the same time. As soon as they saw Feng Wuchen, their faces immediately darkened. Stinking brat, don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because you're hiding in Feng Restaurant. Xiaoshang walked over with a gloomy face. Dongfeng Wushan and Ziyun's faces did not change, as if they did not see anything. I'm not hiding. I'm the one who told you that I'm in Feng Restaurant. I knew that you would find trouble with me, so I told your people. Feng Wuchen shrugged without fear. Little brother Feng seems to be in trouble. Dongfeng Wushan smiled indifferently. Senior Dongfeng, drink slowly. I'll take care of something first. Feng Wuchen smiled. Since others came to find him, Feng Wuchen should also respond. Dongfeng Wushan did not have any intention of helping. In his opinion, these people could not do anything to Feng Wuchen. Shopkeeper Mu quickly walked over and said in a deep voice, 3 young masters, are you planning to cause trouble in Feng Restaurant? If you affect the restaurant's noise, I'll count you 3 as the culprit. Shopkeeper Mu, you don't need to threaten me. I won't make a move in Feng Restaurant. This brat touched my woman. I want to touch him now. If you have the ability, try to stop me. Xiaoshang shouted angrily. I didn't expect him to be this kind of person. Ziyun secretly despised in her heart. Dongfeng Wushan was also surprised, but he did not make any presumptuous assertions. The other people in the restaurant have nothing to do with me. I'm only looking for him. Whoever stops me will die. Xiaoshang shouted angrily. As soon as he saw Feng Wuchen, he could not control the monstrous anger in his heart. Young Master Xia. This is Feng Restaurant. If you want to cause trouble in Feng Restaurant, you'd better think carefully. A waiter reminded. Get lost. It's not your Feng Restaurant's turn to call the shots in Firestorm City. Don't threaten me. If you don't want to die, shut up. If you touch my woman, even Feng Restaurant can't protect you. Xiaoshang shouted angrily. His vicious eyes stared at Feng Wuchen as a cold murderous aura swept out. Shopkeeper Mu, this has nothing to do with you. You don't need to get involved. Feng Wuchen smiled and gestured for Shopkeeper Mu to step back. Brat, this young master has said that this matter will not end here. You dare to touch Big Brother Xiao's woman, you will soon know what will happen to you. Guru Jing sneered, drag this stinking brat out. Feng Wuchen shrugged, and his expression didn't change. That brat really has guts. He even dares to touch young Master Xiao's woman. The consequences of angering young Master Xia are very serious. Did I hear wrongly? This brat touched young Master Xiao's woman? This is simply courting death. Isn't that so? Who doesn't know Fiery Wind City's young Master Xiao's temper? Even if Feng Restaurant is strong, they might not become enemies with the three great clans because of this brat. Otherwise, they won't be able to operate the restaurant. I also heard that Feng Restaurant refused to cooperate with the Fiery Wind City's clans because of the conflict. If Feng Restaurant interferes, it will definitely anger Patriarch Xia. I'm afraid that a war will break out. In Feng Restaurant, the cultivators were discussing in low voices. As soon as Guru Jing finished speaking, two ancient immortal king guards quickly stepped forward, intending to drag Feng Wuchen out of the restaurant. This was already the biggest concession Xiaoshang could make. After all, unless it was a last resort, he did not want to offend Feng Restaurant. However, if Feng Restaurant insisted on interfering, Xiaoshang was not afraid. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ah! Just as the two guards stretched out their hands, a figure suddenly flashed and appeared. As sword light flashed, the two guards suddenly screamed. Both of them had an arm cut off and blood gushed out. The person who attacked was a two-star ancient immortal lord. The sudden scene scared everyone pale with fright. Feng Restaurant really dared to attack. Xiaoshang, Guru Jing, and Tang Qing's faces became extremely ugly. They did not expect that Feng Restaurant would really become enemies with the three great clans for Feng Wuchen. No matter who it is, if you dare to cause trouble in Feng Restaurant, this is the first warning. Feng Restaurant has its rules. As long as he is in the restaurant, we have to ensure his safety. If you attack here, you are not putting Feng Restaurant in your eyes. Your matter has nothing to do with Feng Restaurant. You can wait until he leaves Feng Restaurant before attacking. Feng Restaurant will not interfere, the person said coldly. Humph. Do you really think that I'm afraid of Feng Restaurant? Xiaoshang said gloomily. The person who came immediately placed his sword on Xiaoshang's neck and said coldly, try it. I don't believe that you dare to touch me. If you kill me, the three great clans will not let Feng Restaurant go. At that time, you can forget about establishing yourself in Fiery Wind City. Xiaoshang shouted angrily, staring fiercely at the ancient immortal lord. You are so confident? The ancient immortal lord said coldly, emitting a cold killing intent. My Xia clan has ancient immortal lords. If you want to start a war, go ahead and try it. Xiaoshang said fiercely. The moment he felt the killing intent, he was a little scared. Young master, the news has been sent back. The patriarch and the others will be here soon. A guard said respectfully. Xiaoshang felt relieved and said coldly, stinking brat, today, even Feng Restaurant will not be able to protect you. Is that so? Feng Wuchen smiled indifferently. Since Feng Jiu has intervened, it seems that today's battle is inevitable. This young master also wants to see what kind of strength Feng Jiu has to stand up for this little brat. Guru Jing said coldly, immediately send someone back to invite my father and the elders over. Of course, the Tang clan won't just stand by and watch. It's time for the Windy Fire City to get lively. The battle between the three great clans will definitely be very lively. Let's make this matter bigger and let everyone in the Windy Fire City come and watch. Tang Qing said indifferently. Start a war? The ancient immortal lord put down his sword and said coldly, "The three great clans have ignored Feng Restaurant's rules and insisted on fighting in Feng Restaurant. Everyone has seen it. Since you want to start a war, I will wait for the three great clans to come." The ancient immortal lord was very unyielding and didn't want to give in. As soon as he said this, the hearts of the people in Feng Restaurant trembled. They were all guessing Feng Restaurant's strength. Xiaxia and the other two young masters' expressions became more and more unsightly. The ancient immortal lord was so confident and fearless. Could it be that Feng Restaurant was hiding an even stronger strength? The people recruited by Jianchou are not bad. Feng Wuchen was very satisfied with this person's performance. The people behind Feng Restaurant are not simple. Dongfeng Wushan thought. His impression of Feng Restaurant was very good. "Xiaoshang, Gurujing, Tang Qing, I will give you a chance. Since you have chosen to start a war, Feng Restaurant will take this opportunity to let everyone in Fiery Wind City know that no one can break the rules of Feng Restaurant." The ancient immortal lord coldly said. Looking at the people in the restaurant, the ancient immortal lord continued, "Everyone, in order to not harm the innocent, please leave the restaurant temporarily. After the battle, you are welcome to come back at any time." As soon as the ancient immortal monarch finished speaking, the cultivators in the restaurant left one after another. No one dared to stay behind. Dongfeng Wushan and Ziyun also left the restaurant. Only Xiaoshang and the other two young masters, as well as a few dozen ancient immortal kings, remained in the inn. "Grandpa, isn't that Feng Wuchen too daring? He even dares to touch other people's women. I didn't expect him to be such a shameless person." Ziyun's face was filled with disdain. Her impression of Feng Wuchen instantly fell to the bottom. Dongfeng Wushan didn't say anything. He thought to himself, is it a coincidence? Feng Restaurant, Feng Wuchen. Could it be that the person behind Feng Restaurant is Feng Wuchen? The three great clans aren't weak. Would Feng Restaurant really incur their hatred for an outsider? Or maybe Feng Restaurant's strength is far above the three great clans. Although it was just a guess, Dongfeng Wushan believed that Feng Wuchen was the person behind Feng Restaurant. Dongfeng Wushan didn't believe that there were so many coincidences. "Grandpa, what do you think will happen to Feng Wuchen?" Ziyun asked again. Dongfeng Wushan smiled faintly, "You'll know when you wait patiently." At this moment, the news had already spread. Knowing that the three great clans and Feng Restaurant were about to start a war, a large number of cultivators had already rushed to Windfire City. The streets around Feng Restaurant were filled with people. A large number of cultivators were also densely packed in the air, waiting to watch the show. "Shopkeeper Mu, your cultivation is too weak. Leave." The ancient immortal monarch ordered. Yes. Shopkeeper Mu and a few waiters left one after another. The three great clans all have ancient immortal monarchs. The Xia clan even has a 3-star ancient immortal monarch. They are very strong. Can the restaurant master's people deal with them? Shopkeeper Mu was secretly worried. Looking at the fearless attitude of the ancient immortal monarch, Xiaoshang and the other two young masters started to panic. They started to regret being too impulsive. Could it be that there was an even more terrifying expert or power behind Feng Restaurant? If that was the case, the consequences would be unimaginable. The three great clans would suffer great losses. The ancient immortal monarch simply stood there, not saying anything. The more he acted like he was in control of everything, the more afraid Xiaoshang and the others became. "You guys seem to be very scared." Feng Wuchen suddenly laughed, intentionally provoking Xiaoshang and the others. "Stinking brat, don't be complacent. When the battle starts, this young master will be the first to kill you." Gurujing said viciously, his fierce eyes staring at Feng Wuchen. "Stinking brat. Don't even think about leaving here alive." Xiaoshang shouted angrily, pretending to be calm. Feng Wuchen spread out his hands and smiled fearlessly. "Then I'll wait." The ancient immortal lord glanced at Feng Wuchen as he mused, "This brat is even calmer than me. Could it be that he really thinks that the Fengyan is very powerful? The owner of the restaurant is really something. Why must he set such a rule? Isn't this affecting the restaurant's business?" If the ancient immortal lords knew that this man before them was their tower master, it was unknown what kind of expression they would have. About 10 minutes later, the patriarchs and elders of the three great clans, as well as many ancient immortal kings, arrived. Waves of tyrannical and terrifying aura spread out. 3-star ancient immortal lords, there were also several ancient immortal lords. Patriarch Xia and the others are here. Someone shouted. Patriarch Tang and Ge family are here too. It seems like the battle is really about to start. Is the Fengyan really that powerful? Do they really dare to start a war with the three great clans? Perhaps we can find out who is behind the Fengyan in this battle. We can also find out the strength of the Fengyan. The surrounding cultivators were in an uproar. Almost everyone wanted to know the strength of the Fengyan and the owner of the Fengyan. Inside the inn, Xiaoshang and the others were relieved when they heard the commotion outside. Stinking brat, our people are here. This young master wants to see how you die. The Fengyan might not be able to protect you. Ge Rujing shouted angrily. Feng Wuchen was too lazy to pay attention to him. He continued drinking, as if he was watching a show. After a while, the patriarchs and elders of the three great clans entered the Fengyan. Shang what happened? Patriarch Xia asked solemnly. Qing are you all right? Patriarch Tang asked in a panic. He thought that something big had happened. He was relieved when he saw that Qing was fine. Rujing, what happened? Ge family's patriarch asked in a deep voice. Patriarchs and elders, the three of them ignored the rules of the Fengyan and insisted on attacking our guests in the inn. They even threatened to start a war with the Fengyan, the ancient immortal lord said coldly. Father, this stinking brat insulted Yanran. I won't let him go. The Fengyan must protect him. They don't put us in their eyes at all. Xiaoshang gritted his teeth and said angrily. Who are you? Patriarch Xia looked at Feng Wuchen who was drinking and asked. I'm just a nameless junior. Because of a small misunderstanding, your son got jealous and wanted to deal with me, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. He was neither servile nor overbearing. I didn't expect the Fengyan to become enemies with the three great clans because of a guest. Fengyan is so impressive, Ge family's patriarch said coldly, his face darkening. Fengyan has no right to call the shots in Windfire City, Patriarch Tang shouted angrily. Stop talking nonsense. The rules are the rules. No one can break them, not even you guys. If you want to start a war, you have to answer me clearly so that I can give the order. The ancient immortal lord was still fearless. Old man, I want to see what gives the Fengyan the confidence to be so arrogant in Windfire City. An old man said indifferently. This person was a 3-star ancient immortal lord, stronger than the ancient immortal lord of the Fengyan. This person was an expert that Patriarch Xia was acquainted with. So you want to start a war? The ancient immortal lord asked coldly, his eyes turning fierce. As soon as the ancient immortal lord finished speaking, more than 10 people appeared in the inn. There were 5 ancient immortal lords and the rest were ancient immortal kings. What? Just these few people? Patriarch Tang said disdainfully. I thought that Fengyan was powerful, but it turns out that this is all you have. Xiaoshang mocked with disdain. Ge Rujing could not help but laugh. Haha. What a joke. You were so arrogant just now, but this is all you have? Stinking brat, Fengyan can't protect you anymore. Our three great clans will uproot your Fengyan today. We will. Control the 8 attributes. Xiaoshang sneered proudly, as if he wanted to eat Fengyan. Attack. Patriarch Xia ordered coldly. This was a good opportunity. Since Fengyan refused to cooperate with them, they would destroy Fengyan, seize the 8 attributes formula, and sell it themselves. The experts of the 3 great clans attacked one after another, and a powerful force was released, causing the inn to tremble. Whoever attacks will be killed. The ancient immortal lord said coldly, and the aura of a 2-star ancient immortal lord erupted. 2-star ancient immortal lord, this old man does not put you in his eyes. The 3-star ancient immortal lord said coldly. Swish. At this moment, a figure flashed and a sword light fell, and the head of the Xia clan's great elder fell to the ground. An even more terrifying killing intent spread out, causing people's hearts to tremble, and their bodies to stiffen. 3-star ancient immortal lord is not much. Jian Cho said coldly. Great elder. Xia family head, Xiaoshang, and the rest were shocked. Xianxiao's speed was too fast. No one, including the three-star ancient immortal lord, could react in time. This scene had undoubtedly frightened the three great families out of their wits. No one dared to move. They were instantly intimidated. He's a four-star ancient immortal lord. What a terrifying killing intent. Feng Restaurant's strength is indeed terrifying. A four-star ancient immortal lord is enough to suppress the three great families. No wonder Feng Restaurant is so fearless. They're not afraid of the three great families at all. Outside the restaurant, there were also exclamations. The expert from Feng Restaurant was even stronger than the Xia family's three-star ancient immortal lord. Who else wants to test Feng Restaurant's strength? Step forward, Xianxiao said coldly. He held the grade 5 ancient immortal sword in his hand, looking majestic. The three great families were like mice that had seen a cat. They retreated in fear. 4-star ancient immortal lord. Grade 5 ancient immortal weapon. The 3-star ancient immortal lord's expression changed drastically. He felt as though his heart was being crushed by a mountain. That's right. Xianqiao was already a 4-star ancient immortal lord. He even had a grade 5 ancient immortal weapon in his hand. His combat strength was definitely strong. You want to behave atrociously in my Wind restaurant? Your three great clans are not qualified. Either you scram or you will end up like him. Of course, I don't mind killing all of you, Xianqiao said with his grade 5 ancient immortal artifact in hand. Every single word he spoke was filled with cold and ferocious killing intent. Xianqiao's move of killing the chicken to warn the monkey was extremely effective. Even the 3-star ancient immortal lord of the Xia family was stunned. The three great families were extremely frightened. They were powerless against such a powerful ancient immortal lord. Xiaoshang and the other two young masters did not dare to fart. They were completely terrified. It seems like you don't intend to let this go. Xianqiao stared coldly at the 3-star ancient immortal lord. He pointed his sword and said coldly, "Fine. You said you want to fight, right? Then I'll start with you. Let me see what a 3-star ancient immortal lord is capable of." No. I'll leave now. The old man was so frightened that he retreated and ran out of the restaurant. We'll leave now. Patriarch Xia said in fear. He immediately led Xiaoshang and the others out of the restaurant. Brat. If you have the guts, don't leave Feng Restaurant. Otherwise, I'll tear you to shreds. Xiaoshang's angry roar could be heard. I'll be waiting. Feng Wuchen grinned. The members of the Gu family and the Tang family also rushed out in fear. No one dared to stay in the restaurant. A 4-star ancient immortal lord with the support of a grade 5 ancient immortal artifact was more than enough to wipe out the three great clans. Humph. You sure run fast, Xianqiao said with a mocking sneer. Then, with a dashing wave of his hand, he kept the ancient immortal sword into his body. Windstorm Restaurant's loss will be borne by your three great clans. 3 days later, you will personally come and apologize. Otherwise, there will be no place for your three great clans in Windstorm City. Xianqiao's cold voice resounded from the restaurant. Domineering and mighty. What three great clans? They are just a bunch of cowards. An ancient immortal monarch sneered. I thought we could start a massacre today. The moment Big Brother Xianqiao made a move, they were scared out of their wits. Another ancient immortal monarch spread his hands and laughed. Xianqiao laughed. I hope this time, the nearby forces will be wary of us. Otherwise, some blind people will come to the restaurant to cause trouble and delay our cultivation time. The third-rate forces don't dare to make a move. This time, the three great clans of Windstorm City have been intimidated. The other forces will not dare to have any evil thoughts. As for the stronger forces, they don't care about the 8 attributes. During this period of time, you can temporarily rely on spirit origin stones to cultivate. I will provide you with powerful cultivation resources as soon as possible. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. What? You're going to provide us with cultivation resources? More than a dozen cultivators looked at Feng Wuchen in astonishment. He is the owner of Windstorm Restaurant. Xianqiao said with a smile. What? He is the owner? More than 10 cultivators widened their eyes in disbelief. The person they wanted to protect was actually the owner of Windstorm Restaurant, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. My name is Feng Wuchen, the owner of Windstorm Restaurant. Greetings, owner. After the shocked cultivators reacted, they immediately bowed respectfully. What is your name? Feng Wuchen looked at the two-star ancient immortal monarch and asked with a faint smile. This subordinate is Ning Tiancheng. Ning Tiancheng said respectfully. Feng Wuchen nodded and said with a smile, you performed very well just now. You were very decisive, very calm, and very courageous. Owner, I was just scaring them. If they really fought, the restaurant would be gone. Ning Tiancheng said with an awkward smile. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and more than 10 spatial rings flew out. He said with a faint smile, these spatial rings are for you to cultivate. Give me some time, and I will help you raise your cultivation. Spatial rings? The expressions of Ning Tiancheng and the others changed greatly. They looked at Xianxia at the same time, as if they had guessed something. Dragon Soul. Xianxia nodded. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, Windstorm Restaurant is just earning spirit source stones, and it can be considered as a cover. Your mission is to protect Windstorm Restaurant while continuously strengthening Dragon Soul. I will provide you with everything. What I want is loyalty, absolute loyalty. Understood. Xianxia and the others said respectfully. This is just the beginning, Feng Wuchen said solemnly. I hope you all will do your best and don't disappoint me. I can help you all stand at the peak of the ancient immortal world and become the top experts in the ancient immortal world. We pledge our lives to owner. The cultivators said respectfully, their blood boiling. Owner, Yi Hongyun sent people to the Mystic Palace to find your whereabouts. This subordinate is worried that they will come to Windstorm Restaurant. Xianxia reported with worry in his heart. Yi Hongyun's strength was terrifying, and the power behind her was even more terrifying. They were no match for Yi Hongyun now. Don't worry, you all just need to focus on strengthening Dragon Soul. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. He was not worried at all. Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen. At this moment, a voice filled with worry and anxiety came from outside the restaurant. Miss Mo? Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised. He then said, you all can go back to work. Yes. Owner. Xianxia and the others disappeared. After a while, Mo Yanran rushed in. Seeing that Feng Wuchen was safe, she was instantly relieved. Feng Wuchen, Xiaoshang and the others didn't do anything to you, right? Mo Yanran asked. She rushed over as soon as she heard the news. I'm fine. Windstorm Restaurant has taken care of it. Feng Wuchen smiled. I'm sorry. This was all because of me. They went too far. I will never forgive them. Mo Yanran blamed herself. She was extremely disappointed in Xiaoshang and the others. This has nothing to do with you. Don't blame yourself. I will treat you to a drink. Feng Wuchen smiled and led Mo Yanran to the 3rd floor. Windstorm Restaurant continued its business. When the Wind Restaurant opened for business, many cultivators could not wait to rush in to buy. The 8 attributes were still very popular. Grandfather, are we not going in? Outside the restaurant, Xian asked, as if she wanted to know if Feng Wuchen was that kind of shameless person. Let's go back. Dongfeng Wuxian smiled indifferently. Although he wanted to ask how Feng Wuchen saw his situation, it was not convenient to disturb him now. Grandfather, didn't Feng Wuchen say that your soul is about to die? Grandfather, are you not going to ask clearly? Ziyun asked again. Although she did not know the reason, she guessed that it was related to Dongfeng Wuxian's life. Dongfeng Wuxian smiled indifferently, he might not be able to help grandfather, let's go. Grandfather, what's wrong with your soul? Grandfather, are you hiding something from me? Ziyun asked worriedly. Haha, nothing. Dongfeng Wuxian smiled lightly. On the balcony of the restaurant's 3rd floor, Feng Wuchen also saw Dongfeng Wuxian and Ziyun leaving. Xiaoshang and the others are simply unreasonable. The more Mo Yanran said, the more agitated and angry she became. Actually, I can understand Xiaoshang's feelings. He likes you and naturally can't tolerate you being close to other men. However, his way of doing things is too extreme. Feng Wuchen smiled indifferently. I don't like him. If not for the friendship between our two families and my grandfather forcing me, I would not have ignored him. Mo Yanran said. From her eyes, it could be seen that not only did she not like Xiaoshang, she even hated him. Feng Wuchen smiled indifferently. You can decide your own matters. No one can force you. Oh right, Feng Wuchen, are you not going to leave Firestorm City? Although you are safe in the Wind Restaurant, once you leave, they will not let you go. Mo Yanran said worriedly. The Dragon Soul had just been established, so it was impossible for Feng Wuchen to leave Firestorm City. Feng Wuchen drank a cup of wine and smiled. Thank you for your concern, but I don't plan to leave Firestorm City for the time being. It's not the right time yet. If Xiaoshang wants to deal with me, it won't be that easy. At the very least, the three great clans won't dare to behave atrociously in Firestorm Restaurant unless they find someone stronger. This wasn't impossible. Back then, Han Yekong had invited Hua Tianlang to kill Snow Wind Valley's Valley Master and two great elders. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. Of course, Feng Wuchen was not worried because the Dragon Soul was also rapidly growing stronger. This could be considered a lesson for Xiaoshang. As long as Xiaoshang did not go overboard, Feng Wuchen would not deal with him. Otherwise, the three great families would not have left Feng Restaurant. Alright. Seeing Feng Wuchen insist on staying, Mo Yanran knew that it was useless to say anything more. Feng Wuchen poured a glass of wine for Mo Yanran and said with a faint smile, let's not talk about these unhappy things. Let's drink. Xia clan. Patriarch Xia and the rest had gloomy faces. The entire hall was filled with a terrifying murderous aura. The three great clans moved out with great momentum, as if they were ready to go to war with Feng Restaurant. But what no one expected was that not only was the great elder of the Xia clan killed, but he was also scared away by Feng Restaurant, like a stray dog. Xia clan's face was completely lost. This had undoubtedly become the laughingstock of Firestorm City. Damned Feng Restaurant. Patriarch Xia Rend exploded in anger. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. His face was flushed red and he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. As the head of Firestorm City's four great clans, when had he suffered such humiliation? When had he been in such a sorry state? When had he been so humiliated? Not long after Feng Restaurant was established, its limelight had overshadowed Xia clan, which made Xia clan extremely dissatisfied. Now, Xia clan's face was completely lost in front of everyone in Firestorm City. Such humiliation, how could they bear it? Patriarch, our Xia clan's face has been completely lost today. How can we establish ourselves in Firestorm City in the future? We can't let this matter rest. We must fight Feng Restaurant to the death. An elder gritted his teeth and said angrily. His old face was extremely ferocious. The second elder said fiercely, after killing the great elder, Feng Restaurant wants us to apologize 3 days later. Impossible. I don't believe that Feng Restaurant can destroy our three great clans. Our Xia clan and Feng Restaurant will fight to the death. We still have to avenge the great elder. Fight to the death. Avenge the great elder. Everyone roared with ferocious expressions. A 4-star ancient immortal lord with the support of a grade 5 ancient immortal weapon. This person's strength is enough to fight against a 5-star ancient immortal lord. This old man is really helpless. Patriarch Xia, I'm sorry that I couldn't help. The old man shook his head helplessly. Xia Ren suppressed the monstrous anger in his heart and said, Senior Qin Yang, you don't have to blame yourself. We also didn't expect Feng Restaurant to have a 4-star ancient immortal lord. Today's humiliation can't be forgotten. Patriarch Xia, this old man won't stand by and do nothing. It's just a 4-star ancient immortal lord. It's not like the old man doesn't know any experts. Qin Yang said solemnly. This time, it was not only for the Xia clan, but also for himself. As an ancient immortal lord expert, how could Qin Yang be willing to be scared away in front of so many people in Firestorm City and lose face? Hearing this, Xia Rend was overjoyed and hurriedly said, it would be great if Senior Qin Yang knows any experts. I hope Feng Restaurant doesn't hide any stronger strength. Qin Yang said solemnly, the old man will be back in 3 days. Patriarch Xia, farewell. Senior Qin Yang, take care. Xia Ren smiled happily. That's great. Patriarch, with the help of experts invited by Senior Qin, there's no need to be afraid that we can't destroy Feng Restaurant. That's right. As long as Senior Qin finds a 5-star or 6-star ancient immortal lord expert, Feng Restaurant will be nothing. Feng Restaurant offended Senior Qin. It's time for them to die. With Qin Yang's words, everyone in the Xia clan felt more at ease. Complacent and gloating smiles appeared on their faces. 3 days later, either Feng Restaurant or our 3 great clans will be destroyed. Xia Ren said fiercely. He had already made up his mind. After all, this concerned the status and face of the 3 great clans in Firestorm City. Feng Restaurant and the 3 great clans would forever be the laughingstock of Firestorm City. Xia Ren would never allow such a thing to happen. Immediately send the news to the Tang clan and the Gu clan. 3 days later, we will do our best to destroy Feng Restaurant. Xia Ren ordered coldly. Xianxia, who is that Feng Wuchen? Xia Ren asked. I don't know who he is. I've never seen him before. Xiaoshang said gloomily. The anger in his eyes was about to erupt. Xiaoshang clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. He said ferociously, Feng Wuchen. You have caused my Xia clan to lose face and made it difficult for me to raise my head in front of others in the future. I will never forgive you. After destroying Feng Restaurant, I will tear you into pieces with my own hands. Men, keep an eye on Feng Restaurant at all times. Keep an eye on that brat Feng Wuchen. As long as he takes half a step away from Feng Restaurant, report back immediately. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 6-star ancient immortal general. Within the divine ring, Feng Wuchen slowly opened his eyes. His cultivation had broken through to the 6-star ancient immortal general realm. 3 days had passed in the outside world, and Feng Wuchen had been cultivating in the divine ring for half a month. Coupled with the cultivation of his Yuan spirit avatar, he had broken through to the 6-star ancient immortal general realm. Feng Wuchen clenched his fists and smiled. With the strength of my physical body, I should be able to withstand the attack of a 1-star ancient immortal king. In terms of combat power, I should be able to contend with a 9-star ancient immortal general. Master, hurry up and raise the grade of the ancient immortal artifact. The power of a grade 1 ancient immortal artifact is too weak. If you raise it to grade 5, you might be able to contend with an ancient immortal king. Long Xinjian transmitted. How can it be so ridiculous? Feng Wuchen rolled his eyes and said, the power of an ancient immortal king is much stronger than a 9-star ancient immortal general. Unless my cultivation reaches the level of an 8 or 9-star ancient immortal general, I won't be able to defeat an ancient immortal king. There's no hurry to raise the grade of the ancient immortal artifact. 3 days have passed. Let's see if the 3 great clans will come to apologize or come to seek death. With a thought, Feng Wuchen left the divine ring. Xianxia, how is it? Did the 3 great clans come to apologize? Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice. Tower Master, as expected, the 3 great clans will not let this matter rest. Mo Yanran just sent a message saying that the ancient immortal monarch of the Xia clan has invited experts to completely destroy our wind restaurant, Xianxia said. Oh? You invited a strong martial artist? Feng Wuchen was slightly shocked. He was right. Opening the door, Feng Wuchen slowly walked out. Mo Yanran said that the expert is a 6-star ancient immortal lord from an ancient immortal emperor's faction. Moreover, he is here to deal with me. As long as he kills me, the wind restaurant will not be a threat. Xianxia transmitted his voice. A 6-star ancient immortal lord is not your match. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice with a smile. Tower Master, aren't you thinking too highly of me? Even with a grade 5 ancient immortal artifact, I can at most fight against a 5-star ancient immortal lord. I can't defeat a 6-star ancient immortal lord, Xianxia said with a bitter smile. Have you tested the power of the immortal technique? Feng Wuchen asked via voice transmission. I haven't had the chance to use it yet, Xianxia replied via voice transmission. House Master, You mean that I can resist a 6-star ancient immortal monarch if I use an immortal technique? I'll leave the 6-star ancient immortal lords to you, Feng Wuchen transmitted with a smile. I've only just learned the basics of a top-grade ancient immortal technique. Can I really fight against a 6-star ancient immortal lord? Xianxia was doubtful, but he was also looking forward to it. However, since it was a top-tier immortal technique, its power was naturally extremely terrifying. However, what Xianxia did not know was that this was simply not an immortal technique. Instead, it was an existence that surpassed immortal techniques. How could the inheritance of the Fengxian Emperor contain an immortal technique? Even the trashiest technique was above a top-tier immortal technique. At this moment, the three clans had already gathered all the ancient immortal kings. There were more than 100 of them, and they were rushing towards the Wind restaurant. There were 6 ancient immortal lords, including the 6-star ancient immortal lord. The lineup was powerful, and their aura was majestic. This battle was unavoidable, and it was a battle for the reputation of the 3 great clans. Wherever the powerful lineup passed, the terrifying aura of a 6-star ancient immortal lord would spread, and the cultivators of Windfire City were all frightened. The 3 great clans have moved out. This aura belongs to a 6-star ancient immortal lord. As expected, they have invited experts. As expected, the 3 great clans will not apologize. They are going to destroy the Wind restaurant. That 4-star ancient immortal lord of the Wind restaurant is in trouble. The battle is about to start. Everyone, quickly go to the Wind restaurant. In an instant, the cultivators of Windfire City rushed towards the Wind restaurant in batches. In the end, this battle was unavoidable. Today, the Wind restaurant was empty, but the streets and the sky around the restaurant were already filled with people. A 6-star ancient immortal lord. I wonder what kind of person he is. Ning Tiancheng frowned. He looked at Xianxia and asked, Great Commander, you are not his match. The 3 great clans are not weak. Although we have recruited some people over the past few days, I'm afraid that we won't be able to defeat them. An ancient immortal lord said solemnly, It's not that I'm afraid, it's simply impossible. Don't forget that they still have a 3-star ancient immortal lord. The Dragon Soul only had slightly more than 20 people, and 7 of them were ancient immortal lords. The rest were all ancient immortal kings. The strongest was the 4-star ancient immortal lord, Xianxia. The difference in strength was huge. I hope it's someone I know, Xianxia said solemnly. After all, the Mystic Imperial Palace was also an ancient immortal lord's faction, and Xianxia was the eldest disciple of the Mystic Imperial Palace. Feng Wuchen came to the balcony of the 3rd floor and said calmly, Don't worry. Xianxia, go all out. Don't give him any chance. Understood. Xianxia said solemnly. The surroundings of the Wind restaurant were completely silent. Everyone was waiting for the arrival of the 3 great clans. A few minutes later, a terrifying aura spread over from the distant sky, and it was majestic. It's here. A large number of onlookers instantly became nervous, and they looked in the direction of the terrifying aura. The terrifying aura of a 6-star ancient immortal lord made it difficult for the onlookers to breathe. Their pale faces were filled with fear. What a terrifying aura. As expected of a 6-star ancient immortal lord. What a terrifying aura. I can't breathe. The 3 great clans' powerful cultivators have all moved out. The Wind restaurant is finished. The onlookers were terrified, and they all subconsciously retreated. More than 100 people. Seeing the lineup of the 3 great clans, the Dragon Souls people had worried expressions. Ning Tiancheng said solemnly, This will be a fierce battle, and also a battle of life and death. This aura belongs to Yang Yuishan. Xianxia frowned deeply, his expression extremely grave. You know him? Feng Wuchen asked. Xianxia nodded and said solemnly, He is the eldest disciple of the Divine Wind Immortal Palace. He has been my opponent for many years, and also my mortal enemy. The Divine Wind Immortal Palace and the Divine Wind Immortal Palace are enemies. So that's the case. Then you have to go all out. It's best to end the battle in one move. A powerful magic art consumes a lot of energy. I'm afraid you only have one chance. Feng Wuchen said. Swish. Swish, swish. Soon, the three great clans arrived, and more than 100 ancient immortal kings flew over. Stinking brat. The Wind restaurant can't protect you today. Come out and accept your death. Xiaoshang glared at Feng Wuchen on the balcony of the third floor and roared. His killing intent soared to the sky. You will die even if you hide in the Wind restaurant today. Gurujing shouted. In today's battle, either the Wind restaurant will be destroyed, or our three great clans will be destroyed. However, today is the day of your Wind restaurant's destruction. Xia Ren shouted. Xianxia, so it's you. No wonder. Yang Yuashan sneered. Contempt flashed in his eyes as he looked at Xianxia. Yuashan, you know this person? Qin Yang asked. He is the eldest disciple of the Divine Wind Immortal Palace. Of course I know him. We have been opponents for many years, but he has never won. Yang Yuashan sneered. Oh? The eldest disciple of the Mystic Royal Hall? Qin Yang was slightly taken aback. He then sneered, no wonder he's so strong. Seems like old man has found the right person. The Mystic Royal Hall is the enemy of the Divine Wind Immortal Palace. Since they've been rivals for so many years, you can make use of this opportunity to kill him. Mystic Royal Hall? Xia Ren and the rest were shocked. However, they were overjoyed in their hearts. The Mystic Royal Hall and the Divine Wind Immortal Palace were mortal enemies. Since the eldest disciple of the two powers met, Yang Yuashan naturally wouldn't show mercy. He's the genius disciple of the Mystic Royal Hall, Jianchou? Xiaoshang and Gurujing were shocked. The Mystic Royal Hall is behind the Feng restaurant? The spectators were also shocked. No wonder the Feng restaurant was so fearless and didn't put the three great clans in their eyes. It turned out that they had the backing of an ancient immortal emperor. Everyone might have heard of Jianchao's name, but not many had seen him before. However, the Mystic Royal Hall had a thunderous reputation. The Mystic Royal Hall could be considered a hegemon in the immortal soul world. Jianchou, I'm really surprised to see you here. The Feng restaurant that's famous in the immortal soul world actually has the Mystic Royal Hall behind it. Yang Yuashan mocked, as though he could already see Jianchao's miserable defeat. Jianchao's face was solemn as he said coldly, I was wondering if it was someone I knew. It's a pity that he's an enemy. Why? Are you disappointed? Yang Yuashan sneered as his figure slowly floated out. Looking at Jianchou with disdain, Yang Yuashan sneered, Jianchou, I heard from Senior Qin that you have a grade 5 ancient immortal weapon. Your combat strength should be at the level of a 5-star ancient immortal lord, right? It's a pity that I'm already a 6-star ancient immortal lord. You're still not my match. However, I'm curious, where did the Mystic Royal Hall get their grade 5 ancient immortal weapon? Even the leader of the Mystic Royal Hall only has a grade 4 ancient immortal weapon. What does that have to do with you? Jianchou said coldly as he flew up into the air. Jianchou was extremely nervous as the pressure in his heart was immense. After being defeated by Yang Yuashan so many times, there was already a shadow in his heart. Even though he had cultivated a top-tier immortal technique, Jianchou did not have much confidence in winning. However, Jianchou had no way out. He could only fight. Just focus on attacking with all your strength. Don't think about anything else, Feng Wuchen reminded him via voice transmission. It doesn't matter if you don't want to tell me. After I kill you, the grade 5 ancient immortal artifact will be mine. This trip won't be in vain. Yang Yuashan sneered. The power of a 6-star ancient immortal lord began to gradually increase. Buzz. The terrifying power was like a volcanic eruption, and the space within a radius of several hundred feet began to vibrate with a buzzing sound. Ferocious shockwaves swept out wildly. The terrifying power once again caused everyone to feel fear. The people of the three great clans were extremely excited. This was especially true for Xiaoshang and the other two young masters. They couldn't wait for Jianchou to be defeated and then cut Feng Wuchen into pieces. Is that so? Jianchao's eyes narrowed, flashing with murderous intent. Come on. Show me your full strength. Let me see how much you've improved. Yang Yuashan sneered and hooked his finger at Jianchou provocatively. Buzz. Jianchou did not speak any nonsense. He grabbed the air and took out the grade 5 ancient immortal sword. The power of a 4-star ancient immortal lord was fully activated. Resplendent blue light burst out, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Under the support of the grade 5 ancient immortal sword, Xianxia's battle prowess instantly soared to the level of a 5-star ancient immortal lord. It's indeed a grade 5 ancient immortal sword. Yang Yuashan sneered. A trace of greed flashed in his eyes. He was determined to obtain the grade 5 ancient immortal sword. Make your move. Don't say that I'm bullying the weak. With so many people watching, I'll let you make a move first. Yang Yuashan said arrogantly. The contempt in his voice couldn't be more obvious. Oh? Let me make a move first? You're quite generous. Jianqiu sneered. But don't regret it. Yang Yuashan underestimated his opponent. This was the best opportunity for Jianqiu to attack with his full strength. Just make your move. This might be our last battle. Yang Yuashan sneered. Jianqiu did not speak any more nonsense. The wind attribute energy in his body was injected into the ancient immortal sword. A ferocious sword intent soared into the sky. The sword body burst out with resplendent blue light. Immortal technique. Wind soul annihilates the heavens. Jianqiu glared at Yang Yuashan fiercely. Then, he suddenly roared. In that instant, Jianqiu's aura underwent a huge change. It became extremely violent and breathtaking. It gave people a feeling of invincibility. What? Sensing the sudden change in Jianqiu's aura, Yang Yuashan's smug face instantly changed. How is this possible? What kind of aura is this? It actually made me feel danger. What kind of immortal technique is Jianqiu using? Yang Yuashan's face was filled with fear. He hurriedly channeled all his energy. Yang Yuashan had fought with Jianqiu many times. However, he had never seen Jianqiu use such a breathtaking immortal technique. His aura instantly increased by several times. It's completely different from before. Qin Yang's face was filled with fear. He was so scared that his entire body was trembling. What kind of immortal technique is this? Why does it have such a terrifying deterrent force? Xia Ren and the other family heads and elders were all dumbfounded. Gulp, everyone present was scared out of their wits by Jianqiu's terrifying aura. So powerful. Ning Tiancheng and the rest of the Dragon Soul members were also dumbfounded. Yang Yuashan, didn't you say that you would let me make a move first? Why are you panicking and using immortal technique now? Jianqiu asked with a cold smile. He immediately swept his sword out without hesitation. He would not give Yang Yuashan a chance. Yang Yuashan's face was gloomy and terrified. Swish. Buzz buzz. A huge blue sword ray that was dozens of feet long broke through the air with a sharp, ear-piercing sound. At that moment, the power of the sword ray actually increased at a terrifying speed. Wherever it passed, the space trembled. Looking at this terrifying sword ray, Jianqiu himself was dumbfounded. The power was unimaginably violent and terrifying. Jianqiu actually has such a terrifying immortal technique. Ning Tiancheng's eyeballs were about to fall out. The sword ray's power instantly increased by several times. Qin Yang exclaimed with his eyes wide open. His entire body was trembling in fear. What a terrifying immortal technique. The three great families and the many spectating cultivators were all in a vegetative state. How is this possible? Yang Yuashan was trembling all over. His face was filled with disbelief. The violent and shocking power of the sword ray almost gave Yang Yuashan a heart attack. However, there was no time for Yang Yuashan to be shocked. He unleashed all his strength and roared, "Immortal technique! Akalanatha seal!" A huge energy seal that was dozens of feet long condensed. Yang Yuashan suddenly waved his hand and pushed the energy seal out. Boom! Puff! Under everyone's shocked and horrified gazes, the violent sword ray hit the energy seal hard. With a boom, Yang Yuashan spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Impossible! Yang Yuashan was terrified. Rumble! At the moment of impact, the energy seal was forcibly destroyed and exploded. However, the violent sword ray's power was still rushing toward Yang Yuashan with an invincible aura. At this moment, Yang Yueshan was completely dumbfounded. Yushan couldn't block it? This was impossible. Impossible. Qin Yang shook his head in horror. His face was pale. A 6-star ancient immortal monarch couldn't block it. He was even injured. Xiao Rand was terrified. How can this be? Yang Yueshan is a 6-star ancient immortal monarch. How can he be injured? What kind of immortal art is this? The Gu family head gasped in horror. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. It's too scary. Xiao Shang and the other two were so scared that they wet their pants. The many cultivators watching the battle from all directions were petrified on the spot. Their pale faces were filled with fear. A 4-star ancient immortal monarch defeated a 6-star ancient immortal monarch's immortal art with a single sword gleam. How terrifying was this? Yushan! Get out of the way! Qin Yang shouted in panic. It's over. Yang Yueshan's mind went blank as he saw the terrifying sword gleam shooting toward him. Despair appeared in his eyes. The previous clash had already injured Yang Yueshan. He didn't even know if he could survive such a violent and terrifying sword gleam. Yang Yueshan was filled with regret. To think that he had arrogantly said that he would let Jianzhou have a go. Now, he couldn't block it even if he used all his strength. It was a slap in the face. Yang Yueshan couldn't figure out where Jianzhou had cultivated such a terrifying immortal art. Yang Yueshan didn't expect to lose to Jianzhou. At this moment, all the terrified cultivators held their breaths as they stared at the violent sword gleam without blinking. Rumble. Buzz. The furious sword light mercilessly bombarded Yang Yueshan's body. Boom 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 boom, ear-splitting. The terrifying explosive energy ripples rolled out unscrupulously, causing the space to tremble violently. The energy ripples swallowed Yang Yueshan. Yushan! Qin Yang shouted in horror. His eyes were filled with despair. The people of the 3 great families were scared silly. They couldn't speak as if they were mutes. The 6-star ancient immortal monarch invited by Qin Yang, who was the eldest disciple of the Divine Wind Immortal Palace, couldn't even withstand a single blow. They wanted to rely on Yang Yueshan to destroy the Divine Wind restaurant. Now, he couldn't even win against a single sword enemy. When did Jianzhou cultivate such an unimaginably terrifying celestial technique? Ning Tiancheng was dumbfounded. His expression was extremely stiff, and he couldn't believe it at all. What terrifying power! A 6-star ancient immortal lord was actually unable to resist. The Dragon Soul cultivator's heart was in turmoil. Is this the power of a top-grade ancient immortal technique? It's actually so terrifying. Jianzhou was dumbstruck. Even now, he still couldn't believe it. Jianzhou had never thought that he would be able to defeat the powerful Yang Yueshan with a single strike. It was like a dream. Jianzhou could be said to have become famous in a single battle. Not long after, Yang Yueshan flew out from the energy ripples of the explosion. His injuries were extremely serious, and his consciousness was blurred. He was already in a semi-conscious state. Yushan! Qin Yang immediately shot out in panic. If Yang Yueshan died, he would not be able to answer to the Divine Wind Immortal Palace, and what awaited him was definitely death. One sword raid defeated a 6-star ancient immortal lord. Could it be that Jianzhou is using a top-grade immortal technique? Otherwise, how could he increase his strength by several times in an instant? How could he so easily defeat a 6-star ancient immortal lord's immortal technique? A 6-star ancient immortal lord has been defeated, the 3 great clans are finished this time. This is already the 2nd time they have offended the Wind Restaurant, and behind the Wind Restaurant is the Mystic Emperor Palace. The spectators were silent for a moment, and in the next second, they were like ants in a pot that had exploded, and their exclamations soared into the 9 heavens. It was too shocking. Letting out a deep breath, Jianzhou suppressed the shock in his heart, and immediately sent a sound transmission to Feng Wuchen. House Master, can we not kill this person for the time being? If we kill him, the Divine Wind Immortal Palace will definitely take action, and at that time, the 2 great powers will definitely go to war. Jianzhou did not wish for this battle to cause the 2 great powers to go to war. After all, at that time, many disciples of the Mystic Emperor Palace would be killed, and Jianzhou did not wish to harm his junior brothers. You are the one who defeated him, so you can decide how to deal with him. The 3 great clans will also be dealt with by you. Feng Wuchen sent a sound transmission with a smile. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, and looked at the heavily injured Yang Yueshan, and coldly said, Yang Yueshan, I will not kill you, scram. Xianxia. If Yueshan dies, everyone in the Mystic Emperor Palace will be buried with him. Qin Yang shouted angrily, and immediately flew away with the heavily injured Yang Yueshan. Yang Yueshan's injuries were extremely serious, and if he was not treated in time, his life would be in danger. Looking at Xia Ren and the rest again, Xianxia said coldly, the 3 great clans have seriously affected the business of the Wind Restaurant, and I once gave you a chance to apologize to the Wind Restaurant, but unfortunately, you did not cherish it, and instead wanted to destroy the Wind Restaurant. Xia Ren and the rest were so scared that they could not speak, and all of them were in despair. Everyone has seen the 3 great clans' actions with their own eyes, and it is entirely their own fault. The Wind Restaurant has decided not to give them another chance. Xianxia said coldly, and his words were filled with ruthlessness. As soon as Xianxia's words came out, the 3 great clans fell into despair, and they did not even have the heart to resist. Yang Yueshan was so strong, but he could not block Xianxia's sword, let alone them. Housemaster, Miss Mo said that she hopes to spare the lives of Xiaoshang and the rest. Xianxia sent a sound transmission. Is she pleading for her friends? Sigh, mercy is not a good thing, but she has tried her best as a friend, you decide. Feng Wuchen sent a sound transmission. Kill without mercy. Xianxia ordered coldly. Attack. Ning Tiancheng and the other 6 ancient immortal lords immediately attacked. Shoo. Shoo, shoo. Shoo, shoo. The 6 ancient immortal lords attacked mercilessly. Everywhere they passed, the 3 great clans' members were mercilessly slaughtered, and corpses fell from the sky. The many cultivators who were watching the battle witnessed it with their own eyes, and they were scared out of their wits. A rain of blood fell from the sky. The heavy smell of blood spread out, and everyone was shocked by the Wind Restaurant's ruthless methods. More than 100 people, including the 3 family heads and the elders, were all mercilessly slaughtered. How cold-blooded and merciless was this, how ruthless was this, only Xiaoshang and the other 2 young masters survived. This was Mo Yanran pleading for them, and she did her best as a friend. Xiaoshang, the 3 of you were only able to live because Miss Mo pleaded on your behalf. For the sake of the Mo clan, Wind Restaurant has decided to spare the 3 of you. However, the 3 of you must scram out of Wind City. Xianxia said coldly. He believed that after this battle, the ancient immortal lords' factions would not dare to provoke Wind Restaurant again. Even if there were factions that coveted the 8 elements, they would have to weigh their strength before making a move. If they did not have ruthless methods, Wind Restaurant would have a lot of trouble in the future. Everyone, Wind Restaurant will not provoke anyone, but we will also not allow anyone to humiliate us. Xianxia looked at the crowd and said domineeringly. The experts of the 3 clans were all killed. Xiaoshang and the other 2 young masters brought the survivors of the 3 clans and escaped from Firestorm City. When the news spread, the nearby forces of Firestorm City were shocked. Firestorm Restaurant became famous. Xianxia became famous in one battle. With his cultivation as a 4-star ancient immortal monarch, he defeated the eldest disciple of a 6-star ancient immortal monarch of the Divine Wind Immortal Palace. Especially the forces of the ancient immortal emperor, no one dared to believe that Yang Yueshan would be defeated by a 4-star ancient immortal monarch. In Firestorm City, there were people spreading the news that a 6-star ancient immortal monarch was defeated by a 4-star ancient immortal monarch. A 6-star ancient immortal monarch couldn't defeat a 4-star ancient immortal monarch. Yang Yueshan would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the immortal soul world. In just a few hours, your name has spread throughout the immortal soul world. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Although Xianxia became famous in one battle, he couldn't feel happy. Instead, he was depressed. Housemaster, I'm afraid the Mystic Emperor Palace already knows about this. Everyone knows that the Mystic Emperor Palace is behind Firestorm Restaurant. I don't know how to explain this to the Palace Master and the elders. Xianxia smiled bitterly. Bring some of the 8 attributes back. Just say that they are your friends. Feng Wuchen smiled. That's the only way. Xianxia nodded and said, Yang Yuashan was defeated and ridiculed by everyone. The reputation of the Divine Wind Immortal Palace has been damaged. I'm afraid they won't let it go. The Mystic Emperor Palace and Firestorm Restaurant are in danger. Don't worry. Don't waste time thinking about things that haven't happened yet. The most important thing is to strengthen the dragon's soul. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and left Firestorm Restaurant. The three clans had been dealt with. The dragon's soul continued to strengthen. Feng Wuchen continued to look for herbs and treasures. Divine Wind Immortal Palace. In the main hall, Palace Master Feng Hongxing's face was gloomy. The hall was filled with anger. Because of Yang Yuashan's defeat, the Divine Wind Immortal Palace had become the laughingstock of the immortal soul world. This matter had thoroughly infuriated Feng Hongxing. What a good Jianzhou! What a good mystic royal hall! This hall master shall remember this debt. Feng Hongxing spoke in a gloomy voice. Reporting to the temple lord, Yu Shan's injuries have been stabilized, but I'm afraid it will take another month for him to fully recover. Great Elder Shi Weiran said solemnly. He had already given Yang Yuashan a healing pill. 1 month? Feng Hongxing frowned deeply and said, Jianzhou is only a 4-star ancient immortal lord. Even if he has a grade 5 ancient immortal artifact, it's impossible for him to injure Yu Shan so severely. Jianzhou has never defeated Yu Shan before. What's going on? Second Elder Zhang Haoyuan said solemnly, Hall Master, Qin Yang said that Jianzhou used an extremely terrifying immortal technique that instantly increased his strength by several times. A single sword beam defeated Yu Shan. Instantly increased my strength by several times? Feng Hongxing was shocked. Could it be a top-level immortal technique? Or is it an ancient immortal technique? It shouldn't be wrong. Shi Weiran nodded. How is this possible? Even top-level powers might not have it. How can the Mystic Emperor Palace have it? Feng Hongxing didn't believe it. However, Jianzhou was able to defeat Yang Yuashan with a single sword with the strength of a 4-star ancient immortal lord. This could only be done by a top-level immortal technique or an ancient immortal technique. Jianzhou shouldn't have such strength. It's even more impossible for him to have a grade 5 ancient immortal artifact. The Mystic Emperor Palace wouldn't be able to take it out. There aren't many grade 5 ancient immortal artifacts in the immortal soul world. Wind Restaurant is backed by the Mystic Emperor Palace. Where did the Mystic Emperor Palace get the 8 attribute formulas? Could it be that they have invited a powerful alchemist? Feng Hongxing frowned and gasped. Thinking of this, Feng Hongxing hurriedly said, immediately send people to the Mystic Emperor Palace to investigate. I hope it's not true. Otherwise, our Divine Wind Immortal Palace will be in danger. An ancient immortal Lord Realm alchemist has a high status. He definitely wouldn't join an ancient immortal Lord Realm power. Also, to be able to forge a grade 5 ancient immortal artifact, he might be an ancient immortal Lord Realm alchemist. Then it's even more impossible for him to join the Mystic Emperor Palace. Shi Weiran shook his head. Feng Hongxing's eyes narrowed as he said coldly, it's best if he didn't. If the Mystic Emperor Palace doesn't give me a satisfactory explanation, I don't mind to destroy them. And Wind Restaurant. Southern Immortal Domain, Sky Illumination Immortal Manor. In the main hall, Yi Haotsong, the manor lord, smiled happily and said, Yuner, the Great Elder has already chosen an auspicious date for you. There's still a month's time. During this time, prepare well and spend more time with Xianxia. Put your cultivation aside for now. When the time comes, the Sky Illumination Immortal Manor will invite all the major powers of the Southern Immortal Domain to attend your wedding. Many thanks, Father, Mother, Elders. Yi Hongyun smiled, appearing extremely happy. Many thanks, Manor Lord Yi, Madam Yi, Elders. Lu Xianxia thanked them obediently. At this moment, Lu Xianxia was extremely happy. In another month's time, she would be the young mistress of the Sky Illumination Immortal Manor. At that time, she would be able to lead the Lu clan to rise rapidly and become an overlord. Xianxia is really beautiful. The more I look at you, the more I like you. That Jianzhou is not worthy of you. A mere disciple of the Mystic Emperor Palace is nothing. Our Yuner is still more outstanding. Finally, Yuner is going to get married. Madame Yi smiled happily, her words were filled with arrogance. Father, mother, I'll bring Xianxia down first. Yi Hongyan smiled and held Lu Xianxia's hand as they left the main hall. Look at how loving they are. Madame Yi was extremely happy. Haha. Yi Haotsong couldn't help but laugh. Outside the main hall, as soon as Yi Hongyun and Lu Xianxia came out, a guard came forward respectfully and reporting to young master, we have tracked down Feng Wuchen's whereabouts. Oh? Where is he? Yi Hongyun asked, suddenly interested. Yesterday, something happened at Feng Restaurant in the Windy Fire City of the Immortal Soul Realm. Jian Chou defeated the eldest disciple of the Divine Wind Immortal Palace, Yang Yueshan, with a single sword strike. His name shook the entire Immortal Soul Realm and he became famous after that battle. Behind Feng Restaurant is the Mystic Emperor Palace, and this matter actually involved Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen had a grudge with the three young masters of the Windy Fire City. Feng Restaurant stood up for Feng Wuchen, which led to the battle. The three clans then invited Yang Yueshan. A guard said respectfully. After talking so much nonsense, you mean that Feng Wuchen is in the Windy Fire City of the Immortal Soul Realm? Yi Hongyan's lips curled into a cold smile, directly ignoring Jian Chou's existence. No matter how famous Jian Chou was in the ancient immortal world, in Yi Hongyan's eyes, he was just an ant. Yes, I also sent someone to inquire. Feng Wuchen has been staying at Feng Restaurant. Feng Restaurant can ensure the safety of any guest. The guard said respectfully. Ensure the safety of any guest? How arrogant. Yi Hongyun said disdainfully. Brother Yi, immediately send someone to kill Feng Wuchen. Every day he lives is a disgrace to us. Lu Xianxia said fiercely. Xianxia, don't worry. No one can survive when I, Yi Hongyun, want to kill. Yi Hongyun said proudly. Immediately send someone to Feng Restaurant. If they see Feng Wuchen, kill him without mercy. If Feng Restaurant interferes, everything will be destroyed. Yi Hongyun said calmly. End of chapter. Yi Hongyun was an ancient immortal emperor expert and the young master of the sky illumination immortal matter. In his opinion, killing Feng Wuchen was as easy as killing an ant. Feng Wuchen's existence didn't enter his eyes at all. Oh right, help this young master pass a message to Feng Wuchen. If this young master wants to kill you, I can do so at any time. Trash will always be trash. You can never become a genius, Yi Hongyun said with disdain. Yes. Young master. The guard said respectfully. Young master, the Wind Restaurant is a small matter. However, the Wind Restaurant has the Mystic Emperor Palace behind it. If the Mystic Emperor Palace intervenes, will they be destroyed? The guard asked respectfully. Yi Hongyun said disdainfully, it doesn't matter if the Mystic Emperor Palace is destroyed or not. Mystic Emperor Palace won't make a move first. The Divine Wind Immortal Palace won't let them go. Moreover, my wedding with Xianxia is coming. I want to invite Jian Chou and the Mystic Emperor Palace Master to come. Send someone to kill Feng Wuchen. Also, tell Jian Chou that I will be married with Xianxia in a month. I hope he can come and give us his blessings. Yi Hongyun sneered. Even though it was a wedding, he didn't forget to humiliate Jian Chou. Yi Hongyun looked like a gentleman on the surface. However, he was despicable and shameless in his heart. Yes, Your Highness. The guard spoke respectfully, and then he flashed away. Jian Chou, oh Jian Chou. My wedding with Xianxia, this blow should be enough to break you. Compared to killing, I prefer to see my enemies fall into despair and fear. I enjoy that feeling. Yi Hongyun sneered. Xianxia, let's go. I'll introduce you to some new friends and let them see this young master's beautiful future wife. I'll also tell them the good news. Yi Hongyun smiled happily. He held Lu Xianxia's hand and flew away. Lu Xianxia nodded happily. Get lost. Get lost. Is this where you should be? Look at yourself. If you don't get lost, I will kill you. On a mountain peak, Feng Wuchen was kicked out by 2 guards. Sigh, I am really lacking in medicinal ingredients and natural treasures. Why are there no trade unions in the Immortal Soul Plane? Is it because this is the ancient immortal plane? Feng Wuchen was secretly depressed. Many factions had already run away, but most of them were unwilling to sell. Firstly, the factions themselves did not have many medicinal herbs and natural treasures, and secondly, Feng Wuchen was too weak. Some forces even refused to allow Feng Wuchen to enter. For example, the force just now had directly chased Feng Wuchen away. Feng Wuchen had only bought some from the medicine shops in the city. After a day, the heavenly treasures he bought were not even enough to refine a heaven-defying divine pearl. It was a pity that the mystic sovereign hall no longer had any extra herbs and treasures to sell to Feng Wuchen. Without a large number of heavenly treasures, it was impossible to refine a large number of heaven-defying divine beads. This meant that it would be very difficult for the dragon's soul to become stronger. Just relying on the medicine shops in the fiery wind city was not enough. To think that in such a big immortal soul plane, it would be so difficult to get some medicinal herbs and natural treasures. I have really come to the wrong place. If I had known, I would have gone to see if there were any trade unions and such before establishing the dragon's soul. Feng Wuchen was extremely helpless. It was too late for regrets. Master, seems like you still have to go to the immortal shadow mirage that the demon emperor mentioned. Long Xinjian transmitted. Let's break through to the ancient immortal king realm first. If there's really nothing, I can only make a trip there. It's just that it's a little too far. Feng Wuchen said helplessly. Everything has to be done slowly. Haste makes waste. It won't take up much of your time. Furthermore, you have a lot more time than others. The Ghost Emperor transmitted. I'm not worried about my cultivation. I just want to strengthen the dragon's soul faster. Feng Wuchen sighed. Right now, he could only take it one step at a time. Master, there's a palace in front. Let's try again. Long Xinjian transmitted. Feng Wuchen glanced and said, if there's really no other way, I can only leave the immortal soul plane and go to other places to take a look. Not long later, Feng Wuchen arrived in front of the majestic palace and felt a terrifying aura. The aura of an ancient immortal emperor. Shinra Temple, this power is not simple. They have many alchemists, ancient immortal king realm alchemists, and even ancient immortal monarch realm alchemists. Feng Wuchen was shocked. This was the first power that Feng Wuchen encountered in the immortal soul plane that had ancient immortal emperors. Master, seems like this Shinra Temple is a top power in the immortal soul plane. With so many alchemists, they must have a lot of medicinal herbs and natural treasures. Long Xinjian transmitted. I'm afraid that even in the entire southern immortal domain, they are a big power. I hope they have a lot of medicinal herbs and natural treasures. Feng Wuchen smiled. He finally saw hope. Even ancient immortal emperor realm powers can't enter, let alone ancient immortal emperor realm powers. Luli transmitted. Feng Wuchen. Flying in front of the majestic palace, before Feng Wuchen could say anything, two guards had already appeared and stopped Feng Wuchen. One of the guards asked solemnly, "Who are you? Have you been invited by the palace lord, elders, or other lords?" No. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly and said, I'm Feng Wuchen. I have something to discuss with the palace lord of Shenluo Palace. Since you don't have an invitation, please leave. Shinra Temple, outsiders are not allowed to enter. Today, there's an alchemist competition. One of the guards said solemnly. As expected, you're not allowed to enter. Luli transmitted. I'm also an alchemist. Can I go in and take a look? Feng Wuchen asked. Without the permission of the palace lord or elders, even if you're an alchemist, you can't enter. This is the rule. Please leave. One of the guards refused without hesitation. Feng Wuchen sighed softly and turned to leave. Feng Wuchen? Just as Feng Wuchen turned around, a clear and familiar voice sounded. Feng Wuchen had just turned around when he saw a beautiful figure flying towards him. It's you? Feng Wuchen looked at Ziyun in surprise. The person who came was Ziyun, who was injured by Feng Wuchen's soul power in Firestorm City. Aren't you in Firestorm City? Why are you at the Shinra Temple? Ziyun asked in surprise. Feng Wuchen didn't answer. Instead, he asked, Can you enter? Feng Wuchen, did you really touch someone else's woman? Looking at your gentlemanly appearance, I didn't expect you to be such a shameless person. Xian asked curiously. She looked at Feng Wuchen with her big watery eyes. When Feng Wuchen heard this, he almost fainted from anger. Xian didn't answer. She actually asked such a gossipy question. She even directly confirmed that Feng Wuchen really did touch someone else's woman. Think whatever you want. Feng Wuchen shook his head helplessly and was about to fly away. I can take you in. Xian quickly said, but you have to answer my question. If it's the same question as before, then there's no need to ask. Feng Wuchen shrugged. Is my grandfather's soul really dying? Xian asked, her eyebrows slightly knitted. Seems like this lass still doesn't know about her grandfather's situation. No wonder she thought that I cursed her grandfather back in Firewind City. Senior Dongfeng must have concealed the truth from her. Although Xian is an ancient immortal King Realm alchemist, her mental state is too weak. She can't tell at all. Feng Wuchen mused. Actually, I could understand some of the meaning behind your words that day. In the past, I've seen my grandfather vomiting blood for no reason. I don't know what's going on and my grandfather kept saying that it's nothing. He just wasn't willing to tell me. Xian spoke in a heavy tone. Her beautiful eyes stared at Feng Wuchen, wanting to know what was going on. Looking at Xian's eager gaze, Feng Wuchen said, there's a problem with the alchemy technique that your grandfather cultivated. It caused his soul to be severely damaged and very weak. It's been many years. Your grandfather should know that there's a problem with the alchemy technique, but I don't know why he continued cultivating. A problem with his cultivation art? No wonder my grandfather didn't allow me to cultivate it. At that time, I thought you were insulting him. Xian nodded. Bring me in. Given your grandfather's identity as an ancient immortal Emperor Realm alchemist, they shouldn't make things difficult for you. Feng Wuchen said. As long as they could enter, Feng Wuchen would have a way to obtain medicinal ingredients and heavenly treasures. Unless the Shinra temple didn't have them. Let's go. Xian said. At this moment, she was no longer happy. Are you here for the competition? Feng Wuchen asked. Seeing Xian flying over, the two guards who had already noticed her immediately greeted respectfully, Welcome, Holy Maiden. Holy Maiden? Feng Wuchen was instantly shocked. He stared at Xian in shock and asked, You are the Holy Maiden of the Shinra Temple? Why? Don't I look like one? Xian had a smug look on her face. That's not it. I'm just surprised. Feng Wuchen shook his head. Xian smiled proudly. I forgot to tell you that my grandfather is the lord of the Shinra Temple. In a few days, my father will be the next lord. I see. Feng Wuchen nodded. He had already guessed it. Since you told me, I'll take you in. But I'm warning you, don't touch the senior sisters of the Shinra Temple. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Xian threatened, clenching her fists. Alright, I won't move. Feng Wuchen replied helplessly, feeling extremely depressed. All of this was caused by Xiaxia. The Shinra Temple was huge, and each of its palaces was majestic and awe-inspiring. At this moment, the square was surrounded by many disciples. There were alchemists competing in the square. Alchemy competition. Feng Wuchen cast a curious gaze. Two ancient immortal king alchemists were competing in alchemy, and two ancient immortal lord alchemists were competing in weapon forging. The square was silent, and everyone's gaze fell on the alchemists. Oh right, Feng Wuchen, my grandfather's soul is severely damaged. Can he be saved? Xian asked worriedly, her face tensed up. I'm afraid your grandfather has less than a month left. Feng Wuchen didn't hide it. His gaze was fixed on the alchemy and weapon forging in the square. What? No, less than a month? You're not lying to me, right? My grandfather is the #1 alchemist in the immortal soul plane. How can there be less than a month left? Xian's face changed drastically. Her heart almost jumped out of her chest, and tears fell from her beautiful eyes. An ancient immortal lord alchemist is indeed the #1 in the immortal soul plane. If you have time, spend more time with your grandfather. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Who's that man beside the saintess? He's not a disciple of our immortal palace. I've never seen him before. One of them suddenly said in puzzlement when he saw Feng Wuchen. Why is the saintess crying? Could it be that the brat bullied our saintess? Another person said, and his face instantly became fierce. Senior sister, that brat bullied our saintess. One of them gritted his teeth and said angrily. In an instant, dozens of pairs of fierce eyes swept towards Feng Wuchen at the same time. Don't cry. They all think that I bullied you. Feng Wuchen said helplessly. Sensing these fierce eyes, he guessed that they had misunderstood. Saintess, what happened? Who is he? Did he bully you? A female disciple asked, and her cold gaze swept towards Feng Wuchen. Saintess, do you want me to chop this brat up now? A male disciple gritted his teeth and looked at Feng Wuchen with a murderous gaze. As long as Ziyun gave the order, he would definitely chop Feng Wuchen up. It's not his fault. Don't misunderstand. He's my grandfather and a guest. His name is Feng Wuchen. He's also an alchemist. Senior brother and senior sister provoked him first. I'll go and see my grandfather first. Ziyun wiped her tears and turned around to run towards the main hall. So he's a guest of the palace master. Sorry, we misunderstood. The disciples laughed awkwardly. The senior sister looked at Feng Wuchen apologetically and said, Hello, I'm a disciple of the Shinra Temple, Luo Susu. I've wronged you just now. It's okay. Feng Wuchen didn't mind. He looked at the square and asked, Is this a competition between disciples? No, there are 2 disciples of the 7 Stars Divine Palace from the Immortal Soul World. They are here to compete with our eldest senior brother. A disciple explained politely. The one on the left is a disciple of our Immortal Palace. The one refining is our eldest senior brother, Qiu Bufan. The one refining is Lei Qi. The one on the right is Yuncheng, a disciple of the 7 Stars Divine Palace. The one refining is Yanzhen Xuan. They are all genius disciples. Luo Susu added. Feng Wuchen nodded. He couldn't deny it. Brother Feng, you're also an alchemist. Do you think our eldest senior brother can win? A disciple quickly asked. In terms of soul power, your eldest senior brother is weaker than his opponent. He's already at a disadvantage. He's refining a 4th grade ancient immortal artifact. Although it's easier to succeed, his opponent is refining a 5th grade ancient immortal artifact. Although it's not easy to succeed, I dare not say that he'll fail. Feng Wuchen said. Although he didn't say it out loud, Luo Susu and the rest understood. In fact, Feng Wuchen could tell at a glance. He just didn't say it out loud. A 5th grade ancient immortal artifact isn't easy to refine for an ancient immortal Lord Realm alchemist. A disciple said. He naturally hoped that his eldest senior brother could win. If that's the case, eldest senior brother still has hope. Another disciple said. Brother Feng, are you also an ancient immortal Lord Realm alchemist? An ancient immortal King Realm alchemist disciple asked. Not really. I'm not that powerful. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, However, I'm afraid your eldest senior brother is going to lose. What? He's going to lose? How is that possible? Even a Yuncheng might not be able to refine a 5th grade ancient immortal artifact. The alchemist disciple said in shock. Buzz. However, at this moment, a powerful aura emanated from Yuncheng's furnace. The furnace began to vibrate. The Shinra Temple disciple's expression changed drastically. Did he succeed? Qiu Bufan looked over in shock. Qiu Bufan, it looks like I've won. Yuncheng said with a smile. Open. Yuncheng roared loudly as the furnace's lid flew up. Following that, an ancient immortal sword that emitted resplendent azure light appeared at the mouth of the furnace as a powerful force surged out. 5th grade ancient immortal artifact. Yuncheng can actually refine a 5th grade ancient immortal artifact. Has his cultivation realm reached such a high level? Qiu Bufan was astounded. Although he was indignant, he had no other choice. Although Qiu Bufan was an ancient immortal Lord Realm alchemist, he was still unable to refine a 5th grade ancient immortal artifact. It's over. Eldest senior brother has lost. Xianxia has really refined a 5th grade ancient immortal artifact. Eldest senior brother has yet to succeed in refining a 4th grade ancient immortal artifact. The Shinra Temple disciples exclaimed. No one expected Xianxia to be able to refine a 5th grade ancient immortal artifact. How did you tell? Luo Susu looked at Feng Wuchen and asked. Upon hearing this, Feng Wuchen said, I guessed. Guessed? How can it be so accurate? The alchemist disciple widened his eyes. Luo Susu was speechless. Qiu Bufan, it looks like I'm still better than you. Xianxia said happily with a smug look on his face. Qiu Bufan sighed and said, I've lost. There's no need for you to be disappointed. If you work hard in the future, you will definitely be able to refine a 5th grade ancient immortal artifact. However, if you want to catch up to me, you will need to work even harder. Xianxia said with a smile. His words were filled with arrogance. Soon, Qiu Bufan also completed his refinement. He had successfully refined a 4th grade ancient immortal sword. Although it was not a 5th grade ancient immortal artifact, its grade was not low either. Done. Open. More than 10 minutes later, Yan Zhenxuan suddenly roared in the square. The lid of the cauldron opened and an ancient immortal king pill floated in the cauldron's mouth as it emitted a powerful aura. Haha. Lei Qi, I hope you won't disappoint me. Yan Zhenxuan laughed happily and was extremely pleased with himself. Lei Qi's expression was extremely ugly, but he ignored him and continued focusing on his refinement. I lost again. Feng Wuchen said nonchalantly. Lost again? Junior brother Lei hasn't even formed his pill yet, how do you know he lost? An alchemist disciple asked in shock. Many disciples looked at Feng Wuchen. Was this a jinx? Feng Wuchen said, he couldn't make the pill because he chose the wrong ingredients. The ancient immortal king pill he concocted is a fire attribute pill. The purple wisteria radish should be replaced with the fiery drizzle brilliant sunflower. It would be easier to absorb the fire attribute essence of the ingredients. Moreover, the frigid frost spirit leaf is too young, and the impurities in the cold qi are too heavy. Hearing this, the disciples of the Shinra temple were all stunned. Especially the alchemist disciples who knew alchemy, they were even more shocked to the extreme. You're about to condense the pill, but you can still see all kinds of medicinal herbs. An alchemist said in shock, his face full of disbelief. Brother Feng, you can tell from the pill furnace? That was impossible, right? The ingredients have already turned into liquid. You're too proficient, aren't you? Another disciple said in shock. The ingredients in the pill furnace had all turned into liquid and fused together. The aura of the ingredients had also mixed together. Under such circumstances, Feng Wuchen could still see the ingredients and even the age of the ingredients. How terrifying was that, even Dongfang Wushan couldn't do that. Bam, just as everyone was in shock and disbelief, the sound of a pill exploding suddenly came from the square. The disciples of the Shinra temple were all shocked and looked at the square with their eyes wide open. Feng Wuchen was right. Lei Qi really couldn't make the pill. How is this possible? Luo Susu and the rest were all dumbfounded. Did Feng Wuchen really know alchemy, or was he just a jinx? Haha. He actually failed. Yan Zhenxuan laughed. Lei Qi, aren't you too careless? If a mere ancient immortal king's pill failed, how can he concoct pills? Lei Qi's face was extremely gloomy, but he had nothing to say. A loss was a loss. Looks like our 7 stars Divine Palace's alchemist geniuses are still stronger. The title of #1 alchemist in the immortal soul world will probably change hands. Xianxia laughed happily. To be able to step on the disciple of the #1 alchemist in the immortal soul world, Dongfang Wushan, was definitely something to be happy about. Qiu Bufan was secretly helpless. A loss was a loss. There was no point in saying anything more. The 5th grade ancient immortal artifact that you refined is trash among trash. Although it's a 5th grade ancient immortal artifact, it's still inferior to a 4th grade ancient immortal artifact. What's there to be happy about? Feng Wuchen suddenly attacked. When Feng Wuchen said this, Xianxia's proud face instantly froze. What did you say? You said that the 5th grade ancient immortal artifact that I refined is inferior to a 4th grade ancient immortal artifact? Yuncheng's face was gloomy as he stared fiercely at Feng Wuchen. Kid! How dare you insult my eldest senior brother? Yan Zhenxuan immediately pointed at Feng Wuchen and shouted angrily. Luo Susu and the other disciples stared with their eyes wide open. They never expected that Feng Wuchen would dare to say such words. It was an insult to Yuncheng. Yuncheng was a genius disciple of the Seven Stars Divine Palace. He was known as the #1 genius in the immortal soul world. Feng Wuchen actually said that such a terrifying genius refined a 5th-grade ancient immortal artifact that was inferior to a 4th-grade ancient immortal artifact. Feng Wuchen shrugged his shoulders and said lightly, "What you refined is indeed a 5th-grade ancient immortal artifact. However, the quality is too poor. You can't even unleash the power of a 5th-grade ancient immortal artifact. A higher quality 4th-grade ancient immortal artifact is stronger than yours. As an ancient immortal Lord Realm alchemist, you can't even tell this, right? You." Yuncheng instantly exploded with anger, but he had no way to refute. This was because what Feng Wuchen said was true. Oh? Who is he? Is he an alchemist? He doesn't seem to be a disciple of our Shimmer Temple. Why is senior sister and senior brother with him? Many disciples of the Shimmer Temple finally noticed Feng Wuchen. Who is he? Do junior sister Luo and the rest know him? Qiao Bufan also looked at Feng Wuchen. Qiao Bufan, is this a disciple of your Shimmer Temple? Yuncheng asked coldly. Feng Wuchen's words were clearly an insult to him. He is not a disciple of the Shimmer Temple. This is the first time I'm seeing him. Qiao Bufan said. He looked at Feng Wuchen and asked, "May I know who you are?" "I'm Feng Wuchen." Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. "Eldest senior brother, he is a guest of the palatial lord. The saintess brought him back." Luo Susu hurriedly said. "Brother Feng, what you said is indeed correct. However, a loss is a loss. After all, Yuncheng has indeed refined a 5th-grade ancient immortal artifact. At the very least, I'm unable to do so at present." Qiao Bufan said with a faint smile. "Kid, since you are not a disciple of the Shimmer Temple, I'll let you know the consequences of insulting me." Yuncheng said coldly. A cold killing intent emanated from him. If Yuncheng was a disciple of the Shimmer Temple, he might have some reservations. However, since he was not, so be it. "Hold on, Yuncheng. Brother Feng is a guest of our palatial lord. Furthermore, he is not insulting you. It's the truth. You have won this match. Please leave." Qiao Bufan hurriedly stopped him. "Qiao Bufan, you want to protect him?" Yuncheng's face turned completely gloomy. As the #1 alchemist genius in the immortal soul world, how could he tolerate being insulted? So what if he was Dongfeng Wushan's guest? The Seven Stars Divine Palace was never afraid of the Shimmer Temple, Qiao Bufan said in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. "Yuncheng, you have already won today. I also admit defeat, so why bother? Besides, what he said was the truth. He did not insult you. If you don't believe me, you can try the ancient immortal artifact that we refined." "You." Yuncheng was so angry that his organs were tumbling. "He is our palatial lord's guest. Don't tell me you don't care about our palatial lord?" Qiao Bufan continued. "Kid. Consider yourself lucky today. Don't let me touch you. Go." Yuncheng said coldly. He glared fiercely at Feng Wuchen before flying away. "I don't believe you can keep hiding in the Shimmer Temple." Yan Zhenxuan said coldly before flying away. "Brother Feng, you sure have guts. You actually dared to provoke Yuncheng." An alchemist disciple said with a wry smile. "Brother Feng, the Seven Stars Divine Palace's strength is on par with our Shimmer Temple. Now that you have offended Yuncheng, he will definitely not let you off." Another disciple said helplessly. Yuncheng was the #1 alchemist genius in the immortal soul world. With the Seven Stars Divine Palace backing him, he was definitely a powerful existence in the immortal soul world. Offending Yuncheng was undoubtedly courting death. Feng Wuchen did not think much of it and said with a smile, "I'm just a nameless junior. The immortal soul world is so big. Can he find me?" "Feng Wuchen, Yuncheng is ruthless. You have to be careful," Luo Susu warned. Brother Feng dares to say that the ancient immortal artifact refined by Yuncheng is trash in front of so many people. I really admire your guts. To be honest, even I do not dare to offend him. Qiu Bufan said with a smile. I just can't stand it. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Eldest senior brother, just now, Brother Feng said that you lost, and in the end, you lost. He said that junior brother Lei couldn't make the pill, and in the end, the pill exploded. You can even see the medicinal ingredients in the pill furnace, how amazing. An alchemist disciple hurriedly said. That's right. He's as accurate as a crow's beak. Another disciple said straightforwardly. Oh? Is Brother Feng also an alchemist? Why can't I see the soul power in your body? Speaking of which, I can't even see your cultivation base, Qiu Bufan said in surprise. It's too hidden. I really can't tell. Lei Qi shook his head. An ancient immortal general alchemist, a 6-star ancient immortal general. Feng Wuchen smiled. What he said was the truth. Ancient immortal general alchemist? Who are you trying to fool? Even I, an ancient immortal king, am unable to tell the age of the medicinal ingredients. You even said that senior brother Lei chose the wrong medicinal ingredients. An ancient immortal king spoke. I don't believe it either. The other disciples all shook their heads. Feng Wuchen circulated his soul power to prove that he wasn't lying. Qiu Bufan smiled faintly and said, seems like Brother Feng's attainments in the field of alchemists are extremely high. You are also an extraordinary genius alchemist. I don't dare to call myself a genius. Feng Wuchen smiled modestly. Although Feng Wuchen proved that he was an ancient immortal general alchemist, Qiu Bufan and the others didn't dare to look down on him. They always felt that Feng Wuchen was very powerful. That feeling was very strange, and they didn't know why they had such a feeling. Wrong medicinal ingredients? What's wrong? Lei Qi hurriedly asked. Luo Susu smiled and said, he said that the medicinal pills you made are of the fire attribute. The purple vine radish should be replaced with fiery sunflower. It's easier to absorb the fire attribute essence of the medicinal ingredients. Also, the frost spirit leaf is too young, and the cold qi impurities are too heavy. This? Lei Qi's face was filled with awkwardness. He scratched his head and said, Brother Feng is really amazing. Thinking about it, that's really the case. Brother Feng, the competition hasn't ended. How can you tell that I lost? Is it because Yuncheng made a grade 5 ancient immortal artifact? Qiu Bufan asked curiously. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, judging from his soul power and fire control, Yuncheng is above you in both aspects. Qiu Bufan nodded and said, Yuncheng is indeed much stronger than me. There's one more thing. Yuncheng was able to make a grade 5 ancient immortal artifact not because of his strength, but because of his good luck. Feng Wuchen smiled and said. Good luck? That doesn't make sense, right? A disciple widened his eyes. Yuncheng's soul power isn't enough to make a grade 5 ancient immortal artifact. It's very difficult. The fact that he can make such a trashy grade 5 ancient immortal artifact is enough to prove it. Feng Wuchen smiled and said. That's true. Only a sufficiently powerful ancient immortal Lord Realm alchemist can make a grade 5 ancient immortal artifact. Qiu Bufan nodded again. Didn't the saintess say that Brother Feng is the Palace Lord's guest? Why hasn't the Palace Lord and the others come out? Lei Qi asked in puzzlement as he looked towards the direction of the Grand Hall. Feng Wuchen smiled bitterly and said, I'm not a guest. I've only met them once. I came here to buy herbs and natural treasures. In the end, I couldn't enter. I just happened to meet Ziyun and she brought me in. However, the fact that she casually called me a guest saved me a lot of trouble. Haha. So that's the case. Qiu Bufan immediately laughed loudly. I knew it. If you are a guest, the Palace Lord will definitely not neglect you. Luo Susu said with a smile. Since Brother Feng is here to buy herbs and natural treasures, please follow me. Qiu Bufan said politely with a smile. Thank you. Feng Wuchen thanked him. Feng Wuchen. Something has happened. Save my grandfather. Grandfather is vomiting blood again. Medicinal pills are useless. Right at this moment, Xian rushed out while crying. What? Something has happened to the palace lord. Qiu Bufan and company turned pale with fright. Saintess, don't cry. What's going on? This isn't the first time the palace lord has done this. Qiu Bufan asked worriedly. Xian cried in a fluster and said, back in Windfire City, Feng Wuchen could tell at a glance that grandfather's soul was on the brink of death. He even said that there was a problem with the alchemy formula that grandfather cultivated. He even said that grandfather had less than a month before something happened. His soul is on the brink of death? He could tell at a glance? A problem with the alchemy formula? He could tell from that? Isn't that too amazing? How is this possible? The Shinra Temple disciples were stunned. They looked at Feng Wuchen as if they were looking at a monster. Why did Feng Wuchen's words come true? Was it really a jinx? Feng Wuchen, save my grandfather. My grandfather is dying. Xian said anxiously. Saintess, can Feng Wuchen save the palace lord? Luo Susu smiled bitterly. How could an ancient immortal save an alchemist? Wouldn't that be causing trouble? Grandfather said that only Feng Wuchen can save him. Xian said. Bring me there first. Feng Wuchen said. Xian was overjoyed. She pulled Feng Wuchen and ran towards the main hall. Qiu Bufan and the other senior disciples followed. Xian brought Feng Wuchen to a room in the palace. The elders and upper echelons of the Shinra Temple were all in the room, looking nervous and worried. None of them showed up for the competition between the eldest disciple of the Shinra Temple and a Yunchong. Clearly, it had something to do with Dongfang Wushan. Grand Elder, how's father's condition? A middle-aged man asked worriedly. The middle-aged man was Xian's father, Dongfang Ding. His cultivation had reached the 9-star ancient immortal emperor realm, and he was extremely powerful. The damage to the palace lord's soul is too severe. Old man's soul power is useless and can't heal the palace lord's damaged soul. Now, there are no pills or spirit liquids to heal the soul. Otherwise, the palace lord would have less than a month left. Grand Elder Yu Tianshan sighed and shook his head. What? Less than a month? Everyone's expression changed. Dongfang Ding said solemnly, less than a month's time? Father's soul is so damaged that it can't be healed? If Feng Wuchen is really here, he should have a way. Dongfang Wushan said. His face was extremely pale, and his aura was extremely weak. I only hope that the Feng Wuchen that the palace lord mentioned can really save the palace lord. Otherwise, no one can save the palace lord. Yu Tianshan said helplessly. But didn't the palace lord say so? Feng Wuchen is only an ancient immortal general realm alchemist. What can he do? Second Elder Shintuyao smiled bitterly. Dongfang Wushan smiled weakly. Don't underestimate Feng Wuchen. That kid is definitely terrifying. He's definitely not an ordinary person. This person must not be offended. Otherwise, the Shinra Temple will be destroyed. Yu Tianshan frowned and said seriously, Old man also wants to see what kind of person can make the palace lord value him so much. Grandpa, Feng Wuchen is here. At this moment, Xian's excited voice came from outside. After a while, Xian brought Feng Wuchen into the room. Qiu Bufan and Luo Susu followed closely behind. Little brother Feng Wuchen, you're really here. Dongfang Wushan was extremely excited when he saw Feng Wuchen walk in and was about to stand up to welcome him. Senior Dongfang, your soul is severely damaged. Don't move. Feng Wuchen hurriedly stopped him with a smile on his face. Feng Wuchen, this is my father, Dongfang Ding. This is Grand Elder Yu Tianshan and Second Elder Shintuyao. Xian hurriedly introduced them. Junior Feng Wuchen greets seniors. Feng Wuchen looked at Dongfang Ding and the others and smiled politely. Yu Tianshan nodded slightly and smiled, you're really not simple. I can't see the depth of your cultivation. I can't even sense the existence of your soul power. Looks like the palace lord was right. He's Feng Wuchen? He's so young. Can he really save my father? Dongfang Ding frowned and looked at Feng Wuchen. He obviously didn't believe it. Little brother Feng, are you really just an ancient immortal general alchemist? Shintuyao frowned and asked. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, I'm really an ancient immortal general alchemist. Second elder, it's true, Qiu Bufang confirmed. Feng Wuchen, can you really save my father? My father said you could see his condition at a glance. You even knew it was related to the alchemy method. Dongfang Ding hurriedly asked. I haven't seen Senior Dongfang's condition, so I don't dare to say. Feng Wuchen said seriously. Little brother Feng, if even you can't save old man, I'm afraid no one can. Dongfang Wushan smiled bitterly. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, Senior Dongfang, you're exaggerating. Feng Wuchen, quickly take a look at my grandfather. Ziyan said anxiously. Feng Wuchen nodded slightly and immediately injected his soul power into Dongfang Wushan's body. Everyone's gaze landed on Feng Wuchen. They were all doubtful of his words. Feng Wuchen also took a glance and said, the problem caused by the alchemy method caused the soul power to devour the soul body. After so many years, the soul body has been severely damaged. Even if it's an old injury, the alchemy method that Senior cultivates, if I'm not wrong, should be incomplete. But Senior cultivates it forcefully. That's right. That's right. Dongfang Wushan nodded excitedly. You can tell just by a simple inspection? Yu Tianshan was shocked. This kid is really powerful. Dongfang Ding and the others were shocked and in disbelief. Senior's soul body is very weak. If a powerful alchemist forcefully removes the soul power that devoured your soul body will definitely dissipate. If an alchemist isn't strong enough, their soul power will be devoured instead. Feng Wuchen said lightly. Yu Tianshan said seriously, that's right. That's why old man can't do anything. Feng Wuchen, can you save Grandpa? Ziyun asked anxiously. Feng Wuchen, since you can tell, you should have a way to save him, right? Dongfang Ding also quickly asked. Everyone's gaze fell on Feng Wuchen. They couldn't wait for Feng Wuchen's answer. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, don't worry, Senior Dongfang won't die. Feng Wuchen's answer immediately put Dongfang Ding and the others at ease. A surprised smile appeared on their faces. Senior Dongfang, why do you say that I'm the only one who can save you? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. He was curious. Dongfang Wushan smiled faintly, from the first time this old man saw you, I felt that you're not simple. When you attacked, your soul force was so strong that this old man had never seen it before. This old man couldn't imagine it. I'm afraid that even an ancient immortal venerable alchemist could only kneel down in front of you. They might not even have the qualification to kneel down. When Dongfang Wushan said this, everyone in the room was so shocked that they sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Their souls were scared away. An ancient immortal supremacy alchemist had to kneel in front of Feng Wuchen. He didn't even have the right to kneel. How strong was he? Is this kid really that terrifying? Even an ancient immortal supremacy alchemist has to kneel? Yu Tianshan's eyes almost fell out. He was extremely shocked. Palace Lord, aren't you exaggerating? An ancient immortal general alchemist doesn't even have the right to make an ancient immortal supremacy alchemist kneel? Shen Tuyao was scared out of his wits. Is Brother Feng really as strong as Palace Lord said? Qiu Bufan and Luo Susu looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Feng Wuchen was also shocked by Dongfang Wushan's words. Master, Dongfang Wushan's eyesight is really good. He can even see through this. Long Xinjian transmitted his voice. Master soul power is too strong. It's normal for him to be able to see through it. Moreover, this old man is an ancient immortal emperor alchemist. Xinyan transmitted his voice. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Senior Dongfang, don't you doubt your eyesight? Dongfang Wushan smiled faintly and said, old man believes in his eyesight. He's definitely not wrong. Your strength lies in your state of mind. I'm afraid this old man's achievement is not even worth mentioning in your eyes. Dongfang Wushan still had some self-awareness. Dongfang Wushan might be the #1 alchemist in the immortal soul world, and even in the entire southern immortal domain, he still had a certain prestige and status. But in Feng Wuchen's eyes, this achievement was really not worth mentioning. Feng Wuchen had experienced the peak existences of various realms, and also the 4th level of Emperor Peerless Inheritance. His state of mind had already reached a very terrifying level. Even an ancient immortal venerable alchemist was not qualified to kneel in front of Feng Wuchen. Senior Dongfeng, your soul has been severely damaged for many years, causing your physical body to have some old injuries that can't be healed. Usually, you look fine, but when it comes to battle, it's very obvious. You should feel powerless. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. That's right. You're right. When it comes to battle, I always feel powerless. I even feel like I can't exert my strength. Dongfeng Wuxian said excitedly. Feng Wuchen was too godly. Dongfeng Ding quickly said, my father's combat strength is not as good as before. He can't exert the strength of a 3-star ancient immortal emperor. That's amazing. Ziyun looked at Feng Wuchen with a face full of admiration. Brother Feng is too powerful. Just a simple inspection and you can see everything. Xiao Bufan and Luo Susu were shocked and impressed. Yu Tianshan, Shen Tuyao, and the other elders and higher-ups were extremely shocked. What kind of terrifying realm had he reached to be able to see through everything with just a glance? Senior Dongfeng, do you trust me? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. Of course. Only little brother Feng can save old man's life. Dongfeng Wuxian said excitedly. He did not doubt Feng Wuchen at all. Senior Dongfeng, now there are 2 ways. The first way, I can restore your soul and your physical condition. But it will take time. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. How long? Dongfeng Ding asked. About 2 hours. After all, it's been many years. Feng Wuchen said. What? He can recover in about 2 hours? The Yutianshan crowd widened their eyes. How could this be called needing time? Feng Wuchen was able to solve something that others were helpless against in 2 hours. Dongfeng Wuxian was also stunned on the spot. All these years, he had tried everything but to no avail. However, in front of Feng Wuchen, it was as easy as flipping his hand. Feng Wuchen, is what you said true? Xiao Bufan asked in shock. Of course it's true. Feng Wuchen nodded. What about the second method? Ziyun quickly asked. Everyone looked at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, the second method is faster, but it is somewhat painful. Choose one of the 2 methods. Others were helpless, but Feng Wuchen actually had 2 solutions. Which one is safer? Dongfeng Ding asked. Both are safe. There won't be any danger to his life. Feng Wuchen smiled. Then we'll choose the second method. The faster, the better. Grandfather must hate this feeling. I hope he can recover as soon as possible. Ziyun quickly said. What do you all think? Feng Wuchen asked. Then we'll go with the second method. Old man really wants to get rid of his current condition. Dongfeng Wuxian said. Feng Wuchen nodded and activated the ancestor of soul power. An overbearing soul power suddenly erupted. In that instant, the alchemists present suddenly felt the soul power in their bodies submit. It was completely out of their control. What kind of soul power is this? Old man actually felt the soul power in his body submit. Yu Tianshan suddenly exclaimed, his eyes wide open. This soul power is too overbearing. It's completely different from our soul power. My soul power is already out of control. Xiao Bufan said in horror. He was scared out of his wits. I also felt my soul power submit. Heavens, brother Feng, what kind of soul power is this? Lei Qi said in horror. His whole body was trembling and his face was pale. At this moment, they finally realized what Dongfeng Wuxian's words meant. This soul power was too terrifying. Senior Dongfeng, bear with it. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. His palm made a grabbing motion and forcefully pulled out Dongfeng Wuxian's soul body. In an instant, an illusory figure appeared in front of everyone. It was Dongfeng Wuxian's soul body. It was very weak and could dissipate at any time. An ancient immortal general in the realm of alchemists can actually forcefully pull out a soul body? Yu Tianshan and the rest were shocked again. They looked at Feng Wuchen as if they were looking at a monster. How is this possible? Lei Qi's eyeballs were about to fall out. Little brother Feng is indeed not simple. Forcefully pulling out a soul body is impossible without an ancient immortal Lord Realm alchemist. Dongfeng Wuxian said with a smile. Senior Dongfeng, I'll let your soul body rebirth now. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. The ancestor of soul power suddenly erupted. The next moment, the scene that appeared shocked everyone present. Dongfeng Wuxian's soul body suddenly shattered and dissipated. His aura instantly disappeared. Grandpa! Ziyun was shocked. This was clearly the dissipation of the soul body. Palace Master's soul body has disappeared. What's going on? Feng Wuchen, where's Palace Master? Yu Tianshan asked in panic. Feng Wuchen, did you fail? Palace Master's soul body has disappeared. He hasn't been reborn. Qiu Bufan also asked anxiously. Brat, are you playing with us? Where is he reborn? Palace Master is dead. Xintu suddenly shouted angrily. Second Elder, don't be agitated. If Senior Dongfeng isn't dead, how can he be reborn? Feng Wuchen said indifferently. At the same time, he activated the power of the immortality realm and injected it into Dongfeng Wuxian's body. Feng Wuchen, can you be clearer? Is Grandpa dead? Ziyun asked in panic. Don't worry, I'll revive your grandpa immediately. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Revive, these two words directly shocked Dongfeng Ding and the others. It was as if they were petrified. It was as if a towering mountain crushed their hearts, almost suffocating them. Can the soul body be revived after it dissipates? Yu Tianshan almost lost his balance. It was simply unimaginable. Feng Wuchen activated the ancestor of soul power and shouted, heaven-defying reincarnation. What? Heaven-defying reincarnation? This is the legendary heaven-defying reincarnation. Yu Tianshan's old face changed again. His body trembled violently. Heaven-defying reincarnation? What is heaven-defying reincarnation? Qiu Bufan and Lei Qi were puzzled and shocked. Yu Tianshan's expression was as if he had seen a ghost. In the blink of an eye, Dongfeng Wuxian's soul body, which had disappeared, condensed again at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, everyone was scared into a vegetative state. Dongfeng Wuxian quickly opened his eyes. The aura of his soul body had recovered to its peak. Compared to the previous weak soul body, he was a completely different person. Grandpa. Seeing Dongfeng Wuxian appear, Ziyun was surprised and happy. He's revived. Dongfeng Ding's eyes widened. The Palace Master is really revived. Xintu Yao and the rest of the upper echelons exclaimed. I'm not seeing things, right? He's really revived. Qiu Bufan's heart was about to jump out of his chest. Feeling the powerful aura of the soul body, Dongfeng Wuxian said excitedly, is this rebirth? The old man's soul body has already recovered to its peak. This feeling is too comfortable. Little brother Feng is indeed amazing. Senior Dongfeng, your physical body has already recovered. I'll now merge your soul body into your physical body. Feng Wuchen smiled and waved his hand. With the help of the soul ancestor, Dongfeng Wuxian's soul body entered his physical body. After a while, Dongfeng Wuxian opened his eyes. He was reborn. The whole process took less than a minute. Shocking. Too shocking, Feng Wuchen's existence was too terrifying. They felt that in front of Feng Wuchen, they were more insignificant than ants. Dongfeng Wuxian was right. Feng Wuchen was even more terrifying than an ancient immortal supremacy alchemist. Dongfeng Wuxian's aura suddenly changed. Two terrifying auras shot out, and an extremely surging terrifying aura frantically rolled out, shaking people's souls. The terrifying aura almost reached the level of a 4-star ancient immortal emperor. The majestic aura of the Shinra Temple's palace master once again enveloped the entire palace after so many years. This is the palace master's aura. Did Feng Wuchen really save the palace master? It's been so many years since I felt the palace master's terrifying aura. The palace master from back then is back. At this moment, the entire divine net immortal palace was filled with excited cheers. After a while, Dongfeng Wuxian's aura was restrained. He was like an old pine tree standing on a majestic peak, unmoving despite the wind and rain. An ancient immortal emperor was so terrifying. He's recovered. The old man has completely recovered. This feeling has not appeared for so many years. Little brother Feng, thank you so much. Dongfeng Wuxian was incomparably excited. He felt that his entire body was filled with energy, and he felt as if he had become several decades younger. It was as if a stream of water from the heavens had fallen into the vast sea and mulberry fields, filling and nourishing his body. It flowed along his limbs and bones, swiftly flowing through his entire body, from his muscles and bones to his cells and pores. It was extremely comfortable. It was a wonderful feeling. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. Senior Dongfeng, you're welcome. Life and death. Eternal life control. This was the legendary heaven-defying reincarnation. Who would have thought that old man would be lucky enough to witness such a heaven-defying ability like the heaven-defying reincarnation? Yu Tianshan exclaimed in a daze. Heaven-defying reincarnation? Dongfeng Wuxian's expression changed. Glancing at Yu Tianshan and the others, Dongfeng Wuxian realized that Yu Tianshan and the others were all dumbfounded. Dongfeng Wuxian looked at Feng Wuchen in shock, as if he had guessed something. Grandpa, Feng Wuchen first scattered your soul, then used the heaven-defying reincarnation to reform Grandpa's soul and revive Grandpa. It's very powerful. Ziyun explained, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration. As expected. Dongfeng Wuxian's expression changed again, and he looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. The legendary heaven-defying reincarnation. Dongfeng Wuxian realized that Yu Tianshan and the others were dumbfounded because of the heaven-defying reincarnation. Palace Master, what exactly is the heaven-defying reincarnation? Why can it let dissipated souls be reborn? Qiu Bufan suddenly woke up and asked. To be able to revive a dissipated soul, it must be an extremely powerful ancient immortal technique, right? Ziyun guessed. Dongfeng Wuxian looked at Feng Wuchen in shock and said, heaven-defying reincarnation is a divine ability that only alchemists have the chance to comprehend. It can control the life and death of others, and control their eternal life. Undying and indestructible. Even if the soul is scattered, it can be revived. But such a terrifying divine ability has very harsh conditions to comprehend. It depends on luck and talent, and there are even other unknown conditions. Among the billions of alchemists, it has never appeared, at least not in the ancient immortal world. It has only been heard of, and thus it has become a legend. No alchemist has ever dared to dream of comprehending this divine ability. Old man never expected that little brother Feng would actually comprehend the legendary heaven-defying reincarnation. After hearing Dongfeng Wuxian's words, Qiu Bufan and the others were completely dumbfounded. They were petrified on the spot and looked at Feng Wuchen as if they were looking at a monster. An ancient immortal general-level alchemist could comprehend such a terrifying divine ability. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, who would dare to believe it? Little brother Feng, is it really heaven-defying reincarnation? Dongfeng Wuxian asked in shock. That's right, it is heaven-defying reincarnation. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. The legend is true. It can really comprehend heaven-defying reincarnation. Yu Tianshan said with excitement and shock. Too terrifying, I can't believe that there is such a terrifying divine ability in this world. Shen Tuyao and the other higher-ups exclaimed. After living for so long, this was the first time they had seen such a terrifying divine ability. With such a divine ability, even if one died 10,000 times and had their soul scattered, they could still be revived. Out of billions of alchemists, there might not be anyone who can comprehend it. Feng Wuchen is only an ancient immortal general alchemist, how did he comprehend it? Ziyun asked in confusion. She couldn't understand at all. Palace Lord said that Feng Wuchen's mental state as an alchemist is extremely high. It should have something to do with this. Qiu Bufan guessed. Little brother Feng, thank you for saving my life. Please accept this old man's bow. Dongfeng Wuxian hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed. He was extremely grateful in his heart. Senior Dongfeng, please don't. This junior can't accept it. Feng Wuchen hurriedly stopped him and said, I have my reasons for doing this. I hope that the Shinra Temple can provide me with a large amount of natural treasures and herbs. I don't care how many spirit source stones it takes. Provide a large amount of natural treasures? Dongfeng Wuxian was slightly stunned. The person who used heaven-defying reincarnation was just for natural treasures? Yes, I have already gone to many forces, but I was rejected. That's why I came to the Shinra temple. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Feng Wuchen, what do you need so many natural treasures and herbs for? You've already booked so many medicinal herb shops in the city. Isn't that enough? Ziyun asked curiously. What was it that required so many herbs and natural treasures to refine? The thing I want to refine requires a large amount of natural treasures. The herbs are just for refining pills. Feng Wuchen smiled. Old man promises you. Dongfeng Wushan readily agreed. Thank you, Senior Dongfeng. Feng Wuchen hurriedly thanked him. The matter of the herbs and natural treasures was finally resolved. Dongfeng Wushan smiled happily and said, No need to thank me. Little brother Feng has saved old man's life. Oh right, Senior Dongfeng, you can't cultivate your alchemy anymore. I'll give you a powerful alchemy manual. Feng Wuchen smiled and flicked his finger. A ray of golden light flew out and instantly disappeared between Dongfeng Wushan's eyebrows. Before Dongfeng Wushan could even open his mouth, the information that appeared in his mind made Dongfeng Wushan stunned on the spot. What kind of powerful art formula is this? It's beyond the scope of ancient immortal arts. I'm afraid it doesn't exist in the ancient immortal world. The information in his mind was a powerful art formula. Its power was beyond Dongfeng Wushan's imagination. Feng Wuchen wants to give the palace master a powerful art formula? Qiu Bufan was filled with curiosity and anticipation. Feng Wuchen was so terrifying. How could the art formula be bad? Senior Dongfeng has been an ancient immortal emperor for many years. This art formula is enough for you to break through to the ancient immortal emperor realm in a short time. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Break through to the ancient immortal emperor realm? Dongfeng Wushan was surprised and overjoyed. The ancient immortal emperor realm was a realm that Dongfeng Wushan dreamed of reaching. Once he became an ancient immortal emperor alchemist, Dongfeng Wushan would definitely be able to shock the entire ancient immortal domain. The status of the divine Luo immortal palace would also change drastically. Looking at Dongfeng Wushan's shocked expression, Yu Tianshan asked anxiously, Palace Master, how is it? This has exceeded old man's imagination. This is probably even more terrifying than ancient immortal arts. Dongfeng Wushan said in shock, his voice trembling. What? Even more terrifying than ancient immortal arts? Yu Tianshan and the other higher-ups were shocked. Qiu Bufan and Luo Susu were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Even more powerful than ancient immortal arts? Ziyun's eyes widened. Grand Elder can cultivate it too. Feng Wuchen smiled. Old man can cultivate it too? That's great. Thank you, little brother Feng. Yu Tianshan was ecstatic. Feng Wuchen, what other powerful art formulas do you have? Quick, give me one too. Don't forget that I'm the one who brought you here. I've helped you a lot. Ziyun said anxiously. She wasn't stupid. Feng Wuchen was so powerful. His art formula must be terrifying. Whoosh. Feng Wuchen flicked his finger and a golden light entered Ziyun's forehead. Your realm is relatively low. This is suitable for you. Senior brother Qiu and Lei Qi can cultivate it too. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Feng Wuchen would need a lot of help from the Shinra temple in the future. Moreover, the Shenluo Immortal Palace was providing Feng Wuchen with herbs and natural treasures. This was helping Feng Wuchen solve a huge problem. Emperor Peerless' legacy contained far too many powerful techniques, so it wasn't a big deal to give it one or two scrolls. Thank you, little brother Feng. Qiu Bufan and Lei Qi were overjoyed and quickly cupped their fists to express their gratitude. What a powerful art formula. Is it even more powerful than ancient immortal arts? Ziyun suddenly exclaimed in ecstasy. More powerful than ancient immortal arts? Doesn't that mean we can completely suppress the Seven Stars Divine Palace? Lei Qi said in ecstasy. That's right. Moreover, our alchemist realm will improve very quickly. When the time comes, it won't be a problem for me to surpass Yunchong. Qiu Bufan said excitedly. His eyes were full of confidence. He couldn't wait to cultivate this terrifying art formula that surpassed ancient immortal arts. Little brother Feng, thank you very much. Dong Fengding cupped his fists and bowed to express his gratitude. Feng Wuchen chuckled and said, don't thank me yet. The amount of treasures I need is much more than you can imagine. It may bring you a lot of trouble. Little brother Feng has given us 2 scrolls of such powerful refining techniques. These are not troublesome at all. The divine net immortal palaces, medicinal herbs and heavenly treasures all come from the celestial shadow fantasy realm. There are specialized people to deliver them. If little brother Feng needs them, this old man can get more people to deliver them and send them to Feng restaurant. Dongfeng Wushan quickly said with a smile. Thank you, Senior Dongfeng. Feng Wuchen thanked. Dongfeng Wushan smiled happily and said, little brother Feng, we should be the ones thanking you. Dongfeng Wushan was very clear about the great benefits these 2 art formulas could bring. The improvement of the alchemist's realm was only a small matter. More importantly, it could allow the Shinra Temple to enter the ranks of the top forces in the ancient immortal world. Only with powerful alchemists could one create a powerful force. Bufan, bring little brother Feng to get the treasures and herbs. Try to provide them to little brother Feng as much as possible. Deacon Elder, I'll have to trouble you to go to the celestial shadow fantasy realm and find more sellers. Dongfeng Wushan smiled happily. The Deacon Elder stroked his beard and said with a smile, old man will go immediately and try to get them to deliver the treasures and herbs as soon as possible. Little brother Feng, please come with me. Our Shinra temple has a lot of herbs and treasures. It should be able to solve your urgent needs. Qiu Bufan smiled politely. Senior Dongfeng, seniors, I won't disturb you. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and smiled. He then left with Qiu Bufan. After Feng Wuchen and Qiu Bufan left, Xianxia quickly asked, Palace Lord, are you sure that Feng Wuchen's alchemy technique is more terrifying than the ancient immortal technique? Dongfeng Wushan nodded and said, it's an existence that completely surpasses the ancient immortal technique. This matter must be kept secret. Before we become powerful, we can't let it leak out. Old man was right. Feng Wuchen is very terrifying. We can't offend him. Old man has a premonition that if we seize this opportunity, our Shinra temple will definitely become a great force in the ancient immortal domain and even the entire ancient immortal world. Yu Tianshan said solemnly, that's right. Old man also has this premonition. Moreover, it's very strong. We can't offend this person. Once we do, the consequences will be unimaginable. Feng Wuchen is so terrifying. Who exactly is he? Xintiao asked curiously. Dongfeng Wushan shook his head and said, regarding Feng Wuchen, no one should investigate. We don't want to offend him. The Shinra Temple's alchemy pavilion had all sorts of medicinal ingredients and heavenly treasures. The amount was more than 10 times that of the mystic sovereign palace. As expected of an ancient immortal emperor's power, Feng Wuchen bought 2/3 of the heavenly treasures and medicinal ingredients, spending billions of spiritual origin stones. The huge amount was enough for Feng Wuchen to refine many heaven-defying divine pearls. In the future, with the Shinra Temple providing the heavenly treasures and medicinal ingredients, Feng Wuchen wouldn't have to run around and waste time. These heavenly treasures are enough to refine dozens of heaven-defying divine pearls. Soon, more heavenly treasures and medicinal ingredients will be delivered. The cultivation resources of the dragon's soul can be considered solved. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. He was in an extremely good mood. However, just as Feng Wuchen happily left the Shinra temple, the smile on his face disappeared. Darn brat, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yi Yuncheng said coldly. His figure slowly flew down from a mountain peak as he stared at Feng Wuchen viciously. Darn brat, how dare you insult eldest senior brother? We don't care who you are. We will make you pay the price today. Yan Zhenxuan said coldly. His cold-killing intent locked onto Feng Wuchen. It looks like you aren't stupid. If you didn't wait for me here, it would be difficult for you to seek revenge on me in the future. I also guessed that you wouldn't leave so easily. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. What a coincidence. I also guessed it. Qiu Bufan's voice sounded. Swoosh. A black shadow flew over, bringing with it a powerful sonic boom. It was none other than Qiu Bufan. Qiu Bufan was a 3-star ancient immortal emperor and was extremely powerful. He was 1 star higher than Xianxia. Senior brother Qiu, why are you here? Feng Wuchen said in surprise. Qiu Bufan said with a faint smile, I know Xianxia too well. If he did not stop you today, then he is not the Xianxia I know. It was because he knew Xianxia too well that Qiu Bufan guessed that Xianxia would definitely attack Feng Wuchen. Eldest senior brother, Qiu Bufan is a loser who often goes against you. He does not care about you at all. Seeing Qiu Bufan appear, Yan Zhenxuan said gloomily. Qiu Bufan. Do you really want to make things difficult for me? Xianxia gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. His face instantly turned gloomy. Qiu Bufan said with a smile, Xianxia, don't go overboard. Although this place is some distance away from the Shinra Temple, it is still the Shinra Temple's territory. What do you think the Shinra Temple is? Feng Wuchen is the Palace Lord's guest. If you attack Feng Wuchen, you will be making an enemy of the Shinra Temple. Are you planning to start a war between the two factions? Qiu Bufan, don't use the Shinra Temple to pressure me. The Shinra Temple is not afraid of your 7 stars divine palace. This kid dares to insult me, so he must pay the price. Xianxia shouted angrily. The Shinra Temple will protect Feng Wuchen. You can try. You can also go back and ask your palace lord. If you want to start a war, the Shinra Temple will accompany you to the end. Qiu Bufan said domineeringly. There's no need to ask. Since you want to stop me, don't blame me for being impolite. I have no intention of starting a war. It's just that you have interfered in my affairs. As for whether we start the battle or not, I don't have any objections, Xianxia said fiercely, and a wisp of ruthless killing intent flashed in his eyes. Qiu Bufan, your cultivation level may be higher than mine, but don't forget that my soul power is stronger than yours. Xianxia said coldly. He circulated his powerful soul power and attacked mercilessly. Brother Feng, please step back. This guy. Qiu Bufan said solemnly. But before he could finish his sentence, he could not continue. With a light wave of Feng Wuchen's hand, Xianxia's extremely powerful soul power instantly disappeared. Impressive. With a light wave of his hand, he was able to disperse Xianxia's soul power without using any soul power. I almost forgot that Brother Feng's soul power is extremely domineering and terrifying. Qiu Bufan thought to himself. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, Qiu Bufan was shocked once again. What's going on? Why did my soul power disappear? Xianxia was stunned, shocked, and confused. Yan Zhenxuan's face was full of confusion as he asked doubtfully, Eldest senior brother, where is your soul force? Why did it disappear? Staring at Feng Wuchen with a ruthless gaze, Xianxia secretly thought, was it done by this kid? How did he do it? Xianxia only saw Feng Wuchen gently wave his hand. Qiu Bufan did not do anything, and Qiu Bufan did not have the ability to do so. But he did not see Feng Wuchen do anything. Where did his soul power go? Xianxia could not figure it out. Staring at Feng Wuchen with a ruthless gaze, Xianxia asked, Darn kid, what did you do? Xianxia, right? Is the 7 stars divine palace very strong? They actually let you be so arrogant that you don't even care about the Shinra Temple. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Feng Wuchen was getting more and more annoyed with Xianxia. Xianxia was arrogant, condescending, and calculative. It was detestable. You are right. I really don't care about the Shinra Temple. With my talent, I can become an ancient immortal emperor alchemist in a few years. The 7 stars divine palace will trample the Shinra Temple sooner or later. Xianxia said arrogantly. Wishful thinking. Qiu Bufan shook his head helplessly. Your talent? I don't seem to be much. You can't stand being called trash? Do you really think you are a genius? Feng Wuchen said disdainfully, in my eyes, you are no different from trash. If I have to be precise, I can only say that you are a little better than trash. Just a little. Darn kid. You are courting death. Xianxia was enraged. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. As the #1 genius alchemist in the immortal soul world, How could he tolerate such humiliation? Violent soul power exploded once again. Yuncheng immediately launched a fierce attack. Waves of violent soul power rushed towards Feng Wuchen. In Feng Wuchen's ancient magic eyes, he could see that there were green soul power attacks coming at him. Feng Wuchen ignored them. Qiu Bufan, who was by the side, did not move. However, Yuncheng's violent soul power bombarded Feng Wuchen's body, but there was no effect. It was like a stone sinking into the sea. How is this possible? Yuncheng and Yan Zhenchuan widened their eyes in disbelief. Could it be that Feng Wuchen's alchemist realm was higher than Yuncheng's? My soul power attack can't cause any damage to him? And it disappeared for no reason. Yuncheng was shocked. He did not know what was going on. In front of Brother Feng's tyrannical soul power, any soul power can only submit, not to mention injuring Brother Feng. Qiu Bufan thought to himself. Unfortunately, Yuncheng did not know. Humph. Pooh-pooh. Feng Wuchen snorted. Following that, Yuncheng and Yan Zhenchuan both vomited blood. Their soul bodies were severely injured by a terrifying soul power. How is this possible? Yan Zhenchuan's eyes almost fell out. He was extremely frightened. How can he have such a realm? What was that fleeting soul power? Yuncheng was dumbfounded. An intense fear surged in his heart. Feng Wuchen's snort was enough to severely injure their soul bodies. How terrifying was that? You dare to be arrogant in front of me with your trashy ability? You don't even have the qualifications to be insulted by me. A mere ancient immortal lord alchemist dares to be arrogant in front of me. I'm already thinking highly of you by calling you trash. Feng Wuchen said coldly as he walked over. Seeing Feng Wuchen walk over, Yuncheng and Yan Zhenchuan were extremely frightened. Their hearts were beating wildly as they found it difficult to breathe. Genius? Refining a trashy 5th grade ancient immortal artifact makes you a genius? Don't you think I'm insulting you? Then I'll humiliate you again. Feng Wuchen said disdainfully. With a flip of his palm, refinement materials appeared in his palm. He activated his world-cleansing alien soul fire and soul power. Under Qiu Bufan, Yuncheng, and Yan Zhenchuan's shocked gazes, Feng Wuchen instantly refined a 5th grade ancient immortal artifact as though he was performing a magic trick. A thought creation, a top-notch 5th grade ancient immortal artifact. Insult you? Are you worthy? Feng Wuchen's face was filled with disdain. He patted Yuncheng's face gently and said, "Don't be arrogant in front of me in the future. You don't have the qualifications. Senior brother Qiu, farewell." Feng Wuchen glanced at Qiu Bufan before slowly flying away. Seeing Feng Wuchen fly away, Yuncheng and Yan Zhenchuan did not dare to move. Their backs were drenched in cold sweat, as though they were facing a formidable enemy. Both of them were horrified, as though they were afraid that Feng Wuchen would come back for revenge. Yuncheng and Yan Zhenchuan only heaved a sigh of relief after Feng Wuchen's figure disappeared. A cold snort could severely injure them. It would be strange if they were not afraid. However, they were still shocked. Eldest senior brother, I didn't see wrongly, right? He refined a grade 5 ancient immortal artifact with a single thought. Yan Zhenchuan said in shock, his face filled with disbelief. An ancient immortal artifact with a thought alchemist? Refining a grade 5 ancient immortal artifact? Who are you kidding? Yuncheng's body trembled violently. It was not just the two of them. Qiu Bufan was also in a state of shock. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Qiu Bufan would never believe that an ancient immortal artifact with a thought alchemist could refine a grade 5 ancient immortal artifact. Yuncheng, did you see it? Brother Feng has every right to insult you. A grade 5 ancient immortal artifact with a single thought is not something you can do now, Qiu Bufan suddenly said. Yuncheng glared at Qiu Bufan fiercely. He wanted nothing more than to skin Qiu Bufan alive. Yuncheng's pale face quickly turned ferocious. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Who is he? And what's wrong with this brat? I've never seen that fleeting soul power before. Furthermore, he's only an ancient immortal artifact. How could he injure my soul body so easily? What's going on?" The more Yuncheng thought about it, the angrier he became. It was as though he could not tolerate anyone being stronger than him. His jealousy was extremely intense. Are ancient immortal artifact alchemists so terrifying? This can't be real, right? Yan Zhenchuan's face was filled with horror. His body could not stop trembling. Xiao Bufan ignored Yuncheng's question. Xiao Bufan shook his head helplessly and sighed in his heart. This brat Feng Wuchen is obviously so terrifying, but he is still willing to call me senior brother Qiao. With his status, I'm afraid even the palace lord has to call him lord. If he is willing, he can raise his alchemist realm at any time. What a blow. Brother Feng is so terrifying that any genius would be overshadowed by him. Compared to a pervert, who wasn't trash. Xiao Bufan, answer me. What happened just now? What's up with this kid's soul power? Who is he? Yuncheng asked gloomily. He gritted his teeth and his cold eyes stared at Xiao Bufan like a venomous snake. How would I know? We just got to know each other today. You guys can leave now. I don't want to take your life while you're down. We're not the same kind of people. Xiao Bufan smiled faintly and then disappeared. Preposterous. You're just a defeated opponent. Xiao Bufan dares to look down on me. Xiao Bufan exploded in anger. It was fine if Feng Wuchen called him trash. After all, Feng Wuchen was too terrifying. But Xiao Bufan, a defeated opponent, dared to look down on him. Where did Xiao Bufan's courage and confidence come from? As the #1 genius alchemist in the immortal soul world, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Yuncheng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said angrily, this matter will definitely not end here. Xiao Bufan, you ruined my plans. I will definitely not forgive you. At the alchemist conference, I will definitely ruin your reputation. Senior brother, let's go back and report to the palace lord. The terrifying aura that emanated from the Shinra temple should be Dongfeng Wushan's. Yan Zhenchuan said in a panic. Feng Wuchen's terror was deeply engraved in his heart. He did not dare to stay for a moment longer. Although Yuncheng was unwilling, he could only leave with his serious injuries. Back at Windy Fire City's Feng restaurant, Feng Wuchen planned to immediately refine the heaven-defying divine bead. But just as he entered the restaurant, shopkeeper Mu came up to him respectfully. Landlord, someone is looking for you. He doesn't come with good intentions. Shopkeeper Mu whispered as he gestured with his chin towards a spot in the restaurant. Feng Wuchen turned his head and saw an unfamiliar man in white. An ancient immortal emperor expert. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. When Feng Wuchen looked over, the man was also looking at Feng Wuchen. Go ahead. Feng Wuchen said indifferently as he walked towards the man. However, just as Feng Wuchen walked over, he sensed a cold murderous aura. It came from the unfamiliar man. There aren't many people in the ancient immortal world who want to kill me. But this person is definitely not from the 7 Stars Divine Palace. It's even more impossible for him to be from the 3 great clans. So, either he's from the Divine Wind Immortal Palace or he was sent by that guy. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. He was very clear about his enemy. Feng Wuchen came to his seat and sat down. As he poured a cup of wine, he asked, I don't know you. But since you want to kill me, can you tell me who sent you? As soon as he finished speaking, he downed the cup of wine. Young Lord Yi. The man in white said coldly, if Feng Restaurant interferes, destroy them together. As expected. Feng Wuchen nodded and said with a smile, Yi Hongyun is really narrow-minded. As an ancient immortal emperor expert, she hates a nobody like me. Only death awaits those who offend young Lord Yi. The man in white said coldly as he downed the cup of wine expressionlessly. It's a pity that you can't kill me. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly and poured another cup of wine. How so? You're just an ancient immortal general. You should know that with my strength, killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. I don't even need to talk nonsense with you. The man in white said coldly. Feng Wuchen said with a smile, the strength of a 3-star ancient immortal emperor is indeed strong. Killing me is indeed as easy as flipping your hand. But from the moment I sat down, you were already poisoned. Poisoned? The man in white was stunned. The corner of his mouth curled into a mocking smile and he said coldly, you think that poison is effective on me? Don't be too confident in yourself. Don't underestimate me, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. There was no fear on his face and he was not worried at all. Don't be too arrogant. I won't underestimate a dead person. The man in white's voice became extremely cold. His eyes flashed with ruthless killing intent. As soon as he finished speaking, the man in white wanted to kill Feng Wuchen with a palm strike. He did not even activate his strength. But the moment the man attacked, his expression changed drastically. Then, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? I'm poisoned? The man in white was shocked. He looked at his palm and realized that he could not detect the presence of poison at all. The man in white had no idea when Feng Wuchen had poisoned him. Feng Wuchen said with a smile, how is it? Do you still think that my poison is useless? What poison is this? The man in white asked in shock. A poison that could hurt him was obviously extremely terrifying. What kind of poison is this? How can it hurt me? Why can't I sense anything? How did this brat poison me? The white-robed man couldn't figure it out. He racked his brains but still couldn't figure out how Feng Wuchen poisoned him. However, the overbearingness of the poison was obvious. Even an ancient immortal emperor expert couldn't resist it. Oh right, don't use your spiritual energy. Otherwise, you'll be dead. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Feng Wuchen's faint laughter sounded. The poison was all-pervasive. The white-robed man wasn't stupid enough to try to use his spiritual energy. He also didn't dare to doubt Feng Wuchen's words. I can't find any poison in my body. How can there be such a poison? He just said that this poison was refined by him. It seems that this kid isn't simple. The white-robed man looked coldly at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen, do you think I'm alone? The white-robed man said coldly. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen stopped. Swish. Swish. Swish, swish. More than 10 figures suddenly appeared in Feng restaurant. They were all ancient immortal lords. Waves of terrifying auras locked onto Feng Wuchen. Unrelated people, leave, the white-robed man said coldly. Seeing that the situation was wrong, the cultivators drinking in the restaurant and the cultivators in the queue all fled in fear. No one dared to stay. In order to deal with me, they actually sent an ancient immortal emperor and so many ancient immortal lords. I'm really flattered. Yi Hongyun can't be showing off to me, right? Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Looking at the white-robed man again, Feng Wuchen continued, I originally thought that you would leave directly after being poisoned. You can't even withstand my poison. Do you think they can? I heard that the people of Feng Restaurant once destroyed the 3 great clans to save you. The fate of Feng Restaurant is in your hands. The white-robed man said coldly, his words carrying a threat. As he spoke, the white-robed man looked around and said, I heard that if you cause trouble in Feng Restaurant, the experts of Feng Restaurant will appear. Why didn't anyone come out first? Are they afraid of death? Or do you not care about Feng Wuchen's life and death? Aren't you afraid that I'll give you an even stronger poison? Feng Wuchen asked with a sneer. We are acting on orders. Even if we die, we must kill you. Do it. The white-robed man ordered coldly. He didn't care about the life and death of more than 10 ancient immortal lords. It was fine as long as he could complete the mission. Over 10 ancient immortal lords acted at the same time without any hesitation. Since you want to die, then I won't hold back. Feng Wuchen sneered, and the corners of his mouth curled into a dangerous arc. The ancestor of myriad poisons was activated, and a strange aura spread out. What kind of power is this? The man in white frowned. He had never seen such a strange power before. The 10 or so ancient immortal lords who rushed over suddenly felt an incomparably strange itch all over their bodies. They were simply unable to endure it, and all of them started to scratch the itch madly. What's going on? Was this also a lethal poison? It tickles. It's so itchy. I can't take it anymore. Brat. Stop it. Stop it. I can't take it anymore. The 10 or so ancient immortal lords rolled on the ground, screaming and scratching at the same time. Their flesh was scratched all over, and blood dyed their clothes red. They were in incomparable pain. It must be very comfortable, right? It feels so good to scratch the itch. Feng Wuchen smiled brightly. How is this possible? The white-robed man was stunned, and he was so frightened that he retreated. Originally, I didn't want to deal with you, but it's a pity that you just had to provoke me and even dare to threaten me. I've already given you a chance. Feng Wuchen sneered as he walked step by step toward the white-robed man. What do you want? The white-robed man asked in panic. He looked at Feng Wuchen as if he was looking at a devil. The white-robed man was already poisoned, and he didn't dare to use his strength or move too much. He was worried that the poison would spread faster and cause him to die. What do I want? You want to kill me. What do you think I want? Feng Wuchen sneered. Feng Wuchen, if you dare to kill us, young Lord Yi won't let you go. The Heaven Illumination Immortal Abode won't let you go. When the time comes, all the experts in the southern celestial realm will come to kill you. The white-robed man said in fear, and he immediately mentioned the Heaven Illumination Immortal Abode. Heaven Illumination Immortal Abode? I've never heard of it. I even dared to offend Yi Hongyun. Do you think I won't dare to kill you? You're about to die, and you still dare to threaten me. I have to say, you're very brave. Feng Wuchen laughed. The ancestor of all poison's power gathered on his index finger, and it shone with a faint green light. No. Feng Wuchen, stop. Stop it. Looking at the strange green light, the white-robed man was terrified. He didn't know what kind of poison it was, but he definitely knew that it could take his life. What? Aren't you an expert of the Heaven Illumination Immortal Abode? You can feel fear too? Feng Wuchen sneered. Feng Wuchen, don't kill me. Don't kill me. I was wrong. I was just following orders. Yi Hongyun sent me to kill you. She also asked me to tell Jianzhou to attend Yi Hongyun and Lu Xian'er's wedding in a month. The white-robed man begged in fear, and he directly knelt down before Feng Wuchen. They're getting married in a month? They didn't invite me? Feng Wuchen asked in surprise. Ah? Yi Hongyun didn't mention it. The white-robed man was stunned. Yi Hongyun and Lu Xian'er couldn't wait to tear you into pieces. Why would they invite you to their wedding? If they didn't invite me, then forget it. Feng Wuchen shrugged, and then pointed his index finger directly at the white-robed man's forehead. Feng Wuchen, no. Spare me. The white-robed man begged in fear. He was scared out of his wits. Don't worry, my poison is very powerful. It won't make you suffer for too long. Feng Wuchen sneered. Ah. As soon as he finished speaking, the white-robed man suddenly screamed. His body instantly turned black, and his skin and flesh were quickly devoured by the overbearing poison. In an instant, he turned into ashes and disappeared. Feng Wuchen grabbed the air, and a storage ring was sucked over to him. The storage ring of an ancient immortal lord from the Heavenly Illumination Immortal Manor. There should be a lot of treasures in it. Feng Wuchen grinned. Seeing this scene, the dozens of ancient immortal lords who were scratching their itches were scared out of their wits. Feng Wuchen was simply a demon. Feng Wuchen, spare us. We were just following orders. This has nothing to do with us. It's so itchy. Feng Wuchen, spare us. Feng Wuchen, we were wrong. We were really wrong. Please spare us. I can't take it anymore. The dozens of ancient immortal lords begged in fear. Their bodies were full of wounds, and it was a horrible sight. When you wanted to kill me, you were already destined to die. Feng Wuchen said coldly, without any mercy. Feng Wuchen had always killed his enemies without mercy. He would never show mercy. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, the dozens of ancient immortal lords were in complete despair. They struggled even harder, wanting to escape. I'll relieve you of your pain now. Feng Wuchen sneered. Then, he waved his hand, and a green halo spread out. Wherever the overbearing and terrifying green aura passed, the dozens of ancient immortal lords were devoured by the poison and turned into ashes. The Poison Emperor's poison is truly terrifying. With my current cultivation, although I can't unleash the power of the ancestor of 10,000 poisons, even ancient immortal emperors and ancient immortal monarchs can't withstand it. I'm afraid even ancient immortal emperors are afraid. The ancestor of 10,000 poisons is truly overbearing. However, it's better not to use it in the future. It's too vicious. Of course, if I encounter those extremely vicious people, I can give it a try. If there's a chance, I can let Ji Hongyun try it. If the enemy wasn't too strong, Feng Wuchen wouldn't use the ancestor of 10,000 poisons. It was indeed too vicious. Feng Wuchen never liked to use poison, but he had no choice. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and sucked the storage rings of the ancient immortal monarchs over. Yi Hongyun, thank you for sending me treasures. There are so many storage rings. I hope there are many treasures. Feng Wuchen smiled and kept them in his storage ring. Shopkeeper Mu, let's continue. Feng Wuchen smiled and went up to the third floor as if nothing had happened. The restaurant continued to operate, and the cultivators outside rushed in. I heard terrifying screams just now. Why are they gone? Don't tell me all the ancient immortal monarchs are dead? Why do I feel that everything that happened to Feng Restaurant is related to that Feng Wuchen? That kid can't be a troublemaker, right? The evils we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear. Who doesn't know that Feng Restaurant has the backing of the mystic sovereign palace? Ancient immortal monarchs are courting death by causing trouble. Everyone was discussing. Feng Restaurant was strong and they were protecting their customers. They weren't afraid. Feng Restaurant was getting more and more famous, and they had the support of the ancient immortal monarchs. Ordinary forces and cultivators didn't dare to provoke them. Even the ancient immortal monarchs didn't dare to provoke them. On the balcony of the third floor, Feng Wuchen poured a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. Xianxia, did you hear it just now? Feng Wuchen asked. I heard it. Xianxia's voice came with a trace of sadness. When Xianxia heard the news of Yi Hongyun and Lu Xian'er's wedding a month later, he was stunned for a long time. An intense heartache spread throughout his body, and he felt as if he could not breathe. Clearly, he was still somewhat unable to accept it. Of course, Xianxia had already completely given up. His heartache was only because he recalled the sweet memories of the past. Feng Wuchen smiled and asked, what do you think? Do you plan to go? I'm afraid this isn't up to me. If the Sky Illumination Immortal Manor sends out an invitation, not only me, even the Palace Lord and the elders would have to go. Unless the Mystic Royal Hall no longer wishes to exist. That Yi Hongyun is a vicious hypocrite. Xianxia transmitted his voice over helplessly. That's true. The Mystic Sovereign Palace can't afford to offend the Celestial Illumination Immortal Palace. Feng Wuchen smiled. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I've already given up. Yi Hongyun is just trying to humiliate me. I'll let her be happy for now. When I surpass her, I'll definitely return the favor tenfold. I'll definitely make Yi Hongyun regret it. Xianxia transmitted his voice. His words were filled with anger. Then work hard on your cultivation. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice over with a smile. House Lord, Yi Hongyun wants to kill you. After failing this time, she will definitely not let this matter rest. Next time, she might send even stronger experts. Aren't you worried? Xianxia transmitted his voice over. We'll talk about it when she comes. Feng Wuchen disagreed. Right, how's the matter with Yang Yuashan? Is there any movement from the Divine Wind Immortal Palace? Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice over. The Divine Wind Immortal Palace has lost all their face. How can there be no movement? They have been sending people to spy on the Mystic Royal Hall and even forced the Palace Lord to give them a satisfactory explanation. Xianxia transmitted his voice over. What did the Palace Lord say? Feng Wuchen asked. The Palace Lord doesn't care about the Divine Wind Immortal Palace at all. If the Divine Wind Immortal Palace dares to start a war, House Lord can refine some poison for me. I'll make sure they won't be able to return. Xianxia transmitted his voice over with a smile. We'll talk about it later. You guys cultivate well and quickly strengthen your dragon soul. In a few days, I'll provide some cultivation resources suitable for the ancient immortal kings to raise their cultivation. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice over. Just as Feng Wuchen was about to return to his room, he accidentally saw a familiar figure. Bing Wu? Juner? Why are they in Firestorm City? Feng Wuchen saw two beautiful figures on the street. It was Bingwu and Juner. Feng Wuchen? Bingwu and Juner also saw Feng Wuchen. Their faces were filled with surprise and joy. The balcony on the third floor of the Wind restaurant was too eye-catching. Anyone who walked past would take a look. And with a glance, they actually saw someone familiar. Bingwu. Juner. Come up quickly. Feng Wuchen smiled and waved his hand. Bingwu and Juner were Feng Wuchen's first friends after ascending to the ancient immortal world. They left a deep impression on him. Feng Wuchen is actually in the Wind restaurant. Juner, let's go up quickly. Bingwu was extremely happy. She immediately rushed into the restaurant with Juner and went straight to the third floor. Bingwu, Juner, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. Are you also here for the 8 attributes? Seeing the happy smiles on the two girls' faces, Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. Yes, I heard that the 8 attributes can increase one's cultivation. I've always been curious, so I found time to come and take a look. I didn't expect you to be here too. Bingwu said with a happy smile. Feng Wuchen, have you been in Firestorm City all this time? Juner asked. Feng Wuchen poured the wine and nodded with a smile. After leaving the Wind Snow Immortal Palace, I came to Firestorm City and have been staying in the Wind restaurant. This 8 attribute wine is only useful to Xian immortals and ancient immortal generals. It's of little help to ancient immortal kings. How is it? Has the matter of Han Yekong and Bing Shuang been resolved? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. Bingwu smiled happily. Yes, it's been resolved. Han Yekong is dead, Bing Shuang is imprisoned in the Wind Snow Immortal Palace, and the Scarlet Blood Immortal Palace has already submitted. Although it's not a sincere submission, they don't dare to do anything. This is all thanks to your help. It's good that it's resolved. Come, try the 8 attributes. They're all ice attributes. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Bingwu and Juner quickly took a sip. The moment the 8 attributes entered their throat, they could feel a warm current quickly spread throughout their body. After sensing it carefully, they could feel that their cultivation had increased slightly. It can indeed increase one's cultivation. This is too miraculous. Who made this wine? It's actually so miraculous. No wonder it spread throughout the immortal soul plane. Bingwu said with surprise. I can't believe it. If the ancient immortal king realm can increase, wouldn't the increase be even greater for Xian immortal and ancient immortal generals? No wonder so many people in the Wind restaurant are fighting to buy the 8 attributes. Juner said in shock. It's a pity that it's not suitable for ancient immortal kings to cultivate. Otherwise, it would be much easier for us to break through to ancient immortal monarch. Bingwu said with slight disappointment. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly and said with a smile, if the 8 attributes were suitable for ancient immortal kings to cultivate, who knows how much trouble it would cause. The Wind restaurant only wants to earn spirit source stones. Now, the 8 attributes are more than enough. That's true. Bingwu nodded. Stinky girl, I've finally found you. Let's see how you're going to run. At this moment, an angry roar sounded. Not good. Sister Bingwu, they're here. Hearing the arrogant roar, Juner's face changed drastically. The ice attribute energy has already covered our aura. They can still catch up. Bingwu was a little flustered. What's wrong? Are you in trouble? Who are they? Feng Wuchen asked as he looked at the 7 men below. The 7 men were not weak. The leader was a 2-star ancient immortal lord while the others were ancient immortal kings. Bingwu hurriedly said, we don't know where they came from. On the way here, we met them. When they saw that there were only 2 of us, they were lustful and wanted to capture us. Luckily, the Wind Snow Immortal Palace's movement technique is powerful. Otherwise, we would have been captured by them. Bingwu's beauty was enough to make countless men willingly turn into beasts and pounce on her. How could they let such evil people go? I didn't expect that there would be a time when you guys would be captured. Feng Wuchen could not help but laugh. Back then, Feng Wuchen was captured and sold to the Wind Snow Valley. Who would have thought that Bingwu and Juner would have such a day? You can still laugh? They're very strong. Juner said unhappily as she glared at Feng Wuchen. I won't laugh. Feng Wuchen laughed. He was just saying that, but the smile on his face did not disappear. Feng Wuchen, what should we do? Is there a back door of the Wind Restaurant? Let's hurry up and leave. Bingwu asked anxiously, her face pale. Don't worry, the Wind Restaurant is absolutely safe. I guarantee that the guests won't be in danger. If they cause trouble in the Wind Restaurant, they'll definitely be chased out. Feng Wuchen said with a smile, not worried at all. Are the rumors true? Bingwu asked. Is the power behind the Wind Restaurant really the mysterious Emperor Palace? We heard about it on the way here. Juner asked. This is just hearsay. I'm not sure either. However, the Wind Restaurant protects the safety of its guests. Feng Wuchen shook his head. Hearing Feng Wuchen's answer, Bingwu and Juner were relieved. Not long later, the 7 men arrived on the 3rd floor. They can't run, right? Capture the 2 of them and take them back. The leader shouted coldly. He glared at Feng Wuchen and threatened, boy, if you want to live, you'd better not interfere. Otherwise, I'll blow your head off. Oh? Blow my head off with a single punch? Feng Wuchen almost laughed out loud. He smiled calmly and said, Your Excellency is powerful. I admire you. If you have the ability, take him away as soon as possible. I won't interfere. Humph. At least you know your place. Take him away. The burly man snorted coldly. How dare you be so arrogant in broad daylight? Simply a beast. Juner could not help but curse angrily. A man sneered mockingly, Little beauty, you won't say that very soon. Just as the 2 men were about to take him away, a waiter came over. Who are you 7? Don't you know the rules of Feng Restaurant? The waiter asked coldly. Scram. Otherwise, I'll blow your head off with a single punch. The leader shouted angrily. He raised his fist the size of a clay pot and threatened. Shopkeeper, someone has come to our Wind Restaurant to cause trouble. The waiter immediately shouted. Oh? Who was so bold that they dared to make trouble in Feng Restaurant? Don't they know the strength of Feng Restaurant? Who are they? Haven't they heard of the rules of Feng Restaurant? Oh, causing trouble in Feng Restaurant? There's a good show to watch. In the restaurant, many cultivators looked over at the same time. Big brother, something seems wrong. Sensing the gazes of the people in the restaurant, a man said in panic. Why are they looking at us? What are the rules of this restaurant? Another man broke out in cold sweat. What are you afraid of? They're just a bunch of trash. The leader of the burly men also noticed it. However, as a 2-star ancient immortal lord, he was not afraid at all. In the restaurant, there were basically Xian immortals and ancient immortal generals. There were very few ancient immortal kings, let alone powerful cultivators. What are you looking at? If anyone keeps looking, I'll smash his head. The leader of the burly men said rudely with a ferocious look on his face. However, the Xianxia of Feng Restaurant were not afraid of the big man's rudeness and threats. Instead, they all had gloating faces. Humph. How dare you cause trouble in Feng Restaurant? Guards. Close the door. Release the dogs. Manager Mu shouted angrily. His ferocious gaze swept from the 1st floor to the 3rd floor. Release the dogs? Feng Wuchen almost spat out the wine in his mouth. He said in astonishment, Does Manager Mu have a dog? Manager Mu, we don't have dogs in our restaurant. A waiter quickly said. No. Release the dogs. Manager Mu shouted angrily, Throw out the troublemakers. Humph. I'll see who dares to meddle in my business. If you want to die, go ahead and try. I'll smash all of you trash with one punch. The leader of the burly men was not afraid at all. The tyrannical power of a 2-star ancient immortal lord spread out. Feng Wuchen couldn't help but laugh when he heard the burly man's words. Stinking brat, what are you laughing at? Do you believe that I'll smash your head? The leader turned around and angrily rebuked Feng Wuchen. He stared at Feng Wuchen with a ferocious gaze. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, It's nothing. I just admire your might and dominance. Big brother, this kid has a glib tongue. He must be very good at flattery. Why don't we take him in as our military officer? He can flatter Big Brother every day and show off Big Brother's might and dominance. A sissy-looking man suggested. That makes sense. The leader nodded. Pfft. Hearing this, Bingwu could not help but laugh. Are you here to capture people or have you taken a fancy to me? Feng Wuchen asked in astonishment. Stinking brat. We can capture whoever we want. If you dare to resist, I'll punch. The leader shouted angrily. Before he could finish, Feng Wuchen finished his sentence. Smash my head. Feng Wuchen, Bingwu, and Juner said in unison. Humph. It's good that you know. The leader sneered proudly. He looked at the people in the restaurant and shouted angrily, I'm going to take the three of them away today. Whoever has the guts, come out and try to stop me. I'll smash his head with a punch. Oh? What big words. A mere 2-star ancient immortal lord dares to cause trouble in Feng restaurant. Why don't you find out about Feng restaurant's strength? Jianchao's cold voice suddenly rang out. Jianchao. Jianchao is here. Mystic Royal Palace's eldest disciple, Xianxia. The 7 of them are going to suffer. They're just 2-star ancient immortal lords. They're no match for Xianxia. Hearing Jianchao's voice, the people in the restaurant were instantly excited and overjoyed. Who's there? Come out. The leader shouted angrily, and a majestic aura erupted. At the restaurant's courtyard, a wisp of immortal qi appeared and condensed into a figure. It was Jianchao. 4-star ancient immortal monarch. Bingwu and Juner were shocked. They did not expect the Wind restaurant to have such an expert. Feng Wuchen, is he the Jianchao who defeated the Divine Wind Immortal Palace's eldest disciple and Mystic Emperor Palace's eldest disciple? Juner quickly asked. Yes. Feng Wuchen nodded. A 4-star ancient immortal monarch defeated a 6-star ancient immortal monarch with a single sword. Is he really that strong? Bingwu sized up Jianchao in shock. It's true. Many people saw that battle. Feng Wuchen chuckled. This kid is actually a 4-star ancient immortal monarch. What kind of restaurant is this? Why is there a 4-star ancient immortal monarch here? An ancient immortal monarch actually opened a restaurant? Sensing Jianchao's tyrannical aura, the burly man panicked. No, I can't lose my momentum. The burly man hardened his heart. You're a scoundrel? Tell me your name. The burly man glared at Jianchao and shouted, displaying his domineering might. Jianchao almost fell down. Many of the cultivators in the restaurant spat out wine as they looked at the burly man like he was an idiot. Haha. Feng Wuchen laughed out loud. Military advisor. What are you laughing at? The sissy asked, clearly displeased. Military advisor? When did Feng Wuchen agree? Could it be that he acted first and reported later? Nothing. This military advisor just saw that Big Brother is becoming more and more domineering. Feng Wuchen laughed. Bingwu and Juner covered their mouths and snickered. So many people in the restaurant were shouting my name. Didn't you hear it? Jianchao looked at the burly man, dumbfounded. Is this burly man an idiot? What did they call you? The burly man was stunned at first, then asked foolishly. Black lines appeared on Jianchao's face, and he almost went crazy from anger. Haha. Feng Wuchen laughed again. Seeing that you're an idiot, get lost. Jianchao said angrily with a gloomy face. Stinking brat, who are you calling a fool? The burly man's face sank, and he shouted angrily, Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you're a 4-star ancient celestial lord. Jianchao made a grabbing motion across the air and a grade 5 ancient immortal artifact appeared. An even more powerful aura burst out, causing everyone in the restaurant to feel fear. Grade 5 ancient immortal artifact. The expressions of the 7 men changed drastically. The ancient immortal sword pointed at the burly man. Jianchao coldly said, Since that's the case, I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you guys. I usually like to see blood when I attack. Big Brother, his aura is so scary. What should we do? Can you beat him? Sissy asked in panic. Big brother, hurry up and punch him in the head. Feng Wuchen jeered, as if he wanted to see the world in chaos. Bingwu and Juner couldn't stop giggling. Military advisor. Shut up. Scolded the sissy. Big brother. Charge. Blow his head off. The other 5 shouted in unison. The burly man was already locked down by Xianxia's tyrannical aura. His back was drenched in cold sweat, but he still maintained a calm demeanor. Buzz. A terrifying power suddenly surged out, causing the restaurant to tremble slightly. A tyrannical airwave swept out. The burly man immediately put his palms together, as if he really wanted to clash with Xianxiu. Xianxiu held the ancient immortal sword in his hand, his aura majestic. Then, he took a step forward with an overwhelming aura. Swish! Xianxiu's body suddenly turned into a ray of light and shot out. His speed was shocking. In an instant, he arrived before the burly man and stabbed the ancient immortal sword mercilessly. Plop! Before the sword arrived, the burly man was so frightened that he immediately knelt down with a plop. Big brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have caused trouble in the Wind restaurant. I shouldn't have said that I would blow your head off. The burly man panicked. He put his palms together and knelt down. The other 6 people also knelt down. The burly man's action once again caused the people in the restaurant to spit out their wine. What if I would blow your head off? Feng Wuchen was shocked. He didn't expect the burly man to admit defeat instantly. The burly man who knelt down and begged was completely different from the arrogant person from before. Humph. Weren't you very domineering just now? Didn't you say that if anyone had the guts to stand in your way, you would blow his head off? Why are you kneeling down in fear now? Xianxiu sneered and looked at the 7 burly men mockingly. Big brother, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. How would I dare to blow your head off? Please be magnanimous and spare us. There won't be a next time. We'll leave immediately. The burly man panicked and laughed. Military advisor, what are you waiting for? We can't beat him. Why aren't you kneeling down? The sissy looked at Feng Wuchen with a look of disappointment. Feng Wuchen, I'm calling you. If you don't kneel down, I'm afraid we'll all be thrown out. Juner teased. Feng Wuchen rolled his eyes. Why aren't you scramming? Xianxiu scolded angrily. Scramming right now. Scramming right now. The 7 of them panicked and ran downstairs. Military advisor, run. The sissy turned around and shouted. He ran downstairs in panic. Feng Wuchen was speechless. Haha. Everyone in the restaurant laughed. To celebrate Feng Wuchen becoming the military advisor, let's have a drink. Hee hee. Juno laughed. Right, Feng Wuchen, didn't you say you have a wife? Why don't I see her? Bingwu asked. She's not by my side. I miss her too. Feng Wuchen sighed. He really has a wife. Bingwu felt an inexplicable sense of loss. After the 7 of them ran out of the restaurant, Xianxiao's figure disappeared. How did this Feng restaurant have such a strong backing? This is the first time I've heard of a restaurant run by an ancient immortal sword. After running out of the restaurant, the burly man regained his arrogant attitude. What a pity for those 2 beauties. It wasn't easy for them to catch up, but Xianxiu ruined it. A man gritted his teeth and said angrily. Big brother, military advisor didn't come down with us. He's still upstairs. The sissy quickly said. Feng Wuchen waved his hand at the sissy. Military advisor my ass. Can't you see he's flirting with my woman? If you call me military advisor again, I'll blow your head off. The burly man reprimanded angrily. When he turned around and saw Feng Wuchen chatting happily with Bingwu and Juner, the burly man was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Yes, yes, yes. The sissy nodded in fear. This stinking brat dares to snatch my woman. If I see him again, I'll definitely blow his head off. The burly man said fiercely, looking extremely fierce. That's right. We'll definitely blow his head off. The other men gritted their teeth and said angrily. Big brother, they won't be able to run. We'll wait nearby and wait for military, that brat to come out. We'll kill him and then snatch her. The sissy suggested. Good idea. The burly man nodded. However, not long after the 7 burly men left, Xianxia received news from the Mystic Imperial Palace. Tower Master, something happened in the Mystic Imperial Palace. I'll go back and take a look. Xianxia transmitted his voice and rushed back to the Mystic Imperial Palace. The Divine Wind Immortal Palace has made their move? Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice. The experts from the Divine Wind Immortal Palace have already arrived at the Mystic Imperial Palace. There are quite a number of them. The Palace Master sent news that there are experts from other forces. The battle should be starting soon. The invitation from the Heaven Illumination Immortal Palace has also arrived. Xianxia transmitted his voice. I'll be there in a while. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice. The Mystic Imperial Palace had helped Feng Wuchen before and Xianxia was still one of his men. Feng Wuchen naturally wouldn't stand by and watch. Mystic Royal Palace. Over 1,000 people were floating above the Mystic Royal Palace. Ferocious auras spread out and shrouded the entire palace. However, there were 8 ancient immortal emperors, over 100 ancient immortal monarchs, and the rest were ancient immortal kings. Such a powerful group was definitely not here to drink tea. They definitely came with ill intentions. Even the Grand Sovereign Sword Palace is here. Seems like Feng Hongxing is going to annihilate us today. Grand Elder Duanqing'an said solemnly. Feng Hongxing is really willing to invite the Grand Sovereign Sword Palace over for Yang Yueshan. Second Elder Lei Gaohan said coldly. Wu Feng's face was solemn. He did not say anything and no one knew what he was thinking. The thousands of disciples of the Mystic Royal Palace were filled with fear and worry. Their faces were pale and their bodies were trembling. If it was just the Divine Wind Immortal Palace, they would not be afraid. However, with the Grand Sovereign Sword Palace involved, the Mystic Royal Palace had no chance of surviving. The Grand Sovereign Sword Palace's position in the immortal soul world was second only to the ancient immortal emperors. The Grand Sovereign Sword Palace had sent many experts this time. Wu Feng, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. I've sent people here many times, but the Mystic Royal Palace did not respond and ignored the Divine Wind Immortal Palace. If you hand over Xianxia and Wind Restaurant today, I'll leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Feng Hongxing said coldly as he stared at Wu Feng. The grudge between the Wind Inn and the 3 great clans of Windfire City was something Yang Yueshan personally interfered with. He was heavily injured by Xianxia because his strength was inferior. This palace lord has no need to explain anything to you. Yang Yueshan is a 6-star ancient immortal lord. If Xianxia wasn't his match, he might have already died in Yang Yueshan's hands. Xianxia already gave your Divine Wind Immortal Palace enough face by not killing him. Wu Feng domineeringly spoke, he would definitely not submit just because the other party was strong. Feng Hongxing narrowed his eyes and said coldly, since you injured my Divine Wind Immortal Palace's disciple, you have to give us an explanation. Twisting words and forcing logic. Lei Gaohan sneered. Feng Hongxing, without the Grand Sovereign Sword Palace, would you dare to say that? Wu Feng said coldly. Wu Feng looked at the people from the Grand Imperial Sword Palace and continued, Imperial Palace Master, the Mystic Sovereign Hall has never had any enmity with the Grand Imperial Sword Palace. Why? Do you think we're weak? Palace's Palace Lord of the Palace, Pu Liangfei said. Friend? Duanqing'an said coldly, as far as this old man knows, the Grand Sovereign Sword Palace and the Divine Wind Immortal Palace don't have much of a relationship. They can't be considered friends, right? Since we are friends, we are friends. Pu Liangfei smiled faintly. Cut the crap. Hand over Xianxiao's Harmonious Wind Restaurant. Otherwise, today will be the day of the Mystic Royal Palace's destruction. Feng Hongxing said coldly. Even if the Mystic Emperor Hall dies, we will never submit. Feng Hongxing, do you think that destroying the Mystic Emperor Hall will change everything? The Divine Wind Immortal Palace is still the joke of the immortal soul world. Wu Feng said coldly. Feng Hongxing's face twitched. He gritted his teeth and said, Palace Lord, you can take action now. I'll leave Wu Feng to you. No problem. But don't forget your promise. Pu Liangfei smiled. The terrifying aura of a 7-star ancient immortal emperor erupted forth, causing the hearts of everyone to tremble. Pu Liangfei was much stronger than Wu Feng. Take action. Don't leave a single one alive. Fang Hongxing roared. Terrifying killing intent spread out. Buzz. As soon as Fang Hongxing said that, the thousands of cultivators activated their power. The space within a few hundred feet started to tremble violently. Disciples of the ancient immortal king realm and above, take action. Wu Feng shouted. The terrifying power of a 5-star ancient immortal emperor burst out. He even took out a 4th-grade ancient immortal artifact. This battle was unavoidable. They could only fight to the death. Among the disciples of the Dark Emperor Palace, there were only about 200 of them who were above the ancient immortal king realm. But there was no way out now. Let's fight to the death. You're going too far. Do you think we're afraid of death? Come at me if you want to fight. If you're afraid, you're not disciples of the Dark Emperor Palace. The disciples of the Dark Emperor Palace roared and unleashed their full strength. They looked as though they were ready to die. Fight to the death with us? Are there only so few of you? You're not enough for us to kill to our heart's content. Only 6 disciples of the ancient immortal emperor realm? That's not enough. There are many disciples of the Dark Emperor Palace. If we don't kill all of them, it'll be boring. It's been a long time since we wiped out other forces. Among the 1,000 experts, most of them were disciples of the Grand Sovereign Sword Palace. Their cultivation was much stronger than the disciples of the Dark Emperor Palace. Lord of the Dark Emperor Palace, I'll be your opponent. I won't use my ancient immortal artifact. Pu Liangfei laughed proudly. Then let's fight. Wu Feng roared. He held a 4th-grade ancient immortal artifact and soared into the sky. Duan Qing'an, I'll deal with you. Fang Hongxing said coldly. His eyes flashed with disdain as though he was sure Duan Qing'an would be defeated. Duan Qing'an's old face was extremely ferocious. With his strength as a 3-star ancient immortal emperor, he was no match for Fang Hongxing. However, there was no way out now. The battle was about to start. The Dark Emperor Palace was destined to suffer heavy casualties in this battle. Blood would flow like a river and they would definitely be destroyed. This is bad. The battle has begun. I have to speed up. Who is a 7-star ancient immortal emperor? Why is he helping the Divine Wind Immortal Palace to deal with the Dark Emperor Palace? Damn the Divine Wind Immortal Palace. They want to destroy the Dark Emperor Palace. Jian Chou, who was rushing back to the Dark Emperor Palace, felt a terrifying force. He was anxious and his face was extremely gloomy. If he didn't hurry back, the Dark Emperor Palace would definitely suffer heavy casualties. At the same time, Feng Wuchen had also started to make his way to the Dark Emperor Palace. Because of the distance, he had to use instant transmission and ghostly shadow wind. Bingwu and Juner stayed in the Wind Restaurant. Ning Tiancheng and the Dragon Soul's men were guarding the Wind Restaurant. Feng Wuchen wasn't worried that they would be in danger. What's wrong with that kid's movement technique? We clearly stopped him, but he suddenly disappeared. The sissy said with a face full of horror. It was as though he had seen a ghost. Half a ghost disappeared. What a powerful movement technique, a man said in horror. He disappeared in an instant. The burly man was also dumbfounded. Originally, they wanted to wait for Feng Wuchen to come out before dealing with Feng Wuchen. However, before they could do anything, Feng Wuchen had disappeared. Big brother, those 2 beauties are still in the Wind Restaurant. They will definitely come out. Let's ignore that kid for now, a man said excitedly. That makes sense. Continue to guard. We must not let those 2 beauties escape. If that kid comes back, I will blow his head off. The burly man nodded. He was excited just thinking about it. End of chapter. Boom. 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 Ah. In the intense battle of life and death, the Mystic Royal Palace's disciples were heavily injured and killed. Corpses and injured disciples fell from the sky. The battle had only started for less than 5 minutes. Dozens of Mystic Royal Palace's disciples had been killed, and many of them were heavily injured. 6 ancient immortal lords' disciples were heavily injured. Wu Feng, Duan Qingyan, and the other elders and higher-ups were unable to fight back in front of powerful opponents. They were all seriously injured. The Mystic Royal Palace was completely crushed in the battle. The other Mystic Royal Palace's disciples were scared out of their wits. They fell to the ground in despair and couldn't speak. Wu Feng, do you regret it? If you had handed over Jianzhou and Harmonious Wind Restaurant, the Mystic Royal Palace wouldn't have suffered so many casualties. Of course, even if you don't agree, we can still do it, Fang Hongxing said coldly. Hand over Jianzhou. I don't think you'll stop. Wu Feng said coldly. Duan Qingyan endured his injuries and said angrily, Fang Hongxing. Don't think we don't know what you're thinking. Do you think we'll believe your nonsense? Fang Hongxing said fiercely, Humph. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Since that's the case, the Mystic Royal Palace will no longer exist in the Immortal Soul Realm. Palace Lord Tai, there's no need to show mercy. If you kill him, Jianzhou won't be able to escape. Fang Hongxing hurriedly said. A terrifying force was released and he wanted to kill the heavily injured Duan Qingyan with a palm strike. Duan Qingyan, I'll send you on your way first. Fang Hongxing sneered and suddenly struck out with a palm strike. Boom. Pfft. The terrifying force of the palm strike caused Duan Qingyan to spit out blood. His body flew out like a cannonball. Grand Elder. Wu Feng and Lei Gaohan's faces changed. Save the Grand Elder. Wu Feng shouted in panic. Fang Hongxing sneered and said, Can you save him? Duan Qingyan's injuries will only cause him to die slowly. Elixirs are no longer effective. Fang Hongxing. Wu Feng roared and clenched his fists. He couldn't wait to swallow Fang Hongxing alive. Mystic Royal Palace Lord, I'm sorry. Pu Liangfei smiled, his eyes flashed with killing intent. Buzz. Bending his hand into a claw, Pu Liangfei condensed a fist-sized cyan energy that emitted an extremely terrifying aura. The space within a radius of several hundred meters started to vibrate and rumble. Palace Lord, be careful. Lei Gaohan and the others were panicking. Wu Feng's face was extremely solemn. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't panicking. Facing such a terrifying force, Wu Feng couldn't block it at all. Buzz. Wu Feng would not sit still and wait for his death. Even though he was heavily injured, he still tried his best to activate his power and put his palms together. Spiritual Origin Protection. Moon-shattering armor. Wu Feng shouted as he condensed an energy shield and activated his defensive armor. Immortal spells. Wild Wind Shield. Wu Feng shouted and quickly formed a huge wind shield. Facing Pu Liangfei's terrifying strength, facing him head-on would only lead to death. He could only defend with all his might. At the very least, there was still a chance of survival. Fang Hongxing glanced at Wu Feng with disdain and sneered, You overestimate yourself. Palace Master Xian Royal Palace, I'm afraid your little defense won't be able to withstand my strength. Pu Liangfei said with a smile. He was quite confident in his own strength. After all, a 7-star Ancient Immortal Lord was much stronger than a 5-star Ancient Immortal Lord. Pu Liangfei. Stop. Just as Pu Liangfei was about to make his move, Jianzhou's furious roar sounded. Jianzhou? Wu Feng, Lei Gaohan, and the others' faces changed drastically. Eldest senior brother is back. It's eldest senior brother's voice. The disciples of the Xian Royal Palace woke up from their despair and looked in the direction of the voice. Jianzhou. That brat is really here. Fang Hongxing sneered. The Xian Royal Palace is in trouble. As the eldest disciple, how can he drag out an ignoble existence? It's good that he's here. It saves us time. Shi Weiran sneered. A 4-star Ancient Immortal Lord? Is he Jianzhou? Pu Liangfei looked over with no change in expression. He was curious about the genius disciple who could defeat Yang Yuashan with a single sword. This is the person who defeated Yang Yuashan with a single sword? He can fight across 2 stars. The Grand Imperial Sword Palace's eldest elder, Gan Xintong, finally spoke as she looked at Jianzhou, who was shooting over from afar. Another elder of the Grand Imperial Sword Palace said solemnly, a peak 4-star Ancient Immortal Lord. It seems like his cultivation level has increased a lot after he defeated Yang Yueshan. Swish, soon, a figure shot over with lightning speed. It was Jian Chou. Shortly after Jian Chou arrived, Feng Wuchen also flew over slowly. Seeing the tragic situation of the Xian royal palace, Jian Chou's face was extremely gloomy. His heart was filled with anger and killing intent. 2 superpowers against 1 superpower. Even a 7-star ancient immortal lord has made his move. This is too much. Feng Wuchen looked at everything expressionlessly, but his heart was also filled with anger. Not good. The eldest elder's aura is very weak. Is it too late? Jian Chou was furious and sorrowful. Feng Wuchen also noticed the eldest elder's condition and immediately flew over. Jian Chou, if you had come back earlier and followed us obediently, the Xian royal palace wouldn't be in such a state. Feng Hongxing sneered. He could tell that Jian Chou was extremely angry and was about to lose his mind. Jian Chou clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Feng Hongxing like a demon. Jian Chou, why did you come back? Didn't I tell you not to come back? Wu Feng shouted at Jian Chou. Palace Master, if I, Jian Chou, wasn't a beast, I wouldn't drag out an ignoble existence. Without the Xian royal palace, I wouldn't be here today. Jian Chou gritted his teeth and glared at Pu Liangfei and Feng Hongxing with bloodshot eyes. Well said. As expected of the eldest disciple of the Xian royal palace. You have backbone. Feng Hongxing sneered. Jian Chou glared at Feng Hongxing and said coldly, of course I have backbone. Every disciple of the Xian royal palace is 100 times stronger than the disciples of the Divine Wind Immortal Palace. Unlike all of you who are shameless. Jian Chou's scolding instantly enraged the disciples of the Divine Wind Immortal Palace. A puny eldest disciple actually dared to insult them. Looking at the furious faces of Feng Hongxing and the rest, Jian Chou said coldly, Yang Yueshan couldn't defeat me, so you guys came out. Using your strength to bully the weak, I've already given you guys face by calling you shameless. What a fierce mouth. Could it be that he's so angry because his woman was snatched away? This brat actually dared to insult the palace master and the elders. He must be tired of living. Is he the one who defeated a 6-star ancient immortal monarch, Yang Yueshan? I heard that he has a grade 5 ancient immortal artifact. The disciples of the 2 major powers sized Jian Chou up. The eldest disciple of the Xian royal palace? A 4-star ancient immortal monarch, but I don't see anything special about him. A 7-star ancient immortal monarch disciple of the Grand Sovereign Sword Palace said with disdain. End of chapter. Jian Chou. You're courting death. Feng Hongxing clenched his teeth in anger. As the Palace Lord of Divine Wind Immortal Palace, which Junior dared to insult him like this, Jian Chou was not afraid at all. He said fiercely, didn't you come here to kill me? You want to give face to your Divine Wind Immortal Palace and also snatch Wind Restaurant? That's right, if we kill you and hand over Wind Restaurant, the rest of Divine Emperor Palace can live. Feng Hongxing said coldly, his cold killing intent locked onto Jian Chou. Wu Feng clenched his teeth in anger, Jian Chou, don't believe his nonsense. Jian Chou naturally would not believe his enemy's words. Kill me? Jian Chou sneered, so what if you kill me? Yang Yueshan will still be the joke of Immortal Soul World, even if you destroy Divine Emperor Palace, your Divine Wind Immortal Palace won't be able to change anything. Instead, people will laugh at you for being shameless. Haha. Good. Well said. The heavily injured Wu Feng laughed loudly. Jian Chou, you brat, not only have you become stronger, your mouth is even more powerful. Lei Gaohan said with a face full of hatred. Yang Yueshan will always be the joke of Immortal Soul World, Divine Wind Immortal Palace will always be the joke of Immortal Soul World. Some disciples of Divine Emperor Palace shouted. Soon after, all the disciples followed and shouted, wave after wave of voices rolled out. Since they could not escape death today, there was nothing to be afraid of. Jian Chou, Great Elder won't die. At this time, Feng Wuchen's voice transmitted. Many thanks, Tower Lord. Jian Chou transmitted his thanks, his heart was relieved. What do you plan to do? Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice. I don't know, the enemy is too strong. Tower Lord, it's better if you don't interfere. I already guessed that this would be the outcome, so I did not let the Dragon Soul people come to die. Tower Lord's movement technique is amazing. If you can bring Palace Lord and the elders away, Xianxia will be very grateful. Xianxia transmitted his voice. What if I can help you? Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice and smiled. If Tower Lord has the ability, of course I will help you. Is there a need to say it? However, I'm afraid that the Hall Master's poison won't be able to deal with Pu Liangfei. He's too strong. The Hall Master is my benefactor. I can't harm the Hall Master. Xianxia transmitted over. Feng Wuchen grinned and didn't say anything else, continuing to treat Duan Qing'an's injuries. Xianxiao's words thoroughly infuriated Feng Hongxing. Monstrous killing intent gushed out wildly. Palace Lord, don't waste your breath on him. Kill him. Shi Weiran said angrily. His old face was frighteningly ferocious. A junior dares to be so arrogant? Who gave you the guts? Pu Liangfei coldly spoke, staring at Xianxia. The Grand Sovereign Sword Palace. Bullying the weak, and still have the face to collude with the Divine Wind Immortal Palace, aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? Xianxia glared at Pu Liangfei as he cursed, not giving him any face at all. The faces of Pu Liangfei, Gan Xintong, and the other higher-ups instantly darkened. Brat, don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you defeated Yan Yuashan, a disciple of the Grand Sovereign Sword Palace shouted angrily. How dare you? How dare you insult our Grand Sovereign Sword Palace? You must be tired of living. Looks like we have to bury everyone in the Mystic Royal Palace with us today, a 6-star ancient immortal lord shouted angrily. Those who are disrespectful to me must die. Pu Liangfei said coldly. The terrifying energy gathered in his hand suddenly increased by a lot. Whoosh, buzz. Buzz. After saying that, Pu Liangfei waved his hand, and the power that was originally going to kill Wu Feng shot towards Xianxia with a powerful sonic boom. Everywhere it passed, the space violently trembled. The attack was so terrifying that it made people feel powerless. Xianxia, be careful. Wu Feng's face changed drastically, and his heart beat wildly. Wu Feng didn't care about his injured body and rushed forward with all his might. However, the heavily injured Wu Feng's slow speed couldn't stop him. Pu Liangfei. Do you still have any shame? How dare you attack a junior? Aren't you afraid that the cultivators of the Immortal Soul Plane will laugh at you? Lei Gaohan roared in exasperation. Although you are a junior, you have to die for insulting the Grand Sovereign Sword Palace. Do you think you can look down on the Grand Sovereign Sword Palace just because you have some ability? Pu Liangfei said coldly. However, just as the attack was about to reach Xianxiao's figure disappeared mysteriously. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, Pu Liangfei's terrifying energy slammed into an immortal mountain not far away. The terrifying energy destroyed more than half of the mountain, and countless rocks flew everywhere. This sudden scene shocked Wu Feng and the others, but at the same time, they were relieved. What's going on? Did Feng Wuchen make a move? Wu Feng was shocked. Xianxia disappeared. Such a terrifying attack speed, and he was locked on, but he actually dodged it. No, someone made a move. It's a very impressive movement technique that saved Xianxia in an instant. That's right. I sensed a weak fluctuation in the air. It should be the kid who came with Xianxia. Any cultivator above the ancient immortal lord level could sense that Xianxia was saved by someone. What a miraculous movement technique. The moment Xianxia was saved, his aura also disappeared. Gan Xintong said in surprise. Who is this kid? I didn't notice him at first, but unexpectedly, I couldn't see the depth of his cultivation. Feng Hongxing sized up Feng Wuchen with a cold gaze. Old man couldn't see it either. He hid it very well. Shi Weiran said solemnly as he sized up Feng Wuchen. Kid, who are you? How dare you interfere in my affairs? Are you tired of living? Pu Liangfei's cold gaze swept towards the place where Feng Wuchen and Xianxia appeared. Thank you for saving me. Xianxia quickly thanked him. How do you want me to help you? After all, this is your faction. Feng Wuchen asked, ignoring Pu Liangfei and Feng Hongxing. If possible, avenge the dead disciples. I can't let them go. But there's really no need for you to take the risk. Otherwise, I won't be at ease even if I die. Xianxia said with a face full of guilt. Don't worry, you won't die. The dead disciples can also be revived. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. What? Revive? Xianxia was stunned as he stared at Feng Wuchen with wide eyes. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile, you'll know in a while. At the same time, I'll give you some confidence. Was Feng Wuchen joking? Although there were rumors of reviving the dead in the ancient immortal world, it was just a rumor. Even if it really existed, it was a divine ability that only super experts could have. You mean to let them all die? Feng Wuchen asked. Feng Wuchen's words once again scared Xianxia silly. There were so many experts in the two factions. Where did Feng Wuchen get the confidence to say such crazy words? Although Feng Wuchen's poison was powerful, it couldn't deal with so many people, right? Seeing Feng Wuchen ignoring his existence, Pu Liangfei exploded in anger and cold killing intent surged out. Stinking brat, are you deaf? End of chapter. Pavilion Master, you're not joking, right? Xianxia looked at Feng Wuchen in fear. Although he wanted to believe it, it was hard for him to do so. Although Xianxia did not know who Feng Wuchen was or where he came from, he knew Feng Wuchen's cultivation. Even if he had terrifying poison, it was impossible for him to deal with so many people. If Feng Wuchen had the support of experts and powerful forces, why would he need to establish the Dragon Soul? Just watch. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Kill them all for this consort. Everyone must die. Pu Liangfei was completely enraged. As the palace master of the Tai Sovereign Sword Palace, this was the first time he was ignored by a junior. Pu Liangfei was powerful. Even the immortal soul world Shinra Temple had to give him some face. Feng Wuchen, on the other hand, ignored him. How could Pu Liangfei endure such humiliation? Xianxia, leave quickly. Wu Feng hurriedly shouted. Humph. Don't even think about leaving. Pu Liangfei shouted angrily. He waved his hand and immediately set up a huge barrier, sealing the surrounding space. It's over. None of us can break his barrier. Lei Gaohan's face changed. Brat, no matter how fast you run, you can forget about escaping from the barrier. Today, all of you will die. The Mystic Emperor Palace will be destroyed. Fang Hongxing sneered. Attack. Pu Liangfei shouted angrily, his killing intent soaring to the sky. The disciples of the two forces activated their powers and were about to attack again. Don't worry. We can't run away anyway, right? Feng Wuchen said faintly. He looked at the furious Pu Liangfei with a calm gaze, without any worry or nervousness. What is this brat trying to do? Shi Weiran frowned. Palace Master, I feel that this brat is very dangerous. An ancient immortal monarch disciple said seriously. Fang Hongxing looked at Pu Liangfei and said coldly, don't worry. He's just a brat. He can't do anything. With the Imperial Palace Master here, nothing will happen. Wu Feng flew over strenuously and asked anxiously, Little brother Feng, what are you doing? Xianxia, you brought little brother Feng Wuchen back. Aren't you harming him? Wu Feng looked at Xianxia and blamed him. Obviously, he didn't want to implicate Feng Wuchen. Mystic Sovereign Palace Master, I am the one who wanted to come here. Leave the rest to me. You guys go back and recuperate first, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. What? Leave it to you? Little brother Feng, this is not child's play. Wu Feng could not believe his ears. Hall Master, trust Feng Wuchen. Right now, we can only trust him, Xianxia said solemnly. This? Seeing Xianxia's expression, Wu Feng didn't know what to say. Leader of the Xian Royal Palace, don't worry, leave it to me. Feng Wuchen smiled and gave Wu Feng a reassuring look. Stinking brat, are you done saying your last words? Pu Liangfei asked coldly. Glancing at the crowd, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile, Yang Yueshan was the one who interfered in the affairs of others. His defeat meant that he was not as strong as his opponent. The Divine Wind Immortal Palace actually wanted Xianxia because of this matter. At the same time, they also want to use this matter to deal with Feng Restaurant. I really admire them. The Imperial Sword Palace interfered without any benefits. I don't believe that you guys are so kind to help. It should be related to Feng Restaurant. I didn't think that an ancient immortal emperor's power would set their eyes on a small Feng restaurant. Of course, there's also Xianxia's 5th grade ancient immortal weapon. 2 major powers against the mystic sovereign palace. How awe-inspiring. You guys did such a shameless thing and don't let others talk about it. Don't tell me it doesn't exist just because you don't talk about it? So what? In this world where strength is respected, it depends on whose fist is harder. After killing you guys, everyone else will have to shut their mouths. Feng Hongxing said coldly. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, "Your actions really make me angry and uncomfortable. Forget it, I'll give you guys a chance. If anyone kneels down and kowtows now and receives the forgiveness of the mystic sovereign palace, they can live." With such a high requirement, Feng Wuchen didn't give them a chance. Why would 2 major powers kneel down and kowtow to admit their mistakes? The moment Feng Wuchen said that, everyone present was dumbfounded. Especially Wu Feng and Jian Chou, they were completely petrified. What is Pavilion Lord saying? Jian Chou was dumbfounded. What is Brother Feng Wuchen saying? Does he not want to live anymore? He just offended Yi Hongyun last time. The disciples of the mystic sovereign palace were frightened. What is this brat saying? Kneeling down and kowtowing to admit their mistakes and getting the approval of the mystic sovereign palace? Shi Weiron's old face stiffened. He wondered if he heard wrongly. You want us to kowtow to admit our mistakes? Feng Hongxing was stunned for a moment before he laughed loudly, haha. Brat, do you know what you are saying? Haha. I'm dying of laughter. This brat actually wants us to kowtow to admit our mistakes? Haha. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How can he say such arrogant words? He must be tired of living. Did I hear wrongly? Is this brat's head kicked by a donkey? The disciples of the 2 major powers laughed and mocked Feng Wuchen. They didn't take his words seriously at all. Brat. Not only did you insult the Grand Sovereign Sword Palace, you even dared to make fun of us. Even if the Heavenly Emperor comes today, he won't be able to save you. I'll kill you first. Pu Liangfei said angrily. He had never felt such a strong urge to kill before. Feng Wuchen sneered. He immediately activated the ancestor of Soul Force and shouted, "Heaven-defying reincarnation." This is Soul Force? No, it's even more terrifying than Soul Force. This old one's Soul Force has surrendered. Gan Xingtong's heart shook as she looked at Feng Wuchen with fear. What a terrifying Soul Force. I've never seen anything like it. Old man's Soul Force has surrendered and is no longer under his control. Shi Weiran was shocked as his old face turned pale. As Feng Wuchen shouted, the souls of the dozens of disciples of the mystic Emperor Hall that had been killed actually condensed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone was filled with shock, fear, and disbelief. Resurrection. Junior brother and the other souls. They can really be resurrected. Jian Chou exclaimed with his eyes wide open. This? Wu Feng and Duan Qing'an were shocked again and couldn't speak for a long time. This is heaven-defying reincarnation? Gan Xingtong exclaimed. Her body trembled as her old face was filled with fear. How is this possible? Their souls have already been condensed. Feng Hongxing was scared out of his wits. Heaven-defying reincarnation? What kind of ability is this? The dead are all resurrected. How does this brat have such a miraculous ability? Pu Liangfei was shocked beyond words. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Heaven-defying reincarnation is only a legend. No alchemist can comprehend it. Moreover, this brat is only an ancient immortal general alchemist, Grand Elder Gan Xingtong said with extreme fear. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and the dozens of souls floated down. Thank you, Brother Feng Wuchen, for saving our lives. The resurrected disciples were overjoyed as they thanked him. The entire Mystic Emperor Palace was in an uproar. Who is the Pavilion Lord? He actually has the ability to resurrect the dead. Jian Chao's heart was in turmoil. End of chapter. Feng Wuchen's terror once again refreshed Jian Chao's understanding of him. First, it was the terrifying ancient immortal technique and the 5 times space ring. Then, it was the mysterious 8 attributes. All of these shocked Xianxia deeply. Then, it was the terrifying poison. Now, it was the unimaginably terrifying resurrection art. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would dare to believe that an ancient immortal general cultivator could be so terrifying? In front of Feng Wuchen, Xianxia only felt that he was a frog at the bottom of a well. He had never seen the world. Xianxia, why are you with Feng Wuchen? Who exactly is he? Why do I feel that Feng Wuchen is so terrifying? Wu Feng asked in shock. I don't know. Xianxia shook his head mechanically. He seems calm and ordinary, but he has a supreme domineering aura. His words seem casual, but they are unquestionable. This is the style of a true expert. Duan Qingyan commented. Duan Qingyan was shocked when Feng Wuchen took out billions of spirit source stones. Now, he was even more shocked. Grand Elder, do you know what's going on? What kind of divine ability is this? Wu Feng asked, shocked and curious. The most terrifying divine ability of an alchemist only exists in legends in the ancient immortal world. No alchemist can comprehend it. Even an ancient immortal venerable alchemist can't comprehend it, Duan Qingyan explained. Duan Qingyan's words were like a bolt from the blue exploding in Wu Feng and Xianxiao's ears. Feng Wuchen has already reached such a terrifying level. Is this still the cultivation of an ancient immortal general? Is this the realm of an ancient immortal general alchemist? Palace Lord, this kid can't be provoked. He can't be provoked. We can't afford to offend him. Let's go. Let's go. The terrified Gan Xintong said in extreme panic. She had completely lost her previous composure even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of her. Gan Xintong's extreme panic instantly made everyone feel a strong sense of unease. It was as if they had fallen into an endless abyss of darkness. It was even more terrifying than hell. Grand Elder, what is this heaven-defying reincarnation? Pu Liangfei asked in horror. It must be very terrifying to be able to make an ancient immortal emperor alchemist so terrified. Let's go. Let's go. Gan Xintong was out of her wits. Other than wanting to run for her life, she didn't think of anything else. Great Elder, you don't have to be so scared, right? Just a brat. Although he has the ability to revive from the dead, could it be that he can defeat so many of us? Second Elder said rather discontentedly. Life and death. Eternal life control. There was absolutely no mistake. The legendary heaven-defying reincarnation was real. It's true. Gan Xintong became more and more frightened. Her body was on the verge of collapse. She had completely changed into a different person, as if she had gone crazy. This? Fang Hongxing and the others were dumbfounded, and the fear in their hearts grew stronger. What exactly is heaven-defying reincarnation? Why was the Grand Sovereign Sword Palace's Grand Elder so afraid? It was like seeing a ghost. I don't know either. Elder Gan is an ancient immortal emperor alchemist. Isn't this kid's background terrifying? Is defying samsara the symbol of some transcendental power? The disciples of the two factions were also in a state of panic. They were all infected by Gan Xintong's fear. Preposterous. Kill that brat for me. Seeing Gan Xintong going crazy and causing everyone to fall into a state of panic, Pu Liangfei's anger surged as he roared furiously. However, at this moment, no one dared to make a move. Even a fool could see how terrifying Feng Wuchen was to be able to scare Gan Xintong into a state of madness. Protector Tianhen. Feng Wuchen transmitted a message to Protector Tianhen. Feng Wuchen. Protector Tianhen, who was cultivating, was so frightened that he opened his eyes. His body was trembling, and his face instantly turned pale. Lord Feng. Your subordinate is here. You can instruct me if you need anything. Your subordinate will do his best. Protector Tianhen transmitted a message respectfully. I have encountered some trouble in the immortal soul world's mystic imperial palace. You should know about the Grand Sovereign Sword Palace, right? They are not weak, and I can't deal with them. Protector Tianhen, please send some people over to help. Feng Wuchen transmitted a message with a smile. Yes, yes, yes. Your subordinate will immediately send the Immortal Soul World's commander over. Lord Feng, don't worry, he will be here soon. Protector Tianhen transmitted a message respectfully. Great Sovereign Sword Palace. Protector Tianhen's face was extremely gloomy. He then ordered furiously, Commander Xingyan. Your subordinate is here. Commander Xingyan was scared out of his wits. This was the first time he had heard Protector Tianhen's furious voice. He even thought that he had done something wrong to anger Protector Tianhen. Lord Feng is in the Immortal Soul World's Mystic Emperor Hall that you are in charge of. How dare the Great Sovereign Sword Palace deal with Lord Feng? Listen up, if anything happens to Lord Feng, you will bring your head to me. Protector Tianhen shouted furiously. What? The Great Sovereign Sword Palace wants to deal with Lord Feng? Protector Xingyan was scared out of his wits. He immediately transmitted a message. Your subordinate will rush over immediately. Commander Xingyan didn't dare to delay and immediately brought people over to Mystic Emperor Hall. Back at Mystic Emperor Hall. What are you all in a daze for? What are you waiting for? Pu Liangfei roared furiously, and a terrifying aura swept out. Pu Liangfei had already realized how terrifying Feng Wuchen was. However, since they had already provoked him, if they didn't kill him, were they going to wait for Feng Wuchen to seek revenge? It was because he realized how terrifying Feng Wuchen was that Pu Liangfei didn't dare to make a move himself. He couldn't see through Feng Wuchen's cultivation, so he could only order people to test him. Palace Master. You can't. You can't. Run for your life. Gan Xingtong shouted in fear. She realized that she couldn't move her body. Palace Master, what should we do? An elder asked in a panic. Do it. We have to kill this brat. Fang Hongxing said gloomily. The more threatening a person was, the more he had to get rid of them. After saying that, Fang Hongxing executed his power. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Jian Chou, Feng Wuchen is just a mystic immortal. How is he going to deal with them? Wu Feng asked anxiously. I don't know, Jian Chou replied in a panic. Duan Qing'an said solemnly, Feng Wuchen is fearless. There's no panic in his eyes. He should have a way. Swish, swish, swish. However, at that moment, more than 10 figures suddenly appeared in the sky above the mystic imperial palace. Terrifying aura spread out. Especially the young man in the lead. His aura had already reached the realm of a 5-star ancient immortal emperor. This was a truly terrifying expert. Commander Xingyan. Pu Liangfei was overjoyed when he saw more than 10 people, especially the leader. Commander Xingyan is here. Fang Hongxing and the rest were also overjoyed. The fear in their hearts instantly disappeared. Greetings, Commander Xingyan. The higher-ups of the three forces knelt down respectfully. The person who came was Commander Xingyan, the top expert in charge of the Immortal Soul World. It's over. Commander Xingyan has a close relationship with the Grand Sovereign Sword Palace. I'm afraid we won't be able to escape today, Lei Gaohan said in fear. The strongest expert in the Immortal Soul World. Jian Chao's eyes were filled with despair. Commander Xingyan. Pu Liangfei flew over in joy. Smack, pfff. However, Commander Xingyan slapped Pu Liangfei, causing him to spit out blood and fly back. Commander Xingyan's slap directly stunned Pu Liangfei. The expressions of the people from the Grand Imperial Sword Palace and the Divine Wind Immortal Palace changed drastically as they looked at Commander Xingyan in confusion. Everyone in the Mystic Emperor Hall was dumbfounded and confused. What was going on? Why did Commander Xingyan suddenly slap Pu Liangfei? Did he hit the wrong person? That was impossible. Commander Xingyan wasn't blind. Who in the Immortal Soul World didn't know about the relationship between the Grand Imperial Sword Palace and Commander Xingyan, but what did this slap mean? What? What's going on? Why did Commander Xingyan hit the Imperial Palace Lord? Fang Hongxing asked in shock. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Did the Imperial Palace Lord do something wrong? Shi Weiran guessed in shock. Hall Master, what's going on? Why did Commander Xingyan hit Pu Liangfei? Jian Chou asked in confusion as he looked at Commander Xingyan in shock. I don't know either. Wu Feng shook his head in a daze. What's going on? Duan Qinggan looked at Commander Xingyan in a daze. Only Feng Wuchen knew that Commander Xingyan had come for him. High up in the sky, Pu Liangfei looked at Commander Xingyan in a daze for a long time. Countless questions flashed through his mind, but he still couldn't understand why Commander Xingyan had slapped him. Pu Liangfei didn't think he did anything wrong, much less do anything to let Commander Xingyan down. Wasn't this slap too much? Commander Xingyan, you. What are you doing? Why did you hit me? Pu Liangfei asked in confusion as he looked at Commander Xingyan in shock. His face was red and swollen. How embarrassing was it for Commander Xingyan to slap him in front of so many people? Pu Liangfei's heart was burning with rage. Commander Xingyan glanced at him coldly, scaring Pu Liangfei so much that his heart trembled. What a terrifying gaze. Pu Liangfei felt like he had fallen into the 18 levels of hell. In the next second, something that made everyone extremely afraid happened. Commander Xingyan walked towards Feng Wuchen in the void and bowed respectfully. Subordinate Xingyan pays his respects to Lord Feng. Greetings, Lord Feng. The ancient immortal emperors bowed respectfully at the same time. Boom! Upon seeing this scene, everyone from Pu Liangfei and Feng Hongxing's forces, as well as those from the Mystic Emperor Hall, felt as though they had been struck by lightning. Lord Feng? Pu Liangfei's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. An intense fear erupted in his heart, and his eyes were instantly filled with despair. He's dead. We're dead for sure. Gan Xintong said in a daze. It's over. Commander Xingyan and the rest actually called him Lord Feng. Feng Hongxing was scared out of his wits. He had actually provoked a terrifying god. Lord Feng? That Lord Feng? Shi Weiran was extremely terrified. Everyone from the two forces had fallen into fear and despair. Commander Xingyan hadn't come to help them, but because they were dealing with Lord Feng. Lord Feng? Is Commander Xingyan Feng Wuchen's subordinate? Wu Feng asked in astonishment, his head buzzing. Tower Lord, you. Who exactly are you? Your identity must be very terrifying, right? Even the commander in charge of the immortal soul world has to submit to you. Jianqiu was both shocked and curious. He felt that if he followed Feng Wuchen, the shock would follow him for the rest of his life. Who exactly is Feng Wuchen? Commander Xingyan is the strongest person in charge of the immortal soul world, and he actually called Feng Wuchen Lord Feng. Duan Qingyan also exclaimed. Shocking. Too shocking, no one had expected Feng Wuchen to have such a terrifying identity. No one had expected a mere ancient immortal general to be so terrifying. You are? Feng Wuchen asked. Reporting to Lord Feng, I am the commander in charge of the immortal soul world. I received orders that the Supreme Sovereign Sword Palace wants to deal with Lord Feng, so I immediately brought my men over, Commander Xingyan reported respectfully, not daring to show any disrespect even if he didn't know Feng Wuchen. So you are the commander in charge of the immortal soul world? Feng Wuchen nodded. He had already guessed that they were strong practitioners sent by Guardian Tianhen. Commander Xingyan continued respectfully, Lord Feng, I received orders to listen to Lord Feng's orders. If Lord Feng has any instructions, I will do my best. Once Commander Xingyan said that, everyone present was astonished once again, someone else had actually sent Commander Xingyan over. This also meant that Feng Wuchen had ordered an existence even more terrifying than Commander Xingyan. Who exactly was Feng Wuchen? Very good. Feng Wuchen nodded his head in satisfaction. Looking at the people from the Supreme Sovereign Sword Palace and Divine Wind Immortal Palace, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. I gave you guys a chance just now, but it's a pity none of you were willing to kowtow and beg for mercy. There won't be a second chance. Lord Feng, I know my mistake. I know my mistake. Lord Feng, please spare my life. Feng Hongxing was the first to kowtow and beg for mercy. Lord Feng, please spare our lives. We know our mistake. The elders and disciples of the Divine Wind Immortal Palace kowtowed in fear. Lord Feng. I know my mistake. Gan Xintong immediately knelt down. Lord Feng, please spare our lives. The elders and disciples of the Supreme Sovereign Sword Palace also kowtowed in fear and despair. Commander Xingyan, who exactly is he? On account of our many years of friendship, can you tell me? Pu Liangfei asked with a voice transmission in fear. Someone that even Lord Ancient Immortal Venerable can't afford to offend, Commander Xing'an replied. Boom. Commander Xing'an's mind exploded once again. Only now did he truly realize why Gan Xingtong had been so terrified and in despair and why he wanted them to escape immediately. How terrifying was someone that even the Ancient Immortal Venerable couldn't afford to offend? Feng. Lord Feng. Pu Liangfei knelt down in despair. Pu Liangfei was so regretful that his intestines turned green. If he hadn't agreed to Feng Hongxing's request, would there be such a tragic situation today? Commander Xing'an, kill Pu Liangfei. Such an incomparably despicable person doesn't have the right to live in this world. Feng Wuchen ordered. Yes. Lord Feng. Commander Xing'an said respectfully without any hesitation. When Commander Xing'an came, Pu Liangfei's fate was destined. Commander Xing'an, don't kill me. On account of our many years of friendship, please help me plead for mercy to Lord Feng, Pu Liangfei said in fear. His soul had almost left his body. Commander Xing'an flashed and instantly appeared in front of Pu Liangfei. He said coldly, I have no right to plead for mercy to Lord Feng. Feng Hongxing. You've caused me so much trouble. Pu Liangfei roared in fury. Boom. Buzz, buzz. Terrifying power condensed, and Commander Xing'an attacked ruthlessly. He smashed his palm on the top of Pu Liangfei's head, and the terrifying power blasted Pu Liangfei into a ball of blood. Space trembled violently. Commander Xing'an's palm was like a mountain, ruthlessly crushing the hearts of everyone present, making it hard for them to breathe. Everyone was dumbfounded, and their hearts were completely shrouded by intense fear. Very good, next, Feng Hongxing. Feng Wuchen said coldly. End of chapter 2935. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.